Chapter 1. The Divine Level Tremor Fruit. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped the land, casting a warm glow over a grove outside Konoha village, where two youthful figures flickered in and out, entangled in a fierce duel. Bang! Suddenly, a loud impact reverberated through the air. Hinata stood firm on the ground, while Chinyu staggered back several paces. "Brother, are you all right?" Dressed in a white training outfit, Hinata hurriedly approached, supporting Chinyu. Phew! Chinyu gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his clothes wrinkled, and a faint imprint of a fist visible on his chest. He shook his head. "Let's call it a day. I'm utterly exhausted." "Okay." The inexperienced Hinata nodded, her youthful cheeks flushed with two rosy patches, adorned with sweat and dirt, leaving one to wonder if it was shyness or fatigue. "Brother." Hinata blinked, suddenly recalling something, and gently inquired, "We've been training together for 3 years now, and my strength has gradually improved, yet why do I only manage to win against you by a hair's breadth each time?" Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. This girl was quite perceptive to have noticed that. It seemed he would need to hold back even more in the future. "It's because you've been an excellent sparring partner. As you progress, I must also strive to improve," he replied, ruffling Hinata's hair with his large hand. "Is that so?" Hinata's eyes lit up with understanding, accepting his words without doubt, relishing the comfort of his touch, feeling elated. "Go on back now. If you linger too long, your father will worry." "Go rest for a bit longer," Chinyu said. "Then, brother, you must return early. See you tomorrow," Hinata urged before departing. As Hinata vanished from his sight, Chinyu instantly returned to normalcy, feeling neither fatigued nor out of breath. He shook his head and gazed up at the afterglow of the sunset, murmuring to himself, "Has it really been 3 years? When will this damned system finally unlock? How much longer must I lay low?" Hinata remained blissfully unaware that, had Chinyu desired, a single strike would be sufficient to take her down. 3 years prior, Chinyu was merely a part-time worker raised in an orphanage. One day, after a break, he found himself nestled in his rented room, engrossed in watching Naruto, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered himself transported to the world of Naruto. In the original story, Konoha boasted 12 elite ninjas. Yet in this iteration, there were 13. Chunyu's parents had also been ninjas of Konoha, tragically perishing on a mission 5 years ago. Hinata, originally meant to be Naruto's devoted follower, found herself under Chunyu's protection when she was bullied, thus becoming his little companion. Indeed, who would refuse the presence of such a perfect childhood companion? Like other transmigrators, Chinyu bound himself to a system upon entering the Naruto world, a divine level sign-in system requiring him to check in once daily. Unlike other systems, this one granted him exceptional talent in ninjutsu, but offered nothing else. It merely insisted that he remember to check in each day. There were no rewards for signing in. Despite possessing a godly talent, Chinyu, as a fan who had witnessed the series' conclusion, was acutely aware of the multitude of formidable beings within the Naruto world. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, Pain, Might Guy, Orochimaru, members of the Akatsuki, the leaders of the great ninja villages, including the deceased first, second, and fourth Hokage, and the ultimate antagonist, Kagaya, among others. Any one of them could easily obliterate his current self. Thus, for the past 3 years, Chinyu adhered to a singular principle: survival. He must endure. Consequently, while studying ninjutsu at school, he exhibited a facade of struggle, managing to grasp the techniques only just before the exams. This was why he consistently found himself at a disadvantage in battles against Hinata. He was holding back more than the ocean itself. With a talent as mediocre as his, positioned in the lower tiers, he was largely relegated to a supporting role in the original narrative, inconspicuous yet safe. As he pondered, Chinyu returned home, opened the door, and upon shutting it behind him, confidently declared in his mind, "Sign in." Ding. Sign in complete. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving for 3 years in the Naruto world. Ding. System activation in progress. Ding. System officially activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving the Divine Level Beginner Gift Pack. Would you like to claim it? Chinyu was momentarily stunned by the series of notifications echoing in his mind. Then, a wave of joy surged within him. It had finally been activated. He had feared he would have to survive until the end of the story for this. What a pleasant surprise. Claim. Chinyu did not hesitate. Ding. Generating rewards from the Beginner Gift Pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Divine Level Tremor Fruit. The Tremor Fruit. No adverse effects. The Tremor Fruit. Staring at the fruit that had materialized in his hand, Chinyu was utterly dumbfounded. No way is this really happening? This was the most destructive fruit in the world of One Piece, and the system had nonsensically removed the side effects of the devil fruit. This fruit had molded the top-tier powerhouse Whitebeard in One Piece, capable of causing cataclysmic upheavals and monstrous tidal waves with but a thought. This is too incredible. A product of the system is bound to be exceptional. Amazing. As expected of a divine-level sign-in system, it had bestowed upon him a remarkable fruit from the world of One Piece. Without a second thought, Chinyu shoved the fruit into his mouth. Oh my! The moment he swallowed it, Chunyu's face contorted in an instant. It was utterly revolting. Just as it settled in his stomach, a sudden warmth surged within him, radiating outward, and he felt something new within his body as he slowly extended his right hand. A circular shockwave instantly manifested. Haha! With this fruit, his self-preservation abilities in the Naruto world had significantly heightened. Chinyu clenched his fist and punched forward. Crack, crack, crack! Countless spatial fissures erupted outward. Bang! One of the cracks extended towards the table, shattering a glass into fragments. Oh no! Chinyu hurriedly withdrew the fruit's power. Had he delayed any longer, the house might have collapsed, and he certainly did not wish to sleep outdoors. The tremor fruit was terrifying indeed. Simultaneously, Chinyu noticed a data panel materializing before him. Host, Chinyu. Ninjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Jinjutsu none. Sage arts none. Skills, tremor fruit ability development 25. Overall strength, elite jonin. Elite jonin? Chinyu stroked his chin. He hadn't anticipated that with the tremor fruit developed to merely 25, he could already possess such formidable strength. However, Chinyu was well aware. In the early stages of Naruto, an elite jonin was commendable, yet as the story progressed, they were often relegated to cannon fodder. Even those of cage-level strength were not guaranteed prominence. He still needed to lay low. Chapter 2. The Divine-Level Observation Haki. Wait. Suddenly, Chinyu recalled something. Despite studying for several years at school and acquiring a fair amount of ninjutsu, why was there nothing listed here? System, I've learned some ninjutsu. Why aren't they displayed? The ninjutsu levels possessed by the host are too low. The system does not acknowledge them. Damn it. Chunyu's mind was flooded with 1,000 expletives. All right then, you're the system, you're the boss, you call the shots. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Chinyu quickly concealed the fruit and approached the door, opening it. As soon as he swung the door open, he was taken aback to find a black-haired, reedy Kunoichi standing at the threshold. Kurenai Yuhi, his teacher. Just returning from practice? Kurenai smiled, speaking softly. Yes, teacher, Chinyu replied. The Chunin exams are about to commence. Kurenai patted Chunyu's shoulder and continued. Though your strength has always been in the lower tiers, I still encourage you to participate. Think it over tonight, and let me know your decision in the morning. By the way, Lord Third Hokage has instructed Kakashi to coach the newcomers, assessing their abilities at the school. Even if you choose not to participate, observing won't bring any harm. Oh, and here's some rice balls. I may consider them your dinner. Thank you, teacher. Chinyu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the food. Get some rest, I'll take my leave now. With that, Kurenai turned and departed. With Chunyu's presence, the number of newcomers had increased from 9 to 10. Asuma and Kakashi's teams remained unchanged, while Kurenai's students grew from 3 to 4, now including him alongside Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga. Being an orphan without parents, coupled with Chunyu's relentless dedication to training, Kurenai took special care of him, even though his outward strength consistently ranked in the lower tiers. The Chunin exams? It appeared the side quests in this world had undergone some alterations, yet the main storyline remained untouched. As Chinyu contemplated, he recognized that despite unlocking the system and acquiring the tremor fruit, his strength still fell short. It was essential to understand that the tasks assigned to Genin primarily involved trivial errands like searching for lost cats or dogs, which were inconspicuous yet safe. Becoming a Chunin would entail undertaking far more perilous missions, where carelessness could lead to injury, disability, or even death. Moreover, Chinyu, who was well aware of the plot, recognized that the upcoming Chunin exam was fraught with numerous unforeseen events, posing a significant risk. This simply would not do. Before he had acquired sufficient self-defense capabilities, he must continue to endure. Thus, he resolved to forego participation. After all, others perceived his strength as comparatively inferior, and his involvement in the examination would undoubtedly lead to elimination, with no objections from the teachers. As the saying goes, there are countless paths, but safety is paramount. Ding! Main quest triggered. Register for the Chunin exam. Quest reward, God-level observation haki. At that moment, a notification resonated within Chunyu's mind. What the heck? A main quest has been triggered? The reward is actually God-level observation haki. in the world of One Piece. As one of the three paramount haki, observation haki may appear to be merely an auxiliary ability, yet the capacity to foresee the future alone is immensely formidable. Moreover, the system offers a god-level observation haki, which may well surpass that of the One Piece universe. What am I waiting for? I must participate. How delightful. Chunyu devoured all 3 rice balls, sipped some water, and practiced with a tremor fruit within his room before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, Chunyu donned his attire and headband, setting forth towards the school. The news that Kakashi would serve as the examiner to evaluate the newcomer's abilities had long since spread. The idle Chunin and Jonin gathered, standing aside to discuss who among the new recruits would emerge as the standout. Unquestionably, the majority of gazes were directed towards a particular figure. There stood a youth, his eyes an inky black, hands nestled in his pockets, remaining silent. He was none other than one of the protagonists of Naruto, the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke. Accompanying Sasuke were 2 individuals, one clad in yellow, with golden hair and a face adorned with the whisker marks of a demon fox, the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, a radiant smile gracing his face, exuding confidence in the Chunin exam. The other, garbed in a red dress with long, peach-pink hair, was none other than Sakura Haruno, who occasionally stole glances at Sasuke. "Chinyu, big brother, over here." At that instant, Chinyu heard a faint, shy voice. Following its source, he discovered Hinata and her companions standing beneath a tree. Upon catching Chunyu's gaze, Hinata's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Her small hands twisted together in nervousness. "You've certainly arrived quite late. If you wait any longer, it will begin." Kiba Inuzuka greeted Chunyu boisterously, while the small dog atop his head barked twice. Shino merely adjusted his glasses, his high collar standing stiffly, remaining taciturn. Seeing his enigmatic demeanor, the others were unfazed, having long grown accustomed to it. "You all seem to be gathered. Were your thoughts?" Kurenai Yuhi approached, addressing Chunyu. "Teacher, I will participate." Chunyu nodded affirmatively. "Excellent." Kurenai's eyes sparkled with encouragement. This is a rare opportunity. Kakashi Sensei became a jonin at the tender age of 12, a genius ninja, and is the most elite ninja in the village, closest to the strength of a Hokage. With your abilities, you will not be able to harm him. Make sure to seize this chance, go all out, and gauge the difference between yourself and a true ninja. Understood. The 4 responded in unison. "Ah, everyone is here." At that moment, a languid voice wafted through the air, followed by Kakashi, dressed in his ninja attire, mask in place, leisurely strolling in with a copy of Ica Paradise in hand. "Shall we begin?" Irika approached with a list in hand. "Yes, we may commence." Kakashi tucked away his book and nodded. "Quiet down, please," Irika announced loudly, prompting the crowd to cease their discussions. "We shall officially begin. First up, Uchiha Sasuke." As soon as this name was uttered, all eyes turned to the silent youth. Sasuke remained stoic, devoid of any expression, and slowly stepped forward. Kakashi maintained his languid demeanor, a testament to his elite jonin status, unfazed by the situation. "Begin." With Kakashi's command, the crowd retreated, leaving ample space for the 2, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Sharingan, activate." Without hesitation, Sasuke's eyes transformed to crimson, the double Tomo Sharingan manifesting. Upon witnessing the double Tomo Sharingan, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? At this age, merely unlocking the Sharingan signifies genius. He has already attained the double Tomo. His strength must have reached that of an elite Chunin. With a bit more training, even ordinary Jonin may not stand a chance against him. Thank goodness Kakashi is the examiner. If it were one of us, we would surely. The surrounding ninjas stood agape, utterly astonished. Chapter 3. Is this the power of the prodigy Sasuke? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's right foot slammed into the ground as he positioned his hands behind him, his figure vanishing from the spot, swiftly closing in on Kakashi. Within a mere 5 meters of Kakashi, he leaped into the air, swiftly launching 3 shuriken in a triangular formation towards him. Kakashi reacted with remarkable speed, instantly drawing a shuriken to deflect the trio of projectiles. Just as his movements ceased, Sasuke was upon him, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi's lips curled slightly, impressed his student was indeed remarkable. However, despite Sasuke's seemingly rapid assault, it was insufficient in the face of Kakashi. Kakashi's left hand accelerated suddenly, moving so swiftly that the Sharingan could barely keep up. In one fluid motion, he seized Sasuke's wrist. With a powerful yank, Sasuke was sent tumbling through the air, performing several rotations before landing gracefully, albeit with an air of disarray. Exceptional talent, ample combat experience, is this what one would call a prodigy? Another seed destined for Hokage-level prowess. This talent rivals that of his brother, without a doubt. Are you referring to the Uchiha Itachi who defected from the village? Sure. Lower your voice. Sasuke and Kakashi engaged in a rapid exchange, parting ways within mere seconds, prompting nods of approval from the observing ninjas. With such extraordinary talent, enhanced by the Sharingan as a boon, and equipped with ample combat experience, it was evident that in just a few years, he would rise to prominence within the ninja world. Perhaps he would even surpass their teacher, Kakashi. At this moment, Sasuke was panting heavily, his heart racing, his gaze fixed intently upon Kakashi, while a sharp pain radiated from his wrist. Despite appearing at ease, Sasuke had expended a significant portion of his chakra merely to withstand the assault. Truly, Kakashi-sensei was formidable. Nevertheless, Sasuke was resolute in his determination. Crackle. In the next instant, Sasuke extended his right hand, crackling with lightning as countless arcs of electricity burst forth in all directions. The newly minted ninjas engaged in a seemingly mundane conversation, yet upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they were rendered speechless, their eyes betraying an incredulous astonishment. Right, Kiri? Kakashi's S-rank ninjutsu. To think that Sasuke, at such a tender age, has mastered it? Goodness, how formidable is Sasuke's innate talent? That is merely a diminished version of Raikiri, an A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. Indeed, it is astonishing to consider that not even many J-nin can master such a technique, let alone a mere genin. The assembly could no longer contain the amazement swelling within them. Even Kakashi's pupils slightly constricted in response. This young lad, when did he learn Chidori? I have only taught him for a brief period, yet his talent is astonishing. Although he possesses the Sharingan, enabling him to memorize every hand sign, the number of individuals capable of mastering such techniques remains scant. Even during the time of the Uchiha clan, few could achieve such prowess, and those who did became the pinnacle of ninja in this world. Suddenly, Sasuke let out a fierce roar, leaping high into the air. Raising his right hand as boundless lightning coursed through the atmosphere, tracing a perfect arc, he then thrust his right hand forward with great force. Chidori. Everyone present held their breath, their gazes fixated. Kakashi's expression grew serious. Even he would likely sustain injuries from such a blow. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke closed the distance, facing Kakashi with unwavering resolve, his right hand striking out with immense force. Bang! Crackle! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a cloud of dust erupted skyward, and countless arcs of electricity shot out in all directions, prompting the onlookers to evade. Did he hit? Impossible. How could he possibly strike Kakashi-sensei? The crowd was in shock. As the dust began to settle, Sasuke stood panting heavily, having expended nearly half of his chakra in that single attack. Before him lay only a stone reduced to powder and a massive crater carved into the ground. Witnessing this crater, everyone was filled with astonishment. Is this the offensive power expected of a mere genin? Meanwhile, Kakashi had positioned himself behind Sasuke, his hand resting on Sasuke's shoulder. Body flicker technique. Truly, Kakashi-sensei demonstrated remarkable skill, executing the technique at the last moment. We couldn't even perceive his movement. One Ch-nin gaped in disbelief, stammering. It is a feat only Kakashi-sensei could accomplish. If it were anyone else, they would have been forced to retreat in a panic. Another Ch-nin felt equally disheartened. Kakashi-sensei, an elite J-nin, the closest to being a Hokage, while Sasuke is strong, the gap remains significant. Yet despite this, the ninjas were all visibly shaken. Sasuke had just graduated from the academy and had already mastered the A-rank technique, Chidori, even demonstrating a portion of its might. Kakashi's victory was expected, nothing particularly surprising. However, Sasuke's performance had redefined their understanding of genius. Sasuke glanced back at Kakashi, uttering no words as he slowly returned, while the gazes of the crowd remained upon him. Irika. Kakashi observed Irika, who had been rendered completely motionless, and sighed in resignation. Irika snapped back to reality. Oh, let's continue. The next one, Chinyu. Upon hearing Chinyu's name, the interest of the ninjas waned. They turned their attention elsewhere, engaging in discussions about the recent battle, analyzing Sasuke's performance, occasionally casting glances back at him. In their minds, Chinyu was merely slightly superior to the underperforming Naruto, likely destined to remain a genin for life. There was little to capture their attention. Kakashi would probably resolve the encounter with Chinyu in less than a second, a one-sided display of dominance. Go for it. Hinata clenched her little fists, summoning her courage. Her cheeks flushed as she cheered for Chinyu. You can do it, Kurenai smiled, offering an encouraging glance. Poor child. He tries so hard, yet his talent is lacking. Noticing the skepticism around him, Chinyu felt no anger. Instead, he was filled with joy. This is a complete acknowledgement of his acting prowess. My pretense of weakness over the past 3 years has certainly paid off. I must maintain this facade to ensure my survival. Ding. A side quest has been triggered. Defeat Kakashi. Upon completion, a reward awaits. The development level of the tremor fruit will increase by 15. Just as Chunyu was preparing to make a casual exit, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. What? Defeating Kakashi. Could it truly enhance the development level of the tremor fruit by 15? This is the system that does not wish for me to continue in this manner. What are we waiting for? I apologize, Kakashi-sensei. For the sake of this level of development, I must impose on you. I shall exploit my abilities. I can no longer endure. Kakashi, upon witnessing Chinyu's sudden surge of excitement, found himself momentarily perplexed, sensing that something was amiss. However, given Chinyu's consistently mediocre performance, Kakashi chose to disregard him, maintaining a laid-back demeanor with his hands tucked into his pockets. Begin, Irika commanded, marking the official start. Unlike the clash with Sasuke, the surrounding spectators engaged in casual conversation, with few, aside from Hinata and a handful of others, taking the match seriously. Chapter 4. Kakashi poses coolly. Only to be knocked down by a single punch, Chinyu inhaled deeply, slowly releasing his breath. Last night, he had acquired the tremor fruit. He had yet to unleash his full potential, and now presented before him was a living target to test his capabilities. With this thought, Chinyu extended his right hand, and in an instant, a vibrational aura emerged. What kind of jutsu is this? A Chunin inadvertently remarked, drawing the attention of several nearby ninjas. Is this the spiral sphere invented by the fourth Hokage? No, the spiral sphere involves chakra swirling violently within the palm. This is clearly different. Could it be that he is merely enveloping chakra on the surface of his fist? What purpose could that serve? It could only swat a mosquito. Alas, this child, striving with relentless effort, finds his talent starkly lacking in comparison to Sasuke. Even with an all-out attack, he would yield no effect. It would be wiser to merely go through the motions to avoid injury. The ninjas shook their heads in dismay. Kakashi-sensei, I am coming, Chinyu declared, tightening his fist as he charged towards Kakashi. Despite being a newcomer, his speed paled in comparison to Sasuke's. An experienced genin could easily counter him. With such capabilities, one might doubt his ability to pass even the first test of the Chunin exams. The disparity between genius and the ordinary was indeed immense. Sensing a speed that was far slower than Sasuke's, the ninjas found little excitement in his approach, likening it to a grand opening followed by a mere 3, a lackluster affair. Kakashi maintained his cool demeanor, hands still in his pockets, utterly motionless. Chunyu's lips curled into a slight smile. He continued to approach Kakashi at his original pace. Yet the energy from the tremor fruit surged within him. Suddenly, Kakashi felt an intense sense of danger, his pupils constricting sharply. What was happening? What a stark contrast in the child's demeanor compared to just moments ago. If Sasuke resembled a young leopard taking its first steps, then Chinyu appeared as a magnificent tiger, bearing its fearsome fangs. In an instant, Chinyu had closed the distance to less than 5 meters from Kakashi, firmly planting his feet on the ground as the energy from the tremor fruit surged to its zenith. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of shattering space reverberated, and fissures radiated outwards like a spider's web from the epicenter of Chunyu's fist. An immensely powerful shockwave erupted, racing towards Kakashi like a bolt of lightning. Once calm and collected, Kakashi now felt a surge of tension, his instincts heightened, as if facing a formidable adversary. What was happening with this boy? There was no time for contemplation. Kakashi swiftly drew his hands, preparing to execute the body replacement technique, only to be horrified by the realization that the air around him seemed to be constricted, rendering him immobile. Here he was, an elite genin, recognized as one of the closest to the rank of Hokage, yet he found himself ensnared by the assault of a newcomer. But at that moment, Chinyu's attack was already upon him. True to his reputation as an elite genin, the battle-hardened Kakashi, unable to perform the body replacement technique, frantically formed hand seals. In the split second before the impact, he slammed his hands into the ground. Multiple earth-style wall. His voice echoed as a massive earthen barrier erupted from the earth. Bang! Simultaneously, Chun Yu's strike collided forcefully with the colossal rock. Boom! In the next heartbeat, an unfathomable surge of wild energy detonated, sending terrifying ripples cascading outward. The explosion was exponentially more powerful than Sasuke's previous attack, resonating across the heavens and the earth. What just transpired? The ninjas, who had been engaged in casual conversation moments ago, were now struck with shock and awe, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the explosion at the center. What is the meaning of this? This explosion was triggered by Chinyu. Is it truly the Chinyu whom they have consistently looked down upon, who has remained inconspicuous and positioned in the lower tiers all along? This individual, how astonishingly powerful. Just moments ago, the several Nin were engaged in a discussion on how to counterattack against Sasuke's assault. Yet now, observing Chun Yu's onslaught, what counterattack could possibly be executed? They were utterly annihilated, reduced to mere dust. Even the few Nin felt an immense tremor resonate within their hearts. This assault was so formidable that even they would likely struggle to endure it. Standing off to the side, Guy, who was pitted against Kakashi, maintained a stoic demeanor while watching the clash between Kakashi and Sasuke. However, upon sensing the impact of Chun Yu's strike, his brows furrowed in sudden concern. This recent blow would likely necessitate his opening of the seventh gate just to barely contend with it. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Could it possibly belong to the Super S-rank category? It is well known that even a genin capable of mastering B-rank ninjutsu is considered a prodigy worthy of rigorous training by the Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke, who can learn A-rank ninjutsu, is hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Of course, such extraordinary talents are somewhat common within the Uchiha clan, primarily due to the presence of the Sharingan. However, among ordinary individuals, such prowess remains exceedingly rare. Yet Chinyu, a mere descendant of an ordinary ninja family, unlike Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, has no renowned bloodline limit to speak of. How extraordinary it is that he can wield such formidable ninjutsu. The term freak of nature no longer suffices to describe him. At this moment, in a secret chamber within the Hidden Leaf, the third Hokage, adorned with the Hokage hat, sat in a chair, pipe in mouth, enveloped in silence. Beside him sat an elder of similar age, his right eye and arm wrapped in bandages, particularly the arm, which was also secured with a lock. Are you certain of this matter? The third Hokage spoke slowly, parting his lips. It should be confirmed, Danzo replied, shrouded in darkness. The Umbu have conducted multiple investigations. The news is likely accurate. Very well, the third Hokage nodded, inhaling from his pipe and exhaling slowly. Ensure that they remain vigilant. The Chunin exams are about to commence, and ninjas from various nations will be converging upon the leaf. We cannot afford any disturbances at this juncture. Understood. Danzo rose, poised to exit when suddenly, a tremendous explosion and tremor erupted. The third Hokage sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. As if facing a formidable foe, Danzo's eye darkened ominously. The energy from that explosion must originate from a Kaga-level power. What is happening? How could a Kaga-level individual be attacking the Hidden Leaf? Let us investigate. The third Hokage discarded his pipe and swiftly moved toward the exit. Danzo beckoned with a finger, and from the shadows emerged three masked men, members of the Leaf S Umbu. Relay the order. Full alert. Yes, the three men, sensing the earlier tremor, did not dare to slacken their resolve and hurriedly departed. Danzo followed closely behind the third Hokage, vanishing from the room. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the academy, Chun Yu stood resolutely, his attire pristine despite the chaos around him. Before him, the multiple earth wall lay in ruins, precariously teetering, riddled with holes. And at its center was a vast gaping void. In stark contrast, Kakashi crouched on the ground, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood ceaselessly dripping from him. Defeated, Kakashi had indeed been vanquished, and by someone they had always deemed an underachiever. An elite Jonin, on the verge of becoming a Kage in a few years, had unleashed his strongest defensive ninjutsu, the Earth Release, multiple Earth Wall, yet it was utterly insufficient to withstand a single blow from Chinyu. How could this be possible? All the ninjas surrounding him had turned to stone, their astonishment overwhelming, the sound of dropped objects echoing in the air. If Sasuke's earlier display had left them in shock, then Chun Yu's performance instilled a deep-seated fear. At that moment, Sasuke, knocked down by the shockwaves of the attack, rose from the ground, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, filled instead with disbelief. He had always considered himself the undisputed foremost among the newcomers, yet now reality had mercilessly trampled on his pride. The immense disparity before him birthed, for the very first time, a sense of despair in this individual who had been brimming with confidence from the outset. Chapter 5. The third Hokage is stunned. As the dust settled, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Every mind lay blank, incredulously fixed on the young man in white, standing at the center of it all. What on earth was happening? How could this mere underachiever, slightly stronger than Naruto, shatter multiple Earth-style walls with a single punch, leaving Kakashi gasping blood? Shinyu himself was taken aback. How could he, having only developed 25 of the Tremor Fruit's power, be so formidable? He had never anticipated such an outcome, especially considering Kakashi's status as an elite shinobi, nearly at the level of a Kage, who could have effortlessly dispatched him in the past. With only the Tremor Fruit as his trump card, he had no choice but to exert himself fully to accomplish his task, and yet the results were astonishing. Of course, this was also due to Kakashi underestimating him. Had Kakashi been on high alert, the situation would have likely been different. Nevertheless, it was undeniably impressive. What if he were to develop it to 100? Ding. Mission accomplished. The development level of the Tremor Fruit increased by 15. At that moment, a cold mechanical notification echoed in Chinyu's mind. Upon checking the data panel, he found that the Tremor Fruit had been developed to 40. Clenching his fist slightly, he gazed at the massive, shattered rock before him. Had he possessed his current strength earlier, the Earth-style walls would surely have crumbled to dust with a single blow, and Kakashi would likely have sustained serious injuries. Retracting his fist, Chinyu walked back amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. All units, remain vigilant. Protect the citizens. Hurry, hurry. At that moment, several commanding shouts rang out, followed by the sudden appearance of masked figures, encircling the entire school. The Umbu. The crowd gasped in shock at the sight. This is a mysterious force affiliated with the Hokage, remarkably powerful. And those who can enter the Umbu are the elite among the elite. Unexpectedly, during a minor newcomer assessment, even the Umbu was stirred. The Hokage. An even more shocking event unfolded. At the center of the scene, an aged figure appeared slowly, clad in a red Hokage cloak and wearing a Hokage hat. His wrinkled face was marked by age, yet his eyes remained sharp as those of a hawk. It was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the original narrative, he was the god of ninjas in the early stages, proficient in 5 chakra natures and over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques, a pinnacle of strength. Chinyu quietly observed from the side. The third Hokage was not only immensely powerful but also possessed exceptional intelligence, particularly regarding the legacy of the Will of Fire in Konoha, which had inspired generations. He was in existence both wise and formidable. Upon discerning his surroundings, the third Hokage was taken aback. Although the venue was severely damaged, it was evident from the teachers and students nearby that there were no signs of an external attack. After all, the teachers present were all qualified ninjas of Konoha. If there had truly been an invasion, even if they were outmatched, they would have fought valiantly to protect the students and raise the alarm to alert others in the village, rather than standing idly by. Since there was no invasion, what could account for this disturbance of such magnitude? Hokage-sama, Irika quickly approached. What was that disturbance just now? The third Hokage frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. And where is Kakashi? Did I not instruct him to oversee the new student's examination? Kakashi is over there. Irika gulped nervously, trembling as he pointed in a direction. The third Hokage felt a wave of confusion and followed Irika's finger, only to be stunned. Is that bloodied figure Kakashi? What happened? I specifically asked him to supervise the newcomer's exam, and now he has been reduced to this state? Irika shook his head with difficulty. What? This news sent shockwaves through the third Hokage's mind. Kakashi is the closest being to a Hokage, the one recognized in the village as possessing power nearest to that of the Hokage. To be injured by a newcomer is already hard to fathom. But to be in such a condition, how could this be possible? Irika. The third Hokage felt a surge of anger. This concerns the safety of the village. Do not speak frivolously. What transpired? It is true. Irika insisted. I too find it hard to believe, but it is indeed the case. The third Hokage paused, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, only to find the teachers and students nodding in agreement. Could it truly be real? A tempest of astonishment surged in the third Hokage's heart. His murky, aged eyes slowly scanned the newcomers, lingering for a few seconds on Sasuke. Is he the child of the Uchiha clan? Could it be his Sharingan? No. Suddenly, the third Hokage's peripheral vision caught sight of someone, and he abruptly fixed his gaze upon a child dressed in white, devoid of any aura, standing there. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a sudden tremor of unease coursed through the third Hokage's heart. This child is undoubtedly extraordinary. It's Shinyu? The third Hokage slowly articulated. Indeed, Irika responded from the side. The third Hokage remained silent, for he had already comprehended the significance of Shinyu, a child who had grown alongside the 12 young ninjas. The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon Shinyu. A smile of approval gracing his features. It appears that the will of fire in our Hidden Leaf Village has gained yet another formidable inheritor. A legacy that will endure through the ages. You may disperse now. With a grand gesture, the third Hokage dismissed the Umbu, who vanished without a trace. And he too departed. Well, you are incredibly strong. Quickly tell the teacher how you achieved this. What kind of ninjutsu is this? There is not a hint of chakra fluctuation. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed with delight. I'm not sure how it happened. Suddenly, an immense power erupted from within me. Shinyu feigned ignorance, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Well, it doesn't matter. Regardless, our class is the strongest in this generation. Kurenai beamed with joy. I didn't realize my brother was this formidable. Hinata whispered from the side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I can't believe you actually injured Kakashi-sensei. But I won't give up. I will be the one to become Hokage in the end. Naruto exclaimed as he rushed over. Kakashi-sensei. At that moment, Shinyu suddenly called out. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Everyone immediately reacted, for Chinyu's display of power had astonished them, capturing all their attention. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Kakashi lay in a pool of blood. Medical team. Several ninjas swiftly descended, carrying Kakashi away, and the crowd gathered, including Shinyu. Cough, cough. Kakashi coughed violently a few times, struggling to sit up, blood seeping continuously from his mask. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Shinyu approached to help Kakashi up. Regardless, in the original anime, Kakashi was a character Shinyu particularly admired. Moreover, he had taken Shinyu's full-force attack without any preparation, making it only natural for Shinyu to express concern. I'm fine. Kakashi shook his head, glancing at Shinyu with astonishment. Although he had initially underestimated him, the power displayed was overwhelmingly formidable. Even without underestimating, the ability to restrain space would undoubtedly be incredibly challenging to contend with. This boy is indeed a hidden gem. Kakashi-sensei. Shinyu began to speak. Kakashi's eyes suddenly transformed into a crescent shape as he patted Chinyu's shoulder. It's alright. Another strong warrior has emerged from our Hidden Leaf Village. Haha. Though it's a pity about the paradise of affection I just purchased. A few black lines appeared on the brows of those present, realizing Kakashi-sensei was indeed fine. At that moment, a masked Umbu approached, standing beside Shinyu and stating, Shinyu, the Hokage wishes to see you. Chapter 6. Bloodline Limits. Jiraiya's shock inside the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, clad in the Hokage robes and puffing on a pipe, sat in a chair, flanked by several imposing Umbu ninjas, alongside the shadowy figure of Danzo, who loomed like a specter. Beside the third Hokage sat a tall individual, wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, adorned with a red mark beneath his eyes. Clad in a red outer robe over a brown garment, he wore wooden clogs and had armaments resembling armor on his arms. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. The master of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya was an undeniable powerhouse at the level of Hokage, having trained disciples who were all top-tier warriors capable of stirring the winds of change. However, he preferred freedom and had been wandering outside until recently returning. Jiraiya had been at a stream, secretly observing a few girls bathing, gathering inspiration. Suddenly, he was summoned by the Umbu. Initially thinking the 3rd Hokage sought to inquire about recent events, he quickly sensed something was amiss upon arrival. While the 3rd Hokage maintained a calm demeanor, reminiscing and sharing past stories, Danzo's grim expression was unmistakable, as if he were preparing for battle. Seeing Danzo's sour face made Jiraiya uneasy. What has happened? Is the Ninja World War about to commence again? However, the 3rd Hokage offered no explanations, leaving Jiraiya to ponder. Could it be that the Akatsuki organization he had been investigating was making moves? After all, Konoha's intelligence network was robust, and it was not unusual to receive some news, especially since the Akatsuki had been quite active in recent years. Though few in number, each member was exceptionally troublesome. It was rumored they were currently hunting Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Perhaps the Akatsuki is targeting him. At that moment, the atmosphere in Konoha didn't seem to warrant Danzo's intense gravity. Just then, Footsteps echoed from the entrance, and a youthful figure entered. Jiraiya looked up and was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the individual. A few days prior, when he had met Irika, Irika had shared detailed information about this new generation of ninjas. At that time, Jiraiya had merely glanced over it, only inquiring further about Naruto and Sasuke. The young lad seems to be named Shinyu, whose abilities appear rather mediocre. What is going on? How could it be him? It is astonishing that someone so newly graduated and positioned in the lower tier has made Team Mura so solemn. Come now, take a seat, said the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a kind expression, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a warm smile. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, Shinyu replied with an innocent demeanor, obediently sitting down. Resembling a well-behaved child. Your performance today has truly surprised me. What jutsu did you employ? There was almost no fluctuation of chakra, yet you managed to injure Kakashi? The third Hokage chuckled, intrigued. Jiraiya, seated nearby, was taken aback. What? Kakashi was injured? By this newcomer? Could it be that the significant fluctuation of power earlier was conjured by this boy? Grandpa Hokage, I don't really know, Shinyu said, his face a mask of confusion. Today, I suddenly felt a peculiar change within my body, and then I transformed like this. Grandpa Hokage, I'm a bit worried. What is happening to me? Fear not, for I am here, the third Hokage reassured with a smile. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it possibly be a new bloodline limit? I don't know, Grandpa Hokage. What is a bloodline limit? Shinyu asked, genuinely puzzled, yet internally delighted. I haven't even begun to perform. And the old man has already concocted a reason for me. Having an elder at home is indeed a treasure. Thank you, third Hokage. A bloodline limit is a powerful force that originates from a mutation of chakra and can be inherited through lineage, the third Hokage explained. When two different chakra natures are combined, they give rise to a new ninjutsu known as a bloodline limit. For instance, wind, water, ice, earth, water, wood. Typically, only a select few ninjas can develop such new techniques on their own. Once successful, this new ninjutsu is recorded in the ninja's genes and passed down to their descendants. Abilities acquired from a specific organ that differ from the norm are also considered bloodline limits, such as the Uchiha clan as Sharingan or the Hyuga clan as Byakugan. Those who possess a bloodline limit have unique abilities and are generally quite powerful, which makes them highly valued by the great nations and ninja villages. They strive to protect their clan's secrets while also seeking to understand or undermine their enemies' bloodline limits. Could it be that Shinyu truly possesses a new bloodline limit? Did he experience a mutation while utilizing chakra? Just now, I sensed a distinct spatial fluctuation. Could this new bloodline limit be related to space? The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. I don't know, Shinyu replied, still appearing utterly bewildered. His feigned ignorance, combined with his upbringing in Konoha, left the third Hokage without grounds for suspicion. The third Hokage fell silent. The ninja world is vast, and it is likely that new ninjutsu is created every day. There are many occurrences that one may not have witnessed or comprehended. The appearance of a new bloodline limit in Konoha seems beneficial on the surface, adding another strong individual to the village. However, reflecting on the Uchiha clan, whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. You, young man. The third Hokage suddenly chuckled. I hope you make good use of your power. Also, be sure to keep it a secret. Do not let outsiders, especially those from other villages, learn about your bloodline limit, for it could be perilous. As for the others, I will ensure they refrain from asking too many questions. Understood. Grandpa Hokage, Shinyu nodded, feeling quite pleased. After all, the Hokage had asked him to keep it a secret, allowing him to continue living discreetly. However, I must tell you, the power you possess may engender many desires. You are still young, and you must realize that though power is indeed significant, there are many things in this world that hold greater importance. The third Hokage gently patted Shinyu on the head. I understand, Lord Third Hokage. Shinyu replied with a smile. Grandpa Hokage once said that power is to protect those who are important, not to harm others. As long as there are leaves fluttering, the fire shall burn, casting its shadow upon the village and nurturing new growth. It is only when one strives to protect those they cherish that a ninja's true power is revealed. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was taken aback. Wait, aren't those my own words? This lad has memorized them. Excellent. My teachings have taken root, and the will of fire continues to flourish. I am not alone in my path. He laughed heartily. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Grandpa Hokage. Shinyu bid farewell politely before departing. After Shinyu left, Danzo, who had remained silent, gazed after him with an avaricious glint. Hiruzen, I can't shake the feeling that this new bloodline limit poses a threat. Should we? No need. The third Hokage waved dismissively. Our priority now is to ensure the Chunin exams proceed smoothly. Shinyu is a Konoha citizen with a clear background. We must place our trust in him. Chapter 7. The Chunin exams begin. Ding. The registration for the Chunin exams has been completed. You have gained a 30 proficiency in the observation haki. As Shinyu exited the Hokage's office, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Observation haki, you say? A faint smile graced Shinyu's lips. In the world of Naruto, there are indeed methods to sense the presence of those around him. Yet none rival the prowess of observation haki. With this, he has acquired yet another means of safeguarding himself. Observation haki. Activate. Instantly, Shinyu felt his senses extend outward. And by closing his eyes, he could distinctly perceive the ground beneath his feet, as well as the flora surrounding him. He had intended to test his limits, but reconsidered upon recalling the presence of 3 formidable figures within the nearby room. Although this world lacks observation haki, it does not imply that the Hokages lack sensing abilities. While ordinary ninjas may be oblivious, these 3 within the room could very well be aware. Even with the power of the Gomu Gomu fruit and observation haki, there are still many in the Naruto world capable of effortlessly overpowering him. One possesses offensive capabilities while the other offers support, yet both lack the means for self-preservation. I must endure. Suddenly, Shinyu paused in surprise. A familiar small figure emerged in his perception, swiftly approaching, but hesitated upon catching sight of him at the corner. Shinyu smiled and withdrew his observation, stealthily making his way toward the corner. Hinata, what are you doing? The one hiding behind the wall was indeed Hinata, who felt immensely conflicted and shy. Startled by Chinyu's voice, her petite face flushed crimson. Chinyu and I, how did you know I was here? Hinata lowered her head, her fingers nervously entwined, speaking softly. I saw the tips of your toes. Chinyu replied with a smile. By the way, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at school right now? The newcomer competition has already concluded. Hinata's cheeks remained rosy as she responded. Kurenai-sensei told me to find you and prepare for the first examination. Is it truly so swift? The progression within this world of Naruto diverges significantly from the original narrative, perhaps a consequence of the butterfly effect brought about by Chinyu. In regard to the various plot lines surrounding the Chunin exams, Chinyu adheres to a singular principle, to remain aloof and indifferent to matters that do not concern him, eschewing any endeavors lacking personal benefit. In the realm of adventure, safety prevails above all, mere survival suffices. Shinyu gently ruffled Hinata's hair as they both advanced towards the examination venue. As an ardent fan of the original series, although some specific details had escaped his memory, he still recalled that the first exam, while ostensibly a written test, was fundamentally an assessment of a ninja's ability to gather information. To put it plainly, it was a test of whether one could cheat without being detected. Previously, this might have posed a challenge, yet now, with the mastery of observation haki, it was effortlessly manageable. As they conversed, they arrived at examination room 301. Shinyu opened the door and stepped inside. The room was populated by various participants from prominent ninja villages, preparing for the exam. Upon noticing Shinyu's entrance, their chatter diminished significantly, and their gazes turned toward him, filled with an air of danger and anxiety. Hinata, feeling intimidated, instinctively sought refuge behind Shinyu, clutching the hem of his garment. Shinyu remained unfazed, offering his striking visage for their scrutiny. After a few fleeting glances, the other ninjas diverted their attention, deeming Shinyu rather unremarkable. However, the newcomers from Konohagakure fixated on him, their gazes lingering longer than expected. Unfazed by their curiosity, Shinyu guided Hinata to 2 vacant seats, where they settled down. At that moment, Kabuto, holding a stack of cards, wore a faint smile as he continued the previous discussion. The Sound Village, having been recently established, lacks substantial information, yet its ninjas are formidable. He elaborated, thus, all the candidates gathered here are the elite among the genin of their respective villages. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, fists clenched and body trembling, caught Sakura's attention. Unable to contain herself, she approached him to offer comfort. Naruto, you need to pull yourself together. Suddenly, Naruto proclaimed loudly, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will never lose to any of you. Do you understand? Upon uttering those words, the room was instantly enveloped in silence. A multitude of furious gazes converged upon Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura was left momentarily speechless. How could I have thought he would succumb to despair after all this time together? Such arrogance. Amidst the crowd, a figure clad in heavy garments, with his head wrapped in bandages revealing only his left eye, let out a cold sneer. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! In the next instant, a billowing cloud of smoke ascended. A large hand emerged from the haze, seizing the attacking ninja's fist and effortlessly deflecting the fierce blow, sending him hurtling away. Jinin, quiet down. I am your examiner, Marino Abiki. As the smoke dissipated, a middle-aged man adorned in a black headscarf and a black trench coat, with a resolute expression, piercing gaze, and 2 long scars etched across his face, gradually appeared. Following closely behind him was a row of ninjas, all examiners for this test. I will now distribute the number tags. You are to take your seats according to the numbers, Marino Ibiki stated coldly. Chinyu, what do you think the first exam will entail? Kiba approached and inquired. Given Chunyu's evident prowess, he had undoubtedly become the backbone of their small team. Shino trailed behind, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor and remaining silent. A written test. Chinyu replied nonchalantly. However, this round requires you to copy. What? Kiba exclaimed, taken aback. If we have to copy, won't we be eliminated? Chinyu merely smiled, offering no further explanation. I believe in you, brother Chinyu, Hinata whispered softly. What a reckless individual, yet your strength is unparalleled. So I am inclined to trust you. Kiba chuckled boisterously. Well, we can always try again next year. Shino adjusted his glasses, remaining silent, though his expression suggested agreement. Soon, each participant received a number and found their respective seats. Outside, a figure approached slowly. Lord Hokage? The sight left several stunned. How could a mere Chunin exam attract the attention of the Hokage? You've worked hard, the third Hokage said with a warm smile. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Rest assured. Lord Hokage, all is normal, one ninja replied. Where is the monitoring room? This way. The ninja guided the third Hokage to a nearby room, where several televisions displayed live footage of the ongoing events. After settling into a seat, the third Hokage fell silent, puffing on his pipe as he observed the composed figure on screen. This time, what surprises can you bring me? Chapter 8. Have you completed your regulations? I am ready to submit my paper. The third Hokage pondered, but suddenly realized that as soon as the exam papers were distributed, Chinyu had already begun to write furiously. What? Has he started so soon? Is the written examination truly this remarkable? Please present me with the answers. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment, then inquired of a nearby Chunin. Lord Hokage, this is the answer. The Chunin hurriedly handed over a sheet of paper. The third Hokage scanned it, and then glanced at Chunyu's responses, instantly rendered speechless. How is it possible that they are identical? Not a single character differs. This is inconceivable. The nearby ninjas clearly noticed as well. These questions are beyond the standard curriculum. It is difficult even for a typical nin, let alone a mere genin, to answer them. What is going on here? Several high-ranking ninjas could not contain their curiosity and gathered around to observe. Even if he truly knew the answers, it would be impossible for them to be exactly the same, down to the last character. One Nin expressed his disbelief. When were these questions released? Could Chinyu have possibly accessed the answers? The third Hokage inquired. Impossible. The Nin replied with utmost certainty. The questions were posed by Lord Senju Abiki half an hour ago, and the answers were just completed. The true purpose of this examination is to assess the student's abilities to gather intelligence. Irika, also present, wore a look of astonishment as he remarked. Chinyu has even lifted his head, and there is no fluctuation of chakra within him. Yet the answers seem etched in his mind. Could it be that he genuinely knows these answers? That cannot be. His written exam results at school were quite average. And the second question is of Nin level. There is no way a genin could solve it. How has this boy accomplished this? By what means did he obtain these answers? The second question here resembles a triple integral from university-level mathematics, akin to asking a child who has just entered kindergarten to solve it. It is utterly incomprehensible for them to even grasp the question, let alone formulate an answer. Even if an exceptionally gifted prodigy were to decipher it, they would certainly require time to ponder and work through the calculations. It is inconceivable that one could simply pick up a pen and write down the solution. On the surface, Sen maintains an air of tranquility, yet internally, they are profoundly astonished. These students, though they appear enigmatic and formidable, are still insufficient in the presence of the third Hokage. For instance, a few candidates have discerned the true intentions behind this Chunin exam. Take Gaara, the sand ninja marked by the character for love on his forehead, who is currently concentrating a sand eye in the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke is poised to activate his Sharingan. These methods, although seemingly impressive, appear rather naive in the presence of the third Hokage, easily perceived as lacking depth. However, Shinyu's tactics elude even the discerning gaze of the third Hokage, who fails to detect even the slightest hint of their essence. What could be the reason for this? Given the prowess of the third Hokage, it is inconceivable that he would overlook the intentions of mere genin, let alone formidable opponents of shadow-level strength attempting to glean information. How on earth did this young man accomplish such a feat? Could it be related to the bloodline limit? Before entering, Shinyu had already employed observation haki to discern and record the answer. Now, he was merely transcribing the previously noted response without resorting to haki once more. Lord Third Hokage, do you have any insight into how he achieved this? Arika inquired. I am at a loss as well, the Third Hokage candidly admitted, shaking his head. What? Even you, Lord Third Hokage, are unaware of how he managed it? The surrounding ninjas were left utterly astonished. This young man not only possesses formidable strength, but his ability to gather intelligence surpasses that of his peers. Even the esteemed Third Hokage, renowned for his prowess, remains oblivious to his capabilities. Allowing him to partake in the examination, surely this is an act of cruelty? At this moment, within the examination classroom, several crucial rules are to be established. I shall not entertain any inquiries thereafter, so I implore you to listen attentively. Mori no Abiki, with a piece of chalk in hand, spoke with gravitas. The first rule, all participants will start the examination with a score of 10. The written test comprises 10 questions, each worth 1 point. Scoring 0 will result in disqualification. The second rule, should any member of a team fail, the entire team shall be disqualified. The third rule, any act of cheating or behavior akin to cheating, once detected by the invigilator, will incur a deduction of 2 points. Following this deduction, the offender will be expelled from the examination room, leading to the disqualification of the entire team. Mori no Abiki continued, his emotionless gaze sweeping across the assembly. All those present for the examination were left in stunned silence. Is it really that exaggerated? Now, the examination commences. At the command of Sanaya Bihiki, everyone bowed their heads, focusing intently on their papers. Teacher. At that moment, Shinyu suddenly raised his hand. What do you intend to do? Sanaya Bihiki furrowed his brows sharply, his eyes filled with disdain. As expected, every year, there are always 1 or 2 psychologically fragile individuals who give up right away. Such people are unworthy of being ninjas. I wish to submit my paper. Shinyu stated coolly. You must understand, if you give up now, you will jeopardize your comrades, Sanaya Bihiki proclaimed loudly, looking down on those who prioritize their own interests over the welfare of their peers. The other ninjas from various villages also lifted their heads, smirking at Shinyu. Giving up is beneficial. It eliminates a few competitors. That won't happen. Shinyu, however, maintained a polite smile and replied, I have completed my answers. What did you say? Sanaya Bihiki was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, think carefully before you speak, if you dare to mock the proctor. I can revoke your examination eligibility for the next 5 years. Shinyu, uninterested in further explanation, walked directly to the front and placed his paper before Sanaya Bihiki. Turning to leave. You. Sanaya Bihiki was instantly enraged, glaring at a nearby ninja and furiously commanding, write down his name. He is prohibited from participating in the Chunin exams for the next 5 years. However, upon glancing at his subordinate, Sanaya Bihiki noticed he remained motionless, which only fueled his fury further. I have spoken. Did you hear me? Lord Sanaya Bihiki, the ninja stammered, incredulously staring at the examination paper before raising his head. He answered all correctly. What? Sanaya Bihiki, taken aback, stepped forward abruptly, snatching the paper, his brow furrowed deeply as his eyes fixated intensely on the answers. Astonishingly. All correct. How is this possible? Senju Abiki, as the leader of the Konoha Umbu interrogation unit, possesses unquestionable strength and an exceptionally resolute character. His methods of interrogation allow him to perceive the anguish of the subject, thereby exerting control over their psyche. Throughout this lifetime, I have encountered countless criminals, each more heinous than the last. Yet, the questions he posed, particularly the second one, transcended the curriculum entirely, delving into secrets that these young genin could never possibly grasp. Astonishingly, Shinyu answered correctly. Moreover, his response was indistinguishable from my own. This young man, even before he had finished articulating the rules, had already discerned the true intent behind the examination. Moreover, it remains a mystery how he managed to clandestinely acquire the correct answers from another room. What sort of tactic is this? Right beneath my very nose, and I failed to notice it. I fear that even if I were seated below, I would be utterly incapable of achieving such a feat. The young man below, who had been engrossed in the performance, suddenly found himself taken aback by the expression of Mori no Abiki. It was evident that Shinyu had indeed answered correctly. As soon as Mori no Abiki had finished stating the rules, he had already completed the questions, and all of them were correct. Damn it! Is it even possible to copy answers with such speed and precision? Chapter 9. The Development of the Tremor Fruit. While everyone was in shock, Shinyu had already stepped forward. Indeed, even the Chunin exams had undergone some alterations. In the original narrative, when Marino Abiki was explaining the rules, there was a final question that would be revealed 45 minutes into the exam, testing the ninja's willpower. However, this time, perhaps due to the astonishment caused by Chinyu's premature submission, that segment was completely omitted. Furthermore, on the way here, Hinata informed him that the second exam would take place tomorrow morning. Yet, none of this seemed particularly significant. Upon returning home, Shinyu sat in his chair and opened his data panel. Host, Tion Yu Ninjutsu, Nun Taijutsu, Nun Jinjutsu, Nun Senjutsu, Nun Skill, Development of Tremor Fruit Ability 40. Observation Haki Development 30 Overall Strength. Beginner Shadow Level. Had he truly reached the strength of a shadow? Upon seeing this, Shinyu felt no emotional upheaval. One need only observe the later stages of the Naruto world, where shadow-level powerhouses were ubiquitous and jounin were scarcely regarded. Even possessing shadow-level strength necessitated a degree of caution. Casting aside these thoughts, Shinyu extended his hand, and the aura of the tremor fruit materialized. In the world of One Piece, there is a saying, there are no worthless fruits, only worthless masters. The extent of a fruit's development largely determines the strength of its wielder. Although missions would reward him with development points, they merely enhance the tremor fruit's attack potency without yielding additional techniques. How should this fruit be utilized? It requires a thorough exploration by the user, Shinyu. He reflects on One Piece. Although many characters in One Piece possess named techniques, Whitebeard seems to lack an abundance of them. Each time, it is merely a mundane punch followed by cataclysmic destruction. However, it is evident that this does not encompass the entirety of the fruit's capabilities. At the very least, this fruit should enable remote attacks. For instance, Shinyu could stand on the ground and transmit vibrations beneath the feet of his adversary, instigating an earthquake. In this manner, one can stealthily launch an attack on the enemy. However, having just made a name for himself today, it is likely that many eyes are watching him. If he were to unleash the full potential of the tremor fruit at home, the surrounding buildings would likely crumble. Yet, venturing outside would also attract unwanted attention. Thus, it is prudent to bide his time until the commotion subsides. For now, he should focus on honing his observation haki. With this thought, Shinyu closed his eyes once more. The observation haki instantly radiated outward. The outlines of the surrounding tables, chairs, and structures vividly materialized in Shinyu's mind. The intricate patterns on the cups, the text on the papers, and even the loose threads on the bedding were rendered with astonishing clarity. Subsequently, the haki penetrated through the walls and continued to spread. He could perceive the traces left by fallen leaves outside, the fluttering frequency of insects' wings, and a conversation between a ramen vendor and a customer not far away. Observation haki sharpens one's senses, allowing one to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, a truly formidable advantage. When the range of his haki expanded to a kilometer, Shinyu abruptly halted. Beyond that distance lay the Hokage's office. Although his observation haki did not extend into that space, he could still sense several overwhelmingly powerful presences. Shinyu was confident that the divine-level observation haki bestowed by the system was extraordinary and unlikely to be detected, yet caution remained paramount. While its offensive capability could be justified with the bloodline limit, its remarkable detection ability made him wary of Danzo, who might very well dissect him for research. Before acquiring absolute self-defense capabilities, he must remain low-key. Shinyu was uncertain how far his observation haki could extend, but as a man familiar with One Piece, he had a rough estimation. At least a kilometer was far from the limit. In the original work, the character with the widest range of observation haki was Enel, who, in conjunction with the Rumble fruit, could cover an entire island. Although he lacked such a fruit, the divine-level observation haki from the system was bound to be exceptional. Once developed to its fullest potential, it would likely rival and even surpass Enel's abilities. What Shinyu truly desired was to reach the pinnacle of observation haki, a means to foresee the future. Perhaps this divine-level observation haki could amalgamate all its inherent traits, boasting an expansive range and extraordinary detection capabilities, enabling him to foresee a future far beyond that of others. However, he was uncertain how far into the future he could truly see. Furthermore, Shinyu discovered that the closer the radius of his haki, the more details he could perceive. Within the haki's influence, He could even discern whether an individual harbored murderous intent. As Chunyu was immersed in his practice of observation haki indoors, he sensed the approach of 3 familiar figures. A series of knocks echoed at the door moments later. Upon opening it, he was greeted by his 3 companions. "You were right," Chunyu said, clapping him on the shoulder with a carefree demeanor. "This was indeed a test of our intelligence-gathering abilities. Thankfully, you warned me in advance. Otherwise, I would have been answering questions honestly, and that would have been disastrous, as I wouldn't have known a single answer. Indeed, I owe it to you, Chunyu, for giving me the courage to roll my eyes," Hinata whispered. "Let us go," Yo exclaimed, draping an arm over Chinyu's shoulder. "To show my gratitude. I'll treat you to ramen today." Chinyu smiled and did not refuse, stepping forward alongside his 3 companions toward the Ichiraka ramen shop. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. "Help!" The 4 halted and turned to see Moegi running frantically, exclaiming, "Sakura-ne, I won't call you fat and ugly anymore." "Ah, you still said it." Sakura chased after him. Bam! Suddenly, Moegi collided with someone, yelping in pain. In a nearby alley stood a man clad in black. His face adorned with mysterious markings, carrying a human-shaped object swathed in bandages on his back, none other than Kankuro. Kankuro frowned and seized Moegi, growling, "You little brat. Do you even know how much that hurts?" "Hey, let him go," Naruto shouted, springing from behind. "I want tea. What are you going to do about it?" Kankuro sneered. "Is this what the Leaf's Genin are like? The strongest village among the 5 great shinobi nations is nothing but this." "Enough." Naruto was furious. Fists clenched as he charged at Kankuro. With a cold smirk, Kankuro flicked his fingers, and chakra threads shot out, deftly ensnaring Naruto. Bang! As Naruto stumbled and fell, Sakura, who had just caught up, gasped in shock, having seen no sign of Kankuro's attack. "How lively," you remarked with a grin. More mundane characters have arrived," Kankuro mused, his gaze narrowing as he caught sight of Chinyu. "Interesting." Releasing his grip, Kankuro let Moegi crash to the ground. "You must be the one who finished the exam first. You seem to possess some skills. Allow me to teach you a lesson." With that, 5 chakra threads erupted from Kankuro, binding Chinyu's arms and legs. He anticipated that Chinyu would topple over, yet to his astonishment, Chinyu stood firm, unyielding. "What is going on?" "What? The chakra threads broke? Had this fellow uncovered my method of attack?" Kanjiro was taken aback. Chinyu appeared somewhat bewildered. "Is this all you've got? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me? Before the might of my observation haki, your strikes are laid bare." Akin to being captured in slow motion, the power of the tremor fruit surged forth. Invisible vibrations penetrated deep into the earth, manifesting instantaneously beneath Kanjiro's feet. Boom! Kanjiro felt a violent tremor beneath him, causing him to lose his balance, and, unable to steady himself, he fell to the ground. The newcomers from Konoha, although astonished, had witnessed Chinyu's more terrifying capabilities earlier that morning and did not display excessive surprise. However, Kanjiro's companion was left dumbfounded. The attack hadn't even commenced. Yet why had I suddenly collapsed? What kind of tactic is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is there not a trace of chakra fluctuation? Is there such a peculiar creature in the hidden leaf? Chapter 10. Gaara's uninvited advance, relentlessly rejected. Facing public humiliation, Kankuro's expression darkened as he abruptly sprang to his feet, his hand instinctively gripping the puppet slung over his back. His gaze was fixed intently on Chinyu, as he reached out, seemingly intending to unravel the bandages. "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, a soft voice echoed. Upon hearing it, Kankuro trembled violently, his confidence dissipating entirely. The onlookers were startled by the voice, quickly scanning their surroundings. There was no one. Up in the tree, Chinyu remarked with an air of nonchalance. The crowd was taken aback, rapidly looking up, only to discover a large tree nearby, where a figure hung upside down from a branch, red hair, dark eye sockets, and carrying a massive gourd. It was none other than Gaara of the Sand. Gaara, upon hearing Chinyu's words, felt a slight tremor within himself. This individual is indeed formidable. When he moves stealthily, even the ordinary Jonin remain oblivious, yet Chinyu, without even lifting his gaze or casting a glance in my direction, managed to perceive my presence. My heart raced with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on my brow. "What a disgraceful fool." I, Gaara, coldly remarked. "Do you believe we traveled all this way to Konoha merely to embarrass you? Listen to me. It was they who initiated the conflict," Kanjiro stammered, his face drenched in cold sweat. "Silence," I warned, narrowing my eyes. "Speak further, and I shall take your life." Kanjiro, immediately stricken with fear, trembled. "I understand. I apologize. I truly apologize. I will never dare again. I am sorry. I turned my gaze towards the people of Konoha, speaking with indifference. Faced with this enigmatic and peculiar figure, none dared to voice their thoughts, all seemingly aligning themselves with Chinyu. You are impressive. I find you quite intriguing, I declared as I leapt from the tree, standing before Chinyu with utmost seriousness. Apologies, but I have no interest in you, Chinyu casually rejected, not even sparing me a glance as he turned away with his companions. Though my own life has been rather tragic, Chinyu disdained the tyrannical trio of sand shinobi and, unwilling to exert himself as a mentor for troubled youth, chose to respond with disdain. Kanjiro and the later joining Temari were left in shock upon hearing this exchange. How dare you show such disrespect to me, Gaara? What did you say? Gaara's voice suddenly grew cold, an aura of menace enveloping him as sand began to seep from behind him, casting a heavy atmosphere. Do you wish to be my friend? Chinyu halted, not bothering to turn around as he declared, a person who cannot even conquer their fears, who might at any moment be consumed by a monster within, is unworthy of my friendship. Furthermore, retract your sand. This is not a kindergarten. If the earlier encounter with Kankuro and Temari had been shocking, now they were utterly terrified. This individual, astonishingly, possesses knowledge of these clandestine techniques of the sand shinobi. No, that is no longer of consequence. What truly matters is that he dared to utter such words in front of Gaara. This is the greatest secret of Gaara. A profound and unspeakable taboo nestled within his heart. To think that this fellow would so brazenly reveal it. A crisis is imminent. The two individuals cast their gazes towards Gaara's silhouette, swallowing hard as they sensed the fury within him intensifying. The surrounding sand began to whirl restlessly. This is bad. Gaara is on the verge of an outburst. We must take cover. Just as they prepared to flee the battlefield, they suddenly sensed something amiss. What is happening? The killing intent has vanished. The sand has fallen silent. Gaara is not losing control. Remarkably, Chinyu has managed to withstand such impudent words. Is this still the Gaara they once knew? That tempestuous, bloodthirsty individual? Let us depart. Gaara's expression remained impassive as he turned and walked away slowly. Temari and Kankuro's minds were in a state of reboot. What is happening? What has transpired? Who can enlighten me? Why has Gaara not erupted in fury? What has become of this world? Even Gaara has resorted to enduring in silence. Gaara, are you all right? Temari, unable to contain herself any longer, inquired from the side. He is formidable. Gaara came to a halt, refraining from responding to Temari's question. Instead, he slightly raised his head. His eyes filled with an overwhelming gravity. Without resorting to my trump card, I lacked the confidence to defeat him. What? Upon hearing these words, Kankuro and Temari were utterly bewildered. Others may not realize the extent of my affection for Luo's strength, but they are well aware. This is truly a case of a Jonin whose potential has been overshadowed by the identity of a Chunin. Having undertaken hundreds of missions without sustaining a single injury, it is rumored that he has clandestinely completed an S-rank mission and returned unscathed. That hidden card, which Gaara has revealed only once, remains an indelible memory for both individuals. Confronted by that trump card, they found themselves devoid of the courage to resist. Astonishingly, Gaara claims that only by utilizing this hidden card does he stand a chance to defeat Chinyu. No wonder Chinyu speaks so bluntly. He has endured much in silence. However, Temari had intended to inquire how Chinyu was privy to the matter of Shikaku, yet she swallowed her words, deciding it best not to ask since Gaara had not broached the subject. Kankuro, equally astounded, despite his arrogance, is acutely aware that he is far from Gaara's equal. His thoughts drift back to the recent confrontation with Chinyu. A sudden jolt surged through this fellow's heart. Fortunately, Gaara arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would likely be lying on the ground, oblivious to my fate. At the Ichiraka ramen shop, Naruto Uzumaki proclaimed loudly from his seat, "Haha, boss. I hear you have a new ramen flavor. I'll have 2 bowls." Certainly. The owner of Ichiraka wore his characteristic beaming smile, his eyes narrowing into slits as he busily prepared the noodles. In no time, steaming bowls of ramen were served before everyone. Slurp. As soon as they were placed down, Naruto began devouring the noodles voraciously. Chinyu took a few bites as well, savoring the delightful taste. Beside Chinyu, Inazuka Kiba remarked, "That guy with dark circles under his eyes seemed quite dangerous." Indeed, Chinyu nodded gravely. "You must avoid any confrontation with him. You would not stand a chance. If provoked, he is truly capable of lethal force." "Surely he wouldn't," Kiba chuckled. "This is Konoha. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Did you see him scurry away just now?" "Exactly," Sakura declared, clenching her fists. "Within our village, no matter how powerful he may be, he wouldn't dare to attack." Unbeknownst to these individuals, They believed Gaara had retreated due to fear of causing a scene in the village. Shinyu smiled but offered no further explanation. Shinyu's assessment was accurate. Just then, the curtain was pulled aside, and a familiar figure entered, Irika. Irika-sensei. Upon seeing him, everyone hastily stood to greet him. Please, sit and enjoy your meal. Irika said with a warm smile as he took a seat and ordered a bowl of ramen. Irika-sensei, Sakura inquired, who exactly is that guy? How powerful is he? His name is Gaara, Irika replied, his expression turning serious. We do not possess much information about him, but we know he has a brutal temperament and is quick to kill. Recently, our intelligence reported that Gaara executed a mission where he killed 2 elite jonin in another village without sustaining any injuries and returned unscathed. Thus, Shinyu was right. Whether inside or outside the village, it is wise not to provoke him, as he shows no regard for such matters when it comes to taking lives. What? Aside from Naruto, who continued to eat heartily, everyone else was left in stunned silence, their minds blank. This individual is utterly monstrous. To slay 2 elite jonin without sustaining a scratch? Is this a monster? With a savage temperament and a propensity for violence, this creature acts with utter impunity. It dares to strike even on someone else's territory. The only reason it retreated just now must be due to Shinyu, right? But Shinyu did nothing at all. He merely uttered a few words, and yet he managed to intimidate such a beast. My goodness! Could it be that Shinyu is a monster terminator? No. He must be the true monster himself. What is happening? Irika, noticing the bewildered expressions of those around him, inquired with curiosity. He recounted the entire sequence of events from beginning to end, plunging Irika into a state of shock. Gaara, with his frenzied bloodlust, cold and devoid of emotion, concealed in darkness and shrouded in secrets, would likely dare to engage even with Kakashi. Yet, upon encountering Shinyu, a mere exchange of words was sufficient to compel him to flee in defeat. How many secrets does this Shinyu conceal? Chapter 11. Having studied mathematics and science, one fears no journey. At this moment, in the residence of the 3rd Hokage, he sat leisurely, smoking and savoring tea, while his tutor, Ebisu, sat across from him. Lord Hokage, the young master possesses remarkable talent, and with my exceptional guidance, under such flawless elite training, he will undoubtedly become the future Hokage. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses, exuding confidence. Oh? The 3rd Hokage smiled, well aware of Ebisu's nature, though he exhibited a touch of arrogance. Often basking in the pride of being the tutor to the Hokage's grandson, his teaching abilities were indeed commendable and heartfelt. The 3rd Hokage inquired, what ninjutsu has Konohamaru mastered? The young master has learned the shadow clone technique and has also mastered the transformation and substitution techniques. I believe that if it weren't for his young age, he could certainly participate in this Chunin exam, Ebisu replied, brimming with confidence. Just then, the door creaked open, and Konohamaru entered, his face covered in dust and his clothes in disarray. What happened to you, young master? Ebisu exclaimed, startled, as he rushed forward to inspect him closely. The 3rd Hokage remained relatively calm, knowing his grandson's mischievous nature. Perhaps he had fallen or gotten into a scuffle with Naruto. Nevertheless, being his grandfather, concern was warranted. What have you been up to, you rascal? The 3rd Hokage asked. Grandfather, Konohamaru recounted the entire ordeal, then clenched his small fists, his gaze resolute and defiant. No matter what, I am the grandson of the Hokage. I must train hard and defeat that guy. The 3rd Hokage paused, slightly taken aback. Are you referring to a sand ninja? It should be him. I remember the last one bore a large gourd on his back, and his eyes were dark. It was terrifying. Konohamaru scratched his head. Is it that child? The 3rd Hokage's expression turned somewhat grave. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, he possessed far more information than others. He was privy to some of Gaara's secrets. Such a bloodthirsty and terrifying individual was directly confronted by Shinyu, who unveiled the deepest scars and nightmares within him. Yet he surprisingly managed to endure. One can only imagine that even a seasoned jonin would find it difficult to restrain himself before Gaara. This boy, Shinyu, is far more formidable than I had anticipated. The 3rd Hokage pondered deeply. Rest assured, esteemed 3rd Hokage. At that moment, Ebisu rose and patted his chest, declaring, I shall seek out those individuals to vindicate young Konohamaru. That will not be necessary. You are no match for them. The 3rd Hokage replied slowly. What? Ebisu was taken aback. 3rd Hokage, how can this be? If even Shinyu can intimidate them, then as a distinguished special jonin of Sunagakure, I have bested 2 special jonin and returned unscathed. The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling the smoke gradually. Ebisu was left utterly bewildered. What is this? Is it merely an ordinary Chunin exam? Yet among these children, there exists such a formidable individual. No, if that child, who committed murder, has indeed slain two exceptional Jonin, he must possess immense strength. But then, why does he fear Chinyu? Could it be that Chinyu is even more powerful than that sand ninja? Hibisu, having remained at home to instruct Konohamaru, was oblivious to the events of the morning. Well then, the third Hokage smiled. I must express my gratitude to Chinyu later. Konohamaru, you should engage more with Chinyu and learn from him. Yes, Grandpa. Brother Chinyu is the strongest. Konohamaru nodded vigorously. In the noodle shop, the astonishment on everyone's faces lingered. Suddenly, Irika recalled something. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will gather at the school for the second exam. You all must prepare diligently, for this examination may prove fatal. Fatal? All attention was immediately drawn to this revelation. Will there truly be fatalities in the Chunin exam? The individuals present suddenly found their appetites diminished. The flavor was delightful. At that moment, Chinyu had already finished a bowl of noodles and called out, Uncle E. Another bowl, please. The others, witnessing this, could not help but marvel internally at his nonchalance upon receiving such news. How could one enjoy their meal so heartily? Alas, it was undeniable that he possessed formidable strength, standing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The Chunin exam appeared to be an insurmountable challenge for them, yet for Chinyu, it felt akin to a vacation. Upon learning such news, the group lost their desire for noodles. Each settled their bills and hurriedly departed to prepare for the examination the following day. Chinyu returned home, continuing to ponder the tremor fruit and the observation hockey. The tremor fruit was formidable precisely because it could induce vibrations. These vibrations could trigger earthquakes and tsunamis, two of nature's most destructive calamities. Suddenly, an idea struck Chinyu. Vibrations, in essence, are the transmission of wave energy categorized into longitudinal and transverse waves. Longitudinal waves propagate widely but with lesser force, whereas transverse waves can cause structures to sway violently, inflicting tremendous damage. Whitebeard had never attended high school and lacked scientific knowledge, but I have studied physics. Chinyu's eyes brightened at this revelation. If he were to utilize the abilities of the fruit by emitting only transverse waves, he could silently approach his opponent and launch a sudden attack. Furthermore, his power would not diminish significantly. Invincible! With this thought, Chinyu could hardly contain his excitement. He extended his finger slightly, and a tremor aura materialized. Closing his eyes, he began to attune himself to the vibrations emanating from his fingertip. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until he abruptly opened his eyes, extending his finger forward. An invisible wave surged forth, rapidly expanding. Crack! A nearby glass shattered in response, exploding into fine powder. Success! This attack can be executed on a broad scale or with pinpoint precision. Invincible! Chinyu hurriedly experimented within the confines of the room, ultimately becoming increasingly adept. After all, a single punch capable of shattering space is an exceedingly conspicuous method of assault. Utilizing transverse waves for attack is more ingenious and allows for greater concealment. However, longitudinal waves must not be disregarded, as they can convey information. Who else but me could wield the tremor fruit to such an extent? Mastering mathematics and chemistry ensures one can traverse the world without fear. The Mediterranean director of yesteryears does not deceive me. Moreover, Chinyu was aware that the capabilities of the tremor fruit extend far beyond this. As evidenced in the anime One Piece, where Blackbeard later harnessed the power of the tremor fruit to induce earthquakes merely through speech. Chapter 12. It is merely a small insect. Early the next morning, all participants of the examination gathered at the school, standing in groups of 3 to 5, whispering amongst themselves. The peril of this examination is exceedingly grave, with whispers of potential fatalities having long since circulated. Aside from a select few, including Gaara, the countenance of every participant was etched with solemnity. At that moment, a cadence of footsteps resonated from the entrance of the school. Chinyu entered leisurely, his hands tucked within his pockets. Upon his arrival, the murmurs of the crowd diminished significantly. Chinyu, I'm over here, Hinata called out, waving from a short distance away. Chinyu strolled over nonchalantly, accompanied by Kiba and Shino. Everyone's here? Just then, a voice tinged with age resonated. As the third Hokage emerged at the center of the gathering, adorned in the Hokage hat and cloak, a pipe clutched between his lips, and a benevolent smile gracing his face. The Hokage? The revelation of the third Hokage's presence elicited astonishment among the villagers of Konohagakure. Despite the numerous Nin exams previously hosted in the village, it was the first time the Hokage had attended in person. The ninjas of Konoha were left in utter disbelief, as were the ninjas from other villages present. Even those who were not from Konoha had heard of the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, revered as the god of shinobi, a paragon of strength in the ninja world. The mere presence of the third Hokage was enough to instill trepidation in countless individuals with ulterior motives. Anyone contemplating an assault on Konoha would need to reconsider. Given the formidable ninjas' presence, not only were the participating ninjas taken aback, but even the surrounding instructors expressed their astonishment. It's hard to believe, Kurenai remarked incredulously, that in all the 20-plus Nin exams we've held in Konoha, the Hokage has never attended. The third Hokage's gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Chunyu, and with a warm smile, he approached him. The actions of the third Hokage left everyone in the vicinity momentarily speechless. Standing before Chunyu, the Hokage placed a hand upon his shoulder. I am here to express my gratitude on behalf of Konohamaru. It's my duty, Hokage-sama, Chunyu replied with a grin. His impression of the third Hokage was relatively favorable, aside from the somewhat indoctrinating nature of his teachings on the will of fire. The third Hokage ultimately demonstrated the responsibilities befitting a leader, truly deserving of his title as the god of shinobi. Good. Best of luck in your exam. Once you pass, I shall personally extend my congratulations. However, I have every confidence that your abilities will allow you to navigate the Nin exam with ease. After delivering his words, the Hokage gave Chunyu another reassuring pat on the shoulder before gradually vanishing from sight. The surrounding crowd remained in a state of shock. Wow. I initially thought the third Hokage came to observe the exam personally, but to think he came solely for Chunyu. They were astonished that he had disregarded everyone else, merely greeting Chunyu before departing. Moreover, the third Hokage had publicly affirmed Shinyu's prowess. This is something that has never occurred before. How formidable is this individual? Even the third Hokage has been stirred. Previously, there were murmurs of speculation, but now, an eerie silence has descended. After the departure of the third Hokage, a few more ninjas arrived one after another. Several minutes passed. Good morning, everyone. A melodious voice resonated, followed by the gradual entrance of several examiners through the doorway. Among them was a strikingly beautiful kunoichi with short purple hair clad in a yellow top, gracefully stepping forward. Welcome to your second examination. She was none other than the chief examiner of the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Despite her enchanting appearance, there lingered an unsettling allure in her expression. Upon her arrival, all the ninjas lifted their gazes, attentively focused, fearful of missing any morsel of valuable information. The examination location is not here. Follow me. A hint of a perilous smile graced Anko's face, and she leaped away into the distance. A foreboding sense settled in the hearts of the participants. Yet they followed in pursuit. Before long, they came to a halt, rendered speechless. Before them lay a vast forest enclosed by barriers, its towering trees reaching for the heavens. Shrouded in darkness, intermittently pierced by the thunderous roars of wild beasts. Is this the forest of death? Yamanaka Ino gasped in shock upon realizing the truth. The ninjas behind him also wore expressions of alarm. Is it truly this exaggerated? The forest of death is a particularly terrifying hell outside the hidden leaf village. It is home to countless man-eating beasts and lurking insects that are ever ready to strike. It is said. Is this place specifically designated for the training of elite Nin? How could it possibly be utilized for the Nin exams? Is the examiner out of their mind? Before the examination of the second chapter, I must present this to you. With that, Hongdo extracted a thick stack of papers from her bosom, inscribed with the words consent form, followed by densely packed fine print. You are all likely aware that this examination may result in fatalities. Your agreement is imperative, for otherwise the responsibility will fall upon me. Those wishing to participate should inscribe their names above. Those disinterested may withdraw at this moment. However, should even one member of your team choose to abstain, your entire squad shall be disqualified. A chilling smile graced the corners of Hong Do's lips, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding candidates. At that moment, a colossal beast, with a wingspan of at least 10 meters, alighted upon a tree at the periphery. It resembled an enlarged eagle. Its enormous iron claws carved a series of holes into the sturdy trunk. Its eyes, a ghastly crimson, fixated intently on the candidates, as though surveying them as prey, salivating at the prospect of fresh flesh. Many candidates instinctively took a step back, their hearts gripped by fear. This is truly frightening, isn't it? If such a monstrous creature were to launch a sudden assault from the skies, would they be able to withstand it? Just as these individuals were engulfed in astonishment, a massive serpent, with a diameter of at least 2 meters and a length of several dozen meters, suddenly emerged with a gaping maw and devoured an eagle in one swift motion. After consuming its prey, it lingered upon the towering tree, surveying the candidates from its lofty perch. What was once perceived as a formidable beast, the eagle, had unexpectedly become a mere meal for another. A collective sound of gulping echoed throughout the scene. It was utterly terrifying. Who could possibly guarantee that this colossal serpent would not become the prey of an even more formidable creature? Within this vast and enigmatic forest of death, what perils lie concealed? Although the enormous beasts pose a considerable nuisance, their sheer size renders them visible, allowing one to evade their assaults. The true terror, however, stems from the countless venomous insects lurking in the shadows. At this moment, many individuals, already gripped by fear, yearn to retreat. After all, one's life is of utmost importance. Brother Chinyu, I'm particularly frightened, Hinata confessed timidly, clutching Chinyu's garment. Even Kiba appeared somewhat pallid. And the usually composed Shino could not suppress the deep furrow in his brow. Fear not. Everything shall be well, Chinyu reassured, gently patting Hinata's head with a smile. It's merely a small insect. Yet, as soon as his words fell, the colossal python seemed to comprehend them, leaping high and soaring over the wall. Its gaping maw lunging menacingly towards Chinyu. The multitude of candidates dispersed in all directions. All personnel, on high alert. What a disaster! How did this wretched creature escape? The examiners, upon witnessing this, were filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Stay calm. Leave this to me, Hongdo declared, extracting a concealed dagger from her bosom. A bloodthirsty smile illuminating her face as she prepared to strike. Yet, she soon noticed Chinyu standing still, merely lifting his gaze slightly. The enormous python astonishingly suspended in midair for a fleeting second, only to subsequently writhe in agony. In less than a few seconds, the colossal python shattered into countless pieces of flesh, descending slowly from the heavens. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 13, Hinata. Did you bring that thing? A deathly quiet pervaded the atmosphere, as all eyes turned towards the graceful young boy. The sky was filled with drifting blood and flesh, and a heavy stench of blood permeated the surroundings. These candidates, though elite among the lower ninjas and seasoned in the ways of battle, were nonetheless profoundly shaken by the scene before them. The primary source of their astonishment lay in Chinyu's bizarre and unorthodox methods of attack. This fellow has done nothing at all. His hands bore no seals, nor did he employ any ninjutsu. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of chakra. And yet, he effortlessly vanquished this enormous python in an instant. What kind of tactic is this? Among those present, there were individuals who confidently believed they could confront the python in a one-on-one battle. However, it is likely that such a struggle would endure for quite some time, requiring human ingenuity and a myriad to ultimately prevail. It is simply unattainable to achieve what Chinyu did, merely standing still and casting a casual glare. The python was reduced to mere fragments of flesh. How is this accomplished? Isn't this an act of bullying? Among the newcomers, how could there be such a formidable individual? Not only the examinees, but even the examiner's pupils dilated in astonishment. Even they would find it somewhat challenging to confront this python. It is simply beyond their capability to achieve a kill as effortless as Chinyu's. As a specially appointed jonin, Akkad was even more profoundly astonished. Once a disciple of Orochimaru, this exceptional jonin, endowed with the power of cursed seals, possesses formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. Wait, I have heard that Kakashi was injured by a chunin during the recent newcomer examination. Could it possibly be Chinyu? When Hongdo first learned of this news, she assumed it to be false. However, upon visiting the hospital and finding Kakashi in high spirits, her suspicions were solidified. Kakashi must have been holding back, or perhaps indulging in his usual mischievous tendencies, allowing the students to relax and bolster their confidence. Yet, upon further reflection, it was evident that he was not merely letting them win. Even she would likely struggle to prevail against Chinyu. I said, Chinyu remarked, spreading his hands with a smile directed at Hinata. It's just a little bug, nothing to be frightened of. Chinyu, you are truly remarkable, Hinata exclaimed, her small fists clenched in admiration. You are quite the anomaly, Kiba marveled from the side. Anomaly? Even the typically taciturn Shino could not refrain from uttering those two words. Hongdo-sensei, should we continue? Chinyu inquired politely, his gaze fixed on Hongdo. Huh? Hongdo was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing upon meeting his calm, lake-like eyes. It is worth noting that Hongdo is inherently a ferocious and bloodthirsty individual, although she possesses the appearance of a beauty. Her methods against foes are ruthlessly severe. The more perilous the situation, the more exhilarated she becomes. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the sight of Chinyu's eyes instilled a tinge of fear within her. How can this be possible? Among the new recruits of Konohagakure, there exists a rather formidable individual. How intriguing. It appears that this Chunin exam is destined to be anything but tranquil. This is indeed a special jonin. Hongdo quickly composed herself, surveying the other participants before continuing. Now, I shall elucidate the rules of the second examination. In essence, you are to engage in an extreme wilderness survival challenge. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the candidates' faces, Hongdo retrieved a scroll from her attire and unfurled it to reveal a map. First, let me explain the terrain of this training ground. This is training ground number 44. Encircled by 44 locked entrances featuring rivers and forests, with a tower situated at its center. The radius is approximately 10 kilometers, and within this designated area, you will conduct your wilderness survival training. After rolling up the scroll, she cast a significant glance around the group, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she produced 2 additional scrolls. Moreover, there will be a battle for the scrolls that may lead to unforeseen circumstances. Scrolls? Shikamaru inquired, furrowing his brow in curiosity. Indeed, Hongdo laid out the 2 scrolls. One was white, the other black, each inscribed with the characters for heaven and earth. This time, out of the 26 participating teams, 13 will acquire the Book of Heaven, while the other 13 will claim the Book of Earth, and they may contend for them. And what constitutes success? Sasuke interjected from the side. Only a team that possesses both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth and reaches the tower's center simultaneously will be deemed successful. What? Exclaimed a ninja, taken aback in disbelief. Doesn't that imply that half of the teams will be eliminated from this exam? Not only that, Hongdo continued. You must also complete this task within the specified time frame to succeed. The duration of the second exam is 120 hours, which amounts to 5 days. What? That's an eternity, Ino exclaimed, visibly distressed. Shoji clenched his bag of chips, a dazed expression on his face. What about food? This forest is a natural treasure trove. You must learn to be self-sufficient. As ninjas, you may be assigned missions that last months. If you lack the ability to procure your own sustenance in the wild, perhaps you should reconsider your path as a ninja, Hongdo declared sternly. One diminutive ninja timidly raised his hand. Can we withdraw midway? Absolutely not. Hongdo replied emphatically, her expression shifting back to a familiar smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, albeit with an unsettling undertone. Once you enter, there is no turning back. You are to spend the next 5 days in the forest. This exam is exceedingly difficult. Kiba lamented. Not only must we be self-sufficient, but we also face a plethora of poisonous insects and wild beasts. And we must defeat at least one team to acquire a scroll. This Chunin exam is excessively challenging. However, contrary to the anxious demeanor of those around him, Shinyu appeared remarkably relaxed, stretching leisurely. The most arduous part is that every team is an adversary. We can't even enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Precisely. Hongdo regarded Chunyu with admiration, recognizing not only his strength, but also his astuteness in identifying the exam's greatest challenge. You are correct, Shikamaru mused, stroking his chin, a glint of wisdom flickering in his dark eyes. Even teams holding the same scroll are still enemies, for eliminating them reduces competition and increases the likelihood of success. Upon hearing this, all ninjas instinctively took a step back, maintaining distance from one another, aware that once they entered the jungle, everyone would be an enemy. By the way, Hinata, did you bring what I asked you to? Just as tension filled the air, Chinyu suddenly recalled something, rubbing his hands together with excitement. The group was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? What could possibly make this eccentric individual so eager? They couldn't help but direct their gazes towards him. Chapter 14. We come for the exam, you come for the barbecue? Brother, I brought it. Hinata hurriedly produced a small, bulging package from her clothing, though she still felt a degree of confusion. Shinyu, we are here for an exam. What do we need these seasonings for? Why, for barbecue, of course. Shinyu chuckled heartily, ruffling Hinata's hair. With so many animals in this forest, it would be a shame not to make skewers. I can't wait for you to taste my cooking. What is this? The surrounding ninjas had anticipated something impressive, straining their necks to catch a glimpse. However, upon closer inspection, they were utterly flabbergasted. Wait, it's just a pile of seasonings. Cumin, chili powder, and salt. Are you kidding me? Whether we can survive this is already a question, and here you are, bringing seasonings. They were incredulous. Shinyu's actions not only left the nearby ninjas speechless, but also bewildered the examiners. We have overseen many Chunin exams, but you are the first to approach it with such nonchalance. Reflecting on our own experiences during the exams, we were in utter disarray. Even Hongdo seemed momentarily taken aback. Are you certain you are here for the exam? When I proposed the content of this exam to Lord Hokage, several examiners opposed it, believing it to be excessively challenging. Yet now, it appears otherwise. Is this your public-funded vacation? Ahem. Although Hongdo felt somewhat dazed, her sense of duty compelled her to clear her throat a few times, redirecting the attention of those around from Chunyu. Thus, there are two criteria for elimination. The first is that the team fails to bring the heavenly scroll into the tower within the allotted time. The second is that the team loses a member or becomes incapacitated. It is particularly important to note that the contents of the scroll must not be examined before reaching the tower. However, if you choose to open it, it is not deemed a violation, though I would strongly advise against it. Now that the rules have been articulated, each team should designate a representative to collect the corresponding scroll and entrance from the cabin nearby, and then the entire team should proceed there. Remember, do not perish. With a serious expression, Hongdo concluded her instructions and gestured towards the wooden cabin. As her words fell, everyone stood in a daze, exchanging glances. Huh? Why aren't you moving? Noticing the lack of action, Chunyu was the first to step forward, smiling amiably as he said, I shall not be polite then. Everyone, please excuse me, I'm a bit hungry, so I will go and procure some barbecue. Damn. Observing Chunyu's leisurely demeanor, the others felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. They had all been taught by their ninja predecessors to avoid the forest, especially one as terrifying as this deathly woods. With their lives at stake, meticulous planning was essential before taking action. Only someone as peculiar as you would dare to act so recklessly in the face of such an examination. The creature. Chunyu disregarded the other candidates and entered the small wooden cabin, receiving a book of heaven. His entrance was designated as number 06. Let us go. Chunyu waved his hand towards Hinata and the others, swaying as he made his way into the forest. In a hurry, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata followed closely from the crowd. The envious gazes of the other candidates were directed at them. Damn it, we are all candidates too. Why are these folks so fortunate? Being on the same team as this monster guarantees their success in the exam. I wish I could knock one of them out and take their place. Under the fervent stares of countless onlookers, Kiba, with his hands behind his back, laughed arrogantly. Striding towards Shinyu, his dog barking proudly above him, Shino maintained his mysterious demeanor, but his light steps revealed his evident delight. Hinata, however, felt indifferent in her eyes. Shinyu was the strongest, and as long as she could follow him, she had no regrets about facing any challenge. All right, enough watching, it's your turn now. Hongdo announced, then glanced at the nearby proctors. I leave the matters here to you. There are several particularly troublesome beings within the forest that I shall deal with first. With that, Hongdo leaped into the air and vanished into the woods. The surrounding proctors were left speechless. This guy. He clearly just wants to follow Chunyu out of curiosity about his intentions, yet he concocts such a feeble excuse. We are curious too. We want to see as well. A group of candidates whispered among themselves, but fortunately, all of them were elite genin with resolute wills. And not a single teammate chose to abandon the mission. They all entered to retrieve their scrolls and entrances. This time, it seems troublesome. Sasuke placed the scroll against his chest, his dark eyes revealing no emotion as he spoke slowly. Why? Sakura inquired beside him. Because we do not know the entrances of the other teams, nor the types of scrolls they possess, so encountering any team could result in a fight for our lives. Sasuke said, his tone unusually grave. It appears we have 24 opposing teams. 24? Sakura, taken aback, exclaimed, shouldn't it be 25? Why? Sasuke turned to her with an impassive expression. Do you wish to compete with Chinyu? Sakura shook her head vigorously. Not just Sasuke's team, but the vast majority of teams harbored the same thought. Upon encountering Chinyu, flee as far as possible. Compete for Chinyu's scroll? No way. Let's just slip away and call it a night. Amidst the crowd, a few ominous figures emerged. It is finally about to begin. One individual, clad in heavy attire with a bandage wrapped around his head, revealing only his left eye, spoke darkly. However, it seems we have a troublesome opponent. His companion replied slowly. Do not provoke him. The priority is to ensure our plan unfolds smoothly and not to disappoint our superiors. At this moment, Chinyu led the three to entrance No. 06, a massive door guarded by two proctors. So soon? One proctor glanced at the time. Typically, during the Death Forest training or exams, it takes at least an hour after the assembly time for anyone to arrive. It has barely been 20 minutes. It seems you lot are quite confident. The other proctor chuckled. Since you have arrived, then go ahead and enter. With a wave of their hands, the two proctors slowly opened the door. And a chill emanated from the forest, revealing towering trees with mottled bark and thick vines coiling upwards like arms. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, while pairs of red eyes glimmered in the distance. Terrifying cries echoed continuously. Aside from Chinyu, the hearts of the remaining three were tinged with apprehension. After all, The terrifying legends of the Death Forest had long circulated in Konoha. Let us go? Yet Shinyu appeared excited, rubbing his hands together. Time for some barbecue. He had been in this world for 3 years, and while everything else was tolerable, he constantly craved the taste of barbecue. The meat prepared by the village chefs could only be described as mediocre. Moreover, the ingredients for the barbecue were merely ordinary livestock, chickens, ducks, and geese, resulting in an unimpressive flavor. In this dense jungle, any creature one might encounter is a fierce beast, its flesh tender and fresh, something he has long coveted. Observing Chunyu striding boldly into the forest, the three exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before following suit. Although they remained tense, their trust in Chunyu was unwavering. Chapter 15. Fierce Beasts Goo Goo Goo. Roar. The quartet traversed through the thick foliage, where eerie sounds occasionally echoed around them. The dense canopy obscured most of the light, casting the entire jungle in a dim and sinister gloom. Hinata closely followed Chunyu, her Byakugan activated, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Kiba was entirely focused, his nose diligently sniffing the air to detect any lurking dangers, while Akamaru's fur stood on end, poised for action. Shino appeared calm, yet within him. The insects began to stir restlessly. Only Chunyu ambled along leisurely, his senses heightened, continuously searching for something. Suddenly, Chunyu halted, a look of confusion crossing his face, soon replaced by a subtle smile as he gazed in a particular direction. What is the matter? Have we encountered an enemy? Kiba asked, instantly alert. Bending slightly and gripping his kunai, fixated on the direction Chunyu was observing. Relax, it's nothing, Chunyu reassured him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. With a chuckle, he added in a teasing tone, don't worry, it's not an enemy, just a rather amusing little follower trailing behind us. Meanwhile, in the distance, hidden in the shadows, the face of Akane flushed with embarrassment as she realized she had been discovered. Wait a moment. What does this little rascal claim to be? A mere shadow? Nay, you are the shadow. Your entire family comprises shadows. Despite the anger, one must ponder how this boy uncovered his presence. He had concealed himself exceptionally well. After all, he was a seasoned elite shinobi, having undertaken numerous intelligence-gathering missions, infiltrating foreign ninja villages to acquire secrets without ever being detected. Yet today, he was discovered by this child? Truly perplexing. Shinyu, unfazed, thought if Hongdo wished to accompany them, so be it. After all, she was an examiner. And he would pretend not to notice. Thus, Shinyu led the group deeper into the forest for nearly half an hour. In this perilous death forest, nothing untoward occurred, and the group's tension began to ease. Suddenly, a thunderous roar nearly shattered the eardrums of several members. The tremendous sound wave surged forth, snapping branches from several mighty trees and flattening the grass. The trio of you was taken aback, hastily drawing their weapons, positioning themselves like leopards poised to pounce, ready to defend. What was happening? Yeah, the most astonished, gulped audibly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his eyes frantically scanned the underbrush. What creature lurks? I cannot detect any scent. It seems this entity possesses strength far beyond mine, masking its presence from my senses. Hinata's Byakugan was fully activated, intently fixated on a particular direction, as if she had discerned something. She whispered, Brother, there appears to be something over there. No sooner had Hinata spoken than a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. Boom. The ground trembled violently, creating a massive crater, and a cloud of dust erupted into the air. Scatter. He shouted urgently, leaping backward onto a tree branch, every sense on high alert. Gradually, as the dust settled, the group beheld the source of their fear, their pupils constricting in terror. Before them hovered an enormous striped tiger, towering 3 meters and stretching over 6 meters in length. Its long fangs glistened ominously, and its blood-red eyes fixated on the 4 of them. Most alarmingly, the tiger's hide was adorned with gleaming scales, and its tail bore a spiked mace. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yuya Hongdo was struck with horror upon witnessing the scene. This was the Death Forest, a training ground for the elite ninjas of Konohagakure, primarily consisting of trials for Ch-Nin, but also housing a select few challenges reserved for J-Nin. Before them stood a tiger, a ferocious creature dwelling in the deepest recesses of the Death Forest, one that only a J-Nin could hope to confront, the A-rank beast. The red-eyed stabbing tiger. Yet, prior to the examination, she had thoroughly inspected every nook and cranny. There was no way such an insurmountable beast could exist. Where did this tiger come from? It seems there are some unstable factors in this examination. Roar. The Crimsonite opened its jaws wide and let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding humans to scatter in haste. It tilted its head, pondering whom to devour first. Suddenly, the tiger froze, lowering its gaze to discover a small figure standing before it, eyes brimming with excitement. Quite well developed, indeed. You appear quite delectable. What? Delectable? Who are you referring to? Me? The Crimson-Eyed was taken aback. Though it was indeed a tiger, it was an A-class ferocious beast with considerable intelligence. While it could not converse like certain spiritual beasts, its intellect was comparable to that of an ordinary human, at least capable of comprehending human speech. This individual possesses the uncanny ability to assess others and adapt accordingly. When confronted with formidable beings, such as the elite shinobi who once ventured into the forest for trials, it retreats with unparalleled swiftness, hiding far from sight. Conversely, when faced with the feeble, it eagerly emerges, relishing the opportunity to feast. The humans before it now are exceedingly weak. A mere chakra sensing reveals their status as lowly genin, making them delightful prey. Among the four, 3 individuals performed to his satisfaction, yielding to the overwhelming might of the Beast King without shame. Yet, it was the one he deemed the weakest who audaciously proclaimed a desire to consume him. After years in this realm, such words were a first. How utterly arrogant. This diminutive human. The crimson-eyed stabbing tiger erupted in fury, its massive jaws opened wide as it unleashed a frenzied roar. It then raised its paw. Akin to a small mountain, swirling with fierce winds, 5 razor-sharp claws gleaming with a chilling light, as if capable of rending the very fabric of existence. And it lunged toward Shinyu with ferocity. Come forth, let me test my abilities. In the expansive, sparsely populated death forest, Shinyu seized the opportunity to practice the powers of the tremor fruit, undisturbed by onlookers. As the tiger's paw neared, Shinyu took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, before suddenly clenching his right fist. The tremor aura materialized in an instant. The abilities of the tremor fruit were activated. Shatter, tremor wave. With a roar, Shinyu's right fist propelled forward with force. A crack. In the next moment, the tranquil air shattered like glass. Fissures laced with terrifying power surged forth at astonishing speed toward the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger. A flicker of human-like fear crossed the tiger's face. Moments ago, it had perceived Shinyu as a feeble ant, yet now he loomed like a primordial giant, while it felt reduced to a frail insect, trembling amidst the raging winds. If that punch lands, it would undoubtedly spell doom. Truly, this is a fierce tiger that has endured countless battles. In an instant, it reacted with remarkable agility, launching itself into the air with a powerful leap. Boom! Just as the crimson-eyed tiger ascended, the full force of Chinyu's punch erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Finding its outlet, an overwhelming torrent of destructive energy surged through the air, obliterating everything within a radius of several dozen square meters, reducing towering trees to mere dust, and even scraping the ground to a smooth layer. Chapter 16. A Mighty Fist. Even the fiercest tiger must transform into a domestic cat. With the strike, it seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill. The surrounding ninjas were instantly frozen in disbelief. Could this individual truly be so formidable? Had he not exerted his full strength during his battle with Kakashi-sensei? His mouth fell agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he murmured, "Incredible." Even Shino, with his typically stoic demeanor, could no longer maintain his composure, his face betraying a myriad of shocked emotions. "Brother Chinyu is so strong," Hinata exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she clenched her small fist in excitement. The most astonished of all was Yuzuki Anko, who was secretly observing from a distance. This marked the first occasion for Hongdo to witness Chinyu take decisive action. Her expression was no more favorable than that of the 3 little ones. In a state of astonishment, she found herself contemplating in silence. If it had been her facing the attack moments earlier, would she have been able to evade it? The answer was likely negative. Though the tiger managed to escape, there was a reason behind it. The clan of the crimson-eyed stabbing tigers has been embroiled in bloodshed and conflict since birth. The vast majority of young tigers perish during their developmental years, either at the hands of foes or companions. Only a scant few survive to reach adulthood. This is precisely why the population of this clan is exceedingly scarce. However, it is precisely for this reason that each crimson-eyed tiger possesses formidable strength. Their combat experience far surpasses that of humans by countless folds. This time, the crimson-eyed tiger barely managed to evade danger through its primal instinct for survival. Yet, that is the extent of its fortune. Observing the tiger's disheveled state, it is likely that another punch from Chinyu would spell its demise. Truly overwhelming. This young man is incredibly formidable. A tempest of astonishment surged within Hongdo's heart. Allowing this individual to participate in the Ch Nin exam would be nothing short of a one-sided massacre. If Hongdo had previously harbored any doubts regarding Kakashi's injuries, those uncertainties have now been entirely dispelled. This formidable force, one might argue, could easily withstand not only the formidable double-layered wall of earth but perhaps even the dual gates of the underworld. It seems that only the triple gates of the underworld might barely suffice to endure such might. Yet, when surveying the entire realm of ninjas, how many possess the ability to unleash the power of 3 gates? The numbers are indeed scarce, as a few individuals stood in astonishment. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The crimson-eyed thorn tiger, having leapt high, landed on the ground with its eyes wide and its mouth agape. Its sharp claws, which had been poised for action, retracted in an instant, the tail trailing behind as it took a feeble step back. With a sudden movement, the crimson-eyed thorn tiger expelled a torrent of blood. In a shocking turn of events, several scales beneath its belly shattered explosively. Though it had not been directly struck by Chunyu's frontal assault, the residual shockwaves still inflicted injury upon the creature. In disbelief, Hongdo found herself engulfed in astonishment once more. The crimson-eyed thorn tiger was notoriously formidable due to its incredibly hard exterior scales, which could withstand the majority of B-rank ninjutsu, while even A-rank techniques could only inflict minimal damage. This creature, renowned for its formidable defense, is adorned with scales that envelop its entire body, with the scales on its abdomen being the most resilient of all. For an ordinary tiger, the abdomen is the softest and most vulnerable area. Thus, the crimson-eyed thorn tiger has evolved the toughest scales in this region. These scales are also the most sought-after material for crafting protective gear in the ninja tool market, making them exceedingly rare. Yet, even so, despite enduring merely a fraction of Chunyu's attack's residual force, these hardest of scales have still shattered. The ferocity of this attack is truly astonishing. It dodges with remarkable speed. Chunyu was somewhat taken aback. This fellow possesses incredible swiftness. A subtle smile curved his lips as he suddenly felt intrigued. Beckoning with his finger and saying, "Come, let us give it another try." Unexpectedly, the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger began to shake its head frantically. No. This individual is utterly terrifying. Chunyu, gazed at the colossal tiger, which suddenly appeared as docile as a mere house cat. With a resigned shrug, I said, "Well then, you shall remain here quietly. Rest assured, it won't hurt. I promise to prepare your flesh into a delectable barbecue. Don't move." As I raised my fist once more, the crimson-eyed thorn tiger became exceedingly anxious, nearly on the verge of speech. In the next moment, it stood upright, its 2 front paws merging together with a resounding thud. Then, it forcefully struck the ground, astonishingly bowing before me. Submission. The onlookers were once again engulfed in shock. With a single blow, I had subdued this crimson-eyed thorn tiger, especially Red Bean, whose mouth had been agape since the beginning. They were mere novices, unaware of certain truths. Beasts possess pride. You may defeat me, but to conquer me is exceedingly difficult, particularly in the case of the crimson-eyed thorn tiger. Given its formidable strength and human-like intelligence, even the esteemed Hokage would find it challenging to tame such a creature. Yet this young man managed to transform one of the most difficult beasts to conquer into a compliant kitten with just one punch. My heavens! This world is utterly insane, isn't it? Chunyu was just about to exert his strength when he noticed the crimson-eyed thorn tiger lying on the ground, its head lowered in a remarkably docile manner. He paused, blinked a few times, and after a moment of contemplation, silently withdrew his hand. Taking a few steps forward, he approached the tiger's massive head, which resembled a small mountain, and gently reached out to stroke it. "Are you submitting to me?" he inquired. The crimson-eyed thorn tiger promptly lifted its head, nodding vigorously, its movements so rapid that a blur followed. All right, I understand." Chunyu hastily pressed down on its head to stop the incessant nodding, raising a cloud of dust that caused sand to invade its eyes. Gazing at the imposing feline before him, Chunyu felt a twinge of conflict. Considering the creature's submission, was it truly appropriate to entertain thoughts of a barbecue feast? Suddenly, 3 sounds echoed from behind him as Hinata and her companions, sensing no danger, leapt down from the trees. "How adorable," Hinata exclaimed, stepping forward to gently pat the tiger's head. To her surprise, the massive beast seemed to revel in the affection, closing its eyes and rubbing against her hand while emitting a purring sound akin to that of a contented cat. A few dark lines appeared on Chinyu's forehead. Good grief. The cursed fellow certainly knows how to pick his companions. "Brother, could you refrain from taking his life? Just look at how adorable and pitiable he is." Hinata cautiously pleaded as she turned around. "Adorable, you say?" Chinyu genuinely wished to retort that when he first emerged, they likely found him anything but charming. However, Since Hinata had already expressed her sentiment, Chunyu decided to acquiesce. Very well, let it be known that these three, along with that little tailing creature, are our own. Do not harm them, and furthermore, do not engage unless ordered by me. The crimson-eyed tiger was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! I have been granted a second chance at life," and began nodding fervently. In truth, Chunyu had another reason for sparing its life. The creature possessed formidable combat prowess. Keeping it around could serve as a guardian beast for Hinata, and if it could summon forth its spirit, it would provide an additional safeguard. Chapter 17. Three eccentric beings. With the addition of this large feline, Chunyu's party transformed from 3 individuals to 3 plus a tiger. Perhaps due to the fierce aura of the crimson-eyed tiger, they wandered for nearly half an hour without encountering any danger. Not even a single bird graced their sight. Although they faced no threats, the trio understood their fortune was solely due to Chunyu. Without his extraordinary strength, their safety would have been improbable. Just moments ago, had they confronted the crimson-eyed tiger alone, they might well have met their demise. Within this jungle, Chunyu felt no reservations. He activated his observation haki effortlessly, encompassing an area the size of a small hill. This allowed him to optimize the best route for minimal encounters with foes. At that moment, Chunyu halted, his gaze directed to the right front. The crimson-eyed tiger seemed to sense something as its scarlet eyes fixated on a particular direction, its large nose sniffing intently. What is it? The 3 companions were no longer as tense but remained vigilant, frowning in inquiry. We've encountered others, Chunyu remarked nonchalantly, chuckling. And they are 3 intriguing individuals. Others? Where? Upon hearing this, Hinata and the others were momentarily taken aback. These 3 individuals possess exceptional detection abilities. Whether it be Hinata's Byakugan, Kiba's keen sense of smell, or Shino's insects, all serve as commendable means of surveillance. Yet, despite their remarkable skills, they have uncovered nothing. While Chunyu has already identified the presence of an enemy, this individual possesses not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also astonishing detection skills. Even Hongdo, who had been trailing closely behind, was left in a state of astonishment, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. After all, I am a special Jonin. How could I have failed to perceive anything? Who, indeed, is the true Jonin here, me or you? As for whether Chunyu might be deliberately exaggerating, such thoughts never crossed their minds. Such a mysterious, powerful, and profound man would hardly stoop to such childishness. Chunyu. Ye hesitated for a moment before finally summoning the courage to take a step forward. Looking at Chunyu, she resolutely declared, "We all recognize your strength. This examination poses no challenge for you. While it is true that your protection could ensure our smooth passage through this test, we cannot rely on your guardianship indefinitely. We yearn to enhance our own abilities through combat." "Yes, brother Chunyu, I share the same sentiment," Hinata said, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. "So do I," Shino added, quietly nodding in agreement from the sidelines. For a ninja, ninjutsu represents only one facet of strength. The experience gained through battle is equally vital. A seasoned warrior can even turn the tide against an opponent who appears more formidable. This examination ground serves as an exceptional arena for ninjas to amass combat experience. Therefore, despite the terrifying nature of the Forest of Death and the life-threatening crises it presents, not a single genin has chosen to withdraw from the examination. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the rising fighting spirit among his 3 companions, and he quietly admired their resolve. These 3 individuals truly embody the essence of the original Konoha 12. Although they are still nascent in their journey, their resolve is remarkably unwavering. In the face of life and death battles, they do not flinch. Rather, they yearn to enhance their prowess. Such is the spirit of true companions. However, the 3 adversaries before them appear somewhat peculiar, not resembling any characters previously encountered in the original narrative. One cannot help but worry about the possibility of strange ninjutsu techniques. If Hinata and the others cannot contain them, the situation could become quite dire. Speaking of which, have so many unusual characters infiltrated this CH9 exam? When Chunyu previously perused the original text, he found the Konoha collapse plan to be rather frivolous, as it allowed Orochimaru to effortlessly eliminate a Hokage and escape unscathed. It now seems that Orochimaru came well prepared. Isn't it so? Strategically placing personnel everywhere, with meticulous planning, yet disregarding the principles of martial virtue. It is only natural for them to achieve success. Alas, this presents quite a dilemma. Isn't this just delaying my enjoyment of skewers? Triggering a side quest, The strong empower themselves, and heaven will aid them. Agreeing to a companion's request. I shall assist my comrades in defeating the enemy without engaging in battle myself. Quest reward, God-tier armament hockey. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in Chen Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? God-tier armament hockey? Let's set aside the skewers for now. Hockey is truly enticing. Haha, splendid. Chen Yu laughed heartily, nodding as he patted Yu and Shino on the shoulder, gently ruffling Hanada's hair. Everyone, give it your all. Remember, your talents are no less than mine, and with diligence, you will surely catch up to me. Thus, after our victory, I shall treat you to barbecue. The three, upon hearing Chen Yu's words, felt a surge of fervor. Their faces flushed with excitement as they nodded emphatically. You. Chen Yu suddenly turned to gaze at the crimson-eyed tiger. The crimson-eyed tiger was taken aback, thinking, why are you looking at me? Changed your mind? Please don't tell me you're hungry and wish to roast me. Oh, how frightening. I just want to go home to my mother. Conceal your presence. Do not let anyone discover you. Observing the startled expression on the large cat, Chen Yu felt a wave of exasperation and playfully kicked the big tiger. The crimson-eyed tiger exhaled deeply, a cold sweat trickling down, relieved despite the kick, and nodded obediently. Chen Yu leapt onto the tiger's head, addressing the three. I will accompany you from behind, concealing my presence for the time being. These three seem somewhat peculiar. Their strength should not be underestimated. However, do not worry. Fight with abandon, and if any danger arises, I shall assist you. Excellent. Though the three little ones wished to level up through their own efforts, they were not reckless fighters and would never refuse such an advantageous opportunity presented by a powerful ally. They clenched their fists, brimming with a fighting spirit. Chen Yu's assurance instilled them with confidence. Chen Yu patted the head of the crimson-eyed tiger, which understood the cue and leapt into the expansive treetops. With Chen Yu no longer by their side, the trio felt an immediate sense of danger encircling them. They hurriedly drew their kunai and other ninja tools, employing their respective reconnaissance techniques, cautiously advancing forward. Meanwhile, in the distance, a man cloaked in darkness and wearing a conical hat stood in an open area, flanked by two others, one extraordinarily tall and bizarre, resembling a scarecrow. A beam of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the scarecrow's face, revealing an eerily sinister and terrifying visage. It truly resembled a scarecrow from a horror film, its face as rigid as wood, eyes devoid of pupils, and a mouth curving grotesquely upward, displaying jagged teeth akin to sharp spikes. The other figure appeared slightly more normal, resembling a human. Yet the weapon strapped to his back was tightly bound in bandages and appeared to writhe slightly. Beneath their feet lay the corpse of a massive bear, its wounds indicating it had been slain in a single blow. How utterly mundane. The man in the conical hat spoke slowly, his voice chilling and grating, akin to a hoarse vulture. Bonehand, have you discovered anything yet? The conical hat man turned towards the scarecrow-like figure. Not yet? Heartbeats. The heartbeats of the three. We have encountered someone. Bonehand had just begun to shake his head when he suddenly froze, raising his gaze. Within his pupil-less eyes, a greenish fire ignited. Filled with bloodlust, his body trembling slightly in excitement at the prospect of prey. Oh. Upon hearing this, the man in the hat and the one with the peculiar weapon, 100 hands, were equally exhilarated. The strange weapon, which had merely twitched before, now thrashed wildly, as if on the verge of breaking free from its bindings. Chapter 18. Encounter. Be quiet. 100 hands bellowed, momentarily calming the frenzied weapon. He stroked his weapon, a perverse smile creeping across his face. Fear not. For when the time comes for you to strike, you shall soon acquire several new companions. Let us go and see what these prey look like. The man in the conical hat leaped forward, taking the lead, with the other two swiftly following. Meanwhile, Ya and his companions had been advancing for 20 minutes without encountering any enemies. Including Akane, they couldn't help but wonder if Chen Yu's sensing ability had misled them. Suddenly, Ya's eyes widened, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze intently in one direction. The scent of ninjas. There are indeed enemies. Akane, secretly tracking the trio, also sensed the presence of adversaries. Shock coursed through them, not merely due to the discovery of foes, but because of Chen Yu. They had initially believed that while Chen Yu's detection abilities were exaggerated, they were still within the realm of reason. However, considering how long they had been walking without spotting enemies, it was astounding that Chen Yu had sensed them 20 minutes ago. What kind of technique is this? I simply cannot comprehend it. Suddenly, with unwavering focus, you detected an unusual scent that compelled him to draw two shuriken and assume a defensive stance. Intently gazing in the direction from which the odor emanated, However, he soon found himself bewildered. Something felt amiss. What is it? Hinata, visibly anxious, activated her Byakugan, but found nothing, hastily inquiring, "What have you detected?" "I can sense the presence of over 100 individuals," Yu replied incredulously, unable to suppress the urge to rub his nose. "This is quite absurd. Over 100 people? Is it possible? Perhaps my sense of smell needs to be recalibrated?" The number of participants in the examination barely exceeds 100, yet the presence I discern is that of no less than 140 or 50. Is this an apparition? The crimson orb perched atop Wang's head suddenly stood upright, its fur bristled, tail raised high, revealing its fangs as it emitted a low growl. Woof. Woof. What? Upon hearing the words of the orb, Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not misjudged. The orb too sensed the presence of over 100 individuals. "I see them. There are 3 of them." In Hinata's Byakugan vision, 3 figures approached them at a remarkable speed. Even though she was mentally prepared, terror etched across her face as she stumbled back several steps, exclaiming, "They are frightfully intimidating." 3 individuals? Merely 3? Yu was utterly confounded, hastily inquiring, for he could only perceive their scent, while the Byakugan allowed Hinata to discern much that eluded their sight. Surely, Hinata had uncovered something peculiar. The implication was that the sense of over 100 individuals were concealed within these 3. Perhaps Hinata had glimpsed the secret. Be cautious. Suddenly, a profound sense of peril enveloped Yu, prompting him to bellow urgently as the trio leapt high into the air. Just as they ascended, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and from the ground where they had just stood, 3 colossal spikes shot up, each several meters in length. Earth release, rock-cutting spikes. They evaded with remarkable speed. Yet it proved futile, for soon they would become lifeless corpses. In that moment of sheer terror, an exceedingly unpleasant voice slithered forth. As the 3 figures materialized before them in an instant, the man in the conical hat spoke ominously, as if extinguishing the lives of Yu and his companions were as trivial as quenching one's thirst. Upon sighting these 3, a chill coursed through Yu, an indescribable tension tightening around his heart, sending shivers down his spine. Such bizarre individuals were invariably perilous. Just the scent of blood that surrounded them suggested countless lives lost. Red Bean, who had been lurking in the shadows, could not suppress her own anxiety. It was them. The bone-handed, ghost-handed, hundred-handed trio. They were the 3 lower ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village, recently basking in notoriety. These siblings were rumored to possess bloodline limits, their abilities exceedingly strange and extraordinary. Hinata and her companions were about to be embroiled in a fierce battle. No, wait. Where's Chinyu? Where has he gone? Red Bean, having been fully engrossed in the search for adversaries, suddenly recalled Chinyu. After departing with the crimson-eyed tiger, he had vanished without a trace. Could it be that he had left? No. Chinyu had vowed to pave the way for his teammates. He must be nearby. Where? Oh, where could he be? Why am I unable to locate him? This individual possesses not only formidable offensive capabilities and exceptional detection skills, but also possesses an astonishing ability to conceal himself. Is it them? At that moment, the man in the wide-brimmed hat suddenly froze, taking a slight step back, adopting a posture that suggested an urge to flee. What is wrong with you? Baisho looked at the man in the hat with disbelief. Guisho, are you actually afraid? Yejilu, open your eyes and observe closely. These 3 individuals, who are they associated with? Guisho reprimanded in a panicked whisper. Baisho, perplexed, turned his gaze toward Yu and the other 3, furrowing his brow in careful contemplation, and suddenly recalled. What on earth? Are these not the 3 individuals associated with that monster? How unfortunate we are. My apologies, my apologies. Baisho abruptly altered his demeanor, the murderous intent evaporating instantaneously, replaced by an extraordinary deference, his face adorned with an array of smiles as he bowed repeatedly. Though Chinyu remained unseen, they dared not lower their guard, their eyes darting around, sensing that Chinyu was likely lurking somewhere nearby. Cautiously, he addressed the trio. We are merely passing through and mean no harm. We sincerely apologize. Gusho, what are you waiting for? Let us leave swiftly. The reason for Baisho's panic stemmed from the moment the giant python had attacked Chinyu, during which they stood not far from him. In the instant they vanquished the python, they sensed a fleeting yet formidable aura emanating from Chinyu. Such a crisis perception could only be acquired by elite ninjas who had persisted through countless life and death battles, a sixth sense that had saved their lives time and again. That aura had instilled in them an instinct to kneel and plead for mercy without a thought of resistance. What a jest! To oppose such a monster could mean death. Wait, Gusho suddenly interjected. There are only 3 heartbeats around us, which indicates that the monster is not present here. What? Baisho and Guisho were taken aback. Only the 3 of us. Surely, you cannot be mistaken. No, your ability cannot be wrong. Understood, then. How could such a powerful entity be in the company of 3 worthless individuals? Ninjas are devoid of emotions. The stronger the ninja, the more ruthless they become. Why would they care for 3 useless beings? Yet, the exam's rules clearly stated that a team must ensure the survival of all its members. Baisho recalled the exam's stipulations. That monster is from Konoha. After all, this is an exam held in Konoha. Who knows if the higher-ups there might grant him any favors. But none of that matters now. What is crucial is that the monster is absent. And only the 3 of them remain. A rare opportunity indeed. Guisho slowly articulated, extending a pitch-black finger towards Hinata and her companions, his tone growing increasingly sinister and frigid with every word. Chapter 19. The strong thrive in adversity. Upholding their ninja way, Baisho momentarily paused, swiftly comprehending the situation, as the caution and reverence on his face were supplanted by madness and wrath. How foolish of me to be so terrified by someone who is not even here. This is infuriating. Baisho gripped his weapon tightly once more, stepping forward, licking his lips with a wicked grin. You have witnessed my plea for mercy. Thus you must perish. Gusho descended gracefully from the tree, the 3 of them standing in a row, a chilling aura permeating the already eerie forest, making the atmosphere even more frigid. Even the sunlight dimmed considerably. As per the old custom, 1 for each. The first to conclude the battle may relish an additional corpse. Hee. Baisho's eyes gleamed with malice as he brandished his weapon, leaping high with ferocity, aiming a vicious strike at Shino. Shino furrowed his brow, but remained relatively composed, as this individual always bore such a demeanor, slightly raising his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, a cloud of black insects materialized behind him, surging toward the man with intent to attack. Insects. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. This prey excites me immensely. Baisho paused briefly, then erupted into maniacal laughter, his tone steeped in obsession and madness. Baisho bellowed, bringing his weapon down fiercely toward the swarm of insects. In the next moment, the insects parted swiftly, evading the assault before surrounding him once more. Simultaneously, Gusho frantically formed hand seals, slamming his hands onto the ground with force. Earth release, ghost hand technique. With the sound reverberating, the earth shook as if quaking, and suddenly, the ground began to undulate like water, culminating in a colossal black hand erupting from the surface, reaching violently for Kiba. Kiba's pupils dilated as he leaped powerfully into the air. Boom! With a resounding blast. Kiba glanced down to witness the branch he had just stepped upon explode into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Akamaru. Woof. Kiba, undeterred, formed hand seals with determination. Boom! With a soft sound, another Kiba appeared as he twirled mid-air, completing the seals, and shouted, Fong over Fong technique. The 2 figures merged into one, transforming into a formidable whirlwind that surged toward the massive ghostly hand. Boom! With a violent tremor and explosion, debris flew in all directions as the gigantic hand trembled under the assault. Crack! Moments later, the enormous black hand erupted, disintegrating into a cloud of earth. Nearby, Gusho awkwardly dragged the scarecrow's body, inching toward Hinata, extending his claws to grasp at her. The slowness of this attack is utterly infuriating. Yet, Hinata does not dare to be careless. Chakra wildly converges in her hands as she fiercely strikes outward, gentle fist. The bone hand assault is deflected, causing it to retreat a few steps. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Hinata seizes the advantage, relentlessly pounding the joints and chakra points of the bone hand. Moments later, as the assault concludes, Hinata swiftly retracts her technique and leaps back, landing beside Kiba. Kiba, now on the ground, is nearly depleted of chakra, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat adorning his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on the ominous hand before him. Shino furrows his brow, observing the 100 hands ensnared tightly by the insects. A sense of foreboding lingering in his heart. Although Hinata's chakra is significantly diminished, she remains vigilant, questioning whether the opponent could truly be so weak. No, this is likely just a probe on their part. They must possess even more terrifying and formidable contingencies. However, lurking in the nearby thicket, a shadow concealed in darkness lies in wait. The man remained utterly motionless, his body frozen in place, save for his pair of eyes that darted about, fixated intently on the battlefield. Although 6 individuals were present, including the eerily perceptive Bone Hand and the distinguished Special J-Nin, Yuyuki Azuki, neither had detected his presence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he had seamlessly merged with the surrounding trees and earth, as if he had always existed there, becoming one with nature itself. Ah! Let the battle commence, strike fiercely. It would be most delightful if you were to mutually inflict wounds upon one another, leaving you all in a state of near demise, thus allowing me to emerge and gather the remnants. This fellow secretly contemplated that when the clam and the sandpiper vie, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Haha. Today I shall seize a great opportunity. At that moment, amidst the battlefield, Hinata and her companions, despite having successfully countered their adversary's attack, remained acutely aware of the looming threat, a sense of impending danger enveloping their minds. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed as the besieged Byakugan user, surrounded by a swarm of insects, emitted a chilling cry. Almost instantaneously, the massive cluster of insects began to writhe violently. The unsettling crunching sounds resonated, sending shivers down their spines, as the gigantic mass of insects visibly diminished. Shortly thereafter, Byakugan emerged from within, revealing that the bindings of her weapon had entirely unraveled, and to their horror, it was densely covered with hands. Upon closer inspection, they counted over 100 hands, each capable of stretching. The most terrifying aspect was that the palms bore mouths, voraciously devouring the insects while simultaneously emitting peculiar cries of delight. Delicious, delicious. Upon witnessing this ghastly scene, Hinata and her 2 companions were instantly overcome with dread. What on earth is this? No wonder I can smell the scent of over 100 individuals. It turns out to be these hands. The expressions on their faces are exceedingly grim, and a chill rises within me. Why is it that this CHNIN exam is filled with such oddities? It is utterly excessive. These rascals are truly bullying. Upon realizing they are companions of Chunyu, yet not having laid eyes on him, they attempt to flee. However, upon discovering Chunyu's absence, they immediately resort to violence. Is this the formidable power of a true warrior? When will I ever reach such heights? Hehehe, and to be a Kugan from the Hyuga clan is an unexpected boon. This corpse is now mine. The figure known as the Demon Hand spoke with a twisted smile. The remaining 2 individuals fell silent, their hands weaving intricate seals that hinted at formidable jutsu. How infuriating. These 3 perverts are far too powerful. Kiba gritted his teeth, forcing out a pained utterance as chakra surged violently within him. Just a moment ago, their adversaries were merely testing the waters. Yet he had already expended a significant portion of his chakra. How could he possibly face their hidden cards with a meager remainder? Shino's expression was equally grim. He suffered the most, having lost a substantial number of insects to the enemy, with only a scant few left, barely enough to serve as a mere distraction. Though the insects could reproduce rapidly, replenishing their ranks within days, this was a battlefield where circumstances shifted in the blink of an eye. There was no time for propagation. I must confront them. Hinata's face turned pale, trembling slightly from anxiety. Yet she clenched her jaw and summoned her courage to declare, Brother Chinyu once said that retreating in the face of a formidable foe is the mark of a coward. A true ninja grows stronger when faced with adversity, for that is how one fulfills their path. Chapter 20, I Will Not Strike. I released the hound's Hinata's words rang true. Kiba, upon hearing her declaration, felt a surge of determination, and the shadow of fear began to dissipate. Chunyu was their pillar of strength. His words were never misguided. If one instinctively sought to flee upon encountering hardship, how could they ever embody their ninja way? We are all genin. I refuse to believe these outsiders are that much stronger than us. Though Shino remained silent, he raised a hand slightly, and the remaining insects surged upwards, forming a massive cloud behind him, clearly signaling their resolve to fight to the last breath. Red Bean, watching from behind, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. This is the power of a leader. While individual strength can indeed influence the course of a battle, it is the leader who holds the utmost significance. The appearance of a leader can instill unwavering courage in their followers, igniting a fervor for combat. A single utterance can alter the trajectory of war. What does it matter if one is outmatched? What does it signify if the enemy is numerous while we are few? Even in death, one must perish in the throes of battle. At the very least, we must not allow the enemy to underestimate us. Every ninja village has its leader, known as the Hokage. Although Chinyu is still quite young, he already possesses the aura of a Hokage. Remarkably, a single statement made by Chunyu has the power to unify these 3 individuals, who were previously on the verge of disarray, once more into a cohesive force. This young man already possesses certain shadowy qualities. The sight of three individuals, their fears dissipating due to a mere utterance by Chunyu, astonished the trio known as the Ghost Hands. How absurd. Does the absence of that monster still exert such a significant influence? Humph. Nevertheless, they are merely three insignificant ants, easily dispatched in an instant. Attack. The Ghost Hand bellowed with arrogance. No sooner had he spoken than he began to weave seals with fervor, slamming his palm onto the ground. Secret technique, 100 Ghost Hands. Accompanied by a frenzied surge of chakra, the earth writhed violently, sprouting over 100 hands, blackened in hue and exuding a dangerously foul stench, a truly terrifying sight. Shikamaru, unfazed, Kiba formed hand seals, determination etched across his youthful visage. Boom. In another puff of white smoke, Shikamaru transformed into Kiba. It seemed the time had come to employ that technique, though still immature. It was worth the risk to attempt the double Fang. With a fierce roar, man and dog became two swirling tempests, intertwining as they surged forth towards the myriad of hands. On the side of the bone hand, its massive form began to twist slowly. Crack, crack, crack. With each movement, eerie sounds emanated from its joints. Suddenly, the bone hand halted. In the next moment, slender threads shot forth from its joints, countless pale strands assailing Hinata. The speed was astonishing, encircling Hinata from all directions, each thread tipped with a sharp point capable of piercing flesh with ease. Hinata clenched her fists. Though fear still lingered within her, memories of Chunyu ignited a boundless courage in her heart. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. With her youthful voice, chakra gathered in her hands as she swiftly danced, repelling the encroaching threads. The 100 hands grew frenzied, opening its gaping maw to emit a chilling laughter, its long tongue lolling out, while the 100 elongated arms lunged towards Shino. Secret technique, insect wall. Shino formed hand seals, and insects swarmed forth, coalescing into a massive sphere that enveloped him, spinning wildly to create a barrier. Crack, crack. The arms viciously gnawed at the outer insects, each bite resulting in a gluttonous swallow. Boom. Just as one such arm devoured its meal, it erupted violently, splintering into fragments, for within the insects lay explosive creatures. The 100 hands paused momentarily, only to erupt into raucous laughter. Quite amusing, but such tactics are insufficient. Upon uttering this, chakra surged within, transforming the 100 arms into a blood-red hue, and a crimson eye appeared in the palms. The force of collision and consumption tripled, and even if the insects were ingested and exploded, the arms remained unscathed. Could it be that victory is unattainable? Shino tightened his fists, having exhausted all his means. Boom. At that moment, a bizarre arm, adorned with intricate patterns, lunged forth, piercing through the insect barrier and striking Shino with tremendous force. Gush! Struck hard, Shino coughed up blood, hurtling backward to collide with a tree, his vitality swiftly waning. Meanwhile, in another arena, Kiba and Akamaru found their chakra depleted, having severed merely a handful of arms. Now reverted from their double Fang form, man and dog hung limply, ensnared by the giant hands in midair. Hinata too found herself ensnared by nearly 100 threads. Indeed, the disparity in strength was vast. The outcome had been decided in an instant. In the background, Karui watched anxiously, her allegiance naturally leaning towards the Konoha participants. Yet, as an examiner, her duty forbade her from intervening in the contestants' battles. She could only scan her surroundings with growing concern. Where could that fellow Chunyu be? Even now? He has yet to make a move? At this moment, Chunyu sat perched upon a tree, enveloped by the vibrations of the tremor fruit, encasing him and the Akatsuki's red eye-stabbing tiger. This was yet another endeavor for Chunyu, and to his surprise, it bore fruit. Both heartbeat and scent necessitate the medium of air for transmission. The vibrations of the Junjin fruit alter the air's oscillations, effectively nullifying the frequency of heartbeats, while scents dissipate rapidly, rendering them undetectable to others. Observing the battlefield below, Chunyu felt a twinge of concern. Although he remained still, the waves of the Junjin fruit had permeated the entire arena. Should his comrades find themselves in dire peril, he would spring into action without hesitation. While rewards hold significance, the safety of his companions is paramount. Fortunately, the moment for him to intervene personally had yet to arrive. The grass ninja continued to toy with the 3 adversaries like a cat playing with mice. His 3 companions had indeed exerted themselves to the fullest. Yet the opposition proved overwhelmingly formidable. It seems that the reality of the Chunin exam is far more treacherous than its portrayal in the animated series. The prowess of these three individuals far surpasses that of ordinary Jinin. They have likely attained the rank of elite Chunin. Their delayed participation in the examination, coupled with their decision to arrive in Konoha at this time, suggests a connection to Orochimaru's nefarious scheme. This cunning individual is indeed a master strategist, presenting quite a conundrum. In pursuit of the legendary armed color hockey, I find myself unable to engage directly. Alas, it appears I must unleash my companion. Casting a glance at the bored crimson-eyed tiger, who was languidly grooming its fur, Chunyu delivered a swift slap to its rear. The tiger, startled, instinctively turned to retaliate. For one must never touch a tiger's behind. However, upon seeing Chunyu, its fierce demeanor evaporated, and it approached him, nuzzling against his leg affectionately. Now, it is your turn to shine, Chunyu indicated below, reclining leisurely against a tree trunk with his hands clasped behind his head, a blade of grass gracing his lips. Those three fellows seem rather audacious. I entrust their handling to you. By the way, I have heard whispers that you possess a penchant for devouring humans. Devour humans. The crimson-eyed tiger, sensing the slightly ominous glint in Chunyu's gaze, fervently shook its head. Though I may be fierce and have a fondness for biting, I have never consumed a human. Very well, then let us simply send them packing with a swift blow each, Chunyu remarked, narrowing his eyes as he resumed basking in the sun atop the tree. Now, let us await our rewards. Chapter 21. I thought I was on the 5th level. But it turns out, having vanquished his adversaries, the ghost hand smirked sinisterly, stealthily approaching Hinata and her companions. As per our usual arrangement, the blood belongs to me, the arms to 100 hands, and the bones to bone hand. The corpses will be divided accordingly. The one who concludes the battle swiftly claims 2 bodies, while the slowest shall receive none. Not an issue, the other 2 displayed cruel smiles, their faces alight with excitement at the prospect of fresh blood and flesh to enhance their own powers. Unbeknownst to outsiders, these 3 individuals were the failed creations of Orochimaru. Years ago, upon witnessing the demise of his disciple, Rope Tree, Orochimaru became acutely aware of the fragility of life. He departed from Konoha, redirecting his focus towards the pursuit of immortality, capturing numerous individuals possessing bloodline limits, as well as a multitude of ordinary people. Within the realm of these mad experiments, countless failures emerged. The vast majority of test subjects perished, leaving only a scant few who managed to survive. These 3 individuals are indeed the ones. The so-called bloodline limit they possess is an unintended byproduct created by Orochimaru. They enhance their power through the gruesome consumption of human blood, bones, and limbs, employing exceedingly cruel methods. While such actions may slightly prolong their lifespans, this is not what Orochimaru desires. Nevertheless, these 3 bloodthirsty and deranged beings are formidable enough that Orochimaru has chosen to retain them as mere pawns in his grand design. Just as they were about to strike, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within them, causing them to abruptly look up and behold a massive shadow looming overhead. The trio hastily leapt aside, utilizing their body flicker technique to land on a nearby tree. What is this? Something has descended from the sky, and Bonehand failed to detect it. Ghost Hand was taken aback. One of Bonehand's abilities allows him to sprout countless fine threads from his joints, delving deep underground and connecting with the surrounding ley lines, enabling him to sense the heartbeat of nearby life forms. Yet, this entity appeared without him noticing anything amiss. It must possess extraordinary stealth capabilities, or its strength far exceeds theirs. The 3 were startled and steadied themselves, examining the situation closely. Upon witnessing the sight, 100 Hands gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, while even the 100 frenzied hands behind him withdrew silently. The crimson-eyed stinger tiger? How could this creature, capable of matching elite Jonin in battle, appear in the Chunin exam arena? Have the people of Konoha lost their minds? Bonehand was equally astonished. This beast is far too powerful. It could likely send us soaring into the heavens with a single swipe. We should retreat. 100 Hands, once brimming with arrogance, now spoke with genuine concern. What are you afraid of? Ghost Hand, with a sudden cold laugh, pointed at the weakened Hinata and her companions lying on the ground. Regardless of how strong this beast may be, it remains a beast, and beasts hunger for flesh. I refuse to believe this creature can resist the allure of 3 fresh, tender bodies. It is a pity for those 3 materials. Bonehand shook his head. What a pity. Ghost Hand, however, was indifferent, a sinister smile spreading across his face, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. There are over 100 materials here. Aside from a few monsters, the rest will surely be ours. The number of lives extinguished by their hands is countless. To them, human life is as worthless as that of ants. Normally, one would steer clear of a terrifying presence like the crimson-eyed stinger tiger. Yet these three bloodthirsty individuals brazenly stand by, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the tiger feasting. Ha! 100 Hands perched atop the tree, watching as the crimson-eyed stinger tiger approached Hinata, his bloodlust shining in his eyes as he laughed heartily. I never imagined you would meet your end in the jaws of a ferocious beast. How delightful. The melodious cries of despair, the mangled limbs, the bloodshed everywhere. I can hardly contain my excitement. When the tiger devours your last member, we shall depart. But we will return to claim your scrolls and see if any remnants of your flesh are still usable. Despair. Fear. We stand on the 5th level, while you are merely on the 1st. Ha! The three stood atop the tree, laughing maniacally. Feast. Consume quickly. As they watched the massive head of the crimson-eyed stinger tiger inch closer to Hinata, their anticipation grew unbearable. Hurry. Bite her. Let the air be filled with the scent of blood and the desperate wails of these three. As the crimson-eyed stinger tiger approached Hinata, it lowered its head and gently nuzzled her, much to the astonishment of the three onlookers, who froze as if turned to stone. What is happening? What is the situation? This A-rank beast, the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger, which even elite ninjas cannot confront, exhibits such docility in the presence of a mere lower-ranking ninja? Is this merely a dream? Have our eyes deceived us? Just as the three pondered the meaning of existence, the crimson-eyed tiger abruptly turned its head, its previous gentleness vanishing entirely. Within its crimson gaze burned a tempest of murderous intent, its maw slightly agape, revealing glistening fangs that shone with a cold light. Its claws unfurled, sharp as the finest blade, radiating the fierce aura of the king of beasts. The tiger's silence was not to be mistaken for meekness. Did you think I am merely a harmless creature? How absurd. The bloodthirsty glimmer in the eyes of the one called 100 Hands had evaporated, replaced instead by overwhelming fear and a pallid visage. Where was the previous arrogance and exhilaration? The 100 Hands behind him shrank back in a frenzy, trembling uncontrollably. What the hell do I know? The ghostly hands were equally terrified, nearly losing their footing. Regardless of the circumstances, we must flee. The skeletal hand said nothing, yet turned to flee as well, its limbs surprisingly agile, suggesting that this creature was no mere scarecrow meant to instill fear. As the three hastily turned, a powerful rush of air sliced through the atmosphere, and a vibrant tiger appeared before them in an instant. So swift. The trio stood frozen, their minds blank. How could they possibly escape such speed? The crimson-eyed tiger wasted no time, raising its massive paw to strike with ferocity. The skeletal hand screamed in a frenzy as countless shimmering threads emerged from its joints. Yet, these seemingly sharp threads proved futile against the tiger's claws, shattering upon contact. With a resounding thud, the enormous paw collided with the skeletal hand, followed by the crack of countless bones fracturing. The figure was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a substantial crater upon impact. The scarecrow, which had just been a mere illusion, has now truly transformed into a scarecrow. Chapter 22. I am even more behind the yellow sparrow. A single strike, a swift kill. Baisho and Guaisho were completely taken aback. The three of them were nearly equal in strength, and a slap delivered upon oneself would scarcely yield a better outcome. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Baka, foolish waste, you shall die in my stead. Guaisho unexpectedly kicked Baisho, sending him hurtling towards the crimson-eyed tiger, while he himself turned and fled with every ounce of strength he could muster. Baisho, caught off guard, had no time to react, barely managing to utter a word before a colossal hand descended from the heavens, crashing heavily upon him. Bang! Next to Bone Hand, an unrecognizable form appeared. At that moment, Guaisho gritted his teeth, not daring to glance back as he executed the instant movement technique, sprinting over 100 meters in an instant, driven by the primal instinct to survive. As Guaisho believed he had escaped the jaws of death, a foreboding sensation struck him. Pain erupted from his tailbone. He looked up to see a massive iron hammer, bristling with spikes, hurtling towards his forehead. It was none other than the tail of the crimson-eyed tiger. Damn it! In a moment of desperation, Guaisho frantically formed seals with his hands, summoning countless large hands from the tree trunks to encircle him. Yet, these seemingly indestructible hands were as fragile as paper under the weight of the hammer, shattering effortlessly. Boom! The immense force of the hammer crashed down upon Guizhou, piercing through his dark, sturdy body and creating a gaping, transparent hole, sending him flying. Beside Bonehand, another twisted form materialized. Bang! The trio, having been subjected to a devastating blow, remarkably remained alive, still flickering with the last vestiges of life. A tremendous tremor resonated as the crimson-eyed tiger descended from the heavens, standing before the three, revealing its long fangs, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. How could such a terrifying creature possibly submit to such a feeble existence? Guizhou's consciousness blurred, yet he could not fathom the reality. His eyes wide with disbelief, refusing to close in death. No. Suddenly, Bonehand sensed something. The aura of that person emanated from the tiger. That person had always been present. He simply had not intervened. What? The three were momentarily stunned. Despite their near demise, their expressions remained etched with astonishment. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Guizhou struggled to lift his head and discovered a handsome youth casually leaning against a tree, chewing on a root, observing them with a half-smile. It was Chinyu. That terrifying presence. He had truly been there all along. This individual possesses such formidable strength that even the crimson-eyed tiger is compelled to submit. Such a monster is participating in the Chunin exam. They had already formed a certain estimation of Chinyu's strength. Yet now it seems that their so-called estimation was merely a jest. Chinyu's true power has surpassed their understanding entirely. Such a terrifying being. Could it not annihilate them with but a mere flick of its finger? The three were already grievously wounded, and upon seeing Chinyu, their spirits sank into despair. Just moments ago, they fancied themselves as the reapers of the battlefield, yet little did they realize they were mere jesters, foolishly flaunting their inadequacies before the true harbinger of death. They believed this to be a one-sided slaughter, but who could have anticipated that the outcome was already sealed? Their recent taunts and laughter were utterly ludicrous, a self-inflicted humiliation. As despair clouded the eyes of the trio, the crimson-eyed tiger raised its hand high and struck down with great force. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted, and in an instant, the three were sent to the netherworld in a grand reunion. In the background, Hongdo let out a heavy sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. This individual has truly gone too far, waiting until the very last moment to take action, leaving me in a state of worry for so long. However, it is a relief that all is well. In contrast to the ease experienced by Hongdo, another fellow is far from jubilant. The mysterious figure lurking in the underbrush is now on the verge of losing control. Goodness, my composure has shattered. I initially intended to seize an opportunity, only to encounter one monstrous being after another. The trio of ghost hands was already quite formidable, and now there emerges a crimson-eyed sting tiger. I had thought this would be the ultimate boss battle, only for Chinyu to make his appearance. My heavens, this is utterly catastrophic. What is there to salvage? It is already a stroke of fortune to preserve one's life. I merely sought a random spot to lie low and ambush novices, yet I continuously encounter such perverse individuals. It is enough to make one weep without tears. However, this is not the time for lamentation. Survival takes precedence. The mysterious figure held their breath, striving to slow their heartbeat, pressing their body firmly against the ground, daring not to stir. Although Chinyu, this formidable creature, possesses immense strength, my skills in concealment are unparalleled. This individual is surely oblivious. Upon witnessing the terrifying trio vanquished, Hinata and her companions exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing against the tree. Utterly drained. They had performed admirably, truly commendable. My comrades, do not be disheartened. It is entirely natural to struggle against them, for these three have long surpassed the capabilities of ordinary Chunin. Chinyu leaped down from the tree and nodded approvingly at the trio. Take a moment to rest. I shall venture forth to hunt for a meal, and we shall indulge in a barbecue to replenish our strength. Oh, and do not forget to retrieve the scrolls from those three. With that, he left the trio to recuperate and turned to walk in another direction. After just a few steps, Chinyu halted, slightly turning his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he addressed a patch of grass. How much longer do you intend to remain hidden on the ground? The concealed individual within the grass felt a jolt of panic as their eyes met Chinyu's calm, obsidian gaze, causing the hairs on the back of their neck to stand on end. Their prideful concealment technique, designed to merge seamlessly with nature, had evaded even the keenest of jonin. How could it be that Chinyu had discovered them so easily? This is simply impossible. Though this individual found it hard to believe, the reality lay before him. His mouth instantly became parched, and his body trembled slightly with fear as he swallowed hard. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Hinata and her two companions were momentarily stunned. What does this mean? There is another person? Not only Hinata and her friends were taken aback, but even Akito, the crimson-eyed tiger, was bewildered. What on earth? There is someone else? Yet, there was clearly no other scent present. Even Adu, who was hiding at a distance, was flabbergasted. There is indeed another person. How could I have failed to notice? Are all the new students this formidable? Such concealment skills went unnoticed by the three ghostly hands, and even by myself. The crimson-eyed tiger did not detect it either. This implies that the opponent's ability to hide must be exceptionally powerful. Yet, Chen Yu happened to be the one who discovered it. This individual not only possesses the remarkable ability to conduct extensive reconnaissance and is adept at detecting distant adversaries, but can also unveil those skilled in the art of concealment and camouflage. A ninja, who can master one aspect of reconnaissance to perfection, is already a rare feat. Yet, Chen Yu seems to excel in every facet, exhibiting an almost unparalleled lack of weaknesses. This is no longer mere genius. It is a prodigious anomaly. When it comes to strength, of course, Hong Do surpasses that concealed individual. However, that enigmatic figure employs a technique of stillness, remaining motionless, seemingly merging with nature and light through some unknown ninjutsu. Yet, despite this, Chen Yu was able to uncover him. As Chen Yu's words fell, the grass rustled slightly, and a somewhat awkward voice emerged, slowly revealing a figure rising from the foliage, covered in grass. With a face filled with a nervous and ingratiating smile, I was merely passing by. Do you believe me? Chapter 23. My name is Xiaohua, and I am proud at this moment. Hinata and the others, upon witnessing this hidden figure, were once again engulfed in astonishment. How could he be so close? Merely a few meters away. In their prior perception, that area appeared empty, filled only with weeds and trees. There was no sign of a person. Yet, a living being emerged from the grass. This concealment technique is extraordinary, and even their Byakugan failed to detect him. Chen Yu astonishingly saw through it at a glance. Hong Do was equally stunned and quickly frowned, scrutinizing carefully, and instantly recognized that this hidden master was none other than one of the participants in this examination, Sake Deng. Chen Yu had long since identified him. This individual possesses a head resembling that of a gray-black wolf, adorned with 3 embroidered characters symbolizing death, presenting an image akin to a refined extra, one among the trio of sound ninja. Indeed, these 3 individuals have arrived. It is true that while this world of Hokage diverges in certain aspects from the original narrative, the overarching storyline remains fundamentally consistent. In light of this, Orochimaru should have arrived at the Forest of Death, and his scheme ought to be unfolding in secrecy. Roar! The crimson-eyed stabbing tiger revealed its glistening fangs, emitting a low, menacing growl, as its massive claws advanced step by step towards Sake D. The diminutive figure appeared to be rather sneaky. As the king of beasts, my utmost admiration lies with formidable warriors like Chen Yu, who confront challenges head-on. Conversely, I harbor a disdain for such underhanded little rascals. The tiger expressed its eagerness, waiting for Chen Yu to speak, yearning to pounce upon him. However, patience is key. One must treat customers with a degree of courtesy. Chen Yu gently patted the head of the crimson-eyed thorn tiger, a warm smile gracing his face as he ambled over to Sake Deng. Sake Deng was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered and at a loss for understanding. Customer? What on earth? When did I become a customer? Behold, with an innocuous smile plastered on his face, Chen Yu extended a finger, beginning to enumerate. Firstly, we are adversaries. You cannot defeat me. Hence the scroll must be relinquished to me. Secondly, those 3 formidable individuals earlier, had I not intervened, you would undoubtedly have been discovered and subsequently perished. Thus, I have saved your life. Such a debt of gratitude can only be repaid in kind. Let us discuss compensation instead, so as to avoid any emotional entanglements. What do you deem your life is worth? A modest reward would not be unreasonable, would it? Sake Deng was flabbergasted. Was this truly morphing into a transaction? No wonder he referred to himself as a customer. With a fearsome tiger looming beside him, Sake Deng trembled, reluctant to speak further, and thus acquiesced to Chen Yu's words. That is only fair, indeed, not excessive. Splendid. Let us proceed with the financial transaction. Chen Yu maintained his seemingly harmless smile. Upon witnessing this grin, Sake Deng felt a pang of regret. Recalling the scant funds he possessed for operational expenses, his heart bleeding internally. Yu continued to caress the crimson-eyed thorn tiger's head, cheerfully asserting, "Of course, I am a fair individual. Transactions are entirely voluntary, and I assure you, no deception is at play. You can choose to refuse. After all, our dear Xiaohua is still quite hungry." The crimson-eyed thorn tiger paused. "Who is Xiaohua? Is that a reference to me?" Glancing around in confusion, it seemed the name was indeed directed at itself. "For goodness sake, I am a sovereign of the Death Forest. Do I truly deserve such a pedestrian name? No." I vehemently opposed this. Whimpering, the thorn tiger's gaze fell upon Yu. Its expression pitiful as it emitted a plaintive sound. Those blood-red eyes, unexpectedly fierce, appeared almost adorably threatening. The subtle expression was particularly apt, seeing my pitiful state. "Shall we change the name?" Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, emitting a sound from her nose. Chi Tong, the crimson-eyed tiger, was taken aback, instantly feeling the hairs on its back stand on end as memories of fear induced by Yu flooded back. Its previously pitiable expression transformed into one of grave seriousness, and it resumed nodding in an exaggerated manner. "Indeed, what a splendid name. Truly marvelous. I am quite fond of it. I am called Xiaohua, and I take great pride in that. Woof." Moreover, the crimson-eyed tiger opened its mouth and let out a roar. Hinata and her companions were momentarily at a loss for words. To name such a majestic beast in such a casual manner was one thing. However, to witness the fearsome tiger barking like a dog was beyond comprehension. Is this tiger truly so subservient? Is there such a need to fawn over Yu? Sakdang, observing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment, his jaw nearly dislocating. He had initially believed that Yu was employing some extraordinary ninjutsu to control the ferocious creature. But upon closer inspection, it seemed that this tiger had been domesticated from a young age. While others might merely keep a ninja dog, he had audaciously chosen to raise an A-rank beast as if it were a mere pet. As Sakdang's mind reeled in shock, Xiaohua turned her head, her docile demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a fierce countenance, baring her fangs as if ready to bite. Sakdang felt his sanity fracturing. Is this what they call fairness and freedom? Besides spending money, do I have any other options? Are all the forces within Konoha as mysterious and formidable as this? No wonder Lord Orochimaru became a legendary figure after growing up in such a village. Konoha is indeed a treacherous place. I long to return to the Sound Ninja village. Please take note. Sakdang wept internally, yet his movements were swift and decisive as he hastily placed the Book of Heaven on the ground, followed by emptying his pockets of every valuable item he possessed. Ninja scrolls, sealing scrolls, various ninja tools. He spread them across a small patch of ground. There was even a wallet. He dared not conceal anything, for Yu was exceedingly mysterious and powerful. Even his secret techniques, which connected him to nature through cursed marks, could be detected by Yu. If he were to hide anything, it could very well cost him his life. Xiaohua approached and began to pick up the items one by one, carefully depositing the assorted trinkets at Yu's feet, wagging her tail and panting, looking up at him with a face full of eagerness. Quite obedient indeed. "Senior, may I take my leave?" Sakdang inquired cautiously of Yu. "Safe travels, and do come again," Yu replied, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the bounty before him, waving his hand in a casual farewell. Sakdang thought to himself, "I will never return, not even at the cost of my life." Without a backward glance, he fled with all his might, disappearing in a flash. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward received. 30 development of the God-level armament Haki. Upon hearing the reward, Yu smiled inwardly, relieved that it had been credited. The reason he spared this fellow was twofold. First, Sakdang had not wronged him, and second, this character held some significance in the main storyline. Should he eliminate him, it could potentially disrupt the narrative flow of the Naruto world, leading to unforeseen consequences in later events due to the butterfly effect. Understanding the plot is our advantage. One must not jeopardize the greater for the lesser. Casually tossing the Book of Heaven to Hinata and the others, Yu began to sift through Sakdang's belongings. First, he examined the wallet, opening it to reveal a substantial sum. Indeed, the Sound Ninja trio was rather affluent, boasting over 1,000,000 ryo. The original Naruto series primarily focused on the passionate battles between ninjas and the profound bonds of friendship. Money was seldom mentioned. However, reality is quite different. The necessities of life, such as rice, oil, and salt, are essential. Why did Shinyu have Hinata bring barbecue supplies? Because he was low on funds. Barbecue spices are quite expensive. Beyond living expenses, enhancing combat capabilities is a significant financial endeavor. In the latter part of Naruto, Konan used 600 billion explosive tags, nearly obliterating Obito, forcing him to sacrifice one of his eyes and employ the forbidden technique Izanagi to save his life. Otherwise, the series would have concluded prematurely. Many may not grasp the magnitude of deploying 600 billion explosive tags. We would typically describe such a person with 2 words: utter destruction. In reality, within the Naruto universe, this represents the most powerful explosion achievable without external assistance, bloodline limits, and other advantages. What is the foundation of this? It is the power of wealth. The ramen from Uncle Irika costs 60 ryo per bowl. The sound ninjas could indulge in approximately 20,000 bowls. How delightful! Shinyu then inspected the other scrolls, primarily maps and some average-level ninjutsu, which were of little note, and he distributed them to Hinata and her companions for protection. Among them was an unused summoning scroll. This was truly valuable. What a bountiful harvest! Indeed, such ventures without initial investment yield abundant rewards. How exhilarating! Chapter 24. The sorrowful Shaohua. The summoning technique serves as a unique form of conjuration in the Naruto world, classified as a type of space-time ninjutsu. This form of ninjutsu allows one to establish a blood pact with any creature, summoning them to aid in battle when necessary. It can be broadly categorized into 3 types: animal summoning, such as frogs, slugs, the spiders of Gotonmaru, and the wasps of the Kamakura clan; ninja beast summoning, including Kakashi's Ninken, the monkeys of the 3rd Hokage, and Guy's turtle; and object summoning, like the Rashomon. Furthermore, there are subdivisions such as contract summoning and human summoning. As for the summoning scroll, Shinyu was seen continuously perusing a scroll, drawing the curiosity of Yu, who leaned in for a closer look. Upon examining it closely, he was taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment, "And it's a blank high-grade summoning scroll." This type of advanced summoning scroll can forge a contract with A-rank animals or ninja beasts. What a pity! Summoning techniques are high-level ninjutsu, and we can't even summon ordinary animals, let alone A-rank ninja beasts. Yu shook his head in regret. Not so, Shinyu replied calmly, shaking his head with a slight smirk playing on his lips as his gaze shifted to a nearby cat grooming itself. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "We can do it now. Now. But we shouldn't. You can use summoning techniques." Yu instantly grasped the implications, his shock palpable. "Brother Shinyu, you can perform summoning techniques?" Hinata, standing nearby, also looked stunned. "But we haven't learned it yet." "We have." Shinyu blinked and looked at his companions. Puzzled as he stated, "Didn't we study the fundamentals of the 2nd Hokage's ninjutsu in class? It included a chapter on summoning techniques." "That chapter was merely a brief introduction to summoning techniques," Yu exclaimed, suddenly realizing something and becoming petrified, his mouth agape in disbelief. "You possess such strength, and yet you can master high-level ninjutsu just by glancing at the summary? Please, be reasonable. Don't crush our spirits. If this continues, I'll quit being a ninja and go home to plant sweet potatoes instead." "Indeed, it's still somewhat challenging. I only mastered it after reading it twice," Shinyu humbly replied. "In principle, the likelihood of learning summoning techniques from the fundamental concepts of ninjutsu is akin to a middle school student suddenly inventing a Tesla after studying Newton's laws. However, we possess divine-level ninjutsu talent. Learning ninjutsu feels like operating with cheats. It's that astonishing. Hiding at a distance and eavesdropping, Akadama could clearly hear their conversation, rendering her momentarily speechless. This lad has unexpectedly mastered the art of necromancy. At this age, being able to master the art of spirit communication and summon a mere ordinary ninja beast under the guidance of a teacher is already a mark of genius. Did this fellow learn merely by glancing at the synopsis? Is this boy the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Hinata. Shinyu turned his gaze towards Hinata, gesturing towards the little flower, and gently said, "Why not let the little flower be your summoning beast?" But brother, I don't know the summoning technique." Hinata hesitated, biting her lip. "Don't worry, I will teach you," Shinyu replied with a smile, playfully patting the little flower's rear. This time, the little flower reacted immediately, turning around with an exceptionally obedient demeanor. It raised its paw. Shinyu observed the large tiger paw. The little flower obediently lifted its paw, yet its crimson eyes were filled with confusion, wondering what this was about. Was it to learn how to shake hands? Although my name is Little Flower, I am a tiger. What if I accidentally scratched someone during a handshake? While the little flower was lost in thought, Chunyu reached out and pulled out a kunai, directly piercing the tiger paw in front of the little flower's wide eyes filled with dread. "Oh, whoa!" The little flower cried out in shock, feeling fear, yet unable to resist, covering its eyes with one paw and turning its head aside. The onlookers were rendered speechless. After all, this was the king of beasts, an A-rank existence. Had it never seen blood before? Was it really necessary to be this timid? As the tiger paw was pierced and blood seeped out, Chunyu bit his finger, allowing his blood to mingle with that of the little flower, and smeared it onto the scroll. Following that, Chunyu formed hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninja art, summoning technique. With Chunyu's hands coming down, a resounding roar echoed, and the summoning technique's patterns instantly spread outward. Everyone around, including Hongdo, widened their eyes in astonishment. Has this lad truly mastered the art of summoning? Surely, it cannot be true. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the next moment, the little flower vanished from its spot, followed by a plume of white smoke, reappearing right at Chunyu's feet. Remarkably, Chunyu had indeed succeeded in performing the summoning technique, and the entity he summoned was of A-rank status. Although Ya and his companions were equally astonished, being newcomers, their emotions were not as profound. However, Hongdo, a seasoned teacher and examiner with years of experience in perilous missions, understood just how formidable this ninjutsu was. Summoning an A-rank beast was a feat only the elite J-nin could master. At that moment, Hongdo's mind was blank, overwhelmed by tumultuous thoughts. What was most astonishing was Chunyu's dexterity. There was nothing awkward about his movements, indicating that he had truly mastered the technique. He stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unconsciously repeating the words, "big freak." Jinai was equally petrified, her glasses nearly slipping off. Hinata clenched her little fists, her cheeks flushed with excitement and admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Chunyu, you're incredible. How about you give it a try?" Chunyu leaped down from the little flower and affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. "Let's give it a shot." The little flower extended its paw. It trembled in pain, but fearing Chunyu's response, it cautiously stretched out its claw, covering its eyes with the other paw, constantly reassuring itself that if it didn't look, it wouldn't hurt. Observing this, Chunyu couldn't help but marvel at the little flower's rapid healing, a testament to its extraordinary recovery ability. Despite his admiration, he wasted no time and swiftly launched a kunai. With a sorrowful whimper, the little flower shivered, fresh blood oozing forth. Although Hinata felt a twinge of anxiety, she nodded earnestly in response to Chunyu's encouraging gaze, biting her fingertip to mix her blood on the scroll. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. Hinata's tender voice rang out, but she failed to summon successfully. "No worries, let us try again," Chunyu encouraged, launching another kunai. The little flower emitted another mournful cry. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. The little flower was on the verge of tears. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, ninjutsu, summoning technique. Eventually, the little flower surrendered, closing its eyes and stretching out its paws, resigned to its fate. "You may harm me as you wish. My body may still live, but my spirit has perished. Sorrow flows like a river." After enduring this ordeal several times, it was only when Hinata's remaining chakra was nearly depleted that a sudden puff of white smoke erupted, and the little flower reappeared beneath her feet. Hinata paused momentarily, but as her pale face flushed with color, she clenched her fists and leaped into Chunyu's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, I did it. This is wonderful." Coughing slightly, Chunyu was taken aback by her enthusiasm. Despite her young age, she had already exhibited formidable presence. Chapter 25. In the ninja world, harmony is priceless. Hinata, having leaped into Chunyu's embrace, quickly realized her actions and hurriedly stepped back, lowering her head, her face as rosy as two ripe apples. Ya and Jinai exchanged knowing glances, turning their heads aside, silently agreeing to let the two continue without their gaze. Orochimaru, speechless, thought to himself, "I already consume enough dog food daily. Must you too add to it? I shall not require any meals today. I am quite full." At that moment, a pair of eyes concealed within the jungle had not blinked for quite some time, their lavender hue reflecting waves of astonishment. Although the eyes felt dry, they remained unblinking, fearful of missing a captivating scene. Chun Yu's astonishing feats had left Hong Do in a state of numbness. But what about Hinata? How had she accomplished this? The summoning technique demanded a substantial amount of chakra. Even as a special J-nin, one would expend nearly half their chakra after summoning. Hinata, being merely a genin, lacked sufficient chakra, yet she managed to succeed? Suddenly, a thought struck Hong Do. The summoning technique is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu. Yet why is it categorized among advanced ninjutsu? Because it falls under the category of space-time ninjutsu, possessing unique attributes, typically reserved for advanced ninjas. The practitioner must first establish a summoning contract with the summoned beast. Generally, the summoning technique requires a sequence of hand seals and utilizes blood as a medium to summon the creature. The chakra consumption for summoning varies based on the practitioner's and the summoned beast's attributes. In simpler terms, if the distance is great and the summoned beast is somewhat resistant, it necessitates a significant expenditure of chakra. Conversely, if the distance is short and the summoned beast is cooperative, it requires minimal chakra. Many ninjas struggle to subdue their summoned beasts with sheer strength, yet achieving true loyalty is challenging, as there will always be a degree of resistance. The greater the resistance, the more terrifying the chakra consumption during summoning. That a genin like Hinata could summon an A-rank beast is remarkable. While proximity played a role, it also indicated that the little flower had completely submitted, harboring no resentment, and had indeed transformed into the loyal summoning beast that countless elite ninjas yearn for. This outcome is undoubtedly not attributable to Hinata. It must be the remarkable prowess of Chun Yu that has led to such a result. This eccentric individual possesses far too many extraordinary qualities. After all, Kakashi, the prodigious genius who swiftly ascended to the rank of Jonin in Konoha, required a full 3 years merely to establish a bond with B-ranked ninja hounds. Yet, Chun Yu, at such a tender age, summoned A-ranked ferocious beasts with ease, not only for himself, but also teaching his companions the art of summoning. How astonishing it is that Kakashi, the so-called foremost genius of Konoha, pales in comparison before Chun Yu. Such an injustice to the natural order. Coughing lightly, Chun Yu felt a flush of embarrassment as he was unexpectedly embraced by a little girl in front of everyone. He was about to speak when a sudden realization struck him. There were still 3 boxes he had yet to inspect. Could it be that they had vanished at the whim of the little girl? As a former participant in a battle royale, Chun Yu understood the joy of scavenging boxes. Even if they contained nothing, he would relish the experience repeatedly. Equipment was inconsequential. It was the joy that mattered. Watching Chun Yu dash away in a frenzy, Hinata and the others were left bewildered. What could have transpired to incite such urgency in this peculiar character? With astonished expressions, the trio observed as Chun Yu approached a massive pit and began to rummage through it, leaving them, including Akane, utterly speechless. They had expected a momentous event, yet it seemed his haste was simply for this. They merely exchanged silent jests. In the world of ninjas, the victor reigns supreme, and scavenging boxes is an everyday affair. With enthusiasm, Chun Yu crouched down and peered into the pit, only to find several scrolls that had been flattened, causing him a pang of regret. Little flower, why did you use such force? What a waste. Having just emerged from a nightmare, Little Flower paused, her expression innocent. Hey, you were the one who told me to slap them, right? Are you taking advantage of my inability to speak? It's not fair to bully me like this. Alas, these unfortunate souls were impoverished. Although the scrolls had been squashed, as long as the seals within remained intact, they should still be usable. However, upon inspection, Chun Yu discovered that 2 scrolls contained nothing but the most mundane of food rations, particularly unappetizing soldier pills. It was a rare occurrence that one scroll contained some ninja tools, but the quantity was meager and the items were well-worn second-hand goods. How utterly impoverished. As Chun Yu rummaged through the contents, he unearthed the Book of Earth from the depths, a testament to its status as an examination scroll, impeccably preserved and untouched by even a drop of blood. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the scroll to his 3 companions, simultaneously discarding the less valuable scrolls in a shared act of plunder, while he continued to savor the contents of the box. Eventually, his fingers grazed the wallets of the 3 individuals. The anticipated drama was about to unfold. With eager enthusiasm, Chun Yu opened the wallets, only to find, to his astonishment, a meager total of 30,000 taels among the 3. How could there be such a disparity among fellow exam participants? Nevertheless, he thought, even the legs of a mosquito count as meat. I shall reluctantly accept this paltry sum. Having completed his indulgence, Qin Yu, satisfied, organized his belongings and glanced ahead. The scrolls of heaven and earth had been gathered, and there was even an extra book of heaven. Let us proceed to the central tower. Very well, came the unanimous agreement from his companions. What shall we do with this extra scroll? Should we gift it to our comrades in Konoha? Ya, holding the scroll, pondered aloud. Qin Yu stroked his chin, contemplating momentarily before a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. I have an excellent idea. I shall seize all their scrolls. Then, stationed at the base of the tower, they will have no choice but to purchase the scrolls if they wish to pass. This way, they can avoid a brutal battle. I am, in essence, saving their lives. In the ninja world, harmony is paramount. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. With just a modest sum, not only could they safely traverse the perilous battlefield, but they could also secure their CH qualifications. Who among the candidates would refuse such an offer? For the harmonious conduct of the CH exams and the peaceful development of the ninja world, I, Qin Yu, shall toil tirelessly, aspiring to be a youth devoted to justice. The three companions were momentarily taken aback. You intend to seize every scroll? It is already an arduous task for a typical team to vanquish another to acquire opposing attribute scrolls to pass the exam. You already possess the graduation scroll, and yet you wish to cause further chaos? This is exceedingly audacious. However, upon reflection, they realized that Qin Yu possessed an extraordinary strength within the Death Forest. Few could rival him. Damn, the mindset of the strong is beyond our comprehension. Red Bean, listening from behind, was left dumbfounded. Is this truly how one plays the game? After all these years as an examiner, presiding over countless CH exams, I have seen all teams race towards the central tower after gathering their required items, fearing any unforeseen complications. Yet here you are, seemingly eager for chaos, intent on monopolizing all the scrolls, and you even wish to profit from it. This is outrageous. Chapter 26. Little Flower's companions yet. Shino adjusted his glasses and spoke gravely. There are a total of 26 teams participating in this exam, each entering the 20-kilometer radius of the Death Forest from different directions. If we were to search for them individually, it would consume a considerable amount of time and energy. Shino's words caused Qin Yu to hesitate momentarily. It made sense. The thought of running around was exhausting. I am here to collect deliveries, not to deliver them. Little Flower, having listened intently, sensed Qin Yu's indecision and perked up instantly. My chance to shine has arrived. If I contribute now, perhaps I shall face fewer beatings in the future. With a sudden leap, Little Flower bounded to Qin Yu's side, panting eagerly, as if bursting to share an idea. What is it, Little Flower? Do you have a solution? Qin Yu asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. With fervent enthusiasm, Little Flower, the tyrant of the Death Forest, nodded vigorously. Then give it a try, Qin Yu encouraged, intrigued. After all, Little Flower was the undisputed ruler of this domain and had likely navigated its intricacies for quite some time. With Qin Yu's approval, Little Flower transformed from a docile creature back into the ferocious king of beasts. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a sound that reverberated throughout the forest, infused with chakra energy, echoing far and wide. In the natural world, the roar of an ordinary tiger could travel at least 3 kilometers. However, as an A-rank beast, Little Flower's roar, amplified by chakra, could easily reach a distance of 30 kilometers. Instantly, every team within the forest heard the resonating call. Many teams, once embroiled in fierce battles, paused in terror, recognizing the unmistakable sound of a formidable beast. They knew well that the sheer magnitude of chakra within that roar indicated they stood no chance. What were they waiting for? To be devoured? They fled in panic. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu and his companions, Little Flower's mighty roar had caused countless engaged teams to scatter, seeking refuge with utmost caution. In that moment, the Death Forest truly embraced the principle of harmony. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the jungle, Gaara extended his hand, confronting 3 nameless background characters, one of whom was ensnared in sand, desperately struggling, his eyes filled with the despair of impending death. Gaara, radiating a menacing aura, prepared to unleash a sandstorm to deliver his foe's demise. Just then, the echo of Little Flower's roar swept through the air, startling Gaara, who swiftly turned his gaze, his emerald eyes now alert with an unusual wariness. That sound. It must be an A-rank beast. Quite troublesome. If the sound can reach us here, it cannot be far away. Should we retreat? Kankuro gulped nervously, taking a cautious step back to glance at Gaara, speaking in hushed tones. At that moment, Temari, also hidden in the shadows, was filled with anticipation. What was Little Flower up to? After years of serving as an examiner, Red Bean had witnessed countless lower-ranked ninjas engage in fierce competition for mission items, which, while seemingly thrilling, appeared to her as mere child's play, tediously unremarkable. This is truly the first time I have witnessed such an intriguing spectacle. My decision to trail Qinyu has not been in vain. Originally, Hongdo intended to leave shortly, yet the unfolding events captivated her further, intensifying her astonishment with each passing moment. She couldn't shake the feeling that Qinyu was poised to perform even more astonishing feats. Just as Hongdo was utterly engrossed, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her brows furrowing tightly as the ground began to tremble ever so slightly. The vibrations soon escalated in intensity. Looking into the distance, she beheld countless trees swaying wildly, as if a colossal beast from ancient times was charging forth. Upon closer inspection, she was astounded to discover a gigantic ape, towering over 6 meters, racing towards her. Is this a B-rank ferocious beast, the Ape Demon King? One of the ruthless creatures in the Death Forest. It typically shows no fear, even when facing elite ninjas. Little Hua lets out a roar and summons it. Wait, there's more. A colossal serpent, exceeding 20 meters in length, far larger than the one seen earlier at the exam's periphery, adorned with shimmering golden scales. This B-rank beast, the golden scale giant python, usually slumbers deep underground and seldom emerges. Yet, it too has come racing forth, drawn by Little Hua's roar. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound reverberates throughout the jungle. Enormous beasts come thundering in from all directions, converging rapidly. The participating Jinnen tremble in fear. What is happening? What has incited these ferocious beasts to revolt? Is it truly so challenging to simply take a test? Previously, I heard from my seniors that although the environment is harsh and fraught with danger, as long as one remains cautious, there should be no significant issues. Yet, looking around now, this is not merely a harsh environment, it is unequivocally hell. At this moment, Qinyu observed Hinata, her small hands gripping his clothing tightly, her Byakugan fully activated, allowing her to perceive movements a kilometer away. Several colossal beasts were charging towards them with reckless abandon. Brother, so many fierce beasts are coming at us. Hinata spoke softly, her voice tinged with fear. Although she had just learned the art of summoning, her trepidation lingered. Do not be afraid. Qinyu placed his hand gently on Hinata's small head, soothing her with a warm, reassuring touch that instantly bolstered her sense of security. He understood that these beasts had been summoned by Xiaohua. While comforting the frightened Hinata, he turned and delivered a forceful kick to the massive rear of the tiger. What a grand display! Are you so eager for attention that you wish for all to see? Keep it down, lest you disturb the neighbor's slumber. As a tiger, one must exhibit social responsibility. Xiaohua was blissfully awaiting the arrival of her companions to receive Chunyu's praise when suddenly, the unexpected kick caused her face to fall, filled with a sense of grievance. She raised her large tiger paw to wipe her nose, her enormous mouth pouting as if on the verge of tears. Yet, Chunyu's words were not to be disregarded. Alas, with a tiger beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. Xiaohua could only open her mouth wide and let out another roar. Moments later, the entire forest fell silent. Hongdo, perched upon a tree, peered down and gasped. The fierce B-rank beast, the Ape Demon King, was stealthily and cautiously moving, its enormous eyes fixed intently on the ground, fearful of stepping on a twig that might betray its presence. The B-rank beast, the golden-scaled giant python, which had previously lounged arrogantly among the branches, was now inching close to the ground, cautiously slithering forward. Before long, Qinyu and his companions found themselves encircled by dozens of beasts, several of which were B-rank. Despite Xiaohua appearing docile before Qinyu, one must not forget her true identity as an A-rank beast, the king of beasts. Her combat prowess and defensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of elite Jonin. With a thunderous roar, 1,000 troops came forth to greet. The ferocious beasts initially believed that Xiaohua summoned them for a matter of great significance. However, upon their arrival, they were left utterly bewildered. Before their eyes, the overwhelmingly powerful leader, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the tyrant of the Death Forest with a mere swipe, was now crouched before a human, squinting with delight and wagging its tail, reveling in the human's gentle caress. These fierce beasts were utterly astonished. What on earth? What is happening? How could our forest leader succumb to a mere human? If it were a formidable ninja, it might be understandable, but sensing the chakra energy, it is evident that the opponent is at best a CH Nin. How could such a trivial CH Nin make our leader yield? It is utterly absurd. I understand now. Humans are notoriously cunning. These individuals must have employed some ninjutsu to control our leader. Fear not. Leader, we shall come to your rescue at once. The ferocious beasts bared their fangs and advanced menacingly towards Chenyu. With his observation haki fully awakened, Chenyu could distinctly perceive the murderous intent emanating from these beasts. He lazily lifted his eyelids, resting against Xiaohua, and uttered a single word, "Sit." The moment the word slipped from his lips, it was soft. But with the amplification of the tremor fruit's power, it grew increasingly thunderous, ultimately resonating like a roaring tempest. The beasts felt as though their bodies had transformed into fragile leaves tossed upon a tumultuous sea, nearly capsizing in the storm. Bang! 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 All the ferocious beasts obediently sat down, their compliance surpassing even that of Xiaohua. The combination of the tremor fruit's powers with sound waves produced a remarkable effect, nearly shattering the very bones of the beasts. They realized that their leader, the Crimson Eye Tiger, was not under the control of ninjutsu, but had been subdued. The being before them was terrifying beyond measure. If even their leader could not contend with him, how could they hope to fight back? Though we are ferocious beasts, we are not foolish. With our leader now docile, we shall be even more so. For we aspire to learn from our leader, who serves as our paragon. The trio, Ya and his companions, were startled and filled with trepidation by the sudden appearance of so many beasts, yet upon witnessing their transformation into docility at Chenyu's utterance, they were rendered utterly speechless. Previously, when dealing with Xiaohua, they had at least managed to land a punch. At this moment, there was no need for action. Merely uttering a single word, and such fierce and formidable beasts complied obediently. Even Hong Do, who was hiding nearby, was momentarily astounded. When did the art of taming beasts become so effortless? In the case of Inuzuka Kiba's family, known for their prowess in beast taming, it necessitated adopting a puppy at a young age, nurturing it alongside oneself, gradually forging bonds of affection and trust, a process demanding an extensive investment of time. Moreover, these savage creatures were raised amidst bloodshed. Any one of them would pose an immense challenge, let alone the multitude present. Even for oneself, retreating would likely be the wisest course. Yet, here with Chenyu, it was accomplished with but a single word. While speaking, Chenyu cleverly utilized the powers of the directing the sonic waves such that only these few beasts were affected, leaving Hong Do and the three little ones behind unscathed. This was also a protective measure by Chenyu, as they could easily sustain injuries otherwise. As Xiaohua roared, Chenyu had already discerned her intentions. Now that everyone had gathered, he cast a cursory glance. Indeed, quite impressive. Individually, these ferocious beasts may not possess outstanding strength, yet when combined, they undeniably form a formidable force. Among those participating in the examination, aside from the mere handful of individuals, the remaining contestants were indeed lacking in merit. Moreover, there was Xiaohua. Indeed, splendid work this time. I shall commend you for it. Chenyu affectionately patted the large tiger's head. Xiaohua was utterly delighted, her eyes transforming into crescent moons as her large head nuzzled against Chenyu's embrace, her little tail wagging furiously, inadvertently knocking over a towering tree. The surrounding ferocious beasts were once again left in astonishment. Boss, could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of dignity? Who would have anticipated such a gentle side to you? Whatever happened to that ferocious demeanor when you were pummeling us? The contrast is indeed astonishing. It is quite blinding. Chenyu stroked his chin, pondering carefully. It would not be difficult for these fierce beasts to snatch the scrolls. However, we are merchants, not highway robbers. Yes, we must persuade them with reason. We aim to cultivate a world of peace and camaraderie among ninjas. The ninja realm is not solely about violence. It encompasses love and justice as well. Chenyu began to contemplate deeply, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. He swiftly retrieved a blank scroll and a pen, scribbling fervently as thoughts flowed through his mind. After a brief moment, he paused, satisfied with his creation. Excellent. Take this and seek out other teams. Once you find them, present the scroll, and remember, we are merchants, not thieves. Our purpose is to uphold the peace of the ninja world. So maintain a friendly demeanor and offer smiles in service. Chen Yu turned to Xiaohua, who met his gaze, and they exchanged a meaningful look. An understanding passed between the man and the tiger. Ah, and if you encounter our own from Konoha, do not engage. Also, steer clear of the group carrying the gourd. Chen Yu suddenly recalled something important and issued a few reminders, as this Chunin exam was rife with formidable creatures. In the original tale, the most concealed monster was likely Gaara, considering he harbors Shikaku, the one-tailed beast within him. While you may be fine, I should prepare something for them as well. Chen Yu produced another white scroll and tore it open, drawing the symbol of Konoha at its center before draping it around Xiaohua's neck. Anyone who sees this emblem must not engage, understood? He directed his gaze at the other beasts. They nodded vigorously, displaying an adorable understanding. At that moment, Akane was momentarily dazed, as the fearsome beasts before her seemed less like ferocious creatures and more like fledgling students just beginning their journey. Off you go. I shall await you beneath the central tower. Chen Yu patted the tiger's head, and Xiaohua immediately regained her regal demeanor, roaring mightily before vanishing with her companions in an instant. Let us depart. We must make haste. Chen Yu led the three smaller beasts swiftly towards the central tower. In a dense jungle, three figures cautiously concealed themselves within a massive tree hollow, surrounded by an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects. One lean, one-eyed man exhaled heavily, relieved. It seems we are safe. Damn it. How could that gourd-carrying fellow be so formidable? Thankfully, his roar came just in time. Otherwise, we would have met our demise. Indeed, it was fortunate they were in a hurry to leave and did not take our scroll. We still have a chance, whispered another. It has been ages since we last ate. Let us gather some mushrooms. The trio spoke as they cautiously emerged from their hiding spot. However, the leader, who had just poked his head out, suddenly froze, prompting confusion from the others behind him. Hey, why are you blocking the exit? Move. Yet, he remained unresponsive, trembling violently. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the two kicked him out, following suit. But upon witnessing the scene outside, they found themselves no better off. A fearsome red-striped tiger, baring its fangs with blood-red eyes, fixed its gaze upon them, accompanied by a massive gorilla, a ferocious serpent, and a throng of vibrant beasts. Gulp. The trio was rendered speechless, their faces paling in terror, nearly losing their sanity. We just wanted to gather some mushrooms. What do you intend to do? Just as the three were on the brink of panic, Xiaohua suddenly extended her paw, and a scroll appeared, rolling to their feet. The trio paused, bewildered. A scroll? What could this mean? Upon closer inspection, they noticed something inscribed upon it. As they unfurled it, they exclaimed, "What the heck? What is this madness?" Chapter 28. Targeted by Orochimaru? In order to prevent the destruction of the world and to uphold peace in the ninja realm, our establishment proudly presents a special scroll storage service. Without scrolls, there can be no killings. Adhering to the principle of safety first and competition second, we ensure the protection of all examinees. Candidates may entrust their completion scrolls to us for safekeeping. Once they safely reach the central tower, candidates can redeem their scrolls at our establishment. Should a candidate lack the other half of the scroll, they may also purchase it for an additional fee. The highest bidder wins, and the early bird catches the worm. This offer is limited and only available while supplies last. Our establishment operates with utmost integrity, promoting free trade. And we eagerly await your presence at the entrance of the central tower. The three Rain ninjas stood there, utterly bewildered. What is this nonsense? A scroll custody service? Is such a thing even possible? The most outrageous part is that you took our scrolls, and not only did you fail to compensate us, but you expect us to pay extra? And yet you speak of free trade. Just look at these ferocious beasts before us. Their menacing expressions, a smile that resembles a cry. Do we dare to withhold our scrolls? You claim there is no deceit towards young or old alike. We are nearly being bullied to death. In the end, we can even purchase the task scrolls of others. This implies that only those with sufficient funds can progress. This is utterly outrageous. It seems designed to drain the wallets of the candidates. The three of us exchanged glances, swallowing hard as we beheld the myriad of enormous, ravenous eyes surrounding us. Reluctantly, we produced the scroll. Just as it emerged, swoosh, an eagle descended from the heavens, snatching the scroll and soaring into the sky. Xiaohua and the others turned on their heels and departed without a moment's hesitation, moving seamlessly. Next establishment. The three of us stood there, petrified. Must you be so skilled? Have you rehearsed this? Is this the Chunin exam? It is lively and bustling, yet bewildering. Shouldn't the Chunin exam be a battlefield for ninjas? How could a horde of ninja beasts appear to snatch the scrolls? Behind this, there must be someone orchestrating it all, but who could it be? Suddenly, one of them snapped to attention. Baka, that great tiger just now bore the mark of Konohagakure. Nanny, it truly does. Damn it. How could Konohagakure covertly grant their candidates an advantage? I shall lodge a complaint. Indeed, this must be the doing of a powerful jonin from Konoha, deliberately attempting to boost their village's pass rate in the examination. Yes, only an elite jonin could command such ferocious beasts. We must head to the central tower and demand an explanation from those accursed examiners. The three, consumed by fury, marched directly toward the central tower. This scene occurred frequently within the depths of the Forest of Death. In a dimly lit corner, a man cloaked in gray and white, adorned with a massive knot around his waist, stood silently. His long black hair, golden vertical pupils, and pallid skin, accentuated by azure-hued, comma-shaped earrings, melded eerily with the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, 3 plumes of white smoke erupted beside him, revealing 3 ninjas who knelt before him with utmost reverence, declaring, "Lord Orochimaru, we have arrived." Orochimaru slowly opened his mouth, his voice raspy yet resonant in the jungle. "I have placed a curse mark on Sasuke. You are to kill him." "What?" The 3 sound ninjas were taken aback, perplexed. "Lord Orochimaru, you have chosen him. Why then must he be killed?" "Kukuku." Orochimaru raised his head slightly, his golden pupils narrowing, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, because only when faced with the brink of death will a person's true potential be unleashed. Only then will he comprehend the significance of power. At that moment, he will willingly accept my strength and ultimately become the vessel for my body. But what if we accidentally kill him? Tosu inquired cautiously. Then let him die, Orochimaru replied, glancing into the distance, utterly indifferent to Sasuke's fate. It merely indicates that he does not meet my requirements. Yes, the 3 responded hastily. Just as they prepared to depart, Sakuragi hesitated, mustered his courage, and spoke. "What is it?" Orochimaru's gaze shifted to him, causing Sakuragi to shiver, the terror of their previous encounters flooding back. "I have discovered a formidable candidate. He managed to detect my concealment techniques and even stole my scroll and all my belongings," Sakuragi confessed cautiously. "What?" The other 2 were taken aback, and Tosu, with one eye exposed, fixed an intense stare at Sakuragi. "The scroll was stolen." "Everything. Does that not imply that our operational funds are also?" "Oh." Orochimaru's interest peaked, disregarding the stolen items, extending his long tongue, his mouth curving into a horrifying arc. "There exists such an intriguing individual among the newcomers of Konoha? Perhaps he is even more suitable than Sasuke. But Lord Orochimaru, I sense he is incredibly strong. He even subdued a crimson-eyed spiked tiger." Sakuragi spoke with lingering dread. "Are you afraid?" Orochimaru's gaze fell slowly upon Sakuragi, who trembled, unable to utter a word. "Foolish waste." Orochimaru withdrew his icy glare, his tone tinged with menace and dissatisfaction. "I have placed numerous agents within Konoha, gathering countless pieces of information, yet I have never heard of such a powerful newcomer. I am well aware of the crimson-eyed spiked tiger's strength. No novice could possibly tame it. Not even an elite jonin like Kakashi with the Sharingan could achieve such a feat. You have provided false information, Sakuragi." Sakuragi's face flushed crimson, wishing to retort, but swallowed his words upon encountering Orochimaru's terrifying gaze. "Konoha was once my home. My beloved teacher and the disciple I nurtured are here. I possess an unparalleled understanding of every blade of grass in Konoha, including the top prodigy among novices, Sasuke, who remains entirely under my control." Kukuku. Orochimaru's form gradually dissolved, merging into the great tree before vanishing from sight. "You fool, you lost the mission scroll?" Tosu expressed dissatisfaction but ultimately refrained from further comment. "Anyone capable of seeing through your concealment techniques must be exceptionally strong. Regardless, the Chunin exam holds little significance for us. Fulfilling Lord Orochimaru's mission is of utmost importance. Let us go find Uchiha Sasuke." Meanwhile, the eager Akane, trailing closely behind Chunyu, suddenly halted in her tracks. Moments later, 2 masked Umbu appeared by her side. "Lady Akane, we have finally located you," the 2 Umbu declared urgently. "What is it?" Akane frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation despite the masks obscuring their expressions. "Lady Akane, We just discovered 3 corpses on the outskirts. They appear to be candidates for this examination, but their deaths are rather peculiar. What? A wave of caution washed over Akane. During the Ch-Nin exam, Konoha's defenses were exceedingly tight. How could such a thing occur? The sudden appearance of the crimson-eyed spiked tiger at the 44th exam site was already abnormal, and now 3 candidates had unexpectedly perished on the outskirts. Something was terribly amiss. Let us go. Akane leaped into action, the 2 Umbu following closely behind as they swiftly exited the confines of the 44th exam site. Under the guidance of the 2 Umbu, Akane advanced in a specific direction, soon coming across several lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. These corpses bore no visible wounds. However, it seemed as though the skin on their faces had melted away. The 2 Umbu exchanged incredulous glances. This is... Akane knelt down to examine closely. A sudden realization striking her. She sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with terror, a chilling dread surging from her core. It's him. What is it, Lady Akane? The 2 Umbu gasped in shock. Akane, however, remained silent, leaping into the jungle, racing forward. Yes, it was that man. He had returned, and he had entered the village. The departure of Hongdo did not escape the keen perception of Chunyu, yet he chose to disregard it. According to the unfolding narrative, Orochimaru should have already planted a curse mark on Sasuke, and Hongdo was on the verge of uncovering Orochimaru's presence, soon to meet him. Though their encounter appeared to incite conflict, Orochimaru refrained from engaging actively. Hongdo merely struck at one of Orochimaru's clones. Though she sustained injuries, they were not severe. Ultimately, Orochimaru spared her life, merely imparting some words regarding Sasuke and the Sound Ninjas before departing. With no imminent danger and no tasks issued by the system, Chunyu felt little inclination to intervene. Instead, he contemplated the prospect of heading to the central tower to savor barbecued delicacies while collecting entry fees. Such a delightful notion. Chapter 29. The casualness of setting records in the central tower of the Death Forest, at the pinnacle within the monitoring room. 2 Konoha ninjas leisurely sipped from steaming cups of tea, idly observing the surveillance footage. Ship, Orochimaru placed his teacup on the table, stroking his chin in contemplation. Do you recall the quickest time to complete the Death Forest mission? Of course I do, replied Tsukikid Ship, clearing his throat before rising to gaze out the window, one hand nestled in his pocket, surveying the vast forest beyond. The time limit for this task is 5 days. And historically, the fastest completion time for the Death Forest mission is a mere 4 hours. Do you think anyone will break that record this time? Orochimaru inquired with a smile. I cannot say, Tsukikid Ship shrugged, returning to his previous position. After all, it's still early. Only 80 minutes have elapsed since the start of the exam. Surely, no one would have, What is that sound? Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. Tsukikid Ship and Orochimaru exchanged glances, hastily rising to stride toward the window, peering down in a rush. People. For individuals. They are the examinees. What is happening? Have they completed the task? In their hands, they bore 2 scrolls, one black and one white. Indeed, they have accomplished the mission. Yet, it has only been a mere 80 minutes. Is this truly accomplished? It is astonishing that it surpasses the previous record by nearly double. How could this be possible? Even one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, took nearly 5 hours to complete this task. Among this year's freshmen, there exists such a remarkable individual? The distance from the outskirts to here spans 10 kilometers. Suddenly, Shiranui Jinkin noticed something, squinting his eyes in sheer astonishment. Within such a brief period, they not only traversed a perilous jungle teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous insects, but also successfully defeated a team and acquired another scroll. Just look at them, not a single hair out of place, especially the one at the forefront, who is completely free of dust. It is noteworthy that 26 teams entered from 26 different directions surrounding the Death Forest, which extends over a radius of 20 kilometers. In just 80 minutes, encountering a single team would be a challenge. Yet, they not only encountered one, but also managed to seize the mission scroll. Moreover, they emerged unscathed, undoubtedly relying on their formidable strength to overpower their opponents swiftly. They have shattered the record for the fastest accomplishment in the history of Konoha. Indeed, Moonlight Gale was equally stunned, his mouth agape, as he stood there in disbelief for a while before murmuring to himself, even for someone of my exceptional J-Nin status, achieving such a feat of reaching the central tower unscathed in such a short time would be quite a challenge, wouldn't it? These newcomers are truly impressive. How did they achieve such prowess? My curiosity is piqued. Very well, let us first proceed below to open the door and allow them entry. Meanwhile, Fuji Huazuanqian is equally perplexed. Without uttering a word, the two of them descended the stairs, which were rather steep, taking a moment to reach the ground floor. Upon arriving, they located the door leading to Chunyu and the others. As Moonlight Gale and Fuji Huazuanqian gently pushed the door open, they anticipated that the four would be standing respectfully at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. However, upon catching sight of the scene before them, they were momentarily taken aback. What on earth are you all doing? Hinata, the chunks of meat are a tad too large. Make them smaller. Yes, just like that. Maru. Resist the temptation for now. They will taste far better once they are thoroughly cooked. Shino, the branch is sufficiently sturdy, but you must sharpen one end. Yeah, the pit you dug is quite successful. Do not forget to lay a layer of stones at the bottom. In front of the central tower, Hinata is wielding a knife, expertly dissecting a massive pig leg, with a pile of fresh meat heaped in front of her. Before Shino lies an assortment of suitably sized sticks, one end of which is teeming with dark, wriggling insects. In mere moments, a skewer for threading the meat is completed. This ninjutsu is particularly adept at crafting barbecue skewers. Meanwhile, Ye has already dug a pit nearby and is busily transferring stones into it. The moonlight, swift wind, and the enigmatic Shirinui Jinkan were momentarily befuddled. Is this a barbecue? Are you not submitting your exam papers? Just grilling skewers in front of the tower. After so many years of being examiners, always instructing others, today it seems you have imparted a lesson to us. The two examiners instinctively wanted to intervene, feeling that grilling in an examination room was somewhat inappropriate. However, upon reflection, they realized Chunyu and his companions were not at fault. On one hand, they had not yet reached the designated exam time. On the other hand, the examination rules clearly stated that participants were to collect their own food, without mentioning any prohibition against grilling skewers. The two examiners found themselves rather at a loss. Meanwhile, Chunyu and his group continued bustling about outside, fully engrossed in their activities, completely oblivious to the open doors. The examiners felt quite embarrassed. As examiners, we would appreciate your attention. Ahem. Moonlight Gale rubbed his nose and coughed heavily twice. The four individuals froze momentarily, turning in unison to discover two figures standing at the entrance. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be examiners. Although they had not been noticed upon entry, they must have been waiting in the central tower for quite some time. Upon meeting the gaze of the four, Moonlight Gale and Shirinui Jinkan, both examiners, felt an unexpected surge of nervousness. Who would believe it? Examiners feeling anxious upon seeing candidates? Have you completed the examination? Moonlight Gale forced a topic, mustering a strained smile as he inquired. Indeed, Chunyu replied with a gaze that conveyed certainty, his hands moving with remarkable agility as he formed seals, forcefully striking a scroll. Bang! In a cloud of white smoke, two large basins appeared instantaneously. Moonlight Gale and Shirinui Jinkan were left utterly bewildered. What on earth? This scroll, specifically designated for ninja tools, astonishingly contains two wash basins. Moreover, it appears that he had prepared them in advance. This implies that this fellow was ready for a barbecue even before entering. Were you here to take an exam or to enjoy a vacation? Amid the bewildered gazes of the two examiners, Chunyu skillfully placed the diced meat into the basin and began to pour in the seasonings, mixing them with expertise to marinate the ingredients. The two examiners were utterly flabbergasted. They had never encountered such a situation before. During training, they had not been instructed on how to handle this scenario. Should they intervene, remain passive, or perhaps join in? After all, the aroma was simply delightful. Suddenly, Moonlight Gale recalled something. What about your scrolls? Chunyu, without lifting his head, merely extended a finger to indicate a direction. Moonlight Gale and Nara Shikamaru turned their heads in unison to take a closer look. This can't be right. Why are there so many? It appears there are at least 7 or 8. The two exchanged a glance filled with profound skepticism. Passing the examination in 80 minutes was already an extraordinary feat, but possessing so many scrolls meant that one would have to locate and defeat 6 or 7 teams within that limited time, seizing all their scrolls and arriving here unscathed. How could that even be possible? Setting aside the issue of strength, there simply wasn't enough time. This matter is undoubtedly a deception. Noara Jinkan suddenly recalled something, narrowing his eyes slightly, his expression darkening. The 4 individuals before him were newcomers from the Leaf Village. and it was utterly disgraceful for them to engage in such conduct. Each examination scroll contains a unique seal set by our examiners, making it impossible for you to replicate. Such actions are not only embarrassing, but utterly meaningless. Noera Jenkin spoke with a frigid tone. Replicate? Chinyu, upon hearing this, raised his head in surprise. Not feeling anger, but merely smiling faintly. The items are all right here. The two teachers may inspect them personally. With that, Chinyu paid no further attention and continued his endeavors in the art of barbecuing. Both Tsukike's and Noera Jenkin wore rather unsightly expressions. This candidate is utterly ungrateful. Even after being exposed, they remain obstinate. Initially, out of consideration for our shared village, I intended to spare you some dignity. However, given the circumstances, you shall have no choice but to face the consequences. Two individuals promptly approached to conduct an inspection, but soon their expressions shifted dramatically. The scroll is indeed genuine. This is indeed true. The other is also genuine. All are authentic. An indescribable astonishment instantaneously enveloped their faces, while their hearts roiled like tumultuous waves, unable to find tranquility. Chinyu was not mistaken. It is all true. But how did they accomplish this? How is this possible? Chapter 30. A fortuitous opening. As Shiranui Jenkan and Tsukuyami Shippu were momentarily dazed, a sudden realization struck them as they exchanged glances filled with wariness. In their perception, an exceedingly dangerous creature was rapidly approaching. They hastily set down their scrolls, their expressions grave as they swiftly drew their weapons, bracing themselves with utmost vigilance. In unison, they leapt high, positioning themselves in front of Chinyu and his companions, ready to defend. Danger! You four quickly get inside. Is that wretched beast out of its mind? Tsukuyami Shippu gripped his sword tightly, focusing intently on a direction within the jungle, his chakra surging with urgency, as if facing a formidable foe. Shiranui Genkan's countenance was equally grim. The 1,000 needles he had been holding in his mouth were now firmly grasped in his right hand. His left hand opened his pouch, revealing shimmering needles laced with potent poison. Hinata and the others were startled. What was causing such excitement among the examiners? Coughing lightly, Chinyu approached the two, intending to speak. Actually, you two teachers. Before he could finish, Tsukuyami Shippu, frowning, interrupted sternly. Since you have already passed the exam, we, as your instructors, must ensure your safety. Although I am unaware of how you managed to complete the task so early and acquire so many scrolls, you are still mere genin. And you cannot contend with such a ferocious beast. No sooner had Tsukuyami Shippu's words fallen than a colossal shadow loomed overhead. A gigantic eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Its immense wings blotted out the sun, and its razor-sharp talons glinted menacingly. The creature circled ominously in the air, its keen eyes scanning for prey, and suddenly, it spotted its target, diving swiftly downward. Oh no, it's too late. Shiranui Genkan's face blanched with terror, his eyes reflecting sheer horror. This beast was classified as B rank, perilously close to A rank. If it were a land-dwelling monster, they would feel more confident. However, this was a flying beast, notoriously challenging as its evasion capabilities and speed far surpassed that of terrestrial creatures. Nevertheless, Shiranui Jenkan, being a special jonin of the leaf, possessed considerable strength and mental fortitude. Although fear gripped him, his hands moved with remarkable speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His hands danced wildly as 10 shimmering poison needles flew towards the giant eagle. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Ninjutsu, 1,000 needle rain." As his voice echoed, the 10 poison needles multiplied into nearly 1,000, raining down densely upon the giant eagle. Just as the poisonous needles were about to strike, the eagle suddenly accelerated, its form vanishing from sight, and the barrage of needles shot through empty air. Oh no! Shiranui Jenkan and Tsukuyami Shippu gasped in disbelief. The creature's speed was astonishing. This is bad. The eagle is heading straight for Chinyu and the others. It was over. Even 2 special jonin struggled against such a formidable opponent, and here were 4 mere genin newcomers. Despite some skills and strength, they could never match the prowess of the 2 experienced ninjas, could they? After all the effort, had the newly emerged record-breaking team met such an untimely end? And right under their noses, how could they explain this to the Hokage upon their return? The 2 quickly turned around, their eyes wide in shock, only to be rendered speechless in the next moment. What is happening? To their astonishment, the giant eagle was gently standing beside Chinyu. nuzzling against him with its massive head, appearing utterly docile and content. Simultaneously, it opened its beak, releasing a scroll that landed among the pile of 7 or 8 others. Shiranui Jinkan and Tsukuyami Shippu were left in a state of shock, their minds blank, mouths agape, expressions filled with disbelief. Is this even possible? This is quite the unexpected turn of events. This young man has actually tamed a ferocious beast and utilized it to seize scrolls. Throughout our many years as examiners and our participation in several Chunin exams, we have never witnessed such a spectacle. It is truly extraordinary. Now, I comprehend why these 4 individuals managed to progress so swiftly and acquire such an abundance of scrolls. It turns out they did not procure them themselves. It was the beast that did the stealing. However, how did they achieve this? Is it due to Inuzuka Kiba? After all, Kiba possesses a family legacy of beast taming. Yet his strength appears insufficient. Moreover, the giant eagle seems significantly more docile and obedient towards Chunyu, likely due to his influence. Yet, the information we previously reviewed about Chunyu categorized him as an underperformer among newcomers. How could he possibly possess such formidable prowess? Yukijetsu Shippu and Uchiha Gunma have been occupied in the Death Forest No. 44, setting up the examination venue. Thus they are unaware of the incident where Chunyu knocked Kakashi down with a single punch. My apologies, esteemed teachers, for the fright. It approached me, Chunyu stated, gently stroking the massive eagle's head and tossing a piece of meat high into the air. The giant eagle swiftly caught it in its beak, swallowing it contentedly, its eyes narrowing in delight, clearly savoring the treat. The 2 elite jonin were left speechless by Chunyu's display. Suddenly, Yukijetsu Shippu recalled something and, with a furrowed brow, remarked, typically, when a ninja team encounters such a beast, they would assume it intends to devour them and would undoubtedly resist fiercely. Although this beast possesses remarkable strength, it cannot speak. How did it manage to steal the scrolls? Even if this beast is powerful, it is but one creature, while a ninja team consists of 3 to 4 members. If they scattered, it would be difficult to ascertain who held the scrolls. Yet, you managed to acquire 7 or 8 scrolls in such a brief time. Uchiha Gunma fell into deep contemplation, while Chunyu's actions were astonishing beyond belief. Yukijetsu Shippu's observations were indeed valid. No matter how formidable the beast, it remained singular. If the examination team members fled in different directions, it would be unable to pursue them. Could it possibly employ a technique akin to the shadow clone jutsu? As the 2 remained engulfed in perplexity, suddenly, boom, boom, once more, heavy footsteps resounded in the distance, causing the very earth to tremble slightly. Soon after, a colossal bear, towering over 5 meters, came into view. Yukijetsu Shippu and Uchiha Gunma turned abruptly, but this time, they refrained from drawing their weapons, having realized something. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief and astonishment, then slowly turned their gaze towards Chunyu. Do not tell me this is also. Yukijetsu Shippu stammered in astonishment. Indeed, not just one, but dozens of smaller creatures. However, there are not many as large as these 2. Chunyu replied with an innocent smile, blinking playfully. He extended his hand, and the bear tossed a scroll high into the air, landing perfectly in Chunyu's palm. The bear waved goodbye to Chunyu before retreating. The giant eagle also took to the skies, seemingly off to seek its next unfortunate victim. Yukijetsu Shippu and Uchiha Gunma stood utterly dumbfounded, transformed into statues, their faces frozen in disbelief, eyes glazed over, completely astounded by the sight of dozens of small creatures. The phrase incessantly reverberated within the minds of the 2 individuals. Have you gathered all the formidable beasts from the Forest of Death? How can such fearsome creatures, capable of challenging elite jonin, be referred to as mere little ones? Why is there such an abnormal candidate in the shinobi world? The pressure weighs heavily upon us. Indeed, with this, we have already accumulated 10 scrolls. Aside from the 2 task scrolls we require for ourselves, there are an additional 8 surplus scrolls. This is sufficient. Our Chun family shop is officially open for business. Chunyu joyfully counted the task scrolls, exclaiming with excitement. Chapter 31. In the same exam, why must we be strangers? Snakes, spiders, crocodiles, giant pythons. A myriad of wild beasts emerged from the jungle, like clocking out from work, continuously presenting the scrolls into Chunyu's hands, reveling in his caress before returning to their tasks. Shiranui Gunma and Tsukiyakari Shifu transitioned from initial shock and bewilderment to astonishment, and now, seated closely on the steps before the tower, They rested their chins in contemplation, their expressions as tranquil as still water. Ah, another has arrived. An old acquaintance. I once battled it during my Chunin days. This is also an old rival. Previously, it almost brought me to my demise. Just look at its size. It has grown considerably since our last encounter. Unbeknownst to me, the scrolls beside Chunyu have accumulated to a total of 18. There are 26 teams participating in this event. Aside from Gaara and a few squads from Konoha, the remaining teams have been thoroughly plundered. Noera Hikari and Tsukihikari Shippu exchanged a glance, each harboring a bitter smile within. Is this the disparity? When they participated in the CH-NIN exams, they were all trembling with apprehension, completely on guard, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. In the end, luck was on their side. Their opponents were not particularly formidable, yet they still exerted tremendous effort to defeat them and obtain the mission items, successfully passing the test. But now, let us observe Chunyu and his companions. Yu is currently collaborating with Shino, utilizing 2 long poles and a wooden board to construct a sign, upon which several characters are haphazardly inscribed. Chen's little shop. Hinata is threading skewers, while Chunyu, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform complete with a chef's hat, demonstrates remarkable skill. Astonishingly, he has managed to conjure a barbecue grill from a scroll. He meticulously arranged fine coal within it, ignited the fire, and proceeded to oil the iron mesh intended for grilling. The 4 of them have clearly defined roles, exuding an air of tranquility, utterly devoid of any tension associated with the examination. This is, after all, the Chunin exam. Could you please show a bit more respect? This situation leaves us educators feeling quite frustrated. Just as the 2 of them were lost in their thoughts, a sudden sound interrupted the moment. Sizzle, sizzle. Chunyu reached out to grab several skewers and placed them on the barbecue grill. As the oil dripped down, it emitted a delightful sizzling sound, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Moonlight Gale and Shiranui Kagan paused, taken aback as they caught a whiff of the enticing scent. What an enticing aroma! The 2 examiners were somewhat perplexed throughout, wondering why, after completing the examination, they chose to barbecue at the entrance instead of retreating inside to rest. How delectable can this dish be? With so many barbecue restaurants in the village, after finishing the exam, which one should we choose? Must we prepare it ourselves? Isn't that exhausting? Yet, as soon as they catch a whiff of the aroma, their eyes immediately brighten. Such a scent is unlike anything I have ever encountered before. When it comes to culinary creations, one must consider the harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. This dish is so fragrant that its taste must be nothing short of exquisite. My mouth waters uncontrollably. No, we are educators, we are examiners. We must maintain our composure and restrain ourselves. Quickly, let us channel our chakra to suppress our salivation. As the 2 instructors struggled to redirect their gazes, feigning indifference, Chunyu approached them with 2 skewers in hand. Freshly grilled, please indulge. No need. We are examiners. We have our responsibilities, Moonlight Gale hastily replied. Yet before he could finish, he swallowed hard. His eyes were fixated on the skewers. The sizzling sound of the oil was unmistakable. The medley of spices, mingling with the aroma of charcoal grilling, invaded their senses and seized their minds. Could skewers be prepared in this manner? Could they be this fragrant? Noira Jinkan was not faring much better. Although the world of ninjas prioritizes strength, regardless of one's prowess, one must still eat. As the saying goes, man is iron. Rice is steel. A meal not eaten leads to discomfort. During their missions, they were accustomed to consuming bland military rations. Yet, the intoxicating aroma of the skewers before them was something they had never dared to dream of. These 2 esteemed jonin of the Hidden Leaf, having executed numerous perilous missions, stood resolute against ferocious beasts as examiners. Yet, before 2 skewers of meat, they succumbed entirely. Why not indulge? Unable to resist, Noira Gama seized a skewer and took a hearty bite, instantly mesmerized by the aroma of the charcoal-grilled meat, infused with a tantalizing spiciness, creating an exquisite flavor beyond imagination. Overwhelmed by the delight of such marvelous barbecue, he was soon joined by Tsukikid Shurden, who, seeing Gunma savoring the feast with grease glistening on his lips, could no longer contain himself and began to partake with fervor. Meanwhile, in the dense jungle, a trio of grass ninjas took a moment's respite when suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby foliage. Startled, they sprang to their feet, retreating in a frenzy. Baka, when will this end? Our scroll has just been stolen. How can this happen again? In their state of sheer terror, 3 figures emerged from the underbrush, 6 individuals, 12 eyes locking in a shared gaze. We have no scroll. It was taken from us, snatched by a horde of animals. One member of the trio exclaimed, hastily trying to justify their predicament, fearing disbelief. Believe us. Yet, before he could finish, a member of the opposing Rain Ninja team interjected loudly, tears streaming down his face, filled with indignation. We believed you. Wait, you were robbed too? Yes. Did you see that promotional advertisement for safekeeping? Indeed. The 6 of them, united in their misfortune, were overwhelmed with emotion. Casting aside all wariness, nearly kneeling to embrace one another in camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, one of the feral creatures bore the emblem of the Leaf Village around its neck. I suspect it must be a summoning beast of some examiner, a clandestine advantage for the Leaf candidates. One grass ninja mused, his expression darkening. But if they were truly engaged in such deceit, how could they leave such blatant evidence? A female ninja inquired cautiously. They must have simply forgotten to remove the insignia. In moments of triumph, people often overlook the minutiae, the grass ninja replied with unwavering confidence. Indeed, his comrades concurred fervently. Let us head to the central tower and demand an explanation from those Leaf examiners. Should they fail to clarify, we shall seek judgment from the 3rd Hokage. Forward. Let us raise that ridiculous little shop. In this scene, numerous events unfold simultaneously within the depths of the jungle. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When their mutual interests are threatened by a singular foe, they unite as allies. Thus, Chunyu becomes the common adversary for them all. Chapter 32. The Ch-Nin exam unfolds with a loving family reunion. How perplexing. What is happening? Exclaimed Kankuro. His brow furrowed and the weight of a massive puppet on his back, his expression one of displeasure. It has been 90 minutes since we encountered those 3 Rain shinobi, yet we have not crossed paths with a single other individual. Let us not be hasty. The forest of death is vast, and we shall undoubtedly encounter another group soon. Shikamaru reassured, placing a hand upon his forehead and glancing toward the sun's position. Gaara, arms crossed and bearing the weight of his colossal gourd, with deep shadows under his eyes that framed his pale green irises, stared expressionlessly ahead and uttered 2 words, someone's here. Shikamaru and Kankuro were momentarily taken aback, their eyes lighting up with excitement. At last, we have found our enemies. Even if Gaara is formidable, he still requires opponents to defeat in order to seize the missing half of his scroll to progress. Otherwise, his prowess would be rendered futile without an opportunity to showcase it. Gaara remained silent, instead leaping into the air, with Kankuro and Shikamaru swiftly following. However, as they pursued him, a sense of unease began to wash over them. Wait, why does it seem like there are so many people ahead? As they pondered this, Gaara descended from the trees, landing in the center of a clearing. Kankuro and Shikamaru quickly followed suit, but upon surveying their surroundings, they were left utterly astonished. Goodness, what is the situation here? Why are there so many people? Before them stood at least 40 individuals, divided into numerous small teams. Rather than engaging in conflict or battle, they were resting together, replenishing their energy with food, and engaging in lively conversation. Shumaru and Kanjuro were utterly bewildered, wondering if they had mistakenly wandered into the wrong filming location. Is this the Ch-Nin exam? Why does it feel more like a gala? What is this madness? If these squads belong to a single village, it would be understandable. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that each village is represented, and there are even 2 squads from the Sand Village. Rather than seizing the scrolls, you are here, seemingly united as one big happy family? What has become of you? Have you all ingested some poisonous mushrooms and succumbed to hallucinations? If Chunyu were present, he would undoubtedly nod in appreciation. Do you see? This embodies the principle I have always advocated in the ninja world. Harmony is paramount. Reflect on the latter part of Naruto, where pain and Obito, in the name of so-called peace and love, unleashed their devastating techniques, resulting in the deaths of countless individuals. Their methods were utterly lacking in sophistication. In the end, were they not soundly defeated by the protagonists? Observe my approach. I achieve my goals without shedding blood. Look at this scene. How harmonious it is. Of course, collecting a protection fee is still quite necessary. After all, preserving lives deserves some compensation, does it not? Upon encountering Gaara, the 2 sand squads displayed no joy or excitement. Instead, they recoiled in revulsion and fear, hastily averting their gazes. Gaara is particularly unpopular within the village, often losing control and having taken the lives of numerous ninjas from his own home. Here come 3 more victims of theft. The audacity of Konoha is truly remarkable. It seems they have taken everyone, rather than just a few teams. After all, Konoha is the mightiest among the 5 great ninja villages. But what does strength matter? Our village is not significantly weaker, and besides, no matter how powerful they are, such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Wait a moment, it appears they possess a scroll. One of the grass ninjas was the first to notice the scroll at Kankuro's waist and exclaimed, "Their scroll hasn't been stolen." This revelation stirred a tempest of excitement. As soon as those words were uttered, every ninja's gaze converged upon them, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. How could it be that they weren't robbed? It is entirely plausible. The jungle is vast, and it is not uncommon for a few beasts to overlook 1 or 2 treasures. Splendid. I must seize this opportunity. Having one is certainly better than having none at all. No, I spotted it first. I shall act first. In the ninja world, the powerful stand tall while the weak lie down. Indeed, their alliance is quite fragile. Upon sighting a scroll, they immediately fell into discord. The 3 Rain ninjas recognized Gaara and turned pale, trembling in fear, scarcely daring to make a sound as they cautiously inched backward. They concealed themselves at the outer edge of the crowd, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. Others may be oblivious, but they are acutely aware of Gaara's terrifying reputation. However, they would never alert the others, though they seem united now. Any conflict of interest would swiftly shatter that faade, revealing their true nature. After all, these individuals are of no concern to them. 1 less is 1 less. Eliminating a squad is merely a matter of expediency. Wind release, wind Simban. At that moment, a waterfall ninja suddenly leapt into action, launching a fierce assault, completing hand seals and inhaling deeply before unleashing a tempestuous gale. The raging winds were laced with countless razor-sharp wind blades. Bang! In the next instant, an unending barrage of wind blades crashed down beside Gaara, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. All the surrounding ninjas were momentarily stunned, shaking their heads in disappointment. Lamenting, had we known this mysterious figure was so weak, we could have acted first. As the dust began to settle, the waterfall ninja, grinning as he approached to claim the scroll, abruptly froze. Gaara stood unscathed, encircled by a protective barrier of sand. The recent attack had failed to pierce even the sandy shield. No damage sustained at all. The waterfall ninja, frozen in disbelief, stumbled backward several paces, his face betraying sheer incredulity. Just then, Gaara slowly extended his hand, and an endless torrent of sand surged from the ground, ensnaring the waterfall ninja and lifting him into the air. Sandstorm burial. Accompanied by Gaara's chilling voice, his fist clenched tightly. Bang! The ninja, trapped within the sand and filled with terror, struggled futilely as he was mercilessly crushed into a pulp, a cascade of blood raining down around him. All the ninjas present were struck with sheer horror, their faces pale, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear, as they instinctively retreated several steps. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Is this sand ninja truly so formidable? Gaara, however, has no intention of backing down. The sand slowly undulates, his gaze shifting to the others. Never mind, Gaara reflects. They possess no scrolls, and eliminating them would serve no purpose. You're afraid, coward? Gaara chillingly retorts. You. Kankuro clenches his fists and steps forward hastily. It may be trivial for you, but their sheer numbers pose a significant danger to us. They lack scrolls, and slaying them would be futile. Fools, do not presume to command me. I intend to eradicate these bothersome individuals. Gaara disregards Kankuro entirely, ominously declaring, I have never regarded you as comrades. Should you dare to obstruct me, I would not hesitate to eliminate you all. Gaara. Temari swiftly interjects, do not act recklessly. This is the Chunin exam, not a battlefield. They currently possess no scrolls. If you kill them, it would have dire repercussions for our village. Gaara, still raising his hand, allows the sand to gradually coalesce within his palm, and suddenly, he clenches it fiercely. The hearts of those surrounding seem to be gripped by an enormous hand, tightening to the point that their breaths are suspended for several seconds. They glance around frantically, yet no injuries are apparent. Would it truly affect the village? Gaara's hand slowly opens, revealing the cork from the gourd behind him, which he gently inserts back into the vessel. Without uttering a word, Gaara strides forward, and those around him hastily part ways, clearing a path. What on earth is transpiring? Kankuro glances at the nearby sand ninjas. The group exhibited a relatively courteous demeanor towards Kanjuro, quietly recounting the entirety of events from beginning to end. What? Such a thing exists? Kanjuro stood there, utterly bewildered. Oh, Gaara also appeared momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing. The scrolls must have been seized by those beasts. Yet, why did they not take ours? Is it truly a case of Konoha cheating? Kanjuro inquired, perplexed. Gaara's gaze flickered, yet he did not respond directly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. A shop before the tower? Intriguing, let us investigate. The prospect of encountering such an anomaly ignited excitement among the surrounding ninjas. However, recalling Gaara's recent brutality, they dared only to cautiously follow at a distance. A throng of ninjas was making its way towards Chunyu. Chapter 33. Gaara can actually bargain? Before the central tower, a lively scene unfolded. Outside the tower, adjacent to the forest's edge, stood the sign of Chen's small shop. Chunyu's observation haki had already sensed that this affectionate group was advancing towards his sign. Tia had officially taken over the task of grilling skewers, and 2 large bowls were already brimming with perfectly cooked meat. Shino was assisting nearby. Hinata donned a maid outfit that Chunyu had previously prepared, her small hands nervously twisting together as she kept her head lowered, her face flushed crimson. Upon seeing her, Chunyu was momentarily taken aback. I swear to the heavens, what I prepared was merely an ordinary outfit typical of a barbecue restaurant, albeit slightly modified. Yes, it featured a small foxtail. Yet, after Hinata wore it, her figure appeared particularly alluring, especially with the foxtail at her back, evoking boundless imagination. This was a true foxtail, unlike Naruto's. Hinata was still in her teens. What would she be like when she matured? He dared not ponder further, for such thoughts might lead to a nosebleed. Chunyu quickly cleared his throat, ruffled Hinata's hair, and confidently declared, "This outfit suits you splendidly. It is truly beautiful." Really? Hinata lifted her head, her face aglow with surprise, her bright eyes gazing at Chunyu with joy. "Chunyu and I likes it, and I like it too. Customers are approaching, let us prepare." Hinata nodded emphatically. Tia and Shino remained engrossed in their tasks, unfazed by the affectionate display. One has a dog, the other a bug. Who among us is still a single dog? Moonlight Gale and Shiranui Gunma sat before the tower, utterly unrefined, their mouths smeared with grease as they indulged in skewers. Although they were nearing fullness, the exquisite flavors compelled them to eat even more. Chunyu stood before the barbecue stand, stroking his chin as he surveyed the vacant space before him. Contemplating for several seconds before his eyes brightened, he clasped his hands together. Wood release, table and bench technique. What is that? The group was momentarily taken aback. Such a ninjutsu exists. As they looked up, they witnessed the earth quaking, and soon, countless roots began to emerge from the soil, twisting and writhing in the air, transforming into tables and benches in no time. Chunyu, satisfied, applauded, "Excellent. This finally resembles a small shop." Witnessing Chunyu effortlessly execute such a large-scale wood-release technique, Hinata and her companions wore expressions of disbelief. They had grown numb to the spectacle. Moonlight Gale and Shiranui Gunma were left utterly dumbfounded, oblivious to the skewer that had slipped from their hands. What is happening? Is this wood release? As a special jonin of Konoha, they are acutely aware of the significance of wood release, for it is a technique only wielded by the legendary first Hokage. Chunyu is capable of utilizing wood release. How is this even possible? Wood release is the amalgamation of water release and earth release, transforming chakra into the essence of life, thereby accelerating and controlling the growth of plants. The inaugural user of wood release was none other than the first Hokage, although wood release is classified as a bloodline limit. Within the entire Senju clan, no one aside from the first Hokage has ever been able to master it. And now, it appears that Chunyu has effortlessly employed this technique. This world is utterly chaotic. Moonlight, Gale, and Shiranui Genjin exchanged a glance, swallowing hard as the realization dawned upon them. No wonder Chunyu could subdue numerous ferocious beasts and seize the scrolls. It seems this merely scratches the surface of his formidable prowess. Among the newcomers from Konoha, such an extraordinary individual has emerged. In comparison, the once celebrated prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, now appears as merely a common cabbage by the roadside. Chunyu meticulously arranged the scrolls beside the signboard before reclining on a root chair, leisurely squinting at the sun. The quaint shop was officially open for business, eagerly awaiting patrons. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, a gentle rustling of footsteps echoed from the nearby thicket. Soon, 3 figures emerged, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. As they stepped out of the woods and beheld the scene before them, they were momentarily rendered speechless. What is this? A barbecue restaurant? How could the Hidden Leaf Village engage in such side ventures during the Chunin exams? As the 3 of them stood in bewilderment, they suddenly understood when they caught sight of Chunyu sitting at the front. All of this was orchestrated by Chunyu. Meanwhile, the Ninja Coalition, which had been trailing Gaara from a distance, emerged from the shadows, utterly astonished by the scene before them. A peculiar aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air, tantalizingly fragrant. It is worth noting that only a few hours had elapsed since the commencement of the exam, and only a select number of individuals had consumed soldier pills and other sustenance. The majority of the ninjas had not partaken of food or water since the exam began, and were now famished. Already hungry, they were further enticed by the mouth-watering scent of the barbecue. Who can withstand this? Everyone is drooling. However, they soon discovered the mountain of scrolls piled beside Chunyu, and their eyes filled with insatiable greed. Upon noticing the forehead protector of Konoha adorning Chunyu's head, along with the 2 Konoha examiners behind him indulging in a feast, their anger flared. They instantly concluded that Konoha must be secretly aiding him, cheating and taking shortcuts. While we struggle fiercely in the examination hall, you all are enjoying a banquet with the examiners. Is there no law? No sense of justice? Yet, the formidable Gaara strode ahead, unflinching. Even without stepping forward, the crowd could only suppress their greed and fury. The wisdom of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot was not lost on the elite ninjas present from various villages. Gaara approached Chunyu step by step, prompting him to rise swiftly. With a beaming smile illuminating his face, he eagerly addressed the 3 individuals. Welcome, esteemed guests. What type of scroll does your team require? Our establishment does not offer credit. We pride ourselves on honesty. The crowd trailing Gaara gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide open, unable to blink. They had not noticed while lying down, but now that he stood, he appeared strangely familiar. Baka, is it him? The one who shattered a giant serpent with just a glare outside? It's this monster? Humph. But even so, what does it matter? Gaara is a monster in his own right. Regardless of Chunyu's strength, the Sand Ninja Gaara is no less formidable. When 2 tigers contend, one must surely be injured. Perfectly ripe for the opportunist. You wretched Konoha ninjas, what can your cheating accomplish? With all eyes upon them, do those 2 examiners dare to show favoritism? Once they are locked in a fierce battle, we shall lie in wait like mantises stalking cicadas. Gaara remained silent, his shadowed gaze fixated on Chunyu, sand swirling ominously around him. Chunyu maintained his warm smile, his dark eyes betraying no emotion, locking onto Gaara's gaze. Kiba and Shino ceased their grilling, while Hinata, Geku, and Tsukuyami halted their meal, their attention riveted on the standoff between Chunyu and Gaara. All around, silence reigned, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 34. The arrival of a brother. At this moment, Gaara's thoughts were in turmoil. Should he strike now? No, the time is not yet right. The prowess of this barbecue lad is undoubtedly formidable. Revealing his trump card at this juncture may jeopardize the Sand Ninja's plans. How much for the scrolls? Just when everyone anticipated Gaara to strike with thunderous ferocity, he unexpectedly inquired about the price with utmost politeness. The entire crowd was left in a state of shock, logging off in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Are our ears malfunctioning? Not only does he refrain from making a move, but he also intends to purchase. This brutal and bloodthirsty individual, with unparalleled and grotesque strength, has surprisingly begun to speak with money. The faces of everyone present were etched with disbelief, their minds blank, with the only thought resonating in their consciousness being the relentless echo of how much? 100,000. Chunyu boldly made his demand. Elated at the prospect of his first transaction, a successful opening transaction is indeed a promising start. Gaara furrowed his brow slightly, bending down to pick up a scroll, examining it thoughtfully. The onlookers held their breath once more, wondering if Gaara would abscond with the scroll without honoring the deal. However, the unfolding events once again defied their expectations. Gaara held the scroll firmly, showing no intention of seizing it. 30,000, that's all I have. Chunyu pondered, stroking his chin. Deal? You are the first customer, and in the spirit of good fortune, I shall offer you a discount. 30,000 taels, take it away. Very well. Thank you. Gaara responded, glancing at the dazed SHG and Kankor, who quickly regained their senses and obediently produced 30,000 taels. Gaara spoke the truth. They indeed possessed only that amount. Purchase of the scroll includes 10 complementary skewers. Chen Yu thought to himself, inwardly lamenting the poverty of the sand ninjas, before cheerfully pocketing the money and loudly proclaiming, "Welcome to our esteemed establishment, dear customers." "Welcome." Hinata and the others hurriedly echoed Chen Yu's enthusiastic greeting. Hinata led the trio to a nearby table, serving them 10 freshly grilled skewers, still sizzling and dripping with oil. Gaara maintained his stoic demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet his stomach began to rumble audibly, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma. He picked up a skewer and took a bite. What? In this world, there exists such exquisite deliciousness. Why is that? My eyes have grown moist with emotion. What is this sensation? Could it be what they refer to as being moved? Tamari and Kankuro are even more exaggerated, lacking any semblance of decorum, almost as if they were about to devour their skewers. So many people. Just as the crowd stood there in bewilderment, 3 individuals emerged from the nearby thicket: Tintin, Li, and Niji. Although all 3 hail from the Hidden Leaf Village, they too appeared momentarily stunned by the scene before them. A barbecue joint? Incredibly, Hiba and Shino have transformed into grill masters? Hinata has taken on the role of a waitress? What is this operation? Upon seeing the 3 individuals, Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Tian and Ning Xiai appeared unaffected, yet Xiao Li's attire was wrinkled, his breath unsteady, and one eye was still swollen. Clearly a testament to a fierce battle endured. It seems the main storyline is still unfolding. In the original narrative, the Sound Ninja Trio, under Orochimaru's command, aimed to ambush Naruto and Sasuke. Just as they were about to succeed, Xiao Li intervened momentarily. Moreover, the young ninjas of Konoha, aside from Hinata and her companions, nearly all came forth to protect Naruto and Sasuke. Although they are rivals, they unite in the face of formidable foes, embodying the bonds of camaraderie within the village. The presence of these 3 signifies that Sasuke's cursed seal has been activated, leading to the defeat of the Sound Ninja Trio. While Chinyu was aware of the storyline, he recognized that, on one hand, no lives were lost in this skirmish. On the other hand, the system had not assigned a task. Furthermore, ninjas must endure battles fraught with bloodshed and fire to grow stronger, which, in fact, serves as a beneficial experience for his comrades. The aroma of barbecued meat wafts through the air. Is this the essence of youth? Xiao Li gazed longingly at the skewers, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Li. Tian urgently tugged at him from behind, as the situation remained unclear. What are you doing? Ning Xiai approached, frowning, his gaze landing on Hinata, who was dressed in a maid outfit, fanning the skewers, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Upon seeing Ning Xiai, Chinyu smiled faintly. Ning Xiai is one of the beloved characters in the original tale, his talent and dedication rivaling that of Naruto. However, Naruto's prominence overshadowed him due to the latter's extraordinary circumstances. As a member of the branch family, burdened by the stigma of the clan seal, which limited his Byakugan capabilities, he nonetheless demonstrated remarkable resilience, mastering the gentle fist techniques typically reserved for the main house through sheer talent and determination. Ning Xiai had long believed that the Hyuga clan was responsible for his father's demise, only to learn during this examination that his father willingly sacrificed himself for his brother, thus alleviating his hatred. His character is steadfast. Regardless of perilous situations, he remains composed and analytical, often appearing emotionally detached, yet he genuinely cares for his comrades. A classic example of an exterior coldness concealing a warm heart. During the 4th Great Ninja War, he heroically sacrificed himself to shield Hinata and Naruto from the Ten Tails' devastating techniques, leaving many original fans with lingering sorrow. Since Chunyu has entered this authentic world of Naruto, he is determined to prevent any tragedy from occurring. Here he comes, brother. Would you like a skewer? It's free for the Konoha folks. I recommend purchasing scrolls, and you'll receive a barbecue set as a bonus. Chunyu greeted warmly. Ning Xiai was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the situation, as he had not anticipated such occurrences during the Chunin exam. Peering inside, he was astonished to discover 2 proctors enjoying their meal. It seemed permissible under the rules, so he refrained from commenting. Upon hearing Chunyu mention scrolls, Ning Xiai suddenly noticed the pile of scrolls nearby and was struck with astonishment. His usually calm and composed demeanor was overtaken by shock. All these scrolls belong to you. You're selling them. Tian also spotted the mountainous heap of scrolls, her expression one of bewilderment. No wonder they had encountered no one else apart from the Sound Ninja trio during their prolonged absence. It turns out Chunyu had seized all the scrolls. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Even though Chunyu astonished everyone by injuring teacher Kakashi with a single punch during the newcomer assessment, no one could have anticipated that he would overturn the entire examination venue. Is this not utterly bizarre? Even if Kakashi-sensei himself were to intervene, it would be impossible to vanquish all the teams and acquire so many mission scrolls in such a brief span of time. The time simply does not permit it. So, Chunyu nodded vigorously. Each scroll is worth 100,000 ryo. However, for the sake of our bonds as comrades from Konoha, I shall only charge the cost price, 60 ryo. The trio had just arrived and, having not yet delved into Gaara's story, were left somewhat unperturbed. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas were utterly bewildered. This stark disparity in treatment is glaringly obvious. You sell to others for tens of thousands, yet to your own for merely 60 ryo? That's merely the price of a bowl of ramen. You might as well give it away for free. Chapter 35. Do you have a tailed beast at home? Oh. The trio fell into a silence, initially believing that securing the scrolls would necessitate a fierce battle, yet here they were, having obtained them so easily. Could this be but a dream? We are purchasing? Tintin glanced at Niji, the strongest among them, who effectively served as their squad leader. Let us buy, Niji nodded, surveying the quantity of scrolls. It appeared that only a few teams from Konoha had not been robbed. The rest were likely present here. Naturally, one could not act against the comrades of their own village, and others lacked scrolls. To pass the exam, it seemed that purchasing was the only viable option. Tintin opened her wallet, extracting 60 ryo, and amid the envious gazes of her companions, she took a scroll, tucking it away. Thank you for your patronage. 3 esteemed customers. Please come in. Make yourselves comfortable. Chunyu cheerfully accepted the payment, welcoming them with enthusiasm. It appeared delicious. Such is the exquisite taste of youth. Lee leapt high and dashed inside. Tintin and Niji, somewhat helpless, shook their heads but could not resist the allure of the delectable fare and followed Lee. At that moment, a voice erupted from the crowd. This is blatant cheating by Konoha. Consider this. Konoha's ninjas acquire scrolls with hardly any expenditure, while we are compelled to part with 100,000 ryo. But, Gaara, a feeble voice chimed in nearby. You fool. Are you unaware of Gaara's strength? Konoha must be wary of offending him, secretly engaging in transactions with him. Perhaps this was all a ruse staged for our benefit. Indeed, there is an old saying in the ninja world. The silver of a genin is divided 7-3, while that of a genin is returned in full. Exactly. Konoha is undoubtedly cheating during the nin exams. I shall demand an explanation from the third Hokage. Such a large ninja village engaging in such sordid deeds. We shall withdraw from this exam unless a satisfactory explanation is provided. In an instant, the crowd was incensed. Gaara and his companions, enjoying skewers, observed Chunyu granting Niji and his team preferential treatment, yet said nothing, as they were all ninjas of the same village and thus shared a common bond. However, they were acutely aware that Konoha had not brokered any deals with the Sand Ninjas. They were merely curious about Chunyu's subsequent actions, remaining silent. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino were taken aback. This situation had incited the wrath of the masses, and trouble was brewing. Though they knew Konoha had not cheated nor provided any advantages to its examinees, how could they possibly prove it? Should they summon those ferocious beasts? Yet even if they did, skeptics would still claim that Konoha ninjas had tamed them to serve their purposes. Niji and his companions were equally stunned. Though they firmly believed Konoha would never engage in such underhanded tactics, they were still filled with questions, their minds swirling in confusion as though caught in a dream. Faced with the accusations of the crowd, Chunyu remained unfazed. He turned to Hinata, who was diligently occupied. Hinata, come here for a moment. Okay, brother Chunyu. Hinata obediently approached. Bring out the little flower and let them converse. Chunyu gently ruffled Hinata's hair. Understood. Hinata instantly comprehended and stepped forward, taking a deep breath to channel her chakra. As the petite Hinata emerged to confront them, the surrounding ninjas felt even more vindicated in their suspicions. Is this how Konoha's ninjas behave? They send a mere girl to act as a shield? Surely, they must be concealing something from us. Hinata, however, remained unaffected by their jeers, instead recalling the techniques Chunyu had taught her, her hands coming together. Inu, Tatsu, Tori, Saru, Ushi, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With the sound of her youthful voice, Hinata's hands struck the ground with force, causing countless patterns to ripple outward. Boom! In a burst of white smoke, a massive, striped tiger materialized. Roar! A tremendous roar echoed, sending shockwaves through the crowd, leaving the recently skeptical ninjas pale and frozen in place, their blood running cold. They recognized it instantly, the very ferocious tiger that had led the charge to seize their scrolls. It was, astonishingly, the summoning beast of the seemingly fragile Hinata. Indeed, the Konoha emblem still adorned its neck. Not only were the crowd stunned, but the Konoha contingent was equally petrified. Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru were rendered speechless, their minds blank from the overwhelming spectacle before them, the skewers they had just acquired dropping to the ground. As two exceptionally skilled jonin, they are acutely aware of the challenges posed by summoning techniques. This is indeed an A-rank beast, a formidable entity capable of rivaling elite J-nin. To defeat and subjugate it, to forge a contract, and ultimately to summon it, presents a challenge that can only be described as insurmountable. Within the confines of Konoha, it is likely that only someone of Jiraiya-sama's caliber could achieve such a feat. Even if one were to succeed, the summoning process would demand an immense reservoir of chakra. Yet, Hinata, who is but a mere genin, has astonishingly managed to summon it. How is this possible? A rare seriousness appeared on Gaara's face. Among this generation of Konoha's newcomers, are there truly so many prodigies? Such profound depth. Konoha indeed stands as the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages. Niji was equally astonished. Although he and Hinata were of similar age, and despite one belonging to the branch family and the other to the main family, Niji had never regarded Hinata as a rival due to her perceived weakness. Yet now, upon witnessing her, he realized that Hinata had unconsciously mastered the summoning technique. This is something even the esteemed head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, could not achieve. Unbeknownst to her, Hinata has surpassed me, leaving me far behind. You keep pointing at Hinata, stammering. You actually learned the summoning technique? It was taught to me by Brother Chinyu. And Xiaohua is Brother Chun Yu's summoning beast. I merely formed a blood contract for summoning as well, Hinata replied, her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, a hint of nervousness in her voice. What? Hinata's words plunged everyone into a state of astonishment once more, all eyes fixated on that graceful figure. It is he. Once again, it is he. Xiaohua approached Chun Yu's side, laying down and rubbing its enormous head against him, squinting its eyes in sheer delight, emitting a purring sound akin to that of a cat. Witnessing this scene, everyone's perception of reality was utterly shattered. Are you still an A-rank ferocious beast? Whatever happened to the fierce demeanor you displayed when you extorted us for the scrolls? Now, you appear to be nothing more than a docile, affectionate pet. Xiaohua. Such a mundane name, and yet you have accepted it? Moreover, as the crowd reflects on Hinata's earlier words, no, you keep it for yourself. It is likely that an ordinary person would awaken from dreams filled with laughter if they possessed an A-grade ferocious beast as their summoning creature. And yet, this Chinyu chooses to relinquish it to another? What sort of family background does he possess? Does his household harbor a tailed beast? Chapter 36. The Supreme Conqueror's Haki. With the appearance of Xiaohua, the gathered ninjas fell silent, and the doubts that once lingered dissipated into thin air. Groups of 3 or 5 began to converse quietly among themselves. The majority decided to withdraw, for after all, participating in the Chunin exams twice a year, spending 200,000 for a single examination, was indeed not worth it. However, Chinyu was indifferent to whether they would make a purchase. His concern lay instead with several teams that, driven by ulterior motives, needed to pass the exam. For instance, the personnel of Orochimaru. Several teams arrived at Konoha, harboring ill intentions, undoubtedly amassing considerable resources. Although 200,000 is a substantial amount, it should be attainable. They are the ones to be deceived. After all, this is a venture without capital. Every sale yields profit, hence there is no loss. Main quest activated. Prevent Kabuto from gathering information about Sasuke for Orochimaru, and assist Sasuke and his companions in passing the exam. Quest reward, Divine Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, a familiar notification echoed in Chun Yu's mind. Oh, another main quest has been triggered? In the original narrative, after the battle with the Sound Ninja, Sasuke and his companions sustained severe injuries and only recovered slightly by the final day. Ultimately, with Kabuto's assistance, they triumphed over the Rain Ninja, Ao, and Menghua. This event was meant to transpire 4 days hence. It appears that due to Chun Yu's fervent flapping of his metaphorical butterfly wings, time has accelerated. With his extraordinary observation haki fully activated, Chun Yu's perception rapidly expanded outward, soon identifying Sasuke and his companions resting in a tree hollow 3 kilometers away. Chun Yu suddenly paused, unable to suppress a smile as he noticed 3 spectators lurking nearby, keeping a watchful eye: Kabuto, the red armor, and Ken Mizukami. It turns out they had been keeping a close watch on Sasuke for some time. No wonder in the original narrative. Kabuto was able to intervene just as Naruto was about to unveil the scroll. He was evidently well prepared. Hinata, the main quest has arrived, and it is only natural to engage with it. Chun Yu turned to face Hinata. Chun Yu and I, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she jogged towards him, her upper body quivering. Brother has something to attend to, so you will manage the little shop for the time being. Just follow my instructions. Aside from our friends in Konoha, not a single coin should be lost, Chun Yu said with a smile, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. I understand, brother. You can count on me. But where are you going? Will it be dangerous? Hinata expressed her concern. Rest assured, within the Death Forest. There is nothing that can harm me, Chun Yu replied with a calm demeanor before leaping into the air and vanishing from sight. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat in his chair, a report laid before him. Kakashi, Might Guy, and several elite jonin, along with a few umbu, stood solemnly before him, their expressions grave and silent. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage set down his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke as his weary eyes scanned the room. According to the intelligence, Orochimaru has been active both inside and outside the village. Everyone must remain vigilant and ensure the safety of the village, particularly during the exams. Yes, the assembled shinobi responded respectfully. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in, the third Hokage said slowly. The door creaked open, and Iruka entered, his expression peculiar as he surveyed the group. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Lord Hokage, if our estimations are correct, the second exam should conclude ahead of schedule. Should we not begin preparations for the third exam? After all, the third exam requires the attendance of high-ranking officials from other villages, feudal lords, and various dignitaries to witness. We must notify them promptly. The room fell silent. Everyone taken aback, including the third Hokage. Might Guy blinked, a spark igniting in his eyes as he grinned widely, flashing his brilliant smile and giving a thumbs up. I didn't expect this exam to be so intense. This is the essence of youth. This isn't merely the intensity of the battle. It's the work of Chun Yu. Iruka clarified, shaking his head, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Chun Yu's actions were astonishing and unexpected. After pondering for a moment, he concluded, Lord Hokage, everyone, if you accompany me, you will understand. Is it him? The group was stunned. News of Chun Yu injuring Kakashi with a single punch and swiftly passing the written exam had already circulated among the higher-ups. Many were eager to meet Chun Yu, but they had been preoccupied with their own affairs. Little did they know that while their attention was diverted, Chun Yu had created quite the spectacle during the second exam. Only Akane appeared contemplative, having spent considerable time with Chun Yu. She thought to herself, perhaps this is not so surprising. Oh, the third Hokage's curiosity was piqued, and he chuckled heartily. After sitting for too long, my body feels a bit stiff. Perfect timing to see what this young man has orchestrated and to stretch my limbs. With that, under the leadership of the third Hokage, the ninjas, fueled by curiosity, set forth toward the center of the Death Forest. Before long, they arrived at the central tower. Upon witnessing the scene below, they stood there, utterly astonished. Is this truly possible? Especially upon observing the array of scrolls beside Hinata, accompanied by a colossal, vividly striped beast of A-rank ferocity, behaving as docile as a puppy. And then, glancing at the surrounding candidates, who appeared as dejected as frost-bitten eggplants. Wait a moment, that is the crimson-eyed thorn tiger, an A-rank beast? A creature that even they would find somewhat formidable to contend with. It has been subdued just like that. Particularly striking was the sight of the two examiners, Noera Genkan and Tsukiyakari Shikaz, unabashedly indulging in skewers, rendering the onlookers momentarily petrified. It goes without saying, this is undoubtedly the handiwork of Chun Yu. It was at this moment they comprehended why Iruka's demeanor had been so peculiar, and why he insisted they come to witness this spectacle. The most outrageous part was that this rascal had pilfered the scrolls of everyone, and was now peddling them here. Even the third Hokage couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. This lad is simply beyond reason. This examination was originally designed to assess the reconnaissance, ambush, and combat abilities of each team. However, it was single-handedly transformed into a chaotic marketplace by Chunyu. It was only later that Chunyu learned that subsequent Chunin exams would incorporate additional regulations. While it would be permissible to seize scrolls, selling them was strictly prohibited. Furthermore, exchanging items for scrolls was also disallowed, with any violation resulting in immediate disqualification from the examination. Notably, 3 enormous red exclamation marks were added for emphasis. This marks a significant moment in the history of Konoha, as it is the first time Chunyu has left such an indelible mark. But where is Chunyu? As everyone scanned the surroundings, they noticed that the other 3 members of Chunyu's team were present, yet he was nowhere to be found. Over there. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a ring of smoke as he gazed in a particular direction. Let us go see what this lad is up to. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, the group proceeded toward Chunyu's location to observe from the shadows. At this moment, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sakura sat on the ground, repeatedly examining the examination scroll in their hands, as Sasuke was absent, having gone to fetch water. Sakura, do you want to know what is written on the scroll? Naruto blinked, his face brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Isn't that inappropriate? Sakura paused, recalling their teacher, Hanabi, had explicitly stated not to open the scroll before the exam. Our teachers in Konoha always enjoy scaring us. Perhaps there is nothing of substance within. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he placed his hand on the scroll, preparing to tear it open. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, swiftly grasping Naruto's hand. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke gravely. I advise you not to open it. It's you, Brother Kabuto. Both Naruto and Sakura were startled, but soon recognized him as the amiable senior who had provided them with detailed information about the participating ninjas from various villages during the first exam. Why? Naruto cautiously inquired. Because Kabuto had barely uttered those 2 words when the nearby bushes began to stir, and a seemingly harmless figure emerged with a smile. Good morning, everyone. It was none other than Chunyu. Chapter 37. Kabuto, why did you steal my lines? Chunyu, what are you doing here? Naruto and Sakura stared in confusion before asking. With a resigned shrug and open palms, Chunyu seized Kabuto's line from the original script. I accidentally got separated. So, that is how it is. Naruto and Sakura had no doubts. However, Kabuto was taken aback, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes concealed behind his glasses. You've taken my line. What am I to say now? You got separated, and I got separated too. Doesn't that raise suspicion? This fellow is quite captivating. Just a moment ago, he had been observing for quite some time, ensuring that no one had descended nearby. To his astonishment, Chunyu silently approached and suddenly emerged. Even the elite ninja, Do, failed to detect his presence. This is quite a troublesome individual. Should we eliminate him now? No. Lord Orochimaru's task is yet to be fulfilled. Now is not the time for action. By the way, what brings you here? Uzumaki Naruto inquired with curiosity. I. Stammered, uncertain of how to explain. Just as he faltered, Chunyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Within the realm of his observation haki, numerous figures had appeared. None other than the third Hokage and his companions. It seems my actions have stirred quite a commotion, drawing the attention of these high-ranking individuals. The third Hokage and his comrades concealed themselves atop a treetop, showing no immediate reaction. Yet, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, sensing an invisible gaze upon them. The others noticed the unusual expression on the third Hokage's face, and Kakashi promptly inquired, Lord Third Hokage, what troubles you? Have you discovered something? It seems someone is observing us. The third Hokage replied solemnly. What? The group gasped in astonishment. These individuals were recognized as formidable forces within Konoha, yet they had failed to detect the presence of an observer. Only the third Hokage had sensed it. Is it Orochimaru? Akato suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting dramatically. It is not Orochimaru. The third Hokage shook his head, directing his gaze toward the refined figure. Orochimaru is my pupil. I am well acquainted with his presence. It is quite likely that this young man... What? The crowd was instantly struck with shock. All eyes converged upon Chunyu. It is actually Chunyu? This fellow possesses remarkable strength, which we have tolerated. Yet, his detection abilities are equally formidable. Moreover, We were utterly oblivious to it. How is this possible? We are all elite J-Nin of the Hidden Leaf, the pinnacle of strength. On the battlefield, it is the most terrifying prospect that the enemy can detect my presence while I remain oblivious to theirs. If it were a ninja of the caliber of Orochimaru or Jiraiya, I could accept it, but to be bested by merely a newcomer? Is this the power of the new bloodline limit? How terrifying. Is this the Book of Earth? Shinyu picked up the scroll and examined it carefully, while Naruto and Sakura displayed no signs of wariness. They had grown up together in Konoha and were well aware of each other's temperaments. They were comrades willing to sacrifice their lives for one another. The thought of competing for the scroll was utterly inconceivable. Let me take a look, Shinyu declared, extending his hand to unfurl the scroll. Wait, Sakura hurriedly interjected. Brother Do just said this scroll is extremely dangerous. I've only heard rumors. It may not be as perilous as suggested. To be honest, I'm a bit curious. Shinyu is so strong that even if there is some danger, he should be able to handle it, Do replied with a smile, feigning uncertainty. In reality, having participated in numerous exams, he knew that the scroll contained an extraordinarily powerful hypnosis technique. He hoped that once Shinyu opened it, he would promptly lose consciousness, thereby allowing Do to straightforwardly seize the scroll along with Sasuke and his companions. Unfortunately, Do was utterly unaware that Shinyu, having read the original work, was well acquainted with the plot. Not only was he aware of the exam scroll, but he also knew the entire conclusion. From a distance, the higher-ups of Konoha shook their heads in disapproval. Ibiki, with a stoic expression, coldly remarked, "This young man is exceedingly arrogant. The scroll bears the hypnosis technique personally inscribed by the third Hokage. Although Chun-Yu possesses formidable offensive capabilities and remarkable sensory skills, Jinjutsu is fundamentally distinct from ninjutsu. This technique targets the mind. Even if he has mastered Jinjutsu, he cannot withstand the power of the Hokage. He is still too young. Indeed, he could have easily passed the exam, yet he insisted on showcasing his skills. As expected, when young individuals are endowed with strength that surpasses their peers, they often become overconfident. It is a pity for Kiba and his companions. If the crowd were to learn that Chun-Yu had fainted, chaos would surely ensue, and the scroll would be snatched away in an instant. Their promising situation could be irrevocably lost due to arrogance. After he faints, we should take him away. There are too many predators here. Our village has finally produced such a remarkable newcomer. We cannot let him fall prey to wild beasts," Ibiki suggested. His words evidently resonated with all the higher-ups, as Elite J-Nin engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Shinyu's hand had already grasped the edge of the scroll. With a crisp sound, he decisively unfurled it. The higher-ups felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and disinterest, with several already preparing to depart. However, the next moment brought a shocking turn of events that left them all speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Shinyu was unharmed, standing there unscathed. He had not lost consciousness or succumbed to slumber. Could it be that the hypnosis technique of the third Hokage had failed? Impossible. The third Hokage was universally acknowledged as a god of the ninja world. How could he possibly make such a rudimentary mistake? If the third Hokage had not erred, then it must be. It is Chunyu. Chunyu has resisted the hypnosis. How is this possible? This is indeed a formidable illusionary assault. Even these elite jonin from Konoha, when adequately prepared, would momentarily falter upon unrolling the scroll. Yet Chunyu remains unfazed, engaging them in light-hearted banter. Even the cold-hearted interrogation specialist, Ibiki, whose face bears the marks of two immense scars, now wears an expression of remarkable astonishment. Reflecting on his recent words, he feels a pang of embarrassment. This is far more painful than sensing the enemy's physical suffering during an interrogation. I, Ibis, the esteemed captain of the interrogation team, have been utterly humiliated by a mere novice. The sensation is rather awkward. Although the third Hokage did not lose his composure, his murky old eyes became somewhat fixated. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the hypnosis technique he had devised. In an effort to prevent candidates from cheating during the examination and replicating scrolls, he took matters into his own hands, only to be astounded when this young man effortlessly countered it. "I told you it was nothing." Shinyu opened the scroll and smiled slightly, but inwardly he marveled. Truly, the hypnosis technique established by the third Hokage is remarkably potent. Fortunately, with my divine-level armed color and the spatial protection granted by the Tremor Fruit's abilities, I was able to avoid falling prey to it. "You mean you're unscathed?" Do was utterly bewildered. Thud. Do's glasses fell to the ground, and he was oblivious, his mind consumed by the seemingly innocuous face and radiant smile of Chinyu. At such a close distance, he could feel the overwhelming force of the hypnosis technique being unleashed. Yet, he did not perceive any chakra fluctuations emanating from Chinyu. Such a powerful hypnosis technique was so easily thwarted by him. Chapter 38. The Higher UPS of Konoha. Please, act like a human being suddenly. A clatter was heard as a water bottle fell nearby. Everyone turned to see Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, standing there with a pale face, as if carved from stone. Sasuke, who had just returned from fetching water, noticed the presence of two additional individuals and, mistaking them for adversaries, cautiously approached with his Sharingan activated. However, as he drew near, Chinyu happened to unroll the scroll. Consequently, he fell victim to its effects. It is worth noting that Sasuke was a good 7 or 8 meters away, separated by Chinyu. Yet he was still caught by the meager residual wave of the hypnosis technique. How could it have escalated to this? This is indeed a prodigious individual possessing the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Both Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno stood dumbfounded, for this hypnotic technique surpassed their wildest imaginations. Sasuke, are you alright? Chinyu stepped forward and warmly patted Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke was abruptly jolted back to reality, his face still etched with a look of terror. Instinctively taking a step back, as someone who had just experienced it firsthand, he understood all too well the sheer potency of the hypnosis. Merely a trace of its residual power had nearly plunged him into a state of enchantment. Yet Chinyu, who had endured almost the entirety of the hypnotic force, remained unscathed, smiling brightly and greeting him. A sudden wave of helplessness surged within Sasuke. Previously, although he acknowledged Chinyu's formidable strength, he believed that with diligent effort and the development of his ocular powers, he would eventually surpass Chinyu. But now this belief has nearly collapsed imperceptibly. How can we possibly catch up? We are still at the starting line while others are approaching the finish. I'm fine. Sasuke shook his head in frustration, his expression blank as he moved to sit beside Naruto and Sakura, lowering his head in silence. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, I didn't open it, Naruto exclaimed, regaining his composure, a look of relief on his face. Though Sakura remained silent, her frequent nods clearly indicated her strong agreement with Naruto's words. One could tell from Sasuke's demeanor that had they opened the scroll, they would surely be sleeping more soundly than a pig by now, oblivious to the beasts that could devour them. Gulp. Kabuto swallowed hard, silently retrieving his glasses, putting them on, and forcing his already blank mind to reboot. Chinyu resembled a monstrous entity. How could Orochimaru possibly fulfill his assigned task? Coincidentally, Sasuke and his companions were in need of a scroll. Let us swiftly assemble a small team to procure one. Do, a long-standing infiltrator within the Hidden Leaf Village, adeptly concealed his profound shock, straightened himself, adjusted his glasses, and cheerfully remarked, "There's no need for that. I shall simply present them with one." However, Chinyu, grinning widely, casually reached into his garment and produced a scroll. "I mistakenly retrieved the Book of Earth," he confessed, only to realize upon inspection that he had indeed erred and discarded it onto the ground. Why is it still the Book of Earth? Confound it, another one. Was every scroll I haphazardly grabbed merely the Book of Earth? Fortunately, he discovered that this one was the Book of Heaven. Here, now that we have the examination scroll, let us proceed to the central tower. Chinyu effortlessly tossed the scroll into the hands of Naruto Uzumaki. The task was complete, and the reward was bestowed. The development of the Supreme Conqueror's haki reached level 30. In the next instant, a familiar notification echoed within Chinyu's mind. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for the astonished reactions of those around him, he merrily strolled towards the central tower. Task concluded. Time to indulge in some barbecued delights. All he had done was make a brief trip and deliver a single scroll. Yet he had acquired the legendary Conqueror's haki. This is a tremendous windfall. Observing Chinyu's nonchalant departure, the 4 individuals present were left utterly astounded once again. "Oh, great brother, are you in the business of wholesale scrolls? How many teams has this ruthless individual robbed?" While other squads struggle valiantly to secure a single scroll, it now lies scattered on the ground like mere cabbages, leaving the remaining 4 momentarily dazed. Is this truly the case? Am I perhaps under some form of hypnosis? Suddenly, Do recollected something. 2 full hours have elapsed since the examination commenced, yet the Death Forest has remained eerily silent, save for a brief period of agitation at the outset. Initially, Do had not paid it any heed, but now he has come to a startling realization. What a revelation. These scrolls were snatched away by Chenyu. No wonder there has been no one to engage in battle along the way. With the scrolls gone, what is there left to fight for? Do's mouth gaped open, his face ashen, as if he had just consumed a dead fly. Collecting information on Sasuke's combat? What a futile endeavor. They couldn't gather even a single hair. At that moment, the higher-ups of Konoha exchanged glances, each bearing a bitter smile. They had all emerged from the era of newcomers, having participated in scroll competitions or similar examinations, recalling their own struggles, battered and bruised, as they barely scraped through. Now, they looked at Chenyu, then at Naruto Uzumaki and his companions. It was forgivable that they lacked imagination. As for the remaining scrolls, Naruto pointed to the 3 pitifully abandoned earth books lying on the ground. They are of no use, merely unsellable stock. If you like, keep them as souvenirs. Chenyu waved his hand dismissively from a distance, not even glancing back. Of no use. Of no use. The entire assembly was once again petrified, with only these 4 words echoing frantically in their minds. The elite members of Konoha's higher-ups felt the same. Although they were examination scrolls, they were also remarkably potent auxiliary ninjutsu. In battles against foes, they could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. Even these Konoha leaders were stirred, their mouths watering. This is indeed the handiwork of the 3rd Hokage. Products from the Hokage are always of exquisite quality. Yet you, my friend, so carelessly toss it aside, claiming it to be of no value. I implore you to act with some dignity. Even the 3rd Hokage, upon witnessing his painstakingly crafted work being casually discarded by Chenyu, would feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. Let us depart. In this vast jungle of death, everyone, save for a few, has gathered before the central tower. The examination must indeed be concluded prematurely. Irika, please notify the other ninja villages at once. The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe and slowly turned around. Yes, Irika replied respectfully. The 3rd Hokage leaped into the air, followed closely by the high-ranking officials. It was evident that Naruto and his companions understood the value of the scroll, silently picking it up, each tucking one away. Do, watching from the side, felt a pang of envy. Why not take an extra one and share it with me? Failing to complete Lord Orochimaru's task is one thing, but to be excluded from this scroll as well. The reason Chenyu tossed these scrolls aside so nonchalantly was twofold. On one hand, they were of no use to him. Rather than spending time hypnotizing the opponent, it would be more efficient to send them back home with a punch. On the other hand, Hinata's stock of scrolls for sale was already ample. Since he had no use for them and could not sell them, it was far better to gift them to friends for self-defense. Chenyu was acutely aware of this reality. After all, this is merely an ordinary Nin exam. The vast majority of ninjas would never be willing to part with 200,000 Ryo to purchase the examination scrolls. They could simply wait for the next opportunity. The true clientele of Chenyu primarily consists of a select few specialized teams, those who secretly collude to orchestrate the downfall of Konoha. Individuals who must pass the exam to execute their schemes within the village. Chapter 39. Chenyu's productions are always exquisite before long. A small group arrived at the entrance of the central tower. Upon their arrival, the grand doors of the tower slowly opened. Ahem. I hereby declare the 2nd round of the exam officially concluded. The pale-faced, frail Suki no Kaze coughed twice, casting a weak glance at the candidates. Now, only those teams possessing 2 distinct scrolls may enter the central tower for verification. Those who have not passed will be escorted away by the examiners shortly. The candidates were taken aback upon hearing this announcement. It's over? It was supposed to last 5 days, yet it concluded in less than half a day. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Even if it hadn't ended now, it would merely be a waste of time, as all 26 scrolls were present. There was no further necessity for continuation. All eyes converged on Chenyu, the individual who had directly altered the rules of the game, their gazes filled with complexity. Yet, Chenyu remained unfazed, smiling as he approached Hinata. Hinata, how was your haul? After you left, 3 teams purchased our scrolls. Also, Shikamaru and his crew have arrived. Hinata exclaimed, eagerly placing the money into Chenyu's hands. Brother, this is the payment. Chenyu accepted the money, momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. 3 teams. So many? In the original work, there were a total of 7 teams, comprising 21 individuals who passed the 2nd examination. Yet, unexpectedly, this time, 9 teams, totaling 28 individuals, succeeded in the test. Did the side quests undergo changes as well? Chen Yu's gaze swept across the teams that had passed the exam. In addition to the 4 new teams from Konoha, there were also 3 members from Konoha's Yakushi Kabuto and 3 from Gaara's team. The 3 teams that spent money included 3 Sound Ninja, as well as 2 teams from the Grass and Rain Ninjas. Indeed, while certain aspects had deviated, the main characters and figures remained intact, indicating that the primary storyline had not strayed. As for the other 2 unexpectedly successful teams, they likely belonged to affluent individuals. However, they could very well be mere cannon fodder, insignificant extras who would play no substantial role. Oh, Chen Yu suddenly spotted Sak, who was hiding in a corner in front of the tower, desperately avoiding his gaze, and couldn't help but chuckle. The Sound Ninja were indeed quite wealthy. After being stripped of his resources, Sak's 2 companions managed to gather 200,000 ryo. It appeared they were well prepared to fulfill Orochimaru's mission. With the examination concluded, Chen's shop officially closed its doors to customers. The candidates entered the central tower in succession, arriving at a vast hall where they clustered in groups of 3 or 5, awaiting the examiner's inspection. Kabuto and his 2 companions stood at the periphery. Suddenly, Kabuto sensed something. His expression shifted as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching him, then slowly approached a nearby room. He pushed open the door, stepped inside, and closed it behind him. The wall beside him began to undulate slightly, and Orochimaru gradually materialized. How goes the collection of the information I tasked you with? I was unable to collect any, Kabuto replied, shaking his head, his eyes dimming as he realized that Chunyu had disrupted his carefully laid plans. Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as they settled on Kabuto. Do not presume that your previous efforts will absolve you of your failure. This is not my fault. I have done everything in my power, Kabuto explained, recounting the events from beginning to end. Oh, a rare look of confusion appeared on Orochimaru's face as he recalled Sak's words, his eyes narrowing slightly, golden slits opening and closing as he pondered. Is it him again? This intriguing character seems even more suited than Sasuke. Am I to understand that this Chinyu is yet another prodigy? He has successfully piqued my interest. Orochimaru chuckled softly as his figure slowly faded away. At that moment, in the hall, the inspection concluded swiftly. Ahem. The ailing Tsukiakari, holding a list, approached the crowd. Congratulations to all for passing the 2nd examination. The 3rd examination will take place tomorrow at 8 o'clock, featuring one-on-one combat. He continued. Those wishing to withdraw may do so in the adjacent room. A reminder, individual withdrawals will not affect the team's results. At that time, the high-ranking officials from your respective villages will be present, so I hope everyone is prepared. Tomorrow at 8, directly to the 3rd examination? What is going on? Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, as the preliminaries had been entirely skipped. Just then, Sasuke suddenly clutched his shoulder, letting out a pained cry as his body tensed and curled up on the ground. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura rushed to his side upon witnessing this. Bang! In the next moment, a puff of white smoke appeared, and Kakashi instantly materialized, examining the situation with a serious expression. Trigger side quest. Gift Kakashi a kunai imbued with armed haki to assist him in sealing the curse mark. Quest reward, Divine Level Tai Chi. Chinyu, initially a mere observer, suddenly heard the familiar notification sound in his mind. Another opportunity? Chinyu's eyes lit up. After inadvertently injuring Kakashi last time, he had been seeking a way to apologize to him, given that Kakashi was one of the most beloved characters in the original work, known for his justice and impeccable character. Seizing this chance presented by the quest, he decided to express his sentiments. Chinyu retrieved a kunai from his pocket, wrapping it in armed haki, and activated it. Of course, here, it wasn't like in the world of One Piece, where the wrist would turn black immediately. In fact, the reason for the blackened appearance in One Piece was merely an artistic choice by the author, Oda, to ensure clarity for the audience. In reality, haki possesses no color. The kunai was tightly enveloped in a substantial amount of armed haki, and to prevent the haki from dissipating, Chinyu discreetly employed a sealing technique. Remarkably, it proved effective. I suppose I can be considered the first to integrate the skills of Naruto and One Piece. With the kunai in hand, Chinyu approached Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chinyu, his eyes transforming into the shape of a crescent moon. Oh, isn't this our class's rookie king? What brings you here? Kakashi-sensei, I'm truly sorry for injuring you last time. This is a kunai I crafted with great care, and I hope you will accept it. Chinyu presented the kunai. Ha ha. Kakashi laughed heartily. It's really nothing. Your strength makes me happy. Since it is your heartfelt gift, I will gladly accept it. Thank you. I must take Sasuke to receive treatment now. Yes. Chinyu nodded obediently. Accepting the kunai, Kakashi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Bang. Amidst another puff of white smoke, the two vanished instantly. In a dimly lit room, surrounded by mysterious columns, flickering candles illuminated the space. Sasuke was inscribed with a multitude of dense red symbols. They spread outward, and from a bird's eye view, formed a massive sealing array. Kakashi's fingertips were already pierced, revealing that these symbols were inscribed with his own blood. All right. With the final stroke completed, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and turned to Sasuke. Speaking in a low voice, this might hurt a bit, just bear with it. Sasuke nodded. At that moment, the curse mark began to writhe, seemingly sensing its impending sealing, radiating a powerful crimson light as an extraordinary force surged outward. Oh no! Kakashi's expression shifted in alarm. This cursed mark was set to explode prematurely? This was disastrous. If it fully detonated, Sasuke would inevitably fall into a frenzy. Kakashi swiftly drew the kunai, preparing to pierce his palm to reinforce the seal with more blood. Just as he retrieved the kunai, the curse mark sensed a looming threat and retracted entirely. Kakashi was left utterly bewildered. Nanny? What on earth? How did the imminent explosion of the curse mark suddenly cease? Is it due to the kunai's power? This kunai was given to me by Chinyu, wasn't he it? Initially, Kakashi felt no sense of peculiarity, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to harbor immense energy. It was astonishing that it could force back the cursed seal's power laid by Orochimaru. Chapter 40. Orochimaru, I intend to take that child away. Kakashi stood in stunned silence. Rendered speechless, Sasuke, unable to contain his anticipation, turned to Kakashi and asked, Sensei, why haven't we begun yet? Oh, Kakashi suddenly snapped back to reality. Almost forgetting the task at hand, he sheathed the kunai and swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers moving with astonishing speed. Abruptly halting, he shouted, Ninjutsu, demonic sealing technique. Accompanied by a radiant burst of light, the characters on the ground seemed to come alive, leaping like little tadpoles. Kakashi's palm struck the cursed seal. In an instant, a torrent of colossal chakra surged forth, racing towards Sasuke's seal with frenetic energy. Sasuke opened his mouth wide, letting out a piercing scream, and ultimately, as the sealing completed, his vision darkened and he collapsed. Had he already grown this week? Upon seeing the unconscious Sasuke, Kakashi couldn't help but shake his head. You're being overly stubborn. You've grown considerably. I didn't expect you would master sealing techniques. At that moment, from a dim corner, a raspy voice unexpectedly echoed. With the sound of footsteps, a figure emerged from the shadows, long black hair cascading down, and eerie golden slitted eyes. It was Orochimaru. It has been a while, Kakashi. Who are you? Kakashi turned sharply, his expression shifting dramatically as he furrowed his brow. Sensing a formidable threat, Orochimaru, do not be so tense. I am not here for you, Orochimaru said, his hands tucked into his pockets, a strange smile curling at his lips, but rather for the child behind you. You seek Sasuke. What do you want? Kakashi drew his kunai, on high alert. Yet Orochimaru remained unfazed. What do I want? Surely you must know, especially since you have already obtained it, haven't you? That Sharingan in your left eye? You. Kakashi paused, narrowing his eyes, infuriated by the audacity of this man. I desire the power of the Uchiha clan as well. With that, Orochimaru advanced step by step. Do not approach Sasuke. Kakashi discarded his kunai to the side, gripping his right arm with his left hand, crouching slightly. As his right hand crackled with brilliant arcs of electricity, Orochimaru halted his advance. Even if you were once one of the legendary Sannin, with my current abilities, I can ensure we both perish. Kakashi declared fiercely. Oh really? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru erupted into laughter, but suddenly his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. His gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. You may attempt it. In an instant, Kakashi felt a tremendous force bearing down on him, rendering him almost immobile, even affecting the flow of chakra within him. The legendary Sannin was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Today, I shall take Sasuke away. You cannot stop me. Orochimaru continued to stride forward. Damn it. Kakashi gritted his teeth tightly, feeling an overwhelming pressure as one of Konoha's prodigies. Having become AJ Nin at the age of 12, now confronted an immensely terrifying force before Orochimaru. In this battle, I possess not a sliver of hope for victory. Even if I were to issue a warning now, the others have already retreated to the village of Konoha. It would take them at least a dozen minutes to arrive here, by which time it would be far too late. Just as Kakashi, filled with anxiety, was rapidly devising a strategy, Orochimaru abruptly halted his steps, a hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze as he fixated on the kunai lying not far from Kakashi's feet. Oh, does this kunai conceal some form of trap? Orochimaru's eyes glimmered as he extended his long tongue, a sinister smile gracing his lips. It appears there are some intriguing surprises. Let Sasuke remain in your village for a while longer. Even if I do not take him, he will undoubtedly come seeking me. Farewell, Kakashi. With that, Orochimaru turned away, slowly melding into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, breathing heavily as he realized that his clothes were drenched. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the kunai on the ground. What secrets does this kunai conceal? Kakashi reached down to pick up the kunai, examining it from every angle. Not only did Orochimaru's cursed seal retract in fear, but even Orochimaru himself abandoned the thought of striking due to this kunai. Suddenly, Kakashi recalled Orochimaru's earlier words. A trap? What could that possibly mean? Is this kunai a trap set specifically for Orochimaru? This is merely a gift that Chunyu casually bestowed upon himself, isn't it? Could it be that he had already anticipated Orochimaru's arrival to abduct Sasuke? How remarkable it is that he could execute such a divine maneuver. What extraordinary bloodline limit has this child awakened? Hooray! Uzumaki Naruto raised his fist and cheered loudly. The exam is finally over. Ramen, ramen, ramen. Hinata followed closely behind Chunyu, particularly obedient, gently tugging at his clothing with her little hand. Brother Chunyu, the exam is over. What do you plan to do next? Going home. Chunyu stretched with a grand yawn. I will take a bath, eat something, and have a good rest. Mission accomplished. Reward received. Divine level Tai Chi Fist Technique Development 100. Just then, Chunyu received the mission reward, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Has Kakashi's seal been completed? That means he must have encountered Orochimaru as well. This matter is of little significance. What truly matters is the reward this time. The Divine Tai Chi. The development level has astonishingly reached 100%. Haha, having been a citizen of the Heavenly Empire in my past life, I find a remarkable affinity with its treasures. Upon going online, I am instantly rejuvenated. At this moment, Moonlight Gale approached and cleared his throat. Ahem, Chunyu. The third Hokage wishes to see you. The Hokage is looking for me? Chunyu inquired, puzzled, as he turned to Moonlight Gale. What is it about? I'm afraid I cannot say, Moonlight Gale replied, leading the way. Chunyu blinked and turned back to gently pat Hinata's head, smiling as he said, Rest well at home. Prepare for a fight tomorrow. Hinata nodded vigorously. Chunyu then followed Moonlight Gale to meet the third Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office, a document lay before the third Hokage, and aside from Kakashi, the higher-ups of the Hokage were present, along with several others preparing for the upcoming exams. Not to mention the ever-ominous Danzo, who seemed to be enveloped in darkness, regardless of where he sat. This old fellow has persistently clung to the notion of capturing Chunyu for his slicing research. Chunyu, however, is quite unwilling to engage with him. It is advisable for this individual to refrain from taking action. Otherwise, the subsequent chapter may transform into a tale of exceptional talent. Danzo selects me, only to be swiftly incapacitated by a single blow. The esteemed Hokage. Upon entering, Chunyu displayed remarkable obedience, adorned with an innocuous smile that belied any malice. Upon witnessing this scene, the upper echelons and elites of Konoha could not help but indulge in their internal musings. The resemblance was uncanny, with such a countenance. Who could possibly deduce the mischief you orchestrated during the Chunin exams? Come, take a seat, the third Hokage said with a benevolent smile, gesturing for Chunyu to sit across from him, placing a document before him. We have just conferred, and we believe that given your prowess, there is no necessity for you to participate in the exam. Instead, we shall promote you directly to Jonin. Chapter 41, A Backdoor? I decline all? Chunyu was taken aback. Is there truly such an option? At long last, it is my turn to be astonished. The ranking of a ninja typically requires advancement through examinations. However, the esteemed Hokage possesses the authority to appoint directly. Irika, standing nearby, smiled as he elucidated. Shinyu had inflicted injury upon Kakashi with a single punch, subdued the A-rank beast, the crimson-eyed stabbing tiger, and wielded large-scale would-release techniques. Such prowess undoubtedly qualifies him as a Jonin. All that is needed is to inscribe your name on the document, and you shall be recognized as a Jonin of our Leaf Village. Henceforth, you will be exempt from participating in tomorrow's competition. Might Guy, grinning broadly and revealing his pearly whites, gave a thumbs up. To break Kakashi's record and attain Jonin status at such a young age is truly the essence of youthful vigor. Everyone anticipated that Shinyu would sign with remarkable swiftness. A direct appointment to Jonin is an exceptionally rare and honorable occurrence. Yet, who would have anticipated that Shinyu would stroke his chin and lapse into contemplation? Everyone was utterly bewildered. What does this fellow mean? In the face of such circumstances, you are still contemplating? If it were someone else, they would likely be overjoyed by now, ready to soar with excitement. However, Shinyu harbors a different perspective. To ascend directly to the rank of Jonin may appear impressive at first glance. Yet, it comes at the cost of superficial glory while sacrificing the substance. Firstly, attaining the rank of Jonin entails undertaking numerous perilous missions for the village. Additionally, it would preclude participation in tomorrow's examination. Reflecting upon the myriad of tasks presented by the Chunin exam system and the bountiful rewards that accompany them, the prospect of missing out tomorrow seems a regrettable loss. No, I cannot acquiesce. With this thought in mind, Shinyu resolutely placed his hand upon the document and pushed it back. Grandfather Hokage, I desire to earnestly pass the exam based solely on my own merit. I shall not accept this backdoor approach. As the heir to the spirit of Konoha, I must stand proudly upon the illustrious battlefield and report to everyone in Konoha. If the enemy is shamed, I shall strip them of their pride. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. How excessive! The magnate has opened the back door, a privilege that countless individuals yearn for but cannot attain. Yet, you refuse it? However, this young man articulates his thoughts eloquently. The glory of Konoha requires no backdoor. Upward and onward. This spirit and vitality truly befit the reigning champion of the Konoha newcomers. Even the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. Shinyu found himself at a loss for words after those few utterances. Is there still a refusal? However, the words of this young man resonate deeply with me. The spirit of Konoha continues to be inherited. I am not alone on this path. Just as everyone inside the room was rendered motionless, the door creaked open, and a visibly weakened Kakashi entered. Kakashi, what has happened to you? Might Guy rushed forward to support him, truly a testament to their strong friendship. Lord Third Hokage, Orochimaru has just appeared and intends to abduct Sasuke. What? The room erupted in shock. Where is Sasuke now? The third Hokage inquired urgently. Sasuke is safe. I have arranged for him to be in the infirmary, Kakashi replied weakly. Everyone, let us remain vigilant today. The third Hokage's gaze turned pensive as he contemplated the upcoming examination. Suddenly, he abruptly lifted his head, halting mid-sentence as his eyes fixated on Kakashi's pocket. What do you have in there? Kakashi was taken aback, quickly realizing. Indeed, the kunai given to him by Chunyu was anything but ordinary. Not only did it deter Orochimaru, but even the third Hokage had noticed something amiss. Kakashi hastily withdrew the kunai. How can this be? The third Hokage examined it closely, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Startled, Kakashi exclaimed, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with this item? What is happening, Lord Hokage?" Irika inquired curiously from the side. Isn't this just an ordinary kunai? No. The third Hokage's expression grew serious. The surface of this kunai possesses an exceptionally powerful sealing technique, likely reaching the level of the fourth Hokage's dead demon consuming seal. The energy sealed within it could only be barely unleashed by me, even at full strength. What? Everyone was instantly taken aback. The dead demon consuming seal is the very technique that sealed the Nine Tails. It is a jutsu surpassing S rank. Who is the third Hokage? He is recognized as the god of shinobi. Yet, the energy within this kunai can only be barely manifested by him. What is the true origin of this kunai? The crowd's gaze irresistibly fell upon Kakashi, eager to uncover the mystery. Kakashi himself was taken aback, realizing why he had failed to perceive the abnormality of this kunai's surface. It became evident that the sealing technique on its exterior and the energy contained within had surpassed the limits of his own abilities. At that moment, Kakashi comprehended why Orochimaru had uttered words of caution upon encountering this kunai. ultimately refraining from taking action. Kakashi's attention was irresistibly drawn to Chunyu, his mind tumultuous with questions. Was the ceiling on the kunai and the energy within it left by him? No, that seemed implausible. Perhaps Chunyu was unaware of the kunai's peculiar nature and merely gifted it to him casually. Indeed, that must be the case. In Kakashi's mind, while Chunyu was indeed the rookie champion of this generation with formidable strength, there must be a limit to his capabilities. Surely, it couldn't be too exaggerated. The third Hokage, equally astonished, raised his gaze to Kakashi and inquired solemnly, "Where did you acquire this kunai?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inclined to reveal that it was a gift from Chunyu. However, as he turned his head, he noticed Chunyu on the opposite side, fervently winking at him. Kakashi was left puzzled. What did that mean? The young man is reluctant to voice his thoughts? Following Chunyu's gaze, Kakashi spotted the brooding Danzo seated nearby, and instantaneously comprehended the situation. Chunyu's astonishing performance during the examination had already captured the attention of many. In Kakashi's mind, the power of this kunai, although unrelated to Chunyu, could undoubtedly invite a plethora of troubles should he utter Chunyu's name. Danzo and his roots had long been eyeing Chunyu with malicious intent, merely awaiting a compelling opportunity to strike. If such a justification were to arise, Danzo would undoubtedly be unable to restrain himself from taking clandestine action against Chunyu. Frankly speaking, Kakashi harbored no fondness for Danzo. This shadowy figure, concealed in darkness, has undoubtedly engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. I discovered this while sifting through the ninja tool storage in the village. Kakashi pondered thoughtfully for a moment before articulating a rationale. This is not mere fabrication. Within the village, there exists a dedicated repository for ninja tools, funded by the village itself, serving as a reserve, alongside contributions from various ninjas. After all, many newcomers in the village, like Chunyu or Naruto, are orphans with limited financial means. Before they undertake numerous missions and accumulate wealth, they cannot afford ninja tools. Periodically, they may collect a few from the warehouse. Kakashi deduced that the kunai in Chunyu's possession was likely obtained from the village's warehouse, subsequently passed on to him. This reasoning is sound and justifiable. The warehouse. The third Hokage fell into contemplation, suddenly recalling something. I see. This is likely a distinctive kunai bequeathed by Lord Hashirama. Chapter 42. The 100 Development Level of the Divine Flame Fruit. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? The kunai, as a ninja tool, indeed possesses the capacity to embody certain abilities of the ninja. Might Guy seemed to ponder this, stroking his chin and speaking solemnly. Precisely, for instance, Kakashi wields a kunai gifted by the fourth Hokage, imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Hashirama was a master of sealing techniques, a legendary figure. Manifesting such seals and leaving behind such power is certainly within his capability. Kakashi, your fortune is remarkable. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Take care of it. The third Hokage returned the kunai to Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied, carefully stowing the kunai away. Ding. The system proclaimed sternly, rejecting backdoors, igniting passionate youth. Side quest reward. Save the Moonlight Gale. Completing the task will yield a grand prize. The 100 Development Level Divine Flame Fruit. At that moment, the quest notification chimed once more. Chunyu was momentarily stunned, his eyes glimmering with excitement. The Flame Fruit is one of the most popular abilities in One Piece, belonging to Ace. In the original narrative, Ace was tragically slain by a Kainu due to the higher classification of the Magma Fruit, leaving countless fans unsettled. However, Chunyu held a different perspective. The temperature of flames knows no bounds. The core of the sun reaches an astonishing 15 million degrees Celsius. A heat so intense that any object would vaporize instantaneously upon contact. Not to mention, welding flames can exceed 2,000 degrees, while magma's peak temperature is merely over 1,000 degrees. If we were to truly compare levels, the Flame Fruit undoubtedly surpasses the Magma Fruit. Any forced justification would suggest that Ace's fruit was underdeveloped. After all, he never studied physics. But I have. Moreover, the system grants a full 100% development level. The temperatures that could be achieved are beyond imagination. Incredible. Not for any other reason, but for the Flame Fruit, I must take action. Chunyu reflected on the original plot. At this moment, the undercover identity of Do had been exposed, and he was likely conspiring with Maki from the Sand Village. Subsequently, Moonlight Breeze was eavesdropping nearby, intending to inform the third Hokage of what he had overheard. However, he was ultimately killed by Maki. This is urgent. If I delay, Moonlight Breeze might be lost, and the coveted Flame fruit would slip away. Grandfather Hokage, esteemed teachers, the exam is tomorrow. I must return and prepare. Chen Yu politely bid farewell to his elders and hurriedly departed. The high-ranking officials of Konoha gazed at Chen Yu's retreating figure, unable to suppress their nods of approval. Such youth, yet so humble and composed, unwilling to take shortcuts, determined to prove oneself through tangible actions. With such extraordinary talent, one still diligently prepares for examinations. Truly, a worthy inheritor of the will of fire from Konohagakure. Even Danzo could not help but cast a few approving glances at Shinyu. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a hazy light over the village of Konoha. On a tall structure within the village stood two figures. Upon closer inspection, it was Kabuto and Maki from the sand village of the Land of Wind. The two were gazing in one direction, where a shadow bearing a gourd gradually faded from their sight. On this moonlit night, has that entity within Gaara begun to stir once more? Maki muttered to himself. Is this his true nature? Remarkable. Indeed, Kabuto slowly remarked. Oh. Maki turned around, one eye fixated coldly on Kabuto. How dare you brazenly seek me out? Are you not afraid of being discovered? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In truth, my identity as an undercover agent has already been exposed. What? Maki exclaimed, aghast. You are the right hand of Orochimaru. How could you be so careless as to reveal your identity at such a critical moment? Do you wish to see our plans to destroy Konoha crumble? No. To be precise, I was not discovered. Rather, I chose to reveal myself. I merely wished to gauge Konoha's response, Kabuto replied, unfazed and brimming with confidence. They are unaware of our intention to annihilate Konoha. They merely believe that I and Lord Orochimaru wish to take Sasuke away. Indeed, you are correct. This can be considered a form of misdirection. Maki pondered for a few moments before nodding. Consequently, Konoha will have to allocate a portion of their forces to guard Sasuke. This will leave their defenses weakened at tomorrow's examination, thus facilitating our plans to dismantle Konoha. Once we destroy Konoha, capturing Sasuke will be a trivial matter. Not only Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru is currently more intrigued by another individual. Reflecting on that delicate face and the enigmatic strength, Kabuto's expression darkened slightly. Oh, Maki, momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalled someone. Are you referring to Shinyu? Precisely, the so-called new king of Konoha. Kabuto nodded coolly. Lord Orochimaru has commanded that this individual be personally taken. Humph, what a farce, this so-called new king. Maki scoffed disdainfully. If they were to witness the terror of Gaara, they would know who the true new king is. In the shadows nearby, the moonlight clung tightly to the wall, allowing a figure to eavesdrop on the conversation. Instantly, their complexion changed dramatically, eyes wide with horror, their pale face betraying their shock. What? Orochimaru is conspiring with the sand village of the Land of Wind to abduct Sasuke and Shinyu? Most alarmingly, they intend to destroy Konoha. From their words, it seems they plan to strike during tomorrow's examination. This is indeed a monumental event. The Land of Wind has covertly infiltrated Konoha village and launched a surprise attack. Animosity between the two nations is inevitable. This could potentially ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. No, I must inform Lord Third Hokage at once. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could convey the next steps of our plan to the others. Do slightly turned, his gaze fixated on the corner of the wall, his expression transforming into one of chilling foreboding. Leave the remaining matters to me. Allow me to take charge. Your identity has been compromised, and acting now may lead to complications. It's merely a a trivial task. A sinister smile crept across Maki's lips. Just as Tsukikage Shikaze cautiously stepped forward, preparing to make a swift exit, the conversation behind him caused him to freeze in place, his blood running cold. He had been discovered. This is bad. We must retreat immediately. Without hesitation, Tsukikage Shikaze activated the body flicker technique to escape rapidly, but Maki was relentless in pursuit, soon blocking Tsukikage Shikaze's path. Oh, is this not the examiner, Tsukikage Shikaze? Maki appeared before him as if by teleportation, turning slightly, and coldly remarked, "What are you doing here alone at such a late hour?" Coughing lightly, Tsukikage Shikaze's complexion grew paler. He raised his head, sparing no words. and drew his sword to strike. Chapter 43. Do not leave. The battle lasts until dawn. With a swift motion, Tsukikage Shikaz reached behind him, accompanied by the sound of a blade unsheathing, a gleaming katana firmly gripped in his right hand. Simultaneously, he pressed his left hand's fingers together, forming a single-handed seal. His eyes locked onto his foe, his sickly visage radiating a determined aura. Oh! Maki showed no fear, rather intrigued. Konoha style, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Tsukikage Shikaz suddenly shouted, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself rapidly towards Maki. When he was within 3 meters, his form split into 3, each shadow attacking from Maki's sides and above. Oh! Maki's eyes flickered as he took a step back, adopting a defensive stance. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up sharply. The figure above let out a fierce cry, wielding a treasured sword that struck down upon Maki's shoulder. With the sound of the blade piercing flesh, a trickle of blood gushed forth. Just as Tsukikage Shikaz exhaled in relief, he abruptly sensed that something was amiss. What is happening? It seemed he had merely grazed the surface, and the long sword felt as though it were lodged, unable to be withdrawn. I, Tsukikage Shikaz, a special jonin of Konoha, have unleashed my utmost technique, Konoha style, Dance of the Crescent Moon, and yet, it has only managed to nick him slightly? What manner of copper skin and iron bones is this? The Moonlight Gale was taken aback, his already pallid visage devoid of color. Ha ha ha. Is this the dance of the 3 crescent moons of Konoha? In the instant of attack, he summoned 2 shadow clones, swiftly teleporting both the clones and his true form before his adversary, assaulting them from the left, above, and right with precision aimed at vital points. Such velocity and unexpectedness, indeed, a formidable ninjutsu. At such a tender age, to command this technique with such mastery, Konoha truly is a cradle of talent. Yet alas, your assault is feeble. Maki, having endured the strike, let out a chilling scoff, raising his head slightly. Beneath the moonlight, the exposed singular eye appeared particularly sinister and terrifying. Now it is my turn. Is it not? I can withstand your blade. Can you endure my wind blade? As soon as Maki's words fell, his right hand had already formed the necessary seals. The chakra within him surged violently, an endless tempest swirling about, hurtling towards the Moonlight Gale with ferocity. Wind release, wind blade. This is bad. The Moonlight Gale was struck with horror as the A-rank ninjutsu was unleashed in an instant. Could it be that he began to form seals while I was attacking? At such a close distance, I have no time to evade. I am doomed. If I perish, who will deliver the news? Konoha shall face great calamity. Cursed be it. The Moonlight Gale felt a sense of despair, outmatched and resigned, waiting helplessly for death. In a flash, the sound of impact echoed. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless wind blades struck the Moonlight Gale fiercely, causing debris, bricks and wooden shards, to scatter, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Eavesdropping is a vice. Perhaps you should eavesdrop in hell. Maki sneered, turning to leave, when suddenly he froze, as if sensing something. He slowly turned around, only to be astounded to find the Moonlight Gale unharmed and intact. Shock and disbelief washed over his face. How could this be? How is he completely unscathed? The Moonlight Gale was equally bewildered. Nanny? How am I unscathed? Could it be that reinforcements have arrived? He hastily scanned his surroundings, but there was no one. Could it be that in the face of death, my chakra has mutated, yielding a bloodline limit that I cannot yet comprehend? This is not a mere whimsy. There have been precedents in the ninja world. Am I suddenly endowed with extraordinary prowess? I can no longer afford to ponder such matters. First, I shall strike him twice. Seize the opportunity in his vulnerability. The Moonlight Gale reacted swiftly, thrusting his blade forward with precision. Thud! The blade was steady, precise, and ruthless, plunging directly into the vicinity of Maki's heart. Yet, as before, it merely pierced the surface. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Upon sustaining another injury, Maki was instantly engulfed in fury. Although the wound was not severe and would bear no significant consequences, the pain was undeniable. Maki's hands frantically formed seals, and with a sudden thrust of his right hand, an endless surge of chakra converged, transforming into a colossal swirling wind sword imbued with immense chakra energy. Wind release, wind cutter. Maki bellowed, forcefully thrusting his right hand forward as the wildly spinning wind sword descended heavily upon the Moonlight Gale. The intensity of this force far surpasses that of the earlier wind blade. The Moonlight Gale's face turned ashen, Could this truly be the extent of Maki's power? Having narrowly escaped a calamity, it seemed that the mutation of his chakra had involuntarily erupted, and now it appeared he was doomed to face his fate. Bang! In the next moment, the colossal wind sword collided with an invisible barrier, veering off course and soaring erratically into the sky. The moonlight gale was unscathed. Am I truly invincible now? His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the long sword in his grasp. What the? Regardless of the reason, I am still here. Let me deliver a few more strikes. With this thought, the moonlight gale wasted no time and swung his sword. Stab! Stab! 2 more strikes, though merely piercing the skin, left Maki astounded and infuriated. A couple of strikes were manageable, but could anyone withstand 10 or 20? Thud! Another powerful blow fell. Boom! In the next instant, the long sword shattered, fragments scattering in every direction. Upon witnessing this, Maki exhaled deeply, bursting into laughter. You frail specter, now that your weapon is gone, let us see what you can use to harm me. Heh! In the blink of an eye, the moonlight gale produced a scroll, swiftly summoning another weapon. His excitement palpable. My apologies, I am an avid collector. I have over 100 of these. Prepare yourself. Baka, this is absurd. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your shell. Maki was utterly enraged, disregarding the remaining chakra within him. He unleashed a barrage of various ninjutsu, as if they were free. Yet, all were deflected by an inexplicable barrier. Haha. The moonlight gale's worries dissipated. A rare flush appeared on his pale face, clearly exhilarated. Here comes my attack. Maki's composure shattered completely. Who on earth can endure this? Despite exhausting all efforts to shatter this accursed shell, one finds oneself incessantly afflicted with gaping wounds. No matter how formidable one's defenses may be, ultimately, one shall succumb to excessive blood loss. How can one possibly fight like this? My swordsmanship has actually transcended. At that moment, the moonlight gale suddenly froze. An expression of sheer ecstasy illuminating his face. He lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a frenzied glint. Come on, if you have the capability. Shatter all these 100 blades. Maki was driven to the brink of madness. Having an invincible cheat was one thing. But did he really have to treat me as a mere whetstone? This is utterly excessive. 3 crescent moon slash. Just as Maki was lost in thought, a glint of cold light shot directly towards his lower body. Maki's hair stood on end, and he hastily retreated, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. That was a close call. Had he been careless, he would have become a eunuch. Bang! The very ground he had just vacated was instantly split open, creating a gaping hole. The strength of Moonlight Gale had indeed surged to an extraordinary level. Witnessing such formidable destructive power, Moonlight Gale was exhilarated, charging forward with his blade, unleashing a flurry of savage strikes. Maki was seething, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had thought it would be an effortless task to slay Moonlight Gale. But who would have imagined this fellow had activated an invincible cheat and was using him as practice for his swordplay? Are the ninjas from the land of leaves all this insane? It can't continue like this. The commotion is far too great. The prolonged delay has attracted the attention of the third Hokage, and death is imminent. He still had a mission to complete. He cannot perish here. Just you wait. I shall exact my revenge. Maki spat out a fierce remark, turning on his heel to flee. True to the ninja of the land of wind, his speed was astonishing. He darted across the rooftops of Konoha, vanishing in a flash. Don't run. Let us battle until dawn. The distant exuberant roar of Moonlight Gale made Maki stumble, almost sending him plummeting off the rooftop. Chapter 44. I want to play with the Kusanagi sword. As the dust settled, an eerie silence returned. Shinyu slowly emerged from a nearby corner, gradually retracting his right hand. The formidable defensive capabilities of the tremor fruit, augmented by armament haki, are truly not to be underestimated. It can even bestow an invincible shield from a distance. How delightful! Alas, the development of this power remains somewhat lacking. I was nearly overwhelmed by Maki's wind blades. It was a close call. Had Maki persisted for another hour, I might have faltered. To be honest, Shinyu initially intended to dispatch Maki with a single blow, but considering Maki's significance as a pivotal character in Orochimaru's plot against Konoha, and his later role in supporting Gaara's ascent to Kazekage, I opted for restraint. My rebirth grants me the invaluable advantage of foreknowledge of the plot, allowing me to navigate risks while the system assigns me tasks aligned with the narrative, yielding rewards. If Maki were to perish, the main storyline would likely suffer a considerable deviation. Although the current events have already strayed somewhat from the original path, the essential occurrences still unfold as intended, without any drastic upheaval. Of course, the most critical point is that eliminating Maki yields no rewards. What is the point in such exertions? Ding. Reward task completed. Received side quest bonus. Mastery of the flame fruit at 100. Upon hearing the familiar chime in my mind, Qinyu's eyes lit up and a devil fruit, its surface adorned with flames, materialized in his hand. It was nearly 3 o'clock. Time to clock out. I shall return home to consume the fruit and test its power. In the Hokage's office, discussions regarding the details of tomorrow's examination were ongoing when Moonlight Gale barged in, breathless and disheveled. Gale? The room fell silent, particularly as the signs of battle marred his appearance, prompting gasps of astonishment. What happened? Lord, Third Hokage, it's dire. Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi intend to attack Konoha during tomorrow's exam and abduct Sasuke and Shinyu. Moonlight Gale exclaimed urgently. What? The gravity of his words sent shockwaves through everyone present, their faces reflecting sheer trepidation. All eyes turned towards the Third Hokage. How do you know this? The third, renowned for his composure, remained unshaken in the face of such alarming news. Thus, Moonlight Gale recounted the recent events. Hokage-sama, this is far too perilous. I recommend we cancel the examination. Irika interjected, furrowing his brow. The Third Hokage, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe, took a moment before responding. No, it must proceed as planned. What? The collective gasp echoed in the room. Hokage-sama, this is too reckless. Orochimaru will inevitably strike Konoha. This warning allows us to prepare in advance and mitigate casualties, which is far preferable to a surprise attack. Moreover, with Maki's escape, Orochimaru will likely be aware of the situation and may alter his plans. Regardless, Konoha must be on full alert. Notify all shinobi in the village to be ready. Should an invasion occur, evacuate the civilians immediately. The third's voice, though aged, resonated with authority. Hokage-sama, beyond Sasuke and Shinyu, Orochimaru's target is likely you. Kakashi cautioned from the sidelines. The moment he departed the village, I sensed that a confrontation between us was inevitable, the Third Hokage declared, rising resolutely, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. The old leaves must wither and return to the earth for new sprouts to emerge. The will of fire shall endure, regardless of my fate. Prepare yourselves. Yes, the senior officials, recognizing the Third Hokage's resolve, dispersed to make preparations. The Third Hokage approached the window, gazing at the vast expanse of Konoha, his murky eyes momentarily flashing with the visage of a youthful and innocent face, that of Orochimaru in his childhood. He murmured to himself, Orochimaru. In a dimly lit chamber, Orochimaru's expression darkened upon receiving the news, his golden-slit pupils narrowing. Maki, that useless fool. Konoha likely has been alerted. They may very well cancel the exam. Orochimaru-sama, shall we proceed with the plan? Saku inquired cautiously. Proceed as planned. Orochimaru's raspy voice emerged, his face betraying a chilling and malevolent smile. I know my teacher all too well. He will never cancel the exam out of fear. However, Konoha will certainly be on high alert, making our task more challenging. Torz voiced his concerns. After years of meticulous preparation, a minor setback is inconsequential. Orochimaru scoffed coldly. No matter how vigilant they become, they will never fathom my method of invasion. Once I eliminate the third, Konoha will fall without a fight. Shinyu and Sasuke are already within my grasp. Under the shroud of night, Konoha stirred with ominous currents. Yet, within his home, Shinyu beamed with excitement as he gazed at the flame fruit, skillfully placing it in his mouth. Ugh, it tastes terrible. His expression contorted, but he soon swallowed it down. Just as he did, a jolt coursed through him, and he extended his hand. With a resounding pop, a blaze erupted in his palm. A dark red flame. As a former student of the sciences, Shinyu recognized that this hue indicated a temperature of approximately 600 degrees. This is indeed a fully developed flame fruit. Its power is undoubtedly more than just a mere display. After all, the extreme temperature of flames is absurdly high, virtually limitless. Heat up. With a mere thought, Shinyu felt the flames immediately intensify. Deep crimson, golden orange, pure white, and blue. At this moment, a mesmerizing white-blue flame danced in the palm of Shinyu's hand. The temperature had soared to an astonishing 1500 degrees. If Ace could have developed his flame temperature to this extent, what could the magma fruit possibly compare to? Recalling the thoughts in his mind, Chenyu could distinctly sense that this was not the limit. The temperature continued to rise. Red-orange, yellow-white, cyan-blue, purple. The flames in Chenyu's hands climbed ever higher, reaching a searing 7,000 degrees by the time they turned purple. He casually pulled out a shuriken and hurled it into the flames. Poof! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The shuriken vanished without a trace. It was completely vaporized. However, this was to be expected, as the shuriken was made of steel, which melts into molten iron at merely 1,500 degrees, and its boiling point is only 2,750 degrees. Chenyu's 7,000 degrees had already surpassed the limits of steel. Vaporization was only natural. Such temperatures, yet still not the limit. However, Chenyu dared not experiment further. Although he had already cleared all the furniture from the living room, the walls, despite only receiving a slight bit of thermal radiation, were beginning to show signs of melting. Continuing would likely turn the place into a sea of lava. Chenyu hastily extinguished the flames. Yet, he knew that temperature was merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to the flame fruit. Its true power lay in its unparalleled destructive capabilities. Burning shurikens was trivial. Perhaps he could try igniting the Kusanagi sword or something of that caliber next time. Chapter 45. The plan to prevent Konoha's collapse. Early the next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom as Chenyu awoke, stretching widely. Ding. Main quest activated. The plan to prevent Konoha's collapse. Stop Orochimaru from killing the third Hokage and destroying Konoha village. Quest reward, Divine Ice Fruit. Chenyu, basking in the sun with his eyes half closed, was suddenly taken aback, filled with immense joy. Wow, a new task has arrived. Another main quest. And the reward is extraordinarily luxurious. The Ice Fruit. The power of the former Marine Admiral Akiji's fruit. One of the top-ranking natural-type fruits in the world of pirates. With a single move, the Ice Age could freeze vast expanses, a power beyond comprehension. Just envisioning it, his left hand wielding the tremor fruit, his right the ice fruit, all while enveloped in the flames of the flame fruit. It was a sight to behold. The system truly does not disappoint, gifting him such a grand surprise right upon awakening. Delightful. Thanks to Orochimaru for the fruit. A quick wash-up, and with that, Chenyu opened the door. Today, Konoha village was exceptionally lively, bustling with people filling the streets, festooned with decorations, and the air alive with chatter. On a nearby main road, crowds gathered on both sides. In the center, a series of palanquins were slowly pulled by 4 divine bulls, presumably carrying the daimyos or lords of various nations. Securing the door, Chenyu strolled leisurely into the crowd, taking in the vibrant atmosphere. There was no rush. He purchased breakfast, munching as he made his way toward the dueling arena. The Konoha dueling arena resembled an ancient coliseum, featuring a vast central plaza surrounded by towering walls 50 meters high, with tiered seating beyond. The entrance was already lined with eager participants. As a contestant, Chenyu entered through the designated participant entrance, quickly passing through after a brief identity check. Arriving at the waiting area, he found himself on a platform overlooking the matches below. Just as he stepped through the side entrance, he noticed his 3 companions were already present. Just as Chenyu was about to approach and greet them, he sensed something was amiss. Not far away, Hinata and Niji stood facing each other, seemingly in conflict, with Hinata's expression darkening. Hinata, I didn't expect our first match to be against each other. Niji sneered coldly. You just said you wouldn't use summoning techniques during the match? Then you might as well concede. The gap between a mediocre and an elite is one you cannot bridge. You. Hinata clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, her youthful face filled with anger. Of course, you can use summoning techniques. Niji shifted his tone, his eyes narrowing slightly. But that power relies solely on others. Your true strength remains utterly lacking. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, struggling to respond, for Niji spoke the truth. Chenyu was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to intervene. He understood that the conflict between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan had been ongoing. Though Hinata often trailed behind, calling him brother, it was their family matter. Moreover, Niji, despite his cold demeanor, was merely speaking out of hubris and not addressing any fundamental issue. Occasionally, a little challenge for the youth could be beneficial. Not to mention, standing not far away was the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's biological father, Hayashi Hyuga, who appeared to witness the altercation yet acted as if he had heard nothing, engaged in conversation with his younger daughter, Hanabi. If the father showed no concern, why should Chenyu? Yu resolutely refused to admit his laziness. Ding. Niji's taunt toward Hinata activated a side quest. Let Hinata cling to your leg once more. Please execute a divine-level Tai Chi technique, and Hinata will thereby comprehend the ninjutsu. Gentle step twin lion fists with a success rate of 100. Quest reward. 10 development of the tremor fruit. Suddenly, a familiar notification echoed in Yu's mind. He was instantly filled with delight. Niji had done splendidly. This wave of mockery earns you full marks. My dear brother has arrived, bringing tasks right to our doorstep. A free opportunity to develop the 10 fruit. How exquisite. Ahem. Yu cleared his throat and took a step forward, drawing the attention of the crowd. After all, he was the universally acknowledged rookie king of this examination. A formidable presence whose strength made him the most dazzling figure wherever he went, the focal point of everyone's gaze. Approaching Hinata, Yu affectionately patted her small head and turned to Niji with a slight smile. There is an old saying in the ninja world, clinging to a powerful ally brings fleeting joy, but continuous reliance brings enduring bliss. Hinata, let me teach you another technique, ensuring you can defeat him using the Hyuga clan's jutsu without summoning little flowers. Really, brother Yu? Hinata's heart soared with joy, her eyes instantly sparkling. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. This lad has even mastered the physical techniques of the Hyuga clan. They are all aware that Yu may possess a new bloodline limit, boasting immense strength and capabilities that they have never even heard of. Who would have thought he would have also acquired the physical prowess of the Hyuga clan? What shall be imparted this time? The 32 palms of Bagua, or perhaps the empty palms of Bagua. Indeed, Yu stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his chest held high, exuding the demeanor of a reclusive sage. Just the other day, I dreamt of the 6 paths immortal, who personally bestowed upon me this formidable martial art. Its might is immense, and I shall not demonstrate it lightly. I will perform it just once. So you must observe closely. The 6 paths immortal. Upon the utterance of these 4 characters, the crowd was astounded. What on earth? This young man has unexpectedly forged a connection with the Sage of 6 Paths? If anyone else were to utter such words, the crowd would undoubtedly dismiss it as nonsense, deeming it impossible. However, Yu was merely an ordinary underperformer among the new students. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, his strength has surged dramatically. Could it be? Is there truly a link to the Sage of 6 Paths? Upon uttering those words, not only the ordinary individuals present, but also the members of the Umbu, including Kakashi and Might Guy, as well as Hinata Hizashi, could not help but turn their gazes towards him. Under the intense scrutiny of all, Yu subtly raised his hand, causing everyone to hold their breath, afraid to miss this extraordinary moment. In the next second, Yu began performing Tai Chi in place, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What is this? Has Konoha Village introduced a new fitness routine? A bewildered villager from Konoha remarked. Are you certain this is a technique taught by the Sage of 6 Paths? I feel as though he couldn't even swat a mosquito. What do you know? Scoffed a nearby Chunin, rolling his eyes. The Sage of 6 Paths is an unparalleled existence, and you lack any chakra. What do you comprehend? Yu was, after all, the reigning rookie champion of Konoha, and this set of movements must possess profound significance. I must learn from him. Perhaps I too could achieve greatness like Yu. Hinata Hizashi, standing beside Waihai Kurenai, furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you think of this technique? Unbeknownst to her, she had failed to detect any abnormalities. Hizashi coldly dismissed. Our Hyuga clan's gentle fist is the foremost martial art in the ninja world. Yu's display is merely flamboyant posturing. This is not how gentle fist is executed. If this were a battlefield, he would already be dead. To dare label such twisting and turning gymnastics as martial arts is a disgrace to our gentle fist technique. Kakashi stood nearby, puzzled. What is this? There is not a trace of chakra fluctuation. It seems utterly mundane. Taught by the Sage of 6 Paths? Could this boy be speaking nonsense? Just as Kakashi furrowed his brows in confusion, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning around, he found Might Guy's eyes wide with shock, his body trembling. Guy, what is wrong? Kakashi inquired urgently. My chakra is autonomously circulating. The 7th gate, open. As Might Guy's words fell, his chakra erupted violently, unleashing an overwhelming storm of chakra that startled Kakashi. The crowd gasped in horror. Might Guy was an acknowledged master of taijutsu in Konoha, renowned for the 8 gates. a formidable technique. His father had employed the 8 gates to contend with the top combatants of the Mist Village, defeating 4 outright, while only 3 survived. This illustrates the sheer terror and might of the 8 gates. Moreover, Might Guy, a man who had endured rigorous training for years, possessed an indomitable will. Yet, despite such formidable martial prowess and resolute determination, merely observing Chun Yu's twisting movements had compelled him to involuntarily open the 7th gate. Chapter 46. Gentle Step Double Lion Fist versus Kaiten. The expression on Hinata Hisashi's face was nothing short of remarkable. His eyes were glazed, mouth agape, utterly astonished, devoid of the previous disdain and contempt. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan primarily targets the 361 chakra points on the human body, striking to incapacitate the enemy. By harnessing their chakra energy, they conceal the opponent's chakra points, impeding their chakra flow to achieve victory. It is said that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan were immensely talented, elite ninjas capable of disrupting an enemy's chakra flow without making contact. Yet, that was merely a legend. Having served as the clan leader for many years, Hisashi, steeped in the art of gentle fist, believed few could rival his prowess. Still, he had yet to even glimpse the shadow of his ancestors' greatness. Yet, Shinyu had accomplished it. Reflecting on his previous remarks, he felt a resounding slap to the face. The embarrassment was palpable. All skepticism vanished in that instant. The arena fell into an eerie silence. As the spectators grasped Might Guy's reaction, realizing this technique was anything but ordinary, it was not that the technique was trivial. Rather, it was our own inadequacies that prevented us from grasping its essence. Just look up and see. At that moment, the gazes of the 3 generations of elders were fixed intently in this direction. Amidst the multitude of watchful eyes, Chunyu gradually completed a set of movements, exhaling a breath of stale air before opening his eyes to look at Hinata beside him. "So, have you gained any insights?" he inquired, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. "Chunyu, I seem to have." Hinata gazed down at her hands in disbelief, her body trembling with excitement. "Just now, I think I may have created a new ninjutsu." "What?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. The shock that had barely faded from their faces was quickly replaced by a new wave of amazement. "Created? How is this even possible?" In the world of ninjas, most techniques are inherited from predecessors. Those who can create their own ninjutsu are truly exceptional geniuses, like Kakashi's Chidori. Alternatively, there are those who, after enduring countless hardships and immense pressure, suddenly achieve enlightenment, such as Might Guy's father, Might Due, with his 8 gates technique. However, Hinata, despite her current mastery of advanced summoning techniques, is widely acknowledged to owe that to Chun Yu's contributions. Her innate talent and strength are indeed rather ordinary. Yet, this seemingly insignificant girl, who appears to be at the bottom in the eyes of ordinary people, can create her own ninjutsu merely by observing Chun Yu's set of martial techniques. Is this truly real? Many are left in astonishment, their hearts beset by a flicker of doubt and skepticism. It is not that we are unwilling to believe in Chun Yu. We acknowledge your formidable prowess. This slow-paced martial technique indeed possesses great depth. However, how can a young girl of merely average talent, having observed your performance just once, conjure her own ninjutsu? Who would believe this? I hereby declare the commencement of the 3rd examination. I request that the first contestants, Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata, promptly enter the arena and prepare for the challenge. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, their minds racing, the voice of Nara Shikamaru echoed through the broadcast. Niji stood aside, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression grave. Like everyone else, he harbored doubts about Hinata's self-created jutsu. Yet, let us not forget the presence of Chunyu. Chunyu, the rookie sensation of Konoha, possesses formidable strength and a myriad of tactics. He is certainly not to be underestimated. Anyone associated with Chun, you must tread carefully and deliberate thoroughly. Niji cast a glance at Chunyu, then shifted his gaze to Hinata. His heart filled with a heightened sense of caution, he remained silent and leaped into the center of the arena. "Brother Chunyu, I feel a bit nervous," Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she noticed the multitude of eyes fixed upon the arena. Typically timid and shy, she couldn't help but clench her small fists tightly. "It's all right, Hinata. It is Niji who should be feeling the pressure now," Chunyu encouraged with a warm smile. "Utilize the jutsu you have just created to decisively defeat Niji, proving yourself to your father and to everyone else." Chunyu's encouragement clearly made an impact. Hinata bit her lip and nodded resolutely, summoning her utmost courage as she leaped into the center of the arena with confidence. Orochimaru observed the two, raising his hand high before bringing it down sharply. The match begins. In that moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence. The focal point of this battle was initially the conflict between the main and branch families. However, at this moment, everyone is eagerly anticipating a singular event. Did Hinata truly create a unique ninjutsu merely by observing Chunyu execute a single set of punches? Is it mere bravado or an undeniable reality? The truth shall soon be revealed. Even Hayashi Hyuga has activated his Byakugan, intently observing the scene. Niji stands poised, his expression slightly tense, fully alert. Chakra surges wildly within him as he readies himself, the Byakugan already activated. Hinata takes a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety and excitement within her, and slowly forms a hand sign, directing her gaze towards Niji. I am coming. Bring it on. The individual he had consistently looked down upon, inexplicably, now evoked a sense of peril within him. Hinata gently closed her eyes, her chakra surging with fervor. Suddenly, she clenched her fists tightly, positioning her hands behind her, and dove swiftly towards Niji. Was this her self-created jutsu? Was she merely charging ahead without a trace of chakra? Was she courting death? The onlookers, anticipating the manifestation of her unique technique, were left utterly disappointed as she advanced directly towards Niji without unleashing even a hint of chakra. Was it all mere bravado? Niji squinted slightly, feeling a peculiar unease rising within him. An instinctive sense of crisis surged forth. He resolved to employ his ultimate technique. Niji extended his palms, left hand forward, right hand back, taking a step forward with his right leg while bending his knee slightly. In an instant, chakra erupted from his hands. His body spun violently. Ba Guazhong Kaiten. Accompanied by Niji's voice, a colossal chakra barrier materialized instantaneously. All the spectators present were left in utter astonishment. Kaiten. Niji had actually mastered Kaiten. This is indeed a high-level ninjutsu of the Hyuga clan, attainable only by those who have reached the rank of Jonin, and its complexity is exceedingly challenging. Can it be that Niji, at such a tender age, has already mastered such an advanced technique? Truly, he is recognized as the foremost genius of the Hyuga family. His innate talent is astonishingly profound. As the chakra barrier expanded ever wider, it seemed poised to collide with Hinata. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Indeed, the disparity remains glaringly apparent. In the very next moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. Hinata's fists suddenly converged, channeling immense chakra energy. Roar! Following this, two colossal purple chakra lions erupted into existence. Their mouths agape as they unleashed a thunderous roar. Niji, brother, I am not a mere underachiever. I will surely defeat you. A flicker of determination and resolve appeared on Hinata's youthful face, her innocent voice resonating throughout the plaza. Gentle step twin lion fists. As her words echoed, the heads of the two lions magnified once more, infused with a boundless fury of chakra energy, crashing down heavily upon Niji's Kaiten barrier. The spectators, their mouths agape in astonishment, could hardly contain themselves, rising to their feet, fixated on the center of the arena. Who shall emerge victorious, and who shall fall? Chapter 47. Chunyu vs. Garaboom. In the blink of an eye, the two purple lions struck the Kaiten barrier with tremendous force, producing a deafening explosion. An unending tempest of chakra spiraled outward, engulfing the entire venue. A massive cloud of dust surged skyward, shrouding the center of the arena. Even the ever-composed Noera Hyuga had to leap aside, fearing the repercussions. Are the new students of this cohort truly so formidable? Is this definitively a battle among genin? The surrounding audience, captivated by the unfolding drama, holds its collective breath, their eyes fixated on the epicenter of the arena, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the clash. Gradually, the dust settles. In the arena, a youthful figure gasps for air, beads of sweat adorning her brow, chakra completely depleted. Indeed, it is Hinata. Casting a glance across the way, one beholds a bloodied figure lying motionless, eyes shut, lost in unconsciousness, his face etched with disbelief and shock. Victory! Hinata has genuinely triumphed. Her claims were not mere bravado. She has indeed derived an extraordinarily potent ninjutsu solely by observing Chun use martial techniques. Furthermore, she has shattered the so-called invincible defense of Kaiten. conquering the Hyuga clan's unanimously recognized foremost prodigy. Everyone was utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, while the sounds of objects clattering to the floor echoed in succession. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon Chunyu. It was merely a set of boxing techniques, and yet, they appeared so ordinary and inscrutable that they could not fathom its depths. Why could they not comprehend the twin-lined fist? Hinata, so seemingly frail, had managed to grasp it. How on earth had Chunyu achieved this? It defied all logic. Hyuga Hizashi was rendered completely stupefied, his mind buzzing, a blank slate. With only the sight of that somewhat youthful and diminutive figure remaining in his vision. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on Chunyu. Hyuga Hizashi was on the verge of tears. This is indeed my own flesh and blood. Although I may express disdain, my heart remains steadfastly devoted. I have imparted lessons and conducted training diligently. From her childhood, I have devoted nearly 7 to 8 years to her development. Despite my countless efforts and sacrifices, I have yet to mold her into the vision I had hoped for, leaving me feeling frustrated and disheartened. Yet, in a mere few minutes, after Chunyu executed a single set of punches, my daughter has advanced to such heights. How could it be that my years of labor have been surpassed in an instant? My composure has shattered. The soft-step double-lion fist. What is this phenomenon? Observing the release of chakra energy, it is indeed derived from the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, yet it is entirely unprecedented. Could it truly be an original creation on site? One must recognize that Hinata's chakra accumulation pales in comparison to Niji's. However, the ability to shatter Kaiten with a single punch signifies what? It indicates that the power of this technique is astonishingly formidable. Yet why, after gazing intently for so long, have I failed to grasp even a fragment of it? Is my talent truly inferior to Hinata's? Hyuga Hizashi's emotions swirled within him, a complex medley of thoughts weighing heavily on his heart. The discomfort was overwhelming. The third Hokage's eyes were equally filled with astonishment. As a ninja scholar, well-versed in over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques, he could easily discern the sheer strength of Hinata's recent maneuver. Remarkably, she had merely comprehended a set of techniques from Chunyu and innovated upon it. This young man, Chunyu, has brought forth an abundance of surprises. Is the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths that he spoke of truly authentic? Irika and Haisuke were also left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Suddenly, Irika mused aloud. I feel that Chunyu is more suited to be a teacher than I am. Indeed, this young man could even serve as our principal. Haisuke, who had always been supremely confident in his teaching abilities, nodded vigorously beside him. Though reluctant to admit it, his inner voice affirmed, "You are right." In the center of the arena, Narashikaku was momentarily bewildered, but suddenly remembered his role as an examiner. He sprang into action, leaping to the center to assess Niji's condition. Medical team. Just as he reached for Niji's arm, he found it limp, as if molded from clay. In that instant, Narashikaku understood. A compound fracture. He shouted urgently. The medical team rushed over, cautiously lifting Niji onto a stretcher. Onlookers clearly witnessed this scene, elevating their understanding of Hinata's new ninjutsu to a whole new level. Gulp. Narashikaku swallowed hard, glanced at Hinata, and finally fixed his gaze on Chunyu, his heart overwhelmed with shock. He slowly declared, I announce Hinata as the victor. Upon hearing this, Hinata exhaled deeply, relief washing over her as a smile graced her face. She looked at Narashikaku and said, Thank you, sensei. Immediately, she leaped to Chunyu's side, elated beyond measure. This battle was of monumental significance. She had defeated Niji and conquered her former timid and self-doubting self. She had proven herself. This marked a substantial advancement in her ninja path. Of course, Hinata did not forget that this was all thanks to Chunyu. She dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, Thank you, brother. Chunyu smiled gently, patting her back. What is there to thank me for? So many witnesses observed your prowess. Only you comprehended it, which proves your brilliance surpasses theirs. As soon as these words were uttered, the expressions of the crowd instantly fell. Hey. Although you speak the truth, could you refrain from being so loud? Do we not care for our dignity? Hinata Hizashi's mouth and eyes twitched slightly. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Previously, this father was well aware of the close relationship between his eldest daughter and Chunyu. However, to be frank, Hinata Hizashi had never regarded Chunyu with any significant esteem. If this were an ordinary day, Witnessing two individuals embrace would certainly provoke a furious reaction from Hinata Hyuga. Yet, in this moment, what fury could possibly arise? The swelling on his face from the earlier altercation had yet to subside. Enough already. There are so many eyes upon us. As Hinata showed no signs of releasing her hold, Chinyu hastily remarked, the multitude of spectators casting unwavering gazes in their direction. Oh dear. In an instant, Hinata realized the prolonged embrace was inappropriate, especially with her father, sister, and numerous family members present. Teacher. Overcome with embarrassment, Hinata's face reddened to the point of near bleeding, and she dove straight into the arms of Kurenai Yuhi. At that moment, the voice of Kakashi Hatake echoed, announcing, the second match, Chinyu versus Gaara, please prepare to enter the arena. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Could it truly be these two? 1. A prodigious newcomer from the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, possessing a newly awakened bloodline limit and formidable strength. The other, a renowned genin from the hidden sand village of the Land of Wind, infamous for having slain several jonin without sustaining a scratch, an awe-inspiring figure. What might transpire in their confrontation? The gazes of the crowd brimmed with boundless anticipation. Chapter 48, Moonlight Gale. So it was you. In the center of the vast plaza, Chunyu and Gaara stood facing each other. Everyone held their breath in an intense silence. This match represents a genuine contest of strength. The third Hokage and the Orochimaru disguised Kazekage cannot help but focus their attention on Chunyu and Gaara. Before us stand two formidable tigers cloaked in the guise of mere underlings. Let us witness the sparks that may ignite from their encounter. I concede, your strength is indeed formidable. Gaara's gaze fixated on Chunyu, his voice emerging slowly. Thus, I shall exert my utmost in this contest. No sooner had Gaara spoken, than the sands behind him began to cascade gently. Although the sound was soft, an inexplicable chill gripped the spectators upon seeing the flowing sands. Ding. Side quest activated. Please defeat Gaara without stepping beyond a 1-meter radius from your current position. Task reward. Ninjutsu. Divine level meteor shower. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in Chunyu's mind, and a surge of joy coursed through him. Meteor shower. This is truly remarkable. It possesses an extraordinary quality, undoubtedly surpassing the original in strength and magnificence. Just imagine, when adorned with a tricolored aura and further empowered by the capabilities of the flame fruit, it becomes an immensely formidable meteorite. The thought alone is overwhelming. However, the requirements of this system have become increasingly demanding. To defeat Gaara within a 1-meter radius is indeed a challenge that necessitates a certain level of skill. But wait, allow me to draw a circle first. Chunyu suddenly gestured with his hand, stroking his chin as he pondered deeply. He then extended his foot, estimating a rough distance, and inscribed a circle around him. The onlookers were left bewildered. Gaara was about to unleash his ultimate technique when Chunyu called for a halt, leaving Gaara utterly perplexed by Chunyu's actions. What is he doing? Drawing a circle before the match? What kind of maneuver is this? All right. Chunyu clapped his hands, turning to Gaara with a friendly smile. You, my friend, clearly didn't get enough rest. Those dark circles under your eyes tell the tale of late nights. As the host of Konoha, I shall not take advantage of you. Feel free to attack, as I shall remain within this circle. Should I step out, it will be considered my defeat. Huh. Upon the utterance of those words, everyone present was left utterly astonished. You drew a circle for this purpose? What on earth is this extraordinary maneuver? Standing before us is none other than Gaara. For heaven's sake, could we not take this more seriously? Is this not a blatant disrespect? You. Gaara's anger surged instantaneously. His face darkened as though he were a fearsome beast lurking in the shadows, on the verge of awakening. Ninjutsu, sand binding prison. The sand nearby surged forth with remarkable speed, enveloping Chunyu in an instant. Sand waterfall funeral. Accompanied by Gaara's chilling voice, he clenched his right hand fiercely. Boom. The sand contracted instantaneously, accompanied by a resounding crash. The arena fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless. Was it truly over? The Leaf Village's new champion, that terrifyingly formidable individual, was so effortlessly crushed. Expectations had soared for a magnificent battle, a fierce clash. Yet, what transpired? An instantaneous defeat. Chunyu, what circles are you drawing? Have you unwittingly dug your own grave? Gazes widened in disbelief, eyes reflecting sheer astonishment, which soon morphed into an abyss of disappointment. Was this it? This meager display of power, a crucial moment squandered. Too young, too overconfident. Brother Chinyu. Hinata gasped in terror, her face pale, gripping the railing tightly. Kakashi and Might Guy furrowed their brows intensely. The third Hokage remained impassive, his eyes narrowed slightly. Gaara's hand slowly descended. Coldly gazing at the immense cloud of dust that Chunyu had become, silent, he turned to leave the stand. Hey, don't go. Continue. You can't just walk away in the midst of a massage. That's a lack of professionalism. At that moment, Chinyu's voice resonated unexpectedly. Gaara froze, abruptly turning back. To his astonishment, Chinyu stood there, utterly unscathed. How is this possible? Gaara was utterly bewildered. Thus far, having encountered numerous ninjas and claimed many lives, never had anyone emerged from the sand waterfall funeral in such a state. Not a single grain of sand marred Chinyu's form. This signified that his attack had not penetrated at all. What manner of ninjutsu is this? His hands are clearly bound by his own restraints, rendering him incapable of forming seals. The astonishment amongst all present is palpable. Under such a terrifying technique, Chinyu remains unscathed. It appears that drawing circles is not merely an expression of Chinyu's arrogance. He has indeed come prepared. At this moment, on the spectator's stand, Tsukikage Shippu's eyes widen in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he murmurs to himself, "Is this invincible sensation emanating from him? The reason I felt invincible that night was due to Chinyu." What? Iruka and Ebisu immediately direct their gaze toward him. Tsukikage Shippu reminisces about the details of his battle with Maki last night, and suddenly everything clicks into place. Even the third Hokage cannot help but focus intently. Are you suggesting that Maki was utterly unable to breach the barrier you possessed, which was bestowed upon you by Chinyu? It must be so. The sensation I experienced then resembles the abilities that Chinyu is now showcasing. Tsukikage Shippu swallows hard, while Iruka and Ebisu wear expressions of sheer bewilderment. Even the aged visage of the third Hokage betrays a look of astonishment. As a scholar of ninjutsu, the third Hokage is well aware. In the realm of ninjas, there exists an abundance of defensive techniques. Yet, to possess the capability to bestow upon Tsukikage Shippu an all-encompassing, invulnerable shield, which also deflected the attacks of the elite sand ninja, Maki, is nothing short of extraordinary. Such a method is something even I cannot accomplish. The title of Dr. Ninja is but a hollow reputation. Oh, that was quite adeptly executed. I shall bestow upon you a 5-star review for this service. To speak candidly, I believe it is a pity for you to pursue the path of a ninja. You would be far better suited as a massage therapist. Yes, to the left. To the left, apply a bit more pressure. Chinyu, wearing a look of utter bliss, earnestly advised Gaara. There are several hot springs in the Hidden Leaf Village, and one is currently seeking massage therapists. I suggest you give it a try. The monthly salary is quite generous, a full 3,000 ryo. You can work, earn money, and acquire skills. What is the point of being a ninja? No matter how formidable, one remains merely a tool. There is no future in being a sand ninja. Surrounded by endless desert, even fetching a bucket of water is a struggle. Come to the Hidden Leaf. The village welcomes you. With dreams, anyone can achieve greatness. Which massage school excels? The Hidden Leaf can assist you. Nearly 10 high-end hot springs offer internships for students, with the first month free of charge. Chinyu, utilizing the abilities of the tremor fruit and armament haki to create a spatial barrier, cried out in pleasure while incessantly chattering nonsense, ultimately infuriating Gaara. I shall absolutely kill you. Gaara, already emotionally unstable, erupted in rage, a frenzied and bloodthirsty expression overtaking his visage, while the sand around him roared like turbulent waves. Gaara's hands came crashing together. In the next moment, the earth trembled ominously. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. What terrifying jutsu was Gaara about to unleash? Those seated above could feel the violent vibrations. What is this? Iruka exclaimed, astonished. That hand sign is the Spear of Shikaku? The third Hokage recognized it immediately, his expression growing grave. I didn't expect this little brat to have mastered even this technique. The Spear of Shikaku extracts the hardest minerals from the earth, condensing them into a spear infused with chakra, capable of extraordinary speed and devastating power. Iruka was left dumbfounded, exchanging glances with the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf. Even the third Hokage held such a grave assessment. This meant that if they faced this jutsu, their chances of survival were slim. Oh no! Hwashubi suddenly recalled something. Stomping his foot, Gaara's sand is ineffective against Chinyu. He could easily evade this attack with his speed. Yet, he drew a circle and declared that stepping outside would mean defeat. Has he made himself a living target? Chapter 49. The Collapse of the Hidden Leaf. The onslaught begins. Hokage-sama. Do you believe Chinyu's defensive capabilities can withstand this jutsu? Irika gulped, his throat dry, filled with immense concern. Chinyu is the treasure of the Hidden Leaf. Please, let nothing happen to him. Every form of defense has its limits. The third Hokage's cloudy old eyes were fixed below, his aged voice echoing slowly. Though he did not directly answer the question, the implication was unmistakable. He held little faith that Chinyu could withstand this blow. The situation was critical. As the earth trembled violently, small mineral fragments erupted from the ground like bullets, rapidly coalescing before Gaara. Soon enough, a razor-sharp spear had formed. Though it was merely composed of minerals, under the influence of Shikaku's chakra, it emanated a terrifying aura. To perish beneath my mightiest jutsu is a glory you shall carry for eternity. Gaara's lips curled into a slow, sinister smile, revealing a chilling expression. I admire your strength. I shall allow you to deliver your final words. Have you truly given no thought to the massage therapy profession? Chinyu blinked innocently, sincerity radiating from him as he pointed at the watermelon-headed Lee and launched into an enthusiastic pitch. Come, allow me to introduce you properly. This is Lee, who became a massage therapist in the Hidden Leaf for 3 months and, through his dedication, has acquired a luxurious bed. The new male massage therapists of the Hidden Leaf. Balancing careers with family. He is warm-hearted and brimming with youth, and he bought a grand bed so that the members of the massage team can realize their dreams. Becoming millionaires is merely a matter of time. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence. Even the third Hokage was taken aback. At such a moment, he was still teasing his opponent? Could it be that Chinyu had undisclosed trump cards? You dare say that? Gaara, infuriated, suppressed a mouthful of blood. Bellowing in rage, the youth, who had long lived in darkness and instilled terror, teetered on the brink of collapse. Gaara's eyes widened, his hands clenched tightly together. The chakra within him surged wildly, far more tumultuous than ever before. The tremors of the earth intensified, resembling a genuine earthquake. The speed at which the spear of Shikaku coalesced had more than doubled. Suddenly, just as one of the spear's sharp points had taken shape, the tremors ceased. Gaara was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Where are the minerals? Why can't I draw them up? His expression was a tapestry of bewilderment as he stared at his feet. The chakra that connected him to the earth had inexplicably been severed. What have you done? Gaara shot his gaze upward, his dark-circled eyes now filled with crimson veins, fixated on Chinyu. His teeth sharpened, nearly shattering under the pressure of his bite. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Chinyu feigned innocence, shrugging. Perhaps your ninjutsu isn't suited to this environment. I genuinely know nothing. I assure you, I did not utilize the powers of the tremor fruit or haki to seal the ground beneath you. It wasn't my doing. Once more? Mocked by Chinyu, Gaara, infuriated, coughed up blood, and his fury obliterated any remnants of rationality. An extraordinarily potent and ferocious chakra erupted forth. At the storm's center, Gaara frantically layered his hands, unleashing a sinister and maniacal laughter. You shall all perish. Ninjutsu, technique of the false slumber. The moment his words fell, the chakra storm vanished in an instant. Gaara collapsed into an unresponsive sleep, kneeling helplessly, his head bowed. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Each individual wore a grave expression. It was evident that Gaara had unleashed a terrifyingly formidable technique. Look, just then, someone suddenly shouted. Gaara's body began to swell rapidly, growing larger and larger until, ultimately, he transformed into a colossal beast. The enormous creature loomed large, nearly occupying half of the arena. Its yellow body, monstrous claws resembling serrated blades, and a gaping maw complemented by a lengthy tail, revealed it to be Shikaku, the One Tail. An eerie yet formidable chakra instantly enveloped the entire battleground, leaving countless spectators pale with terror, many succumbing to unconsciousness. Roaring with exuberance, Shikaku, akin to a bird freed from a long confinement, exclaimed, I am finally free. Ha ha ha. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the beast, realizing it was a tailed beast. Might Guy's demeanor grew grave. This was a dire situation for the village. He promptly alerted others for reinforcement. Moonlight Gale clenched his teeth, drawing his blade, determined to confront the creature and prevent its wanton destruction. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Orochimaru, concealed in darkness, bore a sinister smile, noting that the plan to dismantle Konoha was officially underway. Ninjutsu, Nirvana's sanctuary technique. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, causing a multitude of feathers to materialize in the air. Countless spectators and novices unskilled in ninjutsu were instantly plunged into slumber. The Umbu, lurking in the shadows, emerged, alert and on guard, yet feeling the immense pressure of the situation. They had to fend off the hidden enemies within the village while safeguarding the populace, all while contending with the terrifying tailed beast. Outside the village, a sand ninja frowned, sensing a disturbance. Gaara has gone berserk. The plan is in motion. Prepare for summoning. 6 individuals, each perched at a corner of a large circular disc inscribed with a hexagram, held scrolls in their mouths. Ninjutsu, United Summoning Technique. They suddenly opened their eyes, slamming their palms into the ground, channeling chakra into it. Boom! A massive 3-headed serpent, nearly 100 meters long, erupted from a cloud of smoke, crashing through Konoha's formidable walls. Sand ninjas surged forward while Konoha's ninja retaliated. Upon witnessing the rampaging Shikaku and the sudden onset of illusions, the third Hokage rose abruptly, his aged eyes gleaming with sharp awareness, scanning the surroundings. So it begins. A brilliant scheme by Orochimaru. No wonder he allied with the sand. A Jinchuriki is a formidable weapon. But where is Orochimaru? It's time he revealed himself. Just then, the fourth Kazekage stood, tossing a smoke bomb that quickly enveloped the area in haze. In an instant, he teleported beside the third Hokage, a malevolent grin on his face, brandishing a kunai at the Hokage's throat. "Ah, my dear teacher, it has been too long. Witnessing your frailty makes me reluctant to age." The third Hokage was taken aback, realizing that the fourth Kazekage was none other than Orochimaru in disguise. In the center of the arena stands a colossal creature. I would rather not be disturbed by it during our reunion. Let us find another location. With that, a puff of white smoke enveloped them, and both the third Hokage and Orochimaru vanished. Chapter 50. Shikaku's Uncontainable Fury. Where am I? Shikaku surveyed its surroundings, grinning joyfully. "Konoha, that brat Gaara has come here. Excellent. It has been far too long since I unleashed my power. Let us annihilate them all." With a thunderous roar, Shikaku unleashed a pent-up aura of killing intent. This cannot be allowed. He must not rampage through Konoha, or the village will be obliterated. Kakashi gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to defeat the beast. Crackling with immense electrical energy, Kakashi's right hand coalesced with chakra, his Sharingan activated. He leaped forward. The formidable Chidori surged towards Shikaku. Boom! With a violent impact, arcs of electricity erupted, enveloping Shikaku entirely. Kakashi's Chidori struck true against Shikaku's back. Had he succeeded? The Umbu, fiercely resisting the external threat, displayed expressions of astonishment. Kakashi, the elite Jonin, truly was formidable. However, in that moment, a colossal hand struck out through the electric haze. Bang! Kakashi was sent flying, crashing against the nearby wall, creating terrifying fissures that spiderwebbed outward. What? Kakashi's Chidori had no effect. The crowd gasped in horror. Such a powerful jutsu failed to even break the skin. Just an annoying little fly. Are you here to tickle me? Shikaku turned, its massive claw extending menacingly towards Kakashi. Kakashi! Guy shouted, alarmed, gritting his teeth. 8th gate. Open. Having already opened the 7th gate due to Chun Yu's martial arts, Guy felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, but knew he had no time to spare. With a resounding surge of chakra, a tempest of energy engulfed Guy, and he vanished from his position. In a flash, he entered the fray, rescuing Kakashi just in time. Boom! Shikaku's colossal hand slammed against the wall, creating massive indentations, causing the specially reinforced structure to collapse. The arena was rent asunder, creating a formidable rift. Fortunately, no spectators occupied that area, or the casualties would have been catastrophic. Huh. Shikaku paused, its coin-like eyes fixating on the glowing figure of Guy. What is this jutsu? Intriguing. Upon my emergence, I am greeted by such delightful sights. Ninjutsu, Morning Peacock. Guy leaped high, his fists clenched, unleashing a flurry of fiery phoenixes towards Shikaku. Boom. The cacophony of explosions erupted, and Shikaku was engulfed in massive fireballs. The hearts of the Umbu reignited with hope. This time, success must surely be within reach. Such formidable and expansive ninja techniques would have obliterated an ordinary person. Yet, there is a twinge of pain. Little human, you have provoked my ire. At that moment, A terrifying roar erupted amidst the flames, followed by a colossal claw emerging from the inferno, lunging directly at Might Guy. Damn it! Just as Might Guy prepared to flee, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, triggering the aftereffects. Bang! He could only watch helplessly as Shikaku's immense palm crashed down upon him. The tremendous force shattered several of his bones, propelling him like a loosed arrow, crashing heavily to the ground. Guy? Kakashi, having just regained consciousness, rushed over to assist the weakened Might Guy. Both elite jonin of the Leaf Village were gravely injured. All present halted their actions, wide-eyed in terror at the sight of Shikaku. Yet, they noticed Shikaku lifting its head, mouth agape, and seemingly frozen. What was it planning? As the crowd pondered, a black sphere materialized at the center of Shikaku's gaping maw, its chakra swirling violently within, coalescing rapidly. The sphere grew larger and larger. Tailed Beast Bomb. It is indeed the Tailed Beast Bomb. An Umbu member pointed at the ominous sphere, trembling with fear, exclaiming in terror. The Tailed Beast Bomb is a super ninjutsu released only when the tailed beast harmonizes its yin and yang chakra. Its destructive power is unparalleled. If unleashed, everything within 100 meters would be laid to waste. The faces of all in the Leaf Village fell into despair. Could it be that today marks the village's demise? Run! Even the sand and sound ninja attacking the leaf were thrown into disarray. This attack spared no allies from foes, and they hastily retreated. Hey, you little raccoon! Dare to be so brazen? Amidst the expressions of despair, a voice of righteousness rang out. It was Chinyu. Shikaku, momentarily taken aback while gathering the Tailed Beast Bomb, glanced down with its coin-like eyes, fixating on Chinyu. Who did you just refer to? Me? I am a chibi, not a raccoon. Is this how you show respect? Shikaku seethed with rage, the Tailed Beast Bomb almost fully formed, ready to obliterate the insolent boy first. Chinyu had been distracted by the smoke billowing from the stands. Having read the original narrative, he understood that the appearance of smoke signified Orochimaru had made his move. The battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage would not linger long. He needed to reach the main battlefield swiftly. If he arrived too late, the Divine Ice Fruit would be lost. That would be a tremendous loss. Just as he regained focus, he beheld Shikaku flaunting its power. Can you endure this? Little raccoon, the depths of the ninja world are too profound for you to navigate. It would be wise for you to return home swiftly. As Chinyu's words fell, his unparalleled conqueror's haki surged forth, directed at Shikaku with all his might. Just as Shikaku prepared to unleash the Tailed Beast Bomb, he found himself utterly restrained. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him instantaneously, filling his heart with an indescribable terror. What force is this? Shoha, in utter disbelief, lowered its head slightly, its eyes locking onto Chunyu's dark orbs, rendering it completely petrified. It stood frozen in shock. Cold sweat enveloped its body in an instant. Do not inquire whether Shoha could sweat. Such a question is rendered moot by sheer terror. The once ominous and fearsome gaze of Shoha was swiftly supplanted by dread and horror. From a showy tailed beast, it transformed into a quaking raccoon. In its eyes, Chinyu morphed into a colossal primordial beast, embodying the Six Paths Sage, against whom it felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness. Shoha perceived an overwhelming superiority in power, as if Chinyu could reduce it to dust with a mere swipe of his hand. Chapter 51. The Collapse of Konoha. Orochimaru's astonishing actions. Gulp. The aura of Shoha dissipated entirely, and it swallowed back the tailed beast ball. Boom. No sooner had it swallowed than the tailed beast ball detonated, causing Shoha's body to swell like a balloon. It opened its maw wide, expelling a cloud of white smoke. A glance at Chinyu prompted it to recoil in alarm. Panic-stricken, do not strike me. I shall return at once and never emerge again. Konoha is far too perilous. I must return to the land of wind. As Shoha whimpered in fear, trembling, its form gradually diminished, retreating back into Gaara's body. The arena fell into an utter silence. A stillness so profound that both sides stood dumbfounded, frozen in a state of shock. Their minds blanked. They were bereft of the capacity to think. This is indeed a guardian crane. Such a formidable tailed beast, intimidated solely by Chunyu's gaze, swallowed the tailed beast jade and retreated into the Jinchuriki seal of its own accord. The expressions of those present were filled with awe and exhilaration, their hearts soaring with joy. Had such a colossal calamity been averted so easily? Chinyu is truly remarkable. With a shout from a member of the Umbu, The morale of the Konoha forces surged, and they launched a furious assault against the remaining enemies. Conversely, the ninjas from other villages attacking Konoha were left utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Shikaku was defeated. What on earth were they still fighting for? Instantly, their spirits plummeted, ignoring the battlefield of the duel. Chunyu leaped high from the center of the arena, landing on the spectator stands, gazing into the distance. For massive purple barriers had risen high, forming the four purple flames formation. In the distance, the confrontation between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was palpable. It was time to take action. Chunyu sprang forward, swiftly approaching the battleground of Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Whoosh! With astonishing speed, he reached the exterior of the four purple flames formation in the blink of an eye. At that moment, several Umbu operatives outside the formidable purple barrier were in a state of agitation. They had never anticipated that Orochimaru could disguise himself as the fourth Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage had likely met a grim fate. Orochimaru's ability to eliminate the fourth Kazekage was clearly premeditated. The Hokage was suddenly ambushed and was surely in peril. Damn it! How do we break this formation? An Umbu exclaimed in frustration. If even the Hokage cannot breach it, what can we do? What should we do? Are we to simply stand here and watch helplessly? It seems that way. We must trust in the third Hokage. Wait, who is that? When did they get so close? The Umbu who spoke suddenly glanced to the side and was astonished to find a young figure attempting to pry open the four purple flames formation. Stop immediately. The Umbu were taken aback. This was the four purple flames formation, enveloped in a layer of purple flames that would never extinguish upon contact. One must not touch it. Huh, what are you saying? Chunyu blinked innocently, simultaneously extending his right hand, activating the powers of the tremor fruit. Crack, crack. Accompanied by two light sounds, a fissure, tall enough for a person to pass through, emerged in the seemingly indestructible four purple flames formation. The Umbu were utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? The resilient formation, which they believed to be impenetrable, was being manipulated by this young boy as if he were playing with clay. Surely, we must be dreaming. Indeed. How could Konoha be so powerful and yet be attacked? This must be a dream. Oh, no worries, stay safe. The Umbu's mouths gaped wide in disbelief, their minds blank, feeling as though the world was surreal, and they managed to utter a single phrase of gratitude. Thank you. Chunyu nodded earnestly, then turned back. And with the astonished gazes of several Umbu upon him, he nonchalantly slipped through the opening he had pried from the solid barrier of the four purple flames formation. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. They had initially thought Chunyu was merely an inexperienced youngster. Yet, he had directly created a passageway to enter. This shattered their perceptions. At that moment, the third Hokage was locked in a tense standoff with Orochimaru, the air thick with malice between the former master and apprentice. Poised to engage in battle. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention, and upon turning, they were taken aback to see a gap in the four purple flames formation, through which a young figure boldly entered amidst the gazes of all present. It's you? Upon recognizing Chunyu, Orochimaru showed no signs of shock. Instead, he regarded Chunyu with a paternal expression. This took Chunyu by surprise. Ah, indeed, he is the formidable early-stage antagonist, unflinching even in the face of calamity. Quite impressive. Orochimaru cast a generous gaze of admiration. No wonder you caught my eye, young one. The pursuit of immortality has always been the focal point of Orochimaru's research. However, he has only made marginal progress. At most, he can utilize the technique of Impure World Reincarnation to inhabit another's body. Yet, this often leads to various complications due to mismatched compatibility or insufficient physical prowess. Moreover, this technique has a cooldown period of 3 years. Should any issues arise during this interval, Orochimaru must simply endure. Thus, the urgent quest for a robust and youthful vessel has become paramount for him. Initially, his target was Sasuke, but now, he has stumbled upon an even more intriguing individual. Not only did this person shine during the examinations, but he also managed to tear through the four purple flames formation while facing off against the third Hokage. Orochimaru had previously regarded Chunyu as a genius on par with Kakashi or Itachi Uchiha, but now, it seems the power he harbors continuously surpasses his understanding. Could it be, as the intelligence report suggested, that a new bloodline limit has awakened within Chunyu? How fascinating. The anticipation is palpable. Chunyu, trust me. Konoha is far darker than you can imagine. A person like you will eventually be cast aside like White Fang. What Konoha can offer you is ultimately limited. Your own strength is the most reliable asset. Join me in the pursuit of true power. I will guide you to discover the meaning of life. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and revealed a fervent smile, unexpectedly offering an olive branch to Chinyu. In response, Chinyu silently retracted his fist, which was the size of a large cooking pot, and without hesitation, claimed Orochimaru's line. Well, life inherently lacks meaning. It is only by living that one can uncover intriguing experiences, just as you discovered the flower, and I have discovered you. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. You stole my line. Did Kamidori tell you? That shouldn't be the case. What am I supposed to say now? Damn it. Does this child possess the bloodline limit and the ability to read minds? While Orochimaru struggled to conceal his astonishment, Chinyu extended his hand. Well, there are rules in every trade. If you wish to invite me, you must show some sincerity, wouldn't you agree? What does that mean? Orochimaru was taken aback. Look, if I were to accompany you, I would become a rogue ninja in Konoha, hunted down by others. At such a young age, I would bear such immense pressure. You must offer me something to soothe my tender heart, right? I don't ask for much. Perhaps a few 100 million ryo would suffice, just to show good faith. And how about 100 million explosive tags and 100 million sets of ninja tools? Isn't that a reasonable price? It's only fair to compensate when discussing life choices. Do you recruit your subordinates without any payment? Chinyu cracked his fingers. Orochimaru, the third Hokage, the atmosphere here is charged with tension. And it seems we are on the brink of a fierce battle. Have you come here to stock up on supplies? Chapter 52, The Trend of Cremation. Haha. Rather than being angry, Orochimaru chuckled, an amusing little brat. Since you refuse to follow me, let me show you what true power is. You will change your mind. Orochimaru swiftly brought his hands together, performing a series of hand seals. Following that, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Boom. The roof trembled slightly. Suddenly, 3 enormous coffins erupted from the earth, marked with the numbers 1, 2, and 4. Reanimation of the Impure World? The third Hokage's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, his brow furrowing tightly. You have even mastered the second Hokage's reanimation technique. Well, teacher, what will you do next? A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he prepared to act. Wait. At that moment, Chinyu abruptly interrupted. Oh, have you changed your mind? It seems you understand the power of this technique. Orochimaru's gestures momentarily faltered. Not quite. Rather, you are too antiquated. Cremation is all the rage now. Burial is no longer advocated. With the ninja world in such turmoil, what would happen if the corpses were to become reanimated? Look at you, wandering for so many years and forgetting the will of Konoha's cremation. Allow me to assist you. Remember this. Peace is paramount in the ninja world. Old comrades must take care of themselves. Upon finishing, Chinyu extended his right hand, and a ball of flame instantly erupted forth. Heh, little brat, you talk too much. Orochimaru scoffed coldly, his golden slit pupils flashing with a hint of darkness. Did the third Hokage not teach you that fire release cannot incinerate the coffins of the Impure World Reanimation? Just as Orochimaru's words fell, 3 flames ignited upon the coffins, instantly engulfing them. In an instant, the coffins disintegrated into ash. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashes across Orochimaru's astonished face. Who said it couldn't be done? Chinyu remarked with an expression of disbelief. Not only the coffins but the ashes inside have been scattered. You. Orochimaru's face darkened, the sting of humiliation evident. His greatest trump card, the reanimation technique, had been so easily vanquished. The bodies of the first and second Hokage, reduced to mere dust. The grand plan he had meticulously devised to bring Konoha to ruin was collapsing before his eyes. This is too surreal. Konoha hasn't crumbled yet, but I shall first. Retreat. Orochimaru was indeed a decisive individual, quickly shaking off his existential doubts. Without his trump card, confronting the third Hokage alone would require considerable effort, especially with the immensely unpredictable Chinyu nearby. Don't go. I have wine, and you have stories. Let us continue to explore the meaning of life. Chinyu warmly invited. Humph. Orochimaru coldly snorted, turning his gaze back to Chinyu, his venomous eyes fixed on him. Brat, just wait. Your body will eventually belong to me. Oh. Chinyu had initially intended to drive Orochimaru away, having completed his task without wishing to excessively disrupt the narrative. However, upon witnessing Orochimaru's expression, He sensed a hint of defiance. Having an ever-watchful enemy lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment, was akin to having a bothersome fly, irritating yet harmless. As the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? It is not easy to travel all the way to Konoha. Today, let me treat you to a delightful meal, stir-fried pork with a punch. With that, Chinyu took a step forward, his power rapidly radiating outward. His clothes rose without wind, and the surrounding air began to warp. A terrifying aura gradually spread. Chinyu tightened his fist. The tremor fruit. The 3 types of haki enveloped him entirely. The surrounding space began to fracture slightly. An indescribable destructive force coiled around Chinyu. This is Orochimaru's expression turned grave. At such a young age, to elicit this level of threat within him, what manner of monster is this Chinyu? In a state of astonishment, Chinyu unleashed a powerful punch. The tremor fruit and the 3 types of haki erupted simultaneously. The space before Chinyu shattered, innumerable terrifying cracks rapidly spreading. This is bad. Orochimaru's hair stood on end. He intended to evade, but found the surrounding space had become ensnared. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Ninja art, triple Rashomon. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of bells, 3 enormous gates of the underworld rose from the earth. Under the watchful gazes of countless eyes, boom! Chinyu's strike collided heavily with the triple Rashomon. Bang! The triple Rashomon could not withstand even a second, shattering into dust as an unfathomable force crashed into Orochimaru. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, Orochimaru was violently propelled backward, soaring through the air like a bolt of lightning. Blood rained down, and several attacking ninjas from Konoha were caught in the ferocious wind generated by Orochimaru's flight, rendering them unable to steady themselves. They were swiftly dealt with by Konoha. Orochimaru's body soared high, tracing a massive arc before crashing heavily into the forest outside Konoha. Yet, his momentum did not cease. He continued to roll wildly, colliding with several towering trees. Boom! Finally, he crashed into a colossal cliff, sending a web of terrifying cracks radiating outward. Sand, soil, and stones cascaded down. They forcefully buried Orochimaru right there. The thunderous sound captured everyone's attention. All eyes in the Hidden Leaf village turned toward that direction, especially those belonging to Orochimaru's followers. Upon witnessing the desolate scene before the 3rd Hokage, marked by the brutal traces of battle, they realized that the fleeting shadow that had just soared away was none other than their revered Lord Orochimaru, the very linchpin of their plan to eliminate the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage gazed at Chinyu with an expression of disbelief. The overwhelming aura that had erupted from Chinyu moments ago had left him profoundly unsettled. With such extraordinary talent, it would hardly be surprising if one were to claim he is the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, would it? Kakashi and Might Guy, who were supporting each other, also clearly witnessed this astonishing scene, with Kakashi's expression showcasing the most vivid surprise. This young man, with a single strike, has instilled such terror? Surely, the examination day must have been lenient. Otherwise, I would have likely been incinerated by now. The Hidden Leaf village has descended into an eerie silence. All sounds of combat have abruptly ceased. Is Chinyu truly this formidable? The ever-ambitious Naruto Uzumaki, who has incessantly expressed his desire to become Hokage, suddenly feels a wave of despondency as he declares, "I've made up my mind. Let him be the Hokage instead. Brother Chinyu is the strongest." Hinata clenches her small fist in determination. In a corner, Tamari and Kankuro tremble in fear. They had thought it a monumental achievement to scare Shikako back in Nagara. Yet Chinyu has effortlessly downed Orochimaru with a single punch. Not far away, Danzo, lurking in the shadows and orchestrating investigations and battles, stares with wide eyes in disbelief. The old man has been searching for an opportunity to study Chinyu. However, upon closer inspection, it seems that such research is futile. Who is to say who studies whom? One can only imagine that, starting today, the ninja world will witness the rise of a new star. At such a young age, possessing the terrifying ability to fell Orochimaru with a single punch, what heights might he reach in another decade? No one can fathom. With Orochimaru defeated, can we still continue to fight? A sound ninja murmured, his face ashen. No. A companion immediately slapped him, urging, do not lose hope. And certainly do not be disheartened. Have faith in Lord Orochimaru. He will not perish. He shall surely eliminate this brat. Chapter 53. Orochimaru's desperate struggle for survival amidst the stunned silence of the crowd. A cacophony of gravel echoed as a bloodied and battered figure slowly rose from the rubble. It was none other than the gravely injured Orochimaru. Gasping for breath, he struggled against the pain that threatened to engulf him, his vision blurring as he battled the agony. This body, reincarnated from death, possessed remarkable resilience, yet it was nearly shattered by Chunyu's overwhelming power. Lord Orochimaru. Several sound ninjas hurried forward to assist him. You little brat. Orochimaru's golden slit-like eyes fixated on Chunyu, filled with an ominous gloom. You are still alive? Truly, you are worthy of being Orochimaru. Chunyu, taken aback, remarked, Are you trying to provoke me for a finishing blow? He prepared to charge at him for another strike. How infuriating. Fourth Kazekage. It seems I can no longer avenge you. Orochimaru suddenly roared in anguish. He coldly regarded the rapidly approaching Chunyu, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Although he encountered a monster like Chunyu, thwarting his plans to collapse Konoha, capturing Sasuke, and Chunyu remained unsuccessful. However, years of preparation had equipped him with contingency plans for various scenarios. Since direct destruction of Konoha was unattainable, he resolved to plunge them into chaos. Retreat. With a command from Orochimaru, one of his subordinates produced a scroll from his robe and crushed it with determination. Boom. Accompanied by a puff of smoke. Several figures vanished in an instant. Bah! A summoning technique? They fled so swiftly. Chunyu withdrew his power and descended from the sky, landing on a tree. It appeared that Orochimaru had prepared this escape method, shattering the scroll to summon himself to a safe location. Although Orochimaru had escaped, trouble was brewing. The third Hokage was bewildered. What? The fourth Kazekage's death has nothing to do with me. I haven't done anything wrong. Chunyu's expression turned peculiar. That cunning Orochimaru, even in retreat, did not forget to set Konoha up for blame. It was he who instigated the chaos, yet he shifted the blame onto Konoha. This time, Konoha is in grave trouble. It may very well ignite a war between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi. The fourth Kazekage is dead. The Sand Shinobi were left in a state of bewilderment, their suspicious gazes quickly turning towards the third Hokage. No wonder the fourth Kazekage was replaced by Orochimaru. It turns out the fourth Kazekage has already perished. Was it the doing of the third Hokage? It must be them. Apart from Konoha, no one was aware that the fourth Kazekage had participated in this examination. Moreover, it is likely that only Konoha possesses such formidable power to silently assassinate the fourth Kazekage. I was unaware of the fourth Kazekage's demise. This matter has nothing to do with us in Konoha. It is a frame-up by Orochimaru. The third Hokage exclaimed. His brow furrowed in agitation. Impossible. Orochimaru is an ally of our fourth Kazekage. He would never commit such an act. It must have been your doing in Konoha. Quickly retreat and inform the village of this news. We shall seek vengeance against Konoha. The enraged Sand Shinobi, filled with righteous indignation, made a desperate bid for escape. Although Konoha's ninjas fought valiantly to obstruct them, they were ultimately outnumbered and unprepared for such a sudden crisis. In the end, a significant number of Sand Shinobi managed to break free. The third Hokage stood rooted in place, clenching his fists, his expression dark as stormy waters. Although they had successfully repelled this attack, the events that followed were even more worrisome. For the shadow of war loomed ominously over the skies between the two villages. To slay the leader of a village is tantamount to declaring war. While Konoha had not committed such acts, Orochimaru's audacity to make such claims suggests he is well prepared for the consequences. This truly is akin to a case of yellow mud falling into one's trousers. It is neither excrement, nor is it. Perhaps it might even ignite the flames of the fourth great ninja war. Curse that Orochimaru. Mission accomplished. Attained the God-level ice fruit development at 40. Mission accomplished. Acquired the tremor fruit at 10 development points. Mission accomplished. Obtained the God-level ninjutsu, heavenly star of the earth. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds echoed in Chunyu's mind. Rewards have been credited. Chunyu began to excitedly examine his rewards. As for the war, isn't the third Hokage still alive? Let him deal with the headache. With the enemy retreating, the ninjas began to clear the aftermath, tallying casualties and damages. Chunyu, however, leaped to Hinata's side and gently patted her small head. How are you? Are you all right? Hinata nodded vigorously. I'm fine, brother. Moreover, I defeated 2 enemies using the ninjutsu I created. That's fantastic. Chunyu laughed heartily, pulling Hinata closer under her bashful gaze. Come on. Brother will treat you to a grand feast. Yay! Hinata reveled in the warmth of Chun-Yu's embrace, clenching her tiny fists in jubilant cheer. Hyuga Hayashi stood nearby, watching the two depart, unable to suppress a complex emotion as he rubbed his nose. His daughter was like a cherished flower pot he had nurtured for only a few years, yet before it could bloom, it was whisked away by another. Maki, leading the troops, hurriedly retreated towards the Sand Ninja village, only to be met by the frantic return of the vanguard. What happened? Did you encounter the enemy? Maki gasped. Could it be that the Leaf Village had already intercepted them ahead? No. The Sand Ninja Jonin trembled in panic, cold sweat beading on his brow. We discovered the body of Lord Kazekage, along with his 2 attendants. What? Maki's brow furrowed sharply as he surged forward with the others. Soon, they stumbled upon a massive pit where 3 corpses lay, one being their 4th Kazekage. Look, it seems Lord Kazekage is holding something. One shouted. Maki remained silent, squinting as he jumped down to retrieve an item from the Kazekage's hand. A Leaf Village headband. The Leaf Village. Maki clenched his teeth, forcing out a few words. No rest. Return to the village with all our strength. We must avenge this. Avenge. The collective cry resonated with shared fervor. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The Leaf Village continued its recovery, the sounds of hammers ringing out everywhere. Although the war had been swift, its toll was significant, especially in areas where the 3-headed serpent appeared, leading to the collapse of many homes. Fortunately, the common folk had evacuated in haste, sparing them from further losses. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage gazed darkly at a report before him. The Sand Ninjas had amassed a vast army at the border, evidently preparing for war. Other ninja villages were also showing signs of unrest. I had clearly written to them, informing them of the truth. Even if they did not believe it, they should have conducted a thorough investigation. How could they recklessly initiate an attack? The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow, clenching his fists, a sense of confusion settling within. Hokage-sama, Narashikaku, standing nearby, discerned a hint of the truth. This war has likely been brewing in the Land of Wind for quite some time. In other words, the death of the 4th Kazekage is not of paramount importance to them. What matters is that his demise provides a convenient pretext. Oh, the 3rd Hokage, a man of keen intellect, immediately grasped the implication. The Land of Wind was the most impoverished of the 5 great ninja countries. Yet, war presents an opportunity for wealth. They intend to exploit the Leaf's unpreparedness and unite with nations like the Land of Lightning, which has long coveted the riches of the Leaf, to launch a joint war, seizing resources, land, and wealth. The Kazekage's death is merely a pretext. What we seek is not revenge, but rather the plunder of the Leaf. Prepare for battle. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, his murky old eyes regaining their former sharpness. Chapter 54. Chun-Yu, the butterfly, stirs the storm of war. Where is Tsunade? The 3rd Hokage suddenly recalled something. With war imminent, manpower was somewhat scarce. The Leaf would likely be engaged on multiple fronts. He must remain at the command center and cannot easily venture to the front lines. Each front requires a powerful ninja to maintain order. And in the case of the Sand Ninja front, Tsunade's presence as one of the legendary Sannin is essential to stabilize morale and intimidate the enemy. Lord Jiraiya has already gone to find her. She should arrive shortly, Narashikaku noted as he glanced at the time. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed at the door, and Jiraiya and Tsunade entered. Tsunade, upon seeing her, the 3rd Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. You must already be aware of the situation. We can only rely on you for the Sand Ninja front. Fight. Tsunade, her figure extraordinarily alluring, shook her head impassively. I'm only back for a few days. Don't involve me in battles. Right now, as she spoke, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her gaze, but it quickly vanished. The Sand Ninja front will be the main battlefield. There will surely be many injured ninjas. I trust you to lead the medical team. The 3rd Hokage forced a smile. Why must it be me? What about Danzo? Isn't he fond of killing? Since many will perish, why not let him contribute to the village before he meets his end, rather than engage in his sordid schemes? Tsunade snorted. Besides, you know my situation. If anything goes awry, I won't take responsibility. Since the death of her brother and lover, this medical ninja could no longer face bloodshed. Cough, cough. It's all right. Just do your best. The 3rd Hokage coughed violently, recalling past events he had never anticipated. Had he known, he would never have allowed Danzo to act so recklessly. Ultimately, Tsunade relented, for she still cared for her village. Otherwise, Shiwunti have rushed back upon learning of Orochimaru's assault on the leaf. Take care of yourself. In an office, Jiraiya stood before Tsunade, hesitating for a long moment before squeezing out a sentence. As one of the higher-ups in the leaf, he was well aware of her secret fear of blood. Although the third Hokage suggested that Tsunade command from the rear, orchestrating strategies from a distance, war is inevitably intertwined with bloodshed and sacrifice. This is not your style. Tsunade lifted her gaze from the documents and glanced at Jiraiya, who was averting his eyes slightly and rubbing his nose. You are only bringing Shizen along, and I can't help but feel somewhat uneasy. Perhaps there is someone who could truly assist you. Who? Tsunade inquired. Kakashi? Didn't the old man say we were short on personnel? Shinyu, a genin, Jiraiya replied. Upon noticing Tsunade's peculiar expression, he found it somewhat difficult to articulate his thoughts. One who trembles at the sight of blood, and another who can hardly fend off a child. A male and female pairing should suffice for the task. What? A genin? Are you jesting? Without further ado, Jiraiya handed over a prepared stack of documents. Tsunade perused Chunyu's information, which was up to date only until the second exam of the Chunin selection. It was not that the intelligence from Konoha was slow to update. Rather, they had been preoccupied with preparations for war. After all, in the grand scheme of things, information regarding the war and the enemy took precedence over Chunyu's individual capabilities. So young, he managed to subdue an A-rank beast? Moreover, he has seized scrolls from nearly all the teams, which indicates some level of competence. Tsunade's expression remained impassive, while his achievements appeared commendable. They merely reflected the standard of a J-nin at best. A single J-nin could hardly alter the tide of war. It seemed Jiraiya was impressed by his talent and wished to inform me, hoping to allow him to gain experience through this conflict without facing excessive peril that might lead to his demise. Very well, let him gather intelligence then. Yui Kurenai has also participated in the Shinobi World War, and with her experience, there should be minimal danger. Tsunade pondered this for a moment. Seeing that Tsunade had made her arrangements, Jiraiya felt no need to elaborate further. He had always been a rather laid-back individual. Me? Gather intelligence? Shinyu blinked, glancing at Tsunade's orders. Indeed, not just you. Your entire team will partake. Kakashi, responsible for relaying messages, chuckled lightly. But remember, this is solely for reconnaissance. Try not to lose your temper. Ding. You have received the main war mission. Defeat the enemy. Mission reward. Divine level dark fruit. Development level 010000. Shinyu felt no particular reaction to the mission alert, yet the subsequent number left him somewhat perplexed. What does this mean? Suddenly, Shinyu comprehended. Could it be the number of foes to vanquish? This is, after all, the main quest of war. The greater the number of foes vanquished, the higher the degree of development attained. In other words, by defeating 10,000 adversaries, one could achieve a complete development rate of 100%. Indeed, the dark fruit is among the most enigmatic of all fruits in the world of pirates, and by accomplishing the task, one can unlock its full potential. Is this not invincible? Speaking of which, I have traversed into the world of Naruto, yet this system incessantly bestows upon me abilities akin to those of pirates. How splendid it would be to receive more local powers, such as the planetary devastation or the Rinnegan. What on earth are they thinking? Observing Chunyu's drooling expression, several black lines instantaneously appeared on Kakashi's forehead as he inquired with a blank expression, "Is this truly the best you can muster just before war?" Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I will undoubtedly send them back with a single blow. No, I shall be exceedingly cautious in reconnaissance, ensuring they remain oblivious to my presence. Kakashi mused, perceiving that Chunyu had not been paying attention during the briefing. I would be a fool to trust you. Nevertheless, with the mission already assigned, Kakashi refrained from elaborating further. Given Chunyu's monstrous prowess, it was hardly a matter for him to worry about. Yui Kurenai, accompanied by Chunyu and the three youngsters, received their orders. With merely a brief preparation, they set off directly to the front lines. Kurenai remained on high alert, having partaken in the Third Shinobi World War and well aware of the war's grim nature. The trio of youngsters was palpably anxious, having only recently graduated from the academy. They were thrust into such daunting tasks, their palms slick with perspiration. Meanwhile, Chunyu leisurely trailed behind, wearing a countenance of utter ease and contentment, as if he were embarking on a leisurely excursion rather than a battle. He is the remarkable individual capable of transforming the Chunin exams into a barbecue gathering, and thus, the onlookers were hardly surprised. Suddenly, Shinyu came to a halt, and the gazes of the four companions converged upon him. For they were all aware of his extraordinary perceptive abilities. He must have sensed something. Indeed, with a smile, Shinyu reassured them, saying, "It's nothing to worry about. It's one of our own. Let's proceed." Upon hearing his words, the others exhaled in relief and continued onward. After a considerable passage of about 10 minutes, they finally encountered a small team. The small team of ninjas appeared utterly disheveled, their bodies marred with numerous wounds. Startled by the arrival of others, they initially feared it to be an enemy. Upon recognizing Yuhi Kurenai, a profound sense of relief washed over them. Finally, they had encountered their own. However, disappointment swiftly clouded their faces as they realized it was merely a teacher accompanied by 4 novices. What had transpired? Yuhi Kurenai hastily descended with her 4 companions to assist in bandaging the injuries. Moments ago, the team had been engaged in gathering intelligence when they were ambushed by the Sand Shinobi. The team leader instructed them to secure the information while he and 5 others held the enemy at bay. They were utterly exhausted and sought a brief respite in that location. The Konoha ninja gritted his teeth. "Lady Kurenai, you must take the intelligence back. We will rescue the team leader." "No," Kurenai retorted firmly, her brow furrowed. "The enemy's reinforcements are likely en route in droves. Returning now would be tantamount to courting death. What then? We cannot simply stand by and watch our comrades perish." The Konoha ninja's face was etched with sorrow. Kurenai clenched her jaw. The bonds among Konoha's ninjas were deeply rooted in the hearts of every warrior. To forsake a comrade in peril was an unthinkable act for a ninja. Yet, this time is unlike any other. It is indeed war. This intelligence, once returned, may very well prevent further loss of life. Just then, Shinyu, brimming with eagerness, approached with an expression of anticipation and said, "How about I go?" Chapter 55, The Descending Palm Technique. Sunset Red paused momentarily. She harbored no doubts regarding Chunyu's strength. Rather, her concern stemmed from the possibility that he might create too much commotion. If he were to unleash a punch powerful enough to create a crater, the enemies dozens of kilometers away would surely take notice. What good would it do to gather intelligence then? Rescue the individuals and leave immediately. Avoid causing a scene. We must remain discreet. Do you understand? Sunset Red advised with a hint of unease. Rest assured, teacher, I have always been quite low profile, Shinyu proclaimed with a hearty pat on his chest, his face alight with joy. Yet, upon observing his expression, Sunset Red felt an inkling of apprehension. You have always been low profile? Do you take me for a fool? Nonetheless, as a teacher, she had imparted her guidance adequately. Go ahead. Yes, Shinyu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, leaping into the dense foliage, vanishing in an instant. Just him alone? The injured Konoha ninja was taken aback, exclaiming urgently, "No, there is an elite jonin among the enemies, immensely powerful. A mere newcomer cannot handle this. Have faith." Sunset Red sighed and shook her head. With him taking action, there will be no issue. Yeah. Deliver the intelligence to Lady Tsunade immediately. Understood. Yeah. With his swift speed and keen sense of smell, was perfectly suited for the task. He took the intelligence and, without hesitation, vanished from sight. Now, let us quickly bandage our wounds. Shinyu should be able to handle the enemies shortly, before the new adversaries surround us. We must hurry and bring your comrades to safety. Sunset Red and Hinata hastened their actions. Huh? The Konoha ninjas were bewildered. Why do you have such confidence in a newcomer? There are numerous enemies over there. Can a mere genin resolve this? Am I mad, or is the world gone mad? Fire release, fireball technique. Water release, water dragon technique. Annihilate these cursed Konoha ninjas. A bloody skirmish unfolded within the jungle. Amidst the chaos, Arima Yuhai, battered and gasping for breath, gripped his knife tightly, fixating on nearly 100 foes before him. Skilled in illusion techniques, he found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. Originally, he had 5 subordinates. Now only 2 remained, their chakra nearly depleted. They had slain nearly 20 enemies, yet the opposing numbers continued to swell. It appeared that today would be their end. Brothers, the intelligence has already been dispatched. Our mission is complete. To die on the battlefield is our honor. Arima Yuhai declared through gritted teeth. Wanna die? A sand ninja scoffed derisively. If it weren't for our orders to capture you alive, you would have perished long ago. You Konoha ninjas possess such audacity to dare slay our 4th Kazekage. We shall take you back and subject you to severe torture. The sand ninjas behind him bore expressions of brutal intent. This war has become inevitable. Although the third Hokage has dispatched a letter to the Land of Wind, revealing the truth of the matter, they remain unconvinced. Not only did they execute the messenger, but they also declared war outright, as Narashikaka had surmised. The impoverished leadership of the Land of Wind had long sought a pretext to wage war. The assassination of the fourth Kazekage served as the perfect justification. The ninjas below have become utterly convinced that it was the people of Konohagakure who, through despicable means, took the life of their beloved leader. Thus, should an opportunity arise to torment the villagers of the Leaf, they would seize it without hesitation. This individual, however, remains resilient, continuing to attack and exhausting all of his stamina. Wind release, 1,000 wind blades. With a thunderous roar, an unending tempest surged forth. Thousands of wind blades descended mercilessly upon the trio. We cannot perish yet. Arama Yunkai gripped his long sword tightly, gritting his teeth in fierce resistance. Though horrifying wounds occasionally marred his body, he did not flinch. If he could delay for just a second longer, his comrades would gain more distance, thereby increasing the chances of transmitting vital information. He had resolved that should he find himself utterly incapable of fighting back, he would take his own life without hesitation. His two companions likewise clenched their jaws, struggling to hold on, their eyes reflecting a resolute acceptance of their fate. Finally, the relentless onslaught ceased. The three from Konohagakure, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground, unable to lift their swords any longer. Is this the end? Arama Yunkai closed his eyes, withdrawing a small dagger from his robe and plunging it towards his heart. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out nearby. A youthful boy, adorned with a Leaf Village forehead protector and bearing an innocent expression, suddenly emerged from the midst of the battlefield. Clutching a scroll to his chest, he gazed in astonishment at the chaos around him. Oh dear, I seem to have lost my way. What shall I do? I possess crucial intelligence from the Leaf. You all carry on. I'm merely passing through. The boy, in a state of frantic confusion, turned to flee. Stop him. The Sand Ninja J-Nin's face lit up with delight. What a fortunate turn of events. The Sand Ninjas swiftly surrounded the boy and Arama Yunkai. What do you want from us? Shinyu, terrified and pale, trembled uncontrollably. Please, call me the Shadow Emperor. With his observation haki fully activated, Shinyu had noticed these foes long before. However, despite the multitude of Sand Ninjas, over dozens, they were too dispersed. While he could easily eliminate a few, the majority would undoubtedly escape, and that would be a loss he could not bear. Thus, displaying his award-winning acting skills, Shinyu pretended to hold vital intelligence within his robe, intending to capture the Sand Ninja's attention. Is your Leaf Village truly devoid of capable personnel? The Sand J-Nin sneered, glancing at the quaking Shinyu. A mere teenager has come forth to deliver intelligence? Arama Yunkai was equally stunned. What kind of arrangement is this among the village's upper echelons? Newcomers tasked with delivering critical information. How absurd. Boy, your intelligence arrives with perfect timing. The Sand J-Nin's smile resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Now, with an even more significant piece of information in hand, he felt doubly fortunate. You must leave. Arama Yunkai, summoning unexpected strength, gripped his sword with trembling hands and stood again, gritting his teeth. I will hold them off for you. You must take the intelligence away. Shinyu, momentarily dazed, nodded and bit his lip before utilizing a body flicker technique to dart into the thick of the Sand Ninjas. Oh, quite nimble, running away so swiftly. The Sand Ninjas were momentarily taken aback by Chunyu's sudden disappearance. However, upon noticing his landing spot, they erupted into laughter. Arama Yunkai, too, was bewildered. Ah, a newcomer indeed. Unaccustomed to the battlefield, panicking amidst so many foes. Why would you use the body flicker technique toward the heart of the enemy? Come. Whoever captures this boy will be handsomely rewarded. In an instant, the Sand Ninjas closed in. Shinyu wore a look of feigned fright, leaping high into the air. The Sand Ninjas, with mocking expressions, encircled the ground, observing Chunyu's clumsy performance. Little did they know, suspended in midair, Chunyu narrowed his eyes. It was nearly time. Below, the Sand Ninjas had formed a near-complete circle, ripe for a decisive blow. Chunyu tightened his right fist, channeling the powers of the Tremor Fruit and his three-colored haki, ensuring he enveloped his three comrades in a protective barrier before making his move. As the Sand J-Nin reveled in his triumph, his expression suddenly froze, sensing an overwhelming danger. He looked up, only to find that the once bewildered boy had vanished, replaced by a rising tide of battle intent and murderous aura. Are you aware of the technique known as the Heavenly Palm within the ninja world? Chapter 56, A Flawless Execution. This boy poses a threat. We must flee. In the realm of ninjas, survival is paramount. As A.J. Neen, who has executed countless life-and-death missions, his instincts for danger remain sharp. Although he found it hard to believe that a newcomer could possess such formidable power, his intuition warned him that regardless of whether the boy held true strength or was merely posturing, he should not underestimate him. At this moment, it is indeed wiser to retreat. If this fellow is merely playing tricks, there will be ample time to deal with him later. The sand ninjas, hearing this, were momentarily bewildered, yet their bodies acted with remarkable honesty, turning to flee. Too late. Chinyu coldly uttered 2 words, and with a fierce strike, his right fist collided with the ground. Boom. The force concentrated in his fist erupted instantaneously. The space and earth shattered like fragments of glass. Terrifying fissures spreading rapidly like lightning in all directions. The energies of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki simultaneously burst forth. In that fleeting moment, the area within a 30-meter radius was enveloped by Chinyu's overwhelming power. An infinite surge of strength transformed into a colossal tempest, instantly tearing apart those sand ninjas who had just moments ago been reveling in their triumph, now bearing expressions of utter despair akin to ashes. Furthermore, the surrounding trees were reduced to mere dust in an instant. Gradually, as the dust settled, Chinyu stood within a deep pit, observing the barren landscape around him, nodding to himself in satisfaction. Indeed, this was a masterful act of reconnaissance. Eliminating all foes was the very essence of perfect intelligence gathering, leaving only a void where evidence of battle had once existed. Thus, the enemy will be unable to uncover any valuable clues or information. Is this not the epitome of subtlety? I have discreetly probed the true intentions of my adversary. The mission has been flawlessly accomplished. This series of actions deserves full marks. Chinyu's observation Haki was fully unleashed, and he immediately sensed the approach of 2 massive sand ninja squads, each consisting of over 100 members. You 3 uncles, please return to tend to your injuries. I shall continue to gather intelligence. Chinyu's face radiated excitement, eagerly anticipating the challenge. Glancing at his interface, he noted a score of 13,710,000. With a single punch, he could unlock level 1. If he could dispatch these 2 squads, perhaps he could amass enough points to reach level 4. What an extraordinary beginning. Fueled by determination, he pressed on. The workers of Konoha are imbued with strength. However, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. He needed to ensure his comrade's safe departure first. Otherwise, the potential loss from his allies snatching kills would be substantial. His intention was to minimize casualties within Konoha. Protecting his comrades, he urged them to leave. Yes, the logic was flawless. The 3 uncles, already rendered speechless and wide-eyed, stared blankly at the enormous pit before them. The only patch of land beneath them remained relatively intact. Everything else had long since been obliterated. Had they not merely executed a task outside? How had Konoha transformed so drastically? Over 100 sand ninjas, including an elite jonin, had been dispatched with a single punch? Were the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha now this formidable? As they watched Chinyu's departing silhouette, they exchanged glances, their emotions complex. After regaining some strength, they supported each other and leaped into the trees, preparing to return and deliver the news. Faintly, they heard a youthful voice tinged with panic. Oh dear, what should I do? I've become lost again. I carry vital information for Konoha. I was just passing through. Please pretend you didn't see me. 3 black lines appeared above their heads. The cinematic master was making a comeback. More misfortune awaited the enemies. Sure enough, moments later, boom. A massive crater emerged several hundred meters away. Though they now found themselves adversaries of the Wind Country, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the sand ninjas. After all, Chinyu's method of intelligence gathering was exceedingly ruthless. What did you say? Chinyu went after them alone? In the main camp, Tsunade, seated in a carriage and contemplating the next steps of their strategy, furrowed her brow and exclaimed loudly upon seeing Inuzuka Kiba rush in. Damn it, why isn't Yugao keeping an eye on him? Intelligence indicates at least 10 squads of 100 ahead. How can a newcomer handle that? Kiba pondered for a few moments. Well, Lady Tsunade, I believe Chinyu will be fine. How could he possibly be fine? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table with force. Even if he performed exceptionally well in the exams and boasts formidable strength, the quantity of his chakra is ultimately limited. What will happen when he runs out of chakra? How could he possibly contend against so many opponents in close combat? Kiba couldn't help but rub his nose. He longed to speak candidly. He had yet to witness Chinyu deplete his chakra reserves. However, Tsunade did have a point. Previously, Chinyu had always engaged in one-on-one confrontations. The will battle may indeed lead to exhaustion. Tsunade waved her hand decisively. Might Guy. Now. Might Guy leaped in from outside. Immediately lead 2 elite Jonin and a 100-man squad to support Shinyu. Ensure nothing happens to him. Tsunade instructed urgently. Understood. Might Guy promptly acknowledged the command. After all, in times of war, obedience to orders is paramount. Yet, despite his compliance, Might Guy felt a twinge of doubt. That young man was formidable, almost monstrous. What could possibly threaten him? Yamato will explain on the way. You must hurry. Tsunade gestured. Yes. Might Guy swiftly led the team out, learning the situation as they progressed. 100-man squads? Might Guy's expression turned grave. Tsunade's concerns were not unfounded. While Shinyu was undeniably powerful, the theory of the ninja world suggested that greater strength often incurs greater consumption. Although Shinyu had awakened a new bloodline limit and seemed to refrain from using chakra, he must be exhausting other resources, like stamina. Even if Shinyu could obliterate a 100-man squad with a single punch, who could guarantee he had the strength for a second or third strike? If he could muster the energy for the 9th or 10th punch, he would still be vulnerable to attack. Let us hope he can endure. Guy clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, quickening his pace. You must not perish. He fervently wished for Shinyu to avoid recklessness, to retreat when he sensed his strength waning, as long as they could reach him. With a few injured members from the Yujido team, he could promptly withdraw, deeming the mission complete. Suddenly, several figures descended from the sky, injured yet visibly bandaged. Their breath steady. They were the individuals Shinyu had previously encountered. The 3 uncles, saved by Shinyu, had met with Yujido and her team. After a hasty dressing of their wounds, Yujido reconsidered. These men were gravely injured, and their chakra was depleted. Keeping them nearby would only increase the danger. Thus, she decided to let them withdraw first while her team continued the search for Shinyu. What is the situation? Might Guy inquired anxiously. That young man is too powerful. The 3 uncles still bore expressions of shock as they recounted the events in detail. What? Upon learning of Shinyu's feats, Might Guy was not surprised. Rather, his expression revealed concern that Shinyu had not only saved people but had also pursued the enemy. He was too young, too reckless. Ahead lay 10 entire 100-man squads. With such overwhelming attacking power, employing it 5 times would likely be his limit. Might Guy's face darkened. As the leader of a 100-man squad, he had to act decisively. All Jonin, prepare to accompany me for support. The rest? Set up numerous traps in this area to impede the enemy's advance. Understood. The seasoned warriors instantly grasped Might Guy's intent and began frantically preparing. Explosive tags, traps, shuriken mechanisms. Though this required considerable effort and resources, such measures were essential in war to intercept the enemy. Consuming resources was far preferable to losing lives. Might Guy did not rush out for support immediately, for the vast expanse of the jungle ahead posed a significant challenge. To recklessly search would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Should Yujido's team encounter the enemy, a battle would ensue, allowing them to rush to aid based on the location of the conflict, leading the enemy toward their position. After all, Shinyu's combat style was exceedingly savage, generating substantial noise that made detection inevitable. Yet, Might Guy overlooked a crucial detail. Though Shinyu's battles were indeed loud, they had arrived too late. The last wave of enemies had been dispatched mere minutes prior. No one left? Shinyu repeated his tactics, annihilating another 100-man squad with a single blow. Within the scope of his observation, he could no longer sense any foes. Shinyu glanced at the display, 1158100000. This endeavor proves to be immensely profitable. A substantial gain indeed. It is akin to the 5 Dragon Clan laying a magnificent golden egg, yielding 3 Nikos. At this pace, it won't be long before the task is accomplished. The divine dark fruit. Bring it forth. Whoosh. At that moment, several figures swiftly descended before Shinyu. It was none other than the members of Team Sunset. They had accomplished nothing along the way, relentlessly pursuing with gritted teeth. Yet, none could match Shinyu's speed in battle. From the astonishment upon witnessing the first massive pit, to the shock of discovering several more bows, and ultimately arriving at a state of indifference and numbness, their emotional journey was nothing short of spectacular. Reporting to the instructor, the reconnaissance mission was completed flawlessly. Shinyu smiled and remarked, the enemy count is 0. A few black lines appeared above the heads of Team Sunset. Isn't it indeed 0? You obliterated them all. It must be 0. I have at least participated in the 3rd Shinobi World War. It is my first encounter with such a method of intelligence gathering. Nevertheless, Shinyu's assertion holds merit. After all, their mission was to investigate the number and composition of enemy forces within the Land of Fire. 0. Is that not also an answer? Undoubtedly, it is valid. Observing Shinyu, who had decimated 10 squads and killed nearly 1,000 without even breaking a sweat, a thought suddenly flashed through Sunset's mind. Fortunately, this was still within the borders of the Land of Fire. If this crosses the border, I can't shake the feeling that this fellow might infiltrate the Wind Country Shadow Office. Let us hasten our return. Lady Tsunade is awaiting our intelligence for the next course of action. As Wai Kurenai spoke, her lips twitched involuntarily at the last sentence. I wonder what expression Lady Tsunade will wear upon receiving this intelligence, perhaps something akin to my own? Very well. Shinyu nodded in agreement. My teacher is right. I shall heed the command. This time, even Shino couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. How dare you claim to heed commands? You expect to follow orders too? I can't believe this. Yugao was utterly speechless, shaking her head in silence. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she led Shinyu and the others swiftly towards the main force. Meanwhile, a group of ninjas from Konoha had expended a great deal of effort throughout the day, drenched in sweat, and finally completed the setup of all traps. They lay hidden in various locations, holding their breath in anticipation, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Foolish Sand Shinobi, come forth. I shall annihilate you. Half an hour passed, yet not a single sound could be heard. Might Guy, maintaining his focus, whispered, Everyone, remain vigilant. Perhaps Yugao and the others have already regrouped and are making their way here. An hour elapsed with still no sign of life. Another hour went by, and the silence was deafening. The group was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? According to intelligence reports, the recently injured ninjas are merely a 20-minute journey from here. Even if they were to move at a sluggish pace, they should have managed to crawl back, shouldn't they? Could it be that the enemy employed shadow-level power, utilizing sheer force to overpower and capture or eliminate Yuhi Kurenai and her team without any chance of resistance? That seems implausible. The moment a confrontation occurs, there would inevitably be commotion. Furthermore, the question remains whether they could even contend with Shinyu, who nearly vanquished Orochimaru and instilled fear in Shikaku, the One-Tail. Currently, the enemy is merely probing our borders with a team that, while elite, hardly qualifies as the Sea Army de la Sea Army. Those of shadow-level prowess are stationed at the Central Command, refraining from engaging unless it is the final decisive battle. It is akin to playing cards. Unless one has drawn an unbeatable hand and wishes to boast, who would dare to play a trump card? Just then, several figures leisurely emerged from the adjacent thicket. They have arrived. Maite Kai's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly advanced. Quickly, hide. We have set a trap to ambush the enemy. Ambush the enemy? Shinyu was taken aback, blinking in confusion. Why must we ambush the enemy? Maite Kai blinked back, his expression one of bewilderment. Are there not over 1,000 pursuers following you? Shinyu blinked in response. Equally puzzled, I have already defeated them all. What? Maite Kai was astounded. You single-handedly vanquished a foe of over 1,000? Why could I not? Shinyu appeared perplexed, genuinely curious. Your question is flawed. Maite Kai stood there, dumbfounded. His gaze fell vacantly upon Shiri Hong, who nodded calmly. You heard correctly. He speaks the truth. Then why did it take you so long to arrive? Maite Kai asked, still in a daze. Hee. Shinyu scratched his head sheepishly. The Sand Ninja squad moved at a glacial pace, and I could not resist seeking them out. After dispatching one group, I stumbled upon another, and inadvertently strayed a bit far, perhaps near the border. The border. Maite Kai was utterly petrified. That location is approximately a 3-hour journey from here. Wait, does this not imply that by the time they arrived, Shinyu had already vanquished all his adversaries? The surrounding Leaf Ninjas also recognized this predicament. The scene fell into an immediate hush, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Each individual harbored an intricate mix of emotions, astonishment, frustration, and a tinge of indignation. The shocking realization was how Shinyu managed to achieve such a feat, a single person annihilating a battalion of nearly 1,000. Yet, having previously witnessed Shinyu's prowess, they harbored some inkling of his capabilities, allowing them to somewhat reconcile with the reality. What weighed heavily on their hearts was the disheartening truth that after laboring tirelessly to establish an elaborate and vast trap system, their efforts had amounted to naught. What a farce. They had spent an entire afternoon guarding this location with a 100-strong team as if facing a formidable enemy, only to realize they had been guarding Mirir. As they exchanged glances, a bitter taste lingered, their minds echoed with exasperation. Shinyu, were it not for the futility of opposing you, we would have surely dug a pit to entrap you. Ironically, we even dismantled the traps, with no enemies in sight. What purpose did they serve? After all, this is our homeland. We must refrain from dismantling things that could harm our own people in the future. It is important to recognize that the process of dismantling is far more intricate and troublesome than mere relocation. Given that the mechanisms are in an active state, one must exercise utmost caution to prevent triggering them. Moreover, the duration of the dismantling remains uncertain, not to mention the potential for injury. It is indeed quite disheartening. Teacher Might Guy, I shall not intrude upon your trap dismantling any longer. We are all quite famished and must return for some barbecue. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, Shinyu promptly departed. Guy, this is what youth is all about. Even Yujido couldn't help but pat the unfortunate Might Guy on the shoulder, her expression reflecting sympathy yet urgency, as she was eager to indulge in barbecue. After uttering one of Might Guy's catchphrases, Yujido vanished in an instant. Youth? Might Guy felt as though he could shatter his own teeth in frustration, gazing at the multitude of traps awaiting dismantling. I fear my youth may never return. Chapter 58. The essence of humanity is apparent at long last. You have returned. I trust you encountered no dangers? Upon seeing Shinyu and the others, Tsunade exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. But where is Might Guy? Did I not send them to assist you? Suddenly, Tsunade recalled something. Dismantling traps, came the response from Yujido. Huh? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Left with no choice, Yujido explained the situation. What? Tsunade was taken aback. You single-handedly defeated an enemy force of over 1,000? A few dark lines appeared on Shinyu's forehead. Is the essence of humanity truly that of a parrot? The words you shared with Might Guy were echoed verbatim. It is no wonder Tsunade was so astonished. The intelligence was crystal clear. A total of 10 squads, each comprised of 100 members, with a Jonin leading each team. While they may not have been the elite forces of the enemy, their strength was certainly formidable. And yet, you managed to annihilate them all by yourself? Shinyu wore an expression of bewilderment. Why do you all wear such expressions? As if you have never witnessed anything of this magnitude. Why could you not eliminate them all? Did they possess some form of resurrection armor, or were they ensnared by a time traveler? Even if they did, could we not simply destroy them again? Are you all right, Sister Tsunade? Shinyu asked with genuine concern. Is it truly necessary to be so astonished over such a trivial matter? I have noticed that your complexion appears somewhat off. Teacher Yujido. Should we not seek a doctor to examine Sister Tsunade? The surrounding individuals were rendered speechless. Tsunade is the mightiest medical ninja. Seek a doctor for her. Unable to contain himself, Kakashi stood beside Tsunade and recounted Shinyu's achievements from beginning to end. He frightened Shikaka to tears. He obliterated Orochimaru with a single punch. Orochimaru's assault on Konoha was thwarted by you. Tsunade's face was one of utter shock. During this period, I have been preoccupied with matters of war, leaving the aftermath of Konoha village to be managed solely by the third Hokage. I truly remain unaware of the developments. Now I finally understand why Jiraiya strongly endorses Shinyu. Ah, Jiraiya. Surely, his penchant for mischief has resurfaced. Aware of the circumstances yet choosing to withhold the truth from me. Just wait. Indeed, young man, I find you quite admirable. Suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated Tsunade's face as she patted Shinyu's shoulder with fervor. Shinyu instinctively took a step back. What are you up to? Tsunade chuckled. The unpredictability of life. Initially, Tsunade's attention towards Shinyu stemmed solely from Jiraiya's entrustment. She had merely cast him a few fleeting glances, her regard not particularly profound. He was just a novice. Even with the prowess of an elite jonin, he would hardly stir significant ripples. In the vast scale of a war involving thousands, a single elite jonin could not alter the tide of battle, and the probability of death was even higher than that of ordinary soldiers. This is because elite jonins represent the sharpest blades of their village. Once identified by the enemy, they would undoubtedly become targets of relentless pursuit. Unwavering efforts would be made to eliminate them. Yet, to her astonishment, Shinyu's strength was remarkably formidable. With a single punch, he nearly incapacitated Orochimaru, showcasing a steady power on par with that of a shadow. Perhaps, in this war, Shinyu might indeed yield unexpected outcomes. Most importantly, Tsunade's agreement to partake in this war was primarily driven by her unwavering devotion to the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, this was the village founded by the first and second Hokage. As the granddaughter of the first, she bore both responsibility and obligation. However, this did not imply that Tsunade was obliged to accept every individual within the village, particularly that old coot Danzo. From Kakashi's recent remarks, it was evident that Danzo had been eyeing Shinyu with insatiable longing, poised to act. Shinyu had undoubtedly sensed this tension. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Currently, Tsunade and Shinyu stood united on the same front. After slaying over 1,000 foes, you must be utterly exhausted? Allow me to examine if you have sustained any injuries. Tsunade began to scrutinize Shinyu from head to toe. I'm fine, Tsunade-ne. I haven't been hurt. Any perilous tasks in the future can be entrusted to me. A youthful smile graced Shinyu's face, imbued with a touch of innocence and bashfulness. Tsunade felt her heart nearly melting. Despite his formidable strength, he was still just a child, confronting over 1,000 adversaries. Even someone as seasoned as herself would feel immense pressure. Yet, Chinyu appeared unfazed, projecting an air of assurance that he was perfectly fine and that there was no need for concern. Such maturity at such a tender age. It resembles that of her own brother. Tsunade is ultimately a woman, and a woman with an exceptionally delicate emotional core. Her outward strength merely serves to conceal the sorrows of her past, particularly upon recognizing traces of her brother in Chinyu. She finds herself unable to contain her feelings and instinctively enfolds him in her embrace. There. You've worked hard. Quickly eat something and return to rest well. Chinyu, momentarily compressed by her soft form, finds it difficult to breathe. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, he cannot help but nod in agreement. Ah, the friction. Akin to the steps of a devil. Who dares to claim that Tsunade lacks femininity? The aroma is remarkably intense, as the setting sun casts its glow. They escorted Chinyu back to rest while the troops continued their advance. Although marching by night carries certain perils, they remain within the borders of the Land of Fire. While some adversaries linger, Chinyu has already purged a portion of them. On the other hand, the remaining forces consist merely of a few reconnaissance squads, hardly sufficient to pose a threat to the entire contingent. Unless they are utterly irrational, it is unlikely they would provoke a confrontation. After traversing for a full 3 hours, they finally approach the borderline. Here lies a colossal stronghold reminiscent of a town. The border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind is delineated by an imposing mountain range, with only a narrow passage leading to the outside world. The battlefield, inevitably, is the vast expanse nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The entire stronghold is constructed upon the mountainside, offering a commanding position that is easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Although the stronghold is substantial in size, Chinyu understands that such grand fortifications often arise from the throes of great wars. The troops swiftly mobilize, engaging in various tasks such as cooking and patrolling, all executed with precision under Tsunade's directives, maintaining an air of order amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the support units have also established a passageway for the transportation of supplies and the wounded. Everything is meticulously prepared, awaiting the imminent clash of battle. Due to Chinyu's formidable strength, he has been assigned to a room in the core area, akin to a private villa. While the villa itself consists merely of a modest bungalow accompanied by a courtyard, it stands in stark contrast to the ordinary ninjas who are relegated to sleeping in large communal quarters, cramped together. The environment was already quite pleasant. In the courtyard, Chinyu kindled a bonfire, while Yuhi Kurenai and the 3 little ones chatted amiably, savoring roasted meat, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a girl entered. Cradling a small piglet in her arms, it was Shizen, Tsunade's devoted attendant. Teacher Kurenai, Chinyu, Lady Tsunade requests your presence for a meeting. There is a task at hand, Shizen announced with a smile. Upon hearing about the task, Chinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. How splendid! Just as we arrive. An opportunity to earn task points presents itself. Chapter 59. Resupply within the tallest building of the outpost. Tsunade wore a rather grim expression. When Chinyu stepped inside, he noticed the senior officials leading the team were already present. Welcome, please take a seat, Tsunade said, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Chinyu. He nodded and took the first position beneath Tsunade. This position is specifically designated for Chinyu Liu, and there were no objections from the crowd. Just moments ago, we received some distressing news. Tsunade clenched her fist slightly, her gaze fixed upon a piece of intelligence. Her expression dark as the depths of water. The supply line we painstakingly established has been compromised. A transport team of 50 has been completely annihilated, and a substantial amount of resources has been plundered. What? Upon uttering these words, the senior executives below were instantly taken aback. The onset of this war has been exceedingly abrupt. Despite our best efforts to prepare, essential supplies such as weapons, food, and medical provisions cannot be assembled in just a day or two. As the ancient adage goes, before the soldiers march, provisions must be secured. However, the urgency of the situation has compelled us to act in reverse. Presently, our supplies have been directly pilfered. The food we possess is scarcely sufficient for 5 days. Moreover, the weapons we carry are pitifully few, likely allowing us to withstand only 1 or 2 assaults. The medical supplies are even more scant, barely sufficient for a single treatment. The Sand Ninjas are adept in the use of poison. Should we fall short of medical provisions, a considerable number of wounded ninjas may perish. The Sand Ninjas are likely to receive news of our inadequate supplies soon and may strike without hesitation. Re-establishing our supply lines and gathering resources again will require a minimum of 2 days. The Sand Ninjas have long plotted this war and undoubtedly have abundant supplies at their disposal. With a grave expression, Tsunade slowly rose to her feet and declared aloud, "Inform all ninjas to prepare for a fierce battle. Yes, though this crisis looms large, they are the elite of Konoha, and as ninjas, they possess the spirit to remain composed. Prepare yourselves." Tsunade gestured for them to leave. "Shinyu, please stay for a moment." Tsunade settled back down, waving her hand. "Yes." The others exited. "Shinyu," Tsunade sighed, closing her eyes and massaging her slightly aching head, aware of the formidable challenges this war presents. Who would have anticipated that upon embarking on this journey, we would encounter such a significant dilemma? "Big sister," Shinyu said, sitting quietly beside her. "I have a task for you." Tsunade opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon Shinyu. "A task?" Shinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's here. The opportunity to earn task points has arrived. According to our intelligence, they too possess a supply line. Although they have adequately prepared and their resources are plentiful, they do not require immediate transport of supplies. Nevertheless, disrupting their supply line could impose some pressure on them, causing hesitation during their offensive. Perhaps we can minimize our casualties. Your mission is to lead a small team to sabotage this supply line. Remember, post-destruction, you must leave at once. Under no circumstances should you engage with the enemy's main forces." Tsunade instructed, not forgetting to emphasize her warnings. Although Tsunade trusted that Shinyu's capabilities would make the task manageable, she still felt the weight of the situation. This young man is remarkably unpredictable in his actions. Take today's afternoon endeavor of gathering intelligence, which left Tsunade utterly bewildered. "No worries, Sister Tsunade. I assure you I will handle it," Shinyu proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in Tsunade's heart. However, with the current shortage of personnel, splitting forces was simply not feasible, especially as they delved deep into enemy territory. Shinyu is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this mission. "Come in." Tsunade clapped her hands. And as the curtain was drawn aside, 10 individuals entered. Tsunade turned to Shinyu and introduced, "This is our village's most adept reconnaissance team. You are to prepare for departure immediately." Shinyu scratched his head in contemplation. Such matters can be accomplished independently. Accompanying 10 individuals. Isn't this a burden? Ding. A side quest has been triggered. Lead 10 individuals to sabotage the supply lines of the Wind Country and plunder the Sand Ninja warehouse. Mission reward: 10 development points for the Tremor Fruit. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in Shinyu's mind. Shinyu's eyes lit up. Absolutely splendid. This task is quite appealing. While being alone allows for greater agility, having more companions enables us to carry additional supplies. Rest assured, Tsunade, we shall embark at once. By the way, before we set off, we might need to procure some supplies from the warehouse. Shinyu suddenly recalled something. "No worries, I have already spoken to them. Feel free to take whatever you need." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "It is quite reasonable. It is only natural to carry some supplies while embarking on a mission. Especially considering there are merely 11 individuals. What quantity could they possibly bring?" "Well," Shinyu nodded, rising to his feet and leading the 10 others as they strode purposefully towards the warehouse. The warehouse was nestled within a cave in the mountains, guarded by nearly 50 ninjas at its entrance. This location is of paramount importance. The supply line has already been compromised. If the enemy manages to infiltrate here, it could spell disaster. Thus, Tsunade has stationed a significant number of personnel in this area. Shinyu. Just as Shinyu approached, a familiar voice echoed, and upon turning, he saw it was Shaoli. This time, with the exception of Sasuke, the majority of the newcomers from Konoha have arrived. This is a war. And although it may lead to loss of life, it also presents a remarkable opportunity for growth. Of course, Tsunade will not allow them to engage directly on the battlefield. They will merely assist in ancillary tasks. "I have come to gather some supplies." Shinyu approached with a cheerful greeting. "Lady Tsunade has already informed us." Shaoli took the lead. "Let us proceed." A few individuals filed in, soon entering the cavern's interior, which had been hollowed out to reveal an immense space. It was filled with a myriad of supplies, swords, spears, axes, explosive tags, provisions, and a plethora of medical supplies, all abundantly stocked. Although this is a world of ninjas where techniques are paramount, the chakra within the human body is finite. In a battlefield teeming with thousands, chakra will swiftly be depleted. Ultimately, it will come down to hand-to-hand combat. Thus, cold weaponry is of utmost importance. Wow, is this not the finest of blades from our Hidden Leaf village? This one is incredibly valuable. I have seen it in stores, capable of fetching a staggering 30,000 ryo. This mission presents the perfect opportunity to select a blade and indulge in the experience. The 10 individuals behind Shinyu gazed in awe. their eyes gleaming as they beheld the towering stacks of weaponry. These are the reserves of Konoha, entirely allocated for the war effort. They instinctively assumed that Shinyu had come to select weapons, explosives, and the like. Where are the scrolls? Shinyu suddenly inquired. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Shinyu led 10 ninjas, their packs bulging, away with an air of nonchalance. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? To sabotage the enemy's supply route, one should carry ample explosives and detonators. Why are you burdened with 10 bags of sealing scrolls? The 10 individuals were equally perplexed. They had anticipated acquiring more formidable equipment to indulge in some thrilling combat. Yet, who would have thought they would be laden with scrolls? We do not produce scrolls. We merely transport them. Seeing Shinyu's enigmatic demeanor, they dared not speak nor inquire further. Shinyu's legend had already spread across the battlefield. Indeed, a strong individual operates outside conventional expectations. After departing from their base, Shinyu and his 10 companions swiftly advanced in a single direction, guided by a map previously gleaned from Konoha's reconnaissance. Suddenly, one ninja furrowed his brow and said, "Lord Shinyu, there is a 100-man squad ahead. What should we do? Should we take a detour?" The gazes of the other 9 fell upon Shinyu. After all, their mission was to disrupt the supply line. And their numbers were scant, merely 11 against 100. Although they recognized Shinyu's formidable prowess, they were acutely aware that alarming the enemy could lead to a disastrous outcome. Should even 1 or 2 adversaries escape to raise the alarm, the enemy's higher-ups would likely deduce their intentions and dispatch reinforcements, complicating their mission significantly. In such circumstances, taking a detour is undoubtedly a prudent choice. I have long since realized this. Shinyu smiled confidently, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, I have meticulously arranged the most impeccable route." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. This time, Master Shinyu displayed an unexpected composure. "Master, which route should we take to circumvent the obstacle?" One individual inquired. Shinyu pointed resolutely ahead, his gaze unwavering, advanced straight ahead. They had anticipated that Shinyu might elaborate further. After a prolonged silence, they were met with the succinct directive. "Master, what comes after advancing straight ahead?" Another person cautiously asked. "And then?" Shinyu blinked in surprise, replying, "Then we shall annihilate them all, of course." The group was momentarily taken aback. "For heaven's sake, Lord Shinyu, just a moment ago, we thought you were composed. Yet now, not only have you lost your composure, but you've done so with such fervor. How much have you imbibed before setting off? We are here to cause disruption, not to be mere fodder. You may be fearless, but we are not. Even if we could carry some proper gear, it would be preferable. Instead, we are burdened with a plethora of sealing scrolls. How do you propose we fight? Shall we hurl these scrolls at them? In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail." Shinyu clenched his fist and shouted, "In this grand dragon battle, witness how I shall vanquish them single-handedly." With that, he leaped forth with great determination. "Wait, my lord. Hold on. Impulsiveness is a treacherous foe." Panic ensued among the group. After all, they were up against 100 adversaries. Surely a few would manage to escape. Lady Tsunade had mentioned, "Enter the village quietly. We do not need gunfire. Are you not concerned about drawing attention to yourself? Oh dear. You are not from Konoha? My apologies. I possess some exceptionally vital intelligence for Lady Tsunade. I am merely passing through, so please disregard my presence." Shortly thereafter, a youthful voice, tinged with anxiety and shyness, emerged. 10 individuals stood once more in bewilderment. What is this operation? Boom. In the next moment, a deafening explosion reverberated. A large crater appeared instantaneously. Shinyu, as if teleporting, manifested before them. He clapped his hands and declared, "All done. Let us proceed." With that, Shinyu took the lead, advancing resolutely along the original path. The 10 individuals stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. Indeed, Master Shinyu was correct. Forward we march. There were no errors. They had obliterated a faction of enemies and continued their journey. This journey has proceeded rather smoothly, as they have now entered the territory of the Land of Wind, where the majority of their adversaries are stationed along the borders, with relatively few on the outskirts. Although the higher-ups of the Sand Shinobi had contemplated the possibility of a disruption to their supply lines, they swiftly dismissed such concerns. In their view, a great battle is imminent, and with the Leaf Village inadequately prepared in terms of supplies, they will undoubtedly concentrate the majority of their forces in preparation for the impending conflict. It seems unlikely that they possess the energy or manpower to instigate any sabotage. Moreover, even if sabotage were to occur, what difference would it make? We are thoroughly prepared and can sustain ourselves for at least 2 months, even if the destruction is severe. We estimate that within this time frame, we will have broken through their front lines and occupied the Leaf Village. After nearly 2 hours of advancing forward, several individuals finally reached the summit of a mountain. From this vantage point, they could see, several kilometers away, a vast and straight road, impeccably constructed. It stands in stark contrast to the hastily modified paths of the Leaf Village. Clearly, preparations had been made in advance. Indeed, the enemy's intent to vanquish us remains unyielding. We have finally arrived. The 10 individuals were utterly exhausted. Burdened with heavy loads and racing along the path, how could they not be weary? Their arduous journey was motivated by the presence of a colossal mountain peak looming across from theirs, with a road traversing the expanse of a plain spanning several kilometers between the two heights. Here, the path was in disrepair, with the highest cost for maintenance and the most time-consuming to restore. Lord Shinyu, what shall we do next? The 10 were eager, well aware that Shinyu had instructed them to carry numerous scrolls for a reason. Surely, the moment of revelation was at hand? You all take a moment to rest and recover some chakra, Shinyu said with a slight smile, stretching his neck and clenching his fists. Leave it to me. But, Lord Shinyu, if all 10 of us work together, we could expedite the destruction. One person interjected hastily, with the remaining 9 nodding in agreement. They were, after all, within enemy territory. Their combined efforts would create too much noise and easily attract a large enemy force. Moreover, Tsunade had stated that as long as they instilled a sense of deterrence, that would suffice. Furthermore, the 10 of you excel in reconnaissance, not in destruction. We must allocate our roles judiciously. Shinyu earnestly elucidated. That makes sense. They all nodded in unison. Truly, Lord Shinyu was a genius, possessing both strength and wisdom. Please be careful, Lord Shinyu. We shall maintain vigilance. Under the watchful gazes of his comrades, Shinyu leaped into the air, landing in the center of the road. The 10 focused intently, eager to witness the method by which their leader would dismantle the roadway. To their surprise, Shinyu stood there, inspecting his surroundings, and then, with a tight fist, struck the ground with great force. Crack! The earth instantly caved in, fissures radiating outward. A few individuals hurriedly stood up. Here it comes. The punching hero of Konoha has arrived. Wait a moment. Why did the crack stop spreading? He only created a pit roughly 5 meters wide and less than 10 centimeters deep. What is the purpose of this? The enemy is approaching. It is likely that the ground can be restored in less than 10 seconds. Just as a few individuals were left in bewilderment, Shinyu leapt back. Lord Shinyu, is this level of destruction not a tad insufficient? One person cautiously remarked, it does not pose any obstruction at all. No sooner had he uttered these words than, suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted. The earth in the distance began to tremble violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10. The soil beneath them surged like the surface of boiling water, and vast, unfathomable fissures, several meters wide, appeared one after another. Even the mountain beneath their feet quaked in fervor. The tremor persisted for a full minute. Between two peaks, a vast plain spanning several kilometers revealed an enormous pit. Unfathomably deep. Chapter 61. A retrospective dig at your stronghold. The 10 individuals were utterly bewildered, their mouths agape, nearly exposing what they had for dinner. By my word, Lord Shinyu, if memory serves us right, you just cautioned us to maintain a low profile and not to alert the enemy. What kind of commotion is this? What did you just say? At that moment, Shinyu turned his head to gaze at the ninja who had just spoken, stroking his chin, furrowing his brow. Deep in thought, you claim the level of destruction is too slight? There is some merit to that. No. The leaf ninja frantically waved his hands, stammering to convey something. Not slight at all. Not in the slightest. It is already quite significant. Upon witnessing the extent of the devastation, Sand Shinobi was rendered speechless, devoid of even a place to weep. Indeed, it seemed rather trivial. Under the astonished gazes of 10 ninjas, Shinyu nodded solemnly. You all wait. With that, Shinyu leaped once more into the air. My lord, please reconsider. It's already sufficient. Why utter such words when you're clearly full? I never anticipated this either. A few hastily reached out to intervene, but they were far too late. Before their hands could even extend, Shinyu had vanished from sight, suspended in midair. A faint smile graced Shinyu's lips. Perfect. It's time to test that technique. Divine grade. Earth explosion stars. Shinyu abruptly brought his hands together, then slowly spread them apart. In his grasp appeared 100 ominous black dots. Incredible! Even Shinyu was taken aback. It took considerable effort to conjure a single one, and even the legendary 6 paths of Beto managed only a few. Yet here I am, starting with 100? Truly, it is a divine ninjutsu. Impressive. Shinyu gradually extended his hand, the 100 black dots almost invisible against the night sky, gently hovering in the air. Suddenly, The ground trembled. Grains of sand began to rise, forming 100 basketball-sized stone spheres suspended in midair. Is this sufficient? Shinyu pondered carefully. I suppose I shall refrain from using the full version. A miniature variant will suffice. After all, Tsunade did advise me to keep the commotion minimal, merely to serve as a deterrent. Indeed, I am a well-behaved youth. In the next moment, Shinyu unleashed his tricolor domineering aura, along with the abilities of the Tremor Fruit and the Flame Fruit. The 10 Konoha ninjas were initially bewildered, unsure of Chinyu's intentions, particularly as the night had yet to brighten. Suddenly, they discovered over 100 fiery stone spheres floating in the air, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Where did this come from? What manner of ninjutsu is this? Fall. At this moment, Shinyu slowly parted his lips. 100 stone spheres, each the size of a basketball, plummeted with astonishing speed. Their surfaces instantaneously ignited with flames reaching nearly 1,000 degrees, adorned in a tricolored splendor, while their cores harbored the formidable power of the fruit. Boom, boom, boom. Although the stone spheres were not particularly large, the energy they contained was terrifyingly immense. Upon crashing heavily to the ground, they unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. The earth trembled violently, even giving rise to a mushroom cloud. The blast radius extended to an astonishing kilometer. 100 stone spheres descended with unrelenting ferocity, as if heralding the apocalypse. 10 Leaf Village ninjas were rendered utterly petrified. 2 of them nearly forgot to breathe, succumbing to asphyxiation. Isn't this simply astonishing? Not only has the path between the two peaks been obliterated, but the vast plains facing the Land of Wind have also been transformed into terrifying chasms. A raging inferno has ignited as well. A mission to disrupt supply lines? Is this truly one way to accomplish it? As they stood there, dumbfounded, Shinyu descended from the sky and stood beside them, saying, "This should suffice, right? If not, I can return." "No." 10 voices exclaimed in unison. "My lord, please, do not. This is more than sufficient. My lord, we should hasten back. Such a commotion must have alerted the enemy, and they may be heading this way." One person urged anxiously. "All right." Shinyu nodded. "Let us set forth towards the enemy's stronghold." The group, having just relaxed, found themselves bewildered once more at Shinyu's words. "Why are we heading to the enemy's stronghold, my lord?" "To seize supplies." Shinyu blinked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "What else could it be? Did you think I had you carry all these sealing scrolls for no reason?" The group was once again struck with astonishment. "Good heavens! So you were prepared from the very beginning. You intend to take us to seize supplies, then? What happened to following Lady Tsunade's orders? What about the promise made with your sister Tsunade? Weren't we supposed to be each other's angels? Let us go." Shinyu waved his hand dramatically and leaped into the air. The 10 exchanged glances, resigned to their fate, following such an unpredictable leader. They no longer cared if they were headed to raid the enemy's camp or to storm the Hokage's office in the Land of Wind. They were certain that following Shinyu would yield no losses. Onward. While fatigue had initially weighed upon them, the thought of seizing resources invigorated their spirits. "I should have brought more scrolls." The group surged forward with newfound vigor, racing along the outskirts of the road. It was not until they were 3 kilometers from the enemy's stronghold that they noticed several alert troops. Clearly, the enemy had also contracted their forces, likely preparing to launch an attack within the next couple of days. "You 10, extend your hands." Shinyu halted beside a tree, lightly waving his hand. An invisible barrier of the Tremor Fruit materialized, enveloping the 10 and concealing their presence. The group, slightly taken aback by Shinyu's command, complied and extended their hands. Shinyu produced a kunai, pricking the fingers of each of the 10, and then retrieved a summoning scroll, mixing his blood with theirs and inscribing it upon the scroll. The group was left in a state of bewilderment. What is the purpose of this? However, it is evident that despite Shinyu's unconventional and reckless approach to tasks, he never engages in futile endeavors. There is always a rationale behind his actions. "You all rest here beneath this tree and do not venture out. The enemy will not discover your presence," Shinyu instructed, casting a distant glance at the brightly illuminated enemy camp, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In truth, with Shinyu's prowess, a single strike of his divine skill, the celestial explosion, should suffice to annihilate them entirely. If one is insufficient, then 2 will do. And if 2 fail, 100 can be unleashed. Yet, a single CH9 exam can yield countless opportunities for such missions. Such a monumental conflict. An abundance of tasks lies ahead. Missing a mission equates to waste, and waste is a grave sin. Onward. With a gentle snap of his fingers, Shinyu summoned a barrier of the Tremor Fruit, rendering his form mysteriously invisible. He leaped gracefully into the air, reaching the periphery, his observation haki fully activated. Soon, his gaze settled upon a specific direction. There, hidden in plain sight, was a small, unremarkable black room, concealing an underground passage leading to their vast supply depot. Aha. Sand Shinobi. Grateful to my comrades for the provisions and equipment. Chapter 62. Can the affairs of ninjas be deemed theft? In the Wind Country's stronghold. The number of Sand Shinobi was substantial, particularly within the 3-kilometer radius of the outskirts. Nearly 100 10-man squads patrolled incessantly, leaving no stone unturned. However, to Chinyu, this was merely a fade. No matter how formidable their sensory abilities, they paled in comparison to his observation haki. Soon, with an air of confidence, Chinyu approached the towering walls of the fortress. 2 squads brushed past him, completely oblivious to his presence. Peering inward, he observed. In this place, the internal circumstances of the stronghold could be discerned with remarkable clarity. Though it was already the dead of night, the stronghold was ablaze with light. Particularly prominent was a massive edifice located at its center, the command center of the Land of Wind. Chinyu cast but a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. He held no interest in the command post. Rather, his excitement was piqued as he focused intently on a nondescript small bungalow nearby, which housed a warehouse. Stealthily, he infiltrated the unassuming building. Although this place serves as the entrance to a warehouse, it appears, at least on the surface, to be a rather inconsequential structure. Merely 2 elite shinobi are stationed at the entrance, standing guard. This is, after all, within the stronghold. Should any incident arise with the prowess of 2 elite jonin, even encountering a being of Kaga-level strength would allow them ample time to sound the alarm. It has been reported that our supply lines have been disrupted. The 2 Sand Shinobi, finding themselves rather bored, began to engage in conversation. Hey, one of the Sand Jonin exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. I've heard their supplies are critically low. They only manage to sustain themselves for less than a week. And their strategic resources will last merely a day or 2. Hiki, we are on the verge of conquering Konoha. Absolutely. The other Sand Shinobi nodded in vigorous agreement. Our provisions have been prepared for at least 6 months now. The stock in this warehouse will suffice for us for no less than 2 months. Humph. Those who dare to slay the 4th Kazekage must pay in blood. Unbeknownst to them, Chinyu was standing right behind, gazing with excitement at the modest dwelling before him. You 2 continue your chat. I shall take a stroll inside. See you later. Though the entire structure was fortified with Chiyo's sealing jutsu, to Chinyu, it was merely a trivial obstacle. With a gentle motion of the tremor fruit, the ceiling was instantaneously shattered, even freezing the fluctuations of space around him. The 2 jonin remained engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the disturbance. In a flash, Chinyu utilized body flicker technique to enter the house. Inside, it was enveloped in darkness, save for the faint light filtering through the windows. Activating his observation haki, he swiftly located the entrance. Descending the staircase, he was greeted by an expansive underground warehouse, revealing a vast array of neatly arranged supplies, stacked high like mountains. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Without hesitation, Chinyu pressed his hands together in a series of seals and struck down forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by billows of white smoke, 10 figures emerged instantaneously. Nanny? So much material. What is going on? We VE struck gold. Gulp. As the 10 individuals materialized and beheld the surrounding supplies, their eyes widened in disbelief, and they began to salivate uncontrollably. My heavens! Although the Land of Wind is the poorest, it is still a nation. The strategic supplies prepared by a nation are undoubtedly substantial. The 10 were thoroughly convinced, finally understanding why Chinyu had brought so many scrolls. The quantity of these supplies is exceedingly vast, and can only be transported back through the ceiling of scrolls. If one were to carry it alone, not only could they take away but a fraction, but even the possibility of breaking through back to Konoha remains uncertain. You 3, go and retrieve the explosive tags. Without hesitation, Chinyu immediately chose the most valuable ones. Each of them bore over 100 sealing scrolls, all of superior quality, capable of sealing a multitude of explosive tags. First, utilize the scrolls for sealing. If they prove insufficient, take as many as you can. Yes. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 10 individuals sparkled with excitement. What is this? It is none other than strategic resources. This is akin to gold. In times of war, currency inevitably depreciates, yet gold retains its value eternally. Sand Ninja has indeed invested significantly this time. These are all advanced explosive talismans. Each one is worth at least 4,000 taels. This item is in short supply and exceedingly rare, regardless of the time. It remains a precious treasure that appreciates in value and guarantees profit. You 3, gather medical supplies. Yes. You 2, procure provisions such as military rations. Although these items may appear to be the least valuable, they possess intrinsic significance. This is an indispensable element of warfare, hard currency. You too. Go acquire the finest tools of stealth. Yes. In the face of such abundant resources, no one can maintain a tranquil disposition. Each individual's eyes radiate an intense fervor. While sealing away items, they eagerly select the most valuable to hoard for themselves. Xinyu paid no heed, believing that any additional gain was worthwhile. As it was not their own property, let them be. Each person, in their fervent collection, was filled with exhilaration. Stealing? Can this truly be regarded as theft? Is the conduct of a ninja to be classified as stealing? This is referred to as the strategic transfer of vital resources. Those who possess virtue shall inhabit the treasures. By acquiring these supplies, Sunagakure can withdraw their forces sooner, leading to an expedited conclusion of the conflict. We are essentially saving the lives of Sunagakure. Otherwise, how many lives can withstand the relentless attacks from Xinyu, this formidable adversary? What do we call ourselves? We are akin to candles, sacrificing ourselves to illuminate the path for others. 3 hours later, gasping for breath, 10 ninjas sat on the ground, panting heavily. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, adorned their foreheads. Their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. It was the first time in their lives they experienced such exhaustion from carrying burdens. Yet, these 3 hours were not in vain. The inventory in the warehouse had been nearly completely cleared. The collection of over 1,000 advanced sealing scrolls was not acquired without effort. Retreat. With a sweeping gesture, Xinyu formed a series of hand seals, ninja art, reverse summoning technique. Bang! In a puff of smoke, 11 individuals vanished in an instant. The next moment, they all reappeared atop the tree where they had previously awaited. Xinyu, brimming with satisfaction, waved his hand triumphantly. Homeward bound. The 10, reflecting on their fruitful expedition, anticipated that Lady Tsunade would be utterly astonished, and they could hardly contain their excitement as they raced towards the stronghold of Konoha. At the Sand Ninja stronghold, the venerable Chiyo examined an expansive map, a smile gracing her wrinkled visage. You have performed admirably. Assemble the troops at once. We shall launch our attack at dawn tomorrow. I intend to catch them off guard, Chiyo declared, rising to emphatically strike the table. Yes. The Sand Ninja responded in unison. Chapter 63. Why not say it earlier? Chiyo sat within her chamber, assigning tasks. You several squads, tomorrow bring your men. But before she could finish, a figure burst into the room. Lady Chiyo, it's terrible. The 1,000-man squads we dispatched into the land of fire have all been annihilated. The Sand Ninja exclaimed breathlessly, interrupting her. All annihilated? Chiyo was momentarily taken aback, her expression growing serious. Humph. Those Konoha scoundrels are quite swift, but it matters not. It will not affect the overall strategy. You may leave. Yes. The Sand Ninja replied respectfully as they retreated. Now, where was I? Oh yes. You several squads. Tomorrow bring your Lady Chiyo. It's dire. Another figure rushed in. What now? Chiyo lifted her gaze, furrowing her brow. Just moments ago, 100-man squad within our borders was completely wiped out. We suspect that Konoha has infiltrated. Oh? Chiyo scoffed. No matter. They are merely a few reconnaissance teams. They pose no significant threat. Yes. The Sand Ninja hastily exited. What was I saying? Ah, right? Chiyo tapped her forehead. You, Lady Chiyo. This is bad. Before she could utter 2 words, yet another voice rang out as a figure rushed in frantically. What in the world is going on? Chiyo's patience was fraying. Are you all conspiring to interrupt me? One after another, can I not finish my statement? Lady Chiyo, there has been an earthquake near the rear mountain range, and our supply routes have been compromised. The Sand Ninja reported urgently. Then send someone to repair it. Chiyo exclaimed, her frustration mounting. The rear mountains are not far from here. An earthquake that was felt here would imply that it was minor. The damage must be limited. Is it truly necessary for one to concern themselves with such trivial matters? We are unable to rectify this situation. The Sand Ninja lamented, I cannot accomplish this. You should witness the scene for yourselves. A vast chasm lies before us, utterly devastated, devoid of a single foothold. What means do we possess to undertake repairs? To assert that it cannot be mended is absurd. It was merely a minor earthquake. How can you claim it is beyond repair? Chiyo furrowed her brow in indignation, striking the table forcefully. What are you all doing? What use are you to the land of wind? Lord Chiyo. The earthquake occurred solely at the narrow entrance of the mountains with considerable destructive force. Strangely, however, other areas remain unscathed. Moreover, we have been subjected to a meteor shower. The Sand Ninja's expression turned peculiar. The meteors appeared to have targeted us. According to our analysis, nearly 100 meteors descended directly along our path, striking the ground with precision. The damage spans several dozen kilometers. Here are the photographs, the Sand Ninja declared. retrieving a set of images from within his robes and placing them upon the table. Goodness! Where is this? Is this the rear mountains? What has happened to the central plain? How has it transformed into a gaping pit? Where has our road vanished to? Did these meteors truly strike in such a linear fashion, without a single deviation? What sort of formidable meteors possessed such destructive power? A precise assault? The high-ranking officials of the Land of Wind were left utterly astounded after viewing the images. What on earth is this? We have been ninjas for so long. Yet this is the first time we've encountered such a phenomenon. Earthquakes and meteors equipped with Billion scopes. Lady Chiyo, after a moment of bewilderment. Everyone's gaze fell upon her. Chiyo was equally perplexed, staring at the photograph, mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. In all her years, she had never faced such a situation. Lady Chiyo, could this be the work of those from Konoha? One person cautiously inquired. Impossible. The level of destruction here is beyond even what that old man Saratobi can conjure with his ninjutsu, she replied with a dismissive snort. It's merely a coincidence. There is no need for concern. We still have a full 2 months' worth of supplies at our disposal, and we can immediately reach out to the village to prepare for road repairs. Although the damage is significant, 2 months should suffice for restoration. Moreover, Konoha is ill-prepared and won't hold out for long. They may crumble at a moment's notice. When that happens, we can march directly into the Land of Fire and seize their resources. Chiyo shook her head in resolute denial, her confidence unwavering as she continued. Indeed, Lady Chiyo is correct. As long as we win this war, this minor destruction is inconsequential. Yes, Chiyo is a seasoned warrior, a cunning fox of 1,000 years. With just a few words, she uplifted the spirits and rallied the troops. We shall proceed, Chiyo declared, her finger poised over the map, ready to speak. Before glancing up toward the doorway, no one is there, right? Would there be an unexpected visitor this time? Ah, indeed, no one is here. I can speak freely now. Just as Chiyo was about to utter her thoughts, suddenly, a figure rushed in. Chiyo-dano, something terrible has happened. Silence. Chiyo could no longer tolerate it. I shall not concern myself any longer. This is a matter of utmost importance, and I must finish my words. Everyone, silence. The ninja who entered was taken aback, immediately closing their mouths in the face of Chiyo's wrath, too fearful to speak. You two in the first squad will attack from the left. You two in the second squad will assault from the right, while I shall lead the main force for a frontal attack. Chiyo tirelessly delegated tasks. Speaking for a good half-hour, Konoha's preparations were insufficient, and morale would undoubtedly be low. We must strike decisively and swiftly. Gentlemen, on this very day next month, we shall reconvene in Konoha. I will represent the Sand Ninja Village to celebrate your glorious achievements. Finally, nearing completion, she slammed the table with vigor, rallying everyone's spirits. Victory is ours. The higher-ups from the Land of Wind, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, raised their fists in exuberant cheers as though triumph was within reach. Gather more supplies from the warehouse. Do not fear waste, for our reserves are ample and well-stocked. Chiyo smirked, stating, as long as we win this war, the wealth we expend will multiply in return. Yes. A throng of individuals hastily departed. What was it you wished to say? With the mission assigned, Chiyo finally exhaled, taking a seat while gazing at the Sand Ninja who had just barged in. Lady Chiyo, the Sand Ninja's face was grim, his eyes twitching as he struggled to articulate his words. Our supplies have vanished. Everyone in the room froze in disbelief. What? Chiyo suddenly leapt to her feet, incredulous as she exclaimed. What is happening? When did this occur? Abido and I were guarding the warehouse entrance without incident, only to find the door suddenly blown open by the wind. The seal placed by Lady Chiyo was supposed to prevent such a thing. We found it odd. So we went to investigate, only to discover barely any provisions left, just some soon-to-expire rations, the Sand Ninja stammered. Why didn't you say this sooner? Speak up earlier. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Chiyo's fury erupted. The Sand Ninja was on the verge of tears. I wanted to say it, but you wouldn't let me speak. Am I to blame? Chapter 64. Tsunade prepares a retreat plan at this moment. Within Konoha's camp, Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. Dawn was approaching, yet Shinyu had yet to return. How long had it been? Tsunade glanced at Shizen beside her. Lady Tsunade. It has been 8 hours. Shizen checked the time. 8 hours? A growing sense of unease settled within Tsunade. 8 hours should have been ample time for them to infiltrate the Land of Wind, enjoy a cup of tea, have a meal, and return. Could it be that they had encountered an ambush? A sudden thought struck Tsunade. The high-ranking officials of the Sand Ninja Village are not foolish, especially that old fox, Chiyo, who has lived for a millennium. They may have been well prepared in advance. Although Chinyu possesses great strength, He lacks experience in warfare and might fall victim to an ambush due to his naivety. No, I can wait no longer. Tsunade could no longer remain seated. She stood abruptly. Dispatched 2 squads immediately to investigate and ascertain whether Chinyu has encountered any trouble. Merely disrupting the supply line 8 hours is sufficient for 2 round trips. Having been away for such an extended period, it is certain that something must have transpired. This is indeed the most promising newcomer of Konoha. We must ensure that nothing goes amiss. At that moment, a Konoha ninja rushed in, panting heavily. Lady Tsunade, he gasped, according to our surveillance. The Sand Ninja forces began a frenzied mobilization 2 hours ago. I fear they are about to launch a full-scale assault. Upon hearing the words of the Konoha Jonin, Tsunade's expression instantly darkened profoundly. So soon? Indeed. This group of despicable scoundrels intends to launch an attack while we are still unsteady and lacking in resources. Truly. They seek to exploit our vulnerability. Immediately issue orders to prepare for a defensive counterattack. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed. We must endure until the day the road is repaired. Indeed, responded the Leaf's Jonin hastily, just as he was about to convey the orders. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Might Guy and several high-ranking members of the Leaf entered in succession. Lady Tsunade. We have heard rumors of significant movements from the Sand Shinobi. They are likely to attack, Might Guy said with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Tsunade replied, her expression grave. Her narrowed eyes giving a slight nod. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Have they truly decided to act so swiftly? We had anticipated a few more days of respite. The movement was exceedingly swift. The Sand Shinobi, having discerned our dire shortage of supplies, initiated their assault prematurely, purposefully depleting our available forces. Kakashi's expression was equally grim. Lady Tsunade, should we not formulate a retreat plan en route? Asuma suggested, recalling something. Absolutely not. Madogai vehemently opposed, establishing a retreat strategy before a great battle would severely undermine morale and spirit. However, based on our previous wartime experiences, the supplies we currently possess can barely sustain 2 frontal engagements. By the time our resources are nearly exhausted, it would be too late to devise an escape plan. Asuma expressed his helplessness. I too wish for a different course, but circumstances leave us no choice. Supplies. It all boils down to this accursed lack of resources. If we were adequately supplied, we wouldn't need to tread so cautiously. Tsunade slammed her hand onto the table with considerable force. The individuals in the room jumped in surprise. Exchanging glances, each hesitant to speak. There was little to be done. The strength of the Wind Country was inherently inferior to that of Konoha, and their strategy had been executed with precision, taking advantage of our unsteady footing and lack of provisions to deliver a decisive blow. Just then, a languid voice broke through. Sister Tsunade, I have returned. In the next moment, Chinyu stumbled through the doorway, a smile adorning his face, followed by 10 Leaf Shinobi. They were laden with heavy bundles, drenched in sweat, pallid, and trembling from exhaustion, yet their faces radiated sheer excitement. What happened to Sister Tsunade? Why the outburst? Chinyu inquired, puzzled upon entering. Wonderful, you all are back. Tsunade's eyes lit up, her heart swelling with joy. She approached Chinyu, examining him closely. Are you uninjured? Go rest properly. The Sand Shinobi have begun mobilizing their troops, and it won't be long before they launch a full-scale assault. Are we to engage in battle? Chinyu's face instantly beamed with exhilaration. After a night of exertion, they had only encountered a small squad of 100. A large-scale war would surely yield more mission points. By the way, Sister Tsunade, Chinyu said, glancing at the 10 individuals behind him. We managed to procure some supplies along the way. Oh, did you come across a transport unit from the Wind Country? Tsunade momentarily paused. Then a gentle smile graced her face as she affectionately ruffled Chinyu's hair. You truly have worked hard. These 10 large packages may appear substantial, however. In the face of war, the number of participants often exceeds tens of thousands. The meager supplies are but a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, it is the thought behind Chinyu's gesture that counts. Very well, you should return and rest adequately. Tsunade resumed her serious demeanor, casting her gaze upon the high-ranking officials around her, gravely stating, Asuma is correct. Our resources are insufficient, and we must indeed contemplate our retreat strategy. Ahem, Sister Tsunade. The supplies we have brought back are ample. I believe retreat is unnecessary. At that moment, Chinyu gently cleared his throat and touched his nose. Ha. Asuma chuckled heartily. Stepping forward to pat Chinyu's shoulder, you are still too young. While the supplies you have brought may seem significant in the reality of war, where tens of thousands clash, they are woefully inadequate. The other high-ranking officials of Konoha also shared a hearty laugh, clearly aligning with Asuma's perspective. Shinyu pondered for a few seconds. I certainly understand your reasoning. However, the supplies I have indeed suffice. His gaze fell upon a Konoha ninja by his side. These individuals accompanied Shinyu and toiled throughout the entire night, developing a profound understanding amongst themselves. Upon catching Shinyu's gaze, they instantly comprehended and unceremoniously hurled the package to the ground. Subsequently, the package burst open, spilling a plethora of scrolls. The inhabitants of Konoha were taken aback. Ninjutsu scrolls? My word. We had assumed you had pilfered something of genuine value, yet you merely seized this? What purpose does this wretched thing serve? It would be more beneficial to seize a couple of blades instead. Amidst the disdainful gazes of a few, a ninja from the hidden leaf clutched a scroll. Abruptly unfurling it and forming hand seals, sealing technique, release, bang. As the words left his lips, a multitude of explosive tags materialized, completely covering the long table at the center of the conference room. Everyone present was left in utter bewilderment, the atmosphere falling into a profound silence. Chapter 65. I stole from the opponent's home. The higher-ups of the hidden leaf stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Initially, they believed that Shinyu had merely disrupted a transport convoy, pilfering a small fraction of supplies. However, they could not have anticipated such absurdity. Tsunade, equally astounded, shifted her gaze from the table to the ground, where she beheld a package brimming with hundreds of scrolls. She swallowed hard, her eyes finally resting on Shinyu. And with great difficulty, she posed a question she scarcely dared to voice. Are all these scrolls sealing scrolls? Indeed. Shinyu nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. All of these contain explosive tags? Tsunade hesitated for a considerable time, summoning her courage to ask a question she could hardly believe. This package, is it truly? Shinyu nodded affirmatively and glanced backward. This package contains them as well. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, the high-ranking officials of Konoha collectively drew in a sharp breath. All of them. A single sealing scroll contains such an abundance of explosive tags. These two large parcels contain nearly 1,000 sealed scrolls. How many seals must be placed upon this? Asuma felt a wave of dizziness, struggling to comprehend the situation. He reached for a scroll, and in an instant, the sealing technique was undone. Bang! A cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he was immediately submerged by an overwhelming number of explosive tags. Could it truly be real? Kakashi's incredulous gaze turned toward the other large parcels. Surely, do not tell us that those bundles are filled with sealing scrolls as well. Are more resources sealed within them? Shinyu urged everyone to discard all the burdens onto the ground. These two contain military rations, these hold medical supplies, and these are filled with ninja tools, he elaborated. As Shinyu continued his explanation, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly hushed. By the end, even the sound of breathing faded into silence. Every pair of eyes, as if witnessing a ghost, fixated on the scrolls scattered across the floor. These individuals are all high-ranking officials of Konoha, at the very least special jonin. It is evident that Shinyu and his companions are carrying advanced sealing scrolls. It is equally clear to them the vast quantities of resources these scrolls can contain, in amounts so substantial it could sustain them for 2 months. Where did you acquire these supplies? Tsunade inquired, voicing a question that had lingered in everyone's minds. Shinyu responded with an expression of obviousness. Where else could I have gone but to the enemy's warehouse? Isn't it quite apparent? Tsunade and the others were once again left in a state of bewilderment. Shinyu actually ventured into the enemy's stronghold and returned with such an abundance of supplies? That is, after all, the enemy's lair, not your own abode. Must you wear such a casual expression? Just how much did you manage to seize? Kai, trembling slightly, inquired in confusion from the side. Nearly emptied it, I suppose? There were just a few rations left, nearing their expiration date, which I opted not to take. Shinyu scratched his head and recalled. The 10 ninjas behind Shinyu nodded in agreement, affirming that they had indeed cleared it out, leaving only a few soon-to-expire provisions. These two sentences incessantly swirl within the minds of the high-ranking officials at each Konoha command center, playing on an endless loop. That is the very warehouse of the Wind Country's stronghold. They should have commenced preparations for this war long ago, accumulating resources over many years. And what is the outcome? To have been packed away and brought back by you with so many sealing scrolls? This act is indeed audacious, yet executed with remarkable finesse. Shinyu is truly extraordinary. Wait a moment. Asuma recalled something and looked incredulously at Shinyu. That is the enemy's warehouse, undoubtedly heavily guarded. How did you manage to infiltrate it with 10 individuals without alerting them, and emerge unscathed? I would like to inquire about the steps you took to retrieve the supplies. 3 steps, indeed. The first step was to open the warehouse door, the second was to retrieve the items, and the third was to close the warehouse door. What difficulty lies within that? Shinyu displayed an innocuous smile. In the high-level conference room, Tsunade and a group of Konoha's elite were left utterly petrified. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flabbergasted. Is that not the warehouse within the enemy's main camp? How can you present it as though it were a simple stroll through a garden? Turning to the 10 individuals behind him, they vigorously nodded in agreement. Indeed. Lord Shinyu spoke the truth. We merely engaged in a straightforward task of transporting goods. Working alongside Lord Shinyu is invigorating, safe, and fulfilling. Just moments ago, they were deeply troubled by the lack of supplies and were devising an evacuation plan. Yet, in an instant, Shinyu had placed the solution directly before them, alleviating the collective dilemma. With these supplies, we possess enough resources to sustain several major battles, all thanks to Shinyu. Shinyu, you have worked tirelessly. Please take your team and rest. Tsunade shook her head, recognizing that everyone harbors their own little secrets. Shinyu feigned ignorance, and she had no desire to delve deeper. With the impending war, it was prudent to continue preparing the battle plans. That impudent young man. I merely instructed him to disrupt the rout. Yet he managed to infiltrate their stronghold and seize their supplies. Very well, farewell, Lady Tsunade. Should a mission arise, do summon me at once. For the sake of the task and the village of Konoha, I fear neither hardship nor exhaustion. Shinyu gazed longingly at Tsunade before departing with his 10 companions. Though he felt a twinge of regret, his weary companions hastened to find rest. What remarkable youths they are. Having accomplished a monumental feat, they remain humble and steadfast, eager to contribute to the glory of Konoha. Such embodies the will of fire. Truly, they are extraordinary young individuals. The higher-ups of Konoha were moved by Chinyu's spirit and began to commend him. Immediately, let us dispatch personnel to lift the seal and assess the quantity of supplies. Do not let the presence of these resources breed complacency. My intention in sending Chinyu to disrupt the rout was merely a preliminary measure, considering the timeline. He likely only executed minor sabotage while expending considerable time transporting supplies. It will not be long before they resume their operations, with supplies flowing in once again. Thus, we must prepare earnestly for battle. Tsunade, having endured several wars, did not allow the acquisition of resources to cloud her judgment. She remained composed and vigilant. Indeed, Kakashi and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, however, a figure burst through the door. It was a Konoha Genin, whom Tsunade had stationed outside to gather intelligence. His face was animated with an expression of utmost urgency. What is it? Has the enemy launched an attack? Tsunade inquired hastily upon seeing his demeanor. No, the Konoha Genin replied mechanically, shaking his head. Lady Tsunade, you will understand upon viewing this photograph. The Konoha Jonin retrieved a photograph from his bosom. The crowd hurriedly gathered around, peering closely. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a scene of utter devastation, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. The ground was riddled with deep craters, one after another. Where could this be? Kakashi pondered for a while, yet failed to recognize the location. What place is this? This is the route within the Land of Wind. A Leaf Village shinobi spoke with great difficulty. What? How is that possible? Might Guy expressed disbelief. I have previously undertaken missions there and traversed that path. It cannot possibly be this. This mountain looks somewhat familiar. Damn it. It truly is that road. How could it have changed so drastically? Did a tailed beast battle occur here? How many tailed beast bombs must have been unleashed upon this ground? Chapter 66. The Akatsuki organization takes the blame. The Great War begins. At the Sand Ninja stronghold in the Land of Wind, Chiyo led a group of high-ranking officials, rushing chaotically into the warehouse. Upon entering, everyone was left dumbfounded. Where are the supplies? Where are our resources? The mountains of explosive tags. The ninja tools we purchased at great expense. The medical supplies we painstakingly gathered over the past 6 months. Where have they all gone? How could you be the guardians of this warehouse? Such a vast quantity of supplies was stolen right under your noses, and you remain oblivious. Speak up. Are you colluding with the enemy? Chiyo turned to the 2 guards of the warehouse, scolding them loudly. The 2, upon hearing this, were left utterly bewildered, nearly brought to tears. This is a grave injustice. A tremendous injustice. Lady Chiyo, you clearly set up seals above. How could they have been breached? Is this matter also partially your responsibility? We cannot be burdened with every issue. Lady Chiyo, please remain calm. The Sand Village's senior ninja hastily interjected. We firmly believe that those 2 would never betray the village. There must be some underlying circumstances. Oh, Chiyo, infuriated, found herself calming down upon hearing her subordinate's words. She furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, what do you imply? The warehouse is situated in the heart of our base and is sealed by Lady Chiyo herself. It is likely that even the 3rd Hokage's presence would stir considerable commotion. The assailants may not be from Konoha. Perhaps they are. Upon hearing those words, Chiyo immediately comprehended the implication, her murky old eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her features. You mean the Akatsuki that Scorpion is connected to? Indeed, replied the Jonin beside her, speaking cautiously, a lingering fear evident in his tone. Not long ago, they captured several Jinchuriki, displaying unfathomable power. It's possible they are deliberately stirring the waters to seize resources. That is a plausible theory, Chiyo mused for a considerable time before eventually nodding slowly. She had encountered the Akatsuki before. Each member was a top-tier ninja, remarkably formidable. Particularly, the leader of the Akatsuki was an individual of terrifying strength. It was quite conceivable that they had, through some arcane ninjutsu, managed to unravel his seal and abscond with all the treasures. After all, the Akatsuki also required funds. These wretched individuals dare to meddle even in matters of war, and they have audaciously seized our substantial supplies. Lady Chiyo, what should our next course of action be? Should we alter the previously established offensive plan? Inquired an elite jonin standing nearby. We cannot alter our course. Our resources are already dwindling, and the roads have been severely damaged. A sudden change in our strategy would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of Konoha. If they were to catch wind of our predicament, the consequences would be dire. We had initially intended to leverage our abundant supplies to engage in a war of attrition. Now, we must muster all our strength to conquer Konoha and seize their resources. This is our only glimmer of hope. Chiyo's expression was grave, her teeth clenched in frustration, nearly moved to tears. My composure is shattered. What began as a perfect start has devolved into this chaos. The once pristine roads are now marred by earthquakes and falling stars. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to restore them successfully. This is simply unacceptable. The warehouse, once brimming with supplies, has been completely looted, leaving only a small quantity of near-expiry provisions that one dare not consume. Who knows if that group of ruffians sprinkled some dubious seasoning before their departure? Fortunately, a previous distribution of resources had occurred, sufficient to support a single offensive. There remains a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Otherwise, instead of fighting, surrendering would be the only option. Chiyo now attributes all misfortunes to her ill fate, beset by natural disasters and human calamities. If she were to discover that all this chaos was orchestrated by Chinyu, who also profited from the situation in Konoha, she would surely be incensed to the point of hemorrhaging. Indeed, her subordinates nodded in agreement before hastily departing to prepare. Ding. Task completed. Earning 10 development points for the Tremor fruit, Chinyu had just returned to his residence when the notification of his success chimed in. The development of the Tremor fruit had reached 60, now manifesting a true capacity for cataclysmic destruction, although he had received his task rewards. Chinyu's thoughts were consumed by the elusive god-level dark fruit. When would he be able to engage? His current task points barely exceeded 1,100. There remained a considerable distance to cover. Nonetheless, Chinyu understood that such matters could not be rushed. Perhaps a brief respite on the bed would do him good. Reclining on his bed, Chinyu closed his eyes to rejuvenate, but before long, a cacophony of footsteps erupted at the door. He hastily opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and exited with urgency. Indeed, the Konoha contingent was fully armed, adorned with an array of weaponry, each emblazoned with the Sand Ninja insignia. Initially perplexed upon receiving supplies from the Sand Ninja, they soon learned of Chinyu's audacious heist of their warehouse. Their astonishment quickly transformed into uncontainable excitement. Morale surged. To wield your own weapons against you, what a farcical turn of events. Are we truly to engage in battle? Chinyu was elated. Master Chinyu. At that moment, an elite CH-9 descended from the sky, landing before Chinyu. Reports from the front indicate that tens of thousands of Sand Ninja are converging towards the border. War is imminent. Oh. Chinyu was poised to inquire further about the details when bang, bang, bang. The distant sound of violent explosions reverberated. In the vast jungles along the border, countless figures surged forth like a swarm of ants. Ding. Alarms blared throughout the Konoha base. Despite the overwhelming enemy numbers, Konoha was already well prepared, exhibiting no signs of panic. The front lines of both forces clashed. The sounds of battle erupted forth. Capture the leader first, disregard the others. Charge with me, and seize Tsunade. Chiyo, mingling within the throng, gazed towards the towering command center, hastening alongside a cadre of elite Sand Ninja warriors. These individuals represent the pinnacle of strength from the land of wind, uniting like a razor-sharp blade, unstoppable in their advance. They swiftly breached the defenses and reached the front of the command center. Chiyo, the old woman, has come specifically to see you. Are you still cowering in fear of blood? How much longer do you intend to hide within? Outside the command center, Chiyo sneered repeatedly. Instantly, nearly 100 puppets appeared at her side, each wielding various weapons, repelling all approaching leaf ninjas. Truly, she is the queen of puppet techniques. Each puppet possesses the prowess of elite Chunin or even Jonin. On the battlefield, Chiyo embodies a power equivalent to that of a Kage. She commands numerous subordinates, wielding the ability to alter the course of a war. Chiyo is acutely aware that defeating Tsunade will lead to a disheartened leaf village, causing their defenses to crumble and resolving their logistical predicaments in an instant. Chapter 67. Jinyu beckons, come here. Inside the tent, Tsunade's complexion was ashen as she huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, succumbing to her hemophobia. The deaths of her beloved and brother had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon her. As the flames of war reignited, Tsunade finally faced blood once more, the shadows of her past surging forth from the depths of her heart. Damn it. What to do now? Kakashi and Might Guy were in a state of desperation. Chiyo was indeed a formidable foe, and only Tsunade stood against her. There is another. Jinyu. Kakashi. A glimmer sparked in Might Guy's eyes beneath his thick brows. A smile breaking forth that revealed his radiant teeth as he gave a thumbs up. This is the moment when youth ignites. I will hold off this old woman for a moment. You must find Jinyu quickly. Guy, be cautious. Kakashi was no indecisive individual. He understood that this was indeed the best course of action. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and Kakashi vanished in an instant, rushing to find Jinyu. Guy turned to his companion, Lee, and patted him on the shoulder. Lee, pay close attention. This is the power of youth. The seventh gate, the open gate. With those words, a torrent of violent chakra surged forth. Might Guy leaped into the air, gazing at Chiyo and her companions from a distance, and without hesitation unleashed his ultimate technique, ninja art, Morning Peacock. Countless flaming peacocks surged forth towards Chiyo and her group. A manifestation of the azure beast of the leaf. Quite impressive, indeed. Chiyo showed no fear, but rather a keen interest, beckoning with her fingers as nearly 100 puppets soared into the sky. The fierce battle commenced. A tremendous explosion erupted at the center stronghold, naturally capturing Shinyu's attention. As he lifted his gaze, Kakashi appeared beside him in an instant, urgently explaining the situation. They must have discovered the stolen supplies, prompting their reckless assault to overwhelm us all at once. You must buy us some time, enough for Lady Tsunade to conquer her inner demons. The future of the leaf rests upon your shoulders, Kakashi solemnly entrusted. Just a minor skirmish. Jinyu patted his chest, proclaiming, leave it to me. Buy time? This is our forte. If we can eliminate all adversaries, wouldn't that be the most exquisite method of prolonging time? Just moments ago, I was contemplating the daunting task ahead. How could I orchestrate a grand spectacle to accumulate points? Yet, to my astonishment, the enemies have delivered themselves right to my doorstep. The Sand Ninja's dedication is commendable. Fearful that I might struggle and fail the mission, they have graciously provided takeout straight to my home. With such enthusiasm, how could I possibly refuse? I can only accept wholeheartedly, dispatching each foe with a single punch, sending them back to their hometowns. I must send a banner of gratitude to the land of wind. Jinyu, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Might Guy was nearing his physical limits, gritting his teeth in perseverance, harboring a flicker of despair within. Is this the true strength of a shadow-level powerhouse? Must I open the 8th gate and fight with all my might? Bang! With a Herculean effort, I managed to shatter a puppet, only to be met by another 10 puppets, armed and advancing from all directions. For the sake of Konoha. As the 8th gate of Might Guy, I grit my teeth, ready to unleash my full potential, when suddenly, a figure dashed in. Boom. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, instantly reducing the 10 puppets to dust. Jinyu caught Might Guy with one hand, the other resting casually behind his back, his expression serene and untroubled. The tyrant of the fire shadow world descended from the heavens, saving Might Guy. As Jinyu inadvertently glanced at the task points, he was taken aback. The task points had increased by 50? Each puppet grants 5 task points? Incredible! Such an increase? Could it be that these puppets are under the control of Chiyo, a shadow-level powerhouse? The exceptional quality under her manipulation must be the reason. This was indeed worth my effort. Chiyo, you shall not escape unscathed. Cough, cough. I meant to say, I shall extract every bit from you, cough. With great peril at hand, I must focus on the battle. I cannot afford to be distracted. The divine fruit of the dark fruit, with 100% development, beckons to me. Gasping heavily at the entrance, Might Guy leaned against the door, his bones aching as if they were breaking. Rest easy, teacher Guy. I shall handle this old hag, Jinyu declared, rising to his feet and standing at the forefront, casting a grin at Chiyo that was unsettling in its intensity. He extended a finger towards Chiyo, beckoning her slightly. Come here. Nanny? It's him. The sand ninja standing behind Chiyo recognized him instantly. His face a mask of terror as he instinctively took a step back. Lady Chiyo, he is the one Master Maki spoke of, the newly crowned strongest rookie of Konoha. Oh, is it him? Chiyo's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Let me witness what this young Konoha brat is truly capable of. Maki had relayed Shinyu's impressive feats upon his return. A mere glance had terrified Shikaku, leaving Gaara in a deep coma. He had even incapacitated Orochimaru with a single punch, causing the infamous rogue ninja to vanish without a trace. Chiyo, though astounded, remained skeptical. How could a young newcomer possess such power? Perhaps it was merely an illusion created by the hidden strength of Konoha's other formidable warriors. Or perhaps Shikaku was merely feigning weakness, having done so before. As for incapacitating Orochimaru, that cunning serpent. Who knows what trickery he is up to? People are often like this. They believe only what they see, and they never turn back until they hit the wall. However, despite her doubts, the ancient fox that is Chiyo was shrewd and cunning. When pouncing on a rabbit, one must use full force. Thus, she resolved to unleash her utmost power. Regardless of whether this young man truly possessed such abilities, eliminating him would be the safest course of action. You lot, hold off these elite Konoha jounin. Once I eliminate this brat, I will deal with Tsunade. With a grave countenance, Chiyo took a step forward, unleashing a torrent of puppets toward Shinyu. Swish. Countless ninja tools flew toward Shinyu from all directions, their tips coated in a purple-green liquid, clearly laced with deadly poison. As a top-tier puppeteer, Chiyo's expertise in puppet manipulation was unparalleled. Every joint, every segment of her puppets could harbor lethal surprises. How dare you not evade? Chiyo sneered. These are coated with lethal poison. A mere touch will spell your doom. Bang, bang, bang. Before Chiyo could finish her sentence, innumerable poison darts struck Shinyu. Yet he emerged unscathed. Nanny. His defense is extraordinary. Lightning release, perhaps? As a powerful figure of the same generation as the third Hokage, Chiyo was well versed in the secrets and techniques of the various ninja villages. With such an abnormal defense guarding the entrance, eliminating Tsunade would indeed be a challenge. Yet, despite the complications, Chiyo remained unfazed. Being an old guard, she still had her tricks. She beckoned with her fingers. Almost 100 puppets converged in an instant. But Shinyu paid them no mind, standing resolute, allowing their attacks to rain upon him. His excitement unfurled as he charged toward Chiyo. This Chiyo summoning puppets evokes a sensation akin to a video game where one can infinitely upgrade by respawning minor monsters. Hiki. Chiyo, how many puppets do you possess? Come on, come on. Grant me some points for my cheats, no shame in that. The puppets aren't truly expended, they merely accompany you in a different manner. Observing Shinyu's wild charge, and the deranged grin adorning his face, a sudden unease stirred within Chiyo's heart. This fellow has suddenly become somewhat frightening. The ferocious momentum resembled that of a lustful bull. Yet, being a seasoned ninja, she managed to compose herself, evading the onslaught with agility. Her murky old eyes gradually narrowed, as if anticipating something. Suddenly, a faint, icy smile crept across Chiyo's lips, and without warning, she clasped her hands together. Foolish lad. You've fallen into my trap. Chapter 68. Chiyo. My poison is formidable, and I possess great confidence. Shinyu stood momentarily stunned. It was only then that I realized I was encircled by nearly 100 puppets. They had all opened their wide mouths, from which elongated nozzles protruded. Hissing sounds filled the air as countless plumes of dark purple smoke erupted forth, enveloping Shinyu entirely. This is bad. Is it the deadly poison from the Land of Wind? Kakashi, standing nearby, was horrified, but it was too late to issue a warning. The Land of Wind. The most barren among the 5 great ninja nations is characterized by vast stretches of desert. Yet, it is precisely this desolation that has given rise to an array of unique and dangerous creatures found nowhere else among the ninja nations: venomous scorpions, snakes, spiders, and various toxic insects. After decades of research, the Sand Shinobi had developed a terrifying arsenal of poisons. As the queen of puppet masters, Chiyo's toxins were even more sinister. Can you withstand my attacks? Can you endure my poison? Chiyo scoffed, as the exorbitantly priced toxic mist gushed forth like water, relentless in its pursuit. It would be worth any cost to eliminate such a promising young talent from Konoha. Just as Chiyo finished speaking, a figure burst forth from the noxious haze. It was Shinyu. Upon seeing his skin tinged with a faint shade of purple, a smile finally broke across Chiyo's wrinkled face. Once you've been tainted by the poison, your fate is sealed. Enough of your prattle. For Konoha, I shall ascend to the heavens, pouring forth my fervent blood. Undeterred in my advance, even if it takes every last drop of my essence when the chaos of yin and yang unfolds. I shall dye the skies with my ninja way. Shinyu, filled with fervor, raised his fist to strike. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were moved to tears. Even Chiyo gazed at Shinyu with a tinge of regret. What a remarkable young man. It would be splendid if this were to happen in the Sand Ninja Village. However, despite the lamentation, his strikes were executed with unwavering precision. The puppets surrounding Shinyu launched an even more ferocious assault. Naturally, with Shinyu's prowess, he could effortlessly obliterate them all with a single punch. Yet, if such an event were to transpire, the remaining sand ninjas would undoubtedly scatter like frightened birds and beasts. Moreover, there are so many puppets valued at 5 points. At this moment, killing Chiyo would be futile. The task is bound to fail. Shinyu is not foolish enough to fall into that trap. I must feign the appearance of being truly poisoned and weak. I want you all to believe that with just a bit more effort, you could extinguish my life. Yes, everyone, give it your all. I'm on the verge of demise. Once again, Chiyo leaped aside, using 2 puppets to block Shinyu's assault. Just then, Shinyu suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, his complexion paling significantly. As he gasped for breath, "Haha!" Chiyo, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. "Boy, don't think you can escape my poison by holding your breath. The moment my toxin touches your skin, it will seep in immediately. You are already at your limits, unable to hold on for long. I advise you to remain still if you wish to live a few more minutes." Humph. Shinyu, appearing exceedingly frail, lifted his head to gaze at Chiyo. "As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Such a stubborn little brat. Do you not understand? This poison is concocted from 99 deadly substances. Not even an S-class ferocious beast could endure it for more than a few minutes. The more you struggle, the faster the toxin spreads. Even if I were to provide you with an antidote now, your fate would remain unchanged." Chiyo beckoned with her finger, causing 10 puppets to constrict around him, her cold laughter echoing. "Fear not. I can assure you, you shall perish before me. I will dance upon your grave and offer a few old bones as company." A mocking smile danced on Shinyu's pale visage. "You insolent brat." Enraged, Chiyo commanded her puppets to attack Shinyu ferociously. Bang! Shinyu shattered one with a single punch. Humph! Even in such a state, you still possess strength? The likes of the old Saratobi and his twisted village of Konoha always seem to produce anomalies, but you shall soon meet your end. No more than 30 seconds remain. Despite the loss of a puppet, Chiyo felt a twinge of regret. Yet, trading one for Shinyu's life was worth it. Bang! Bang! 30 seconds later, Shinyu remained intact, having destroyed 2 more puppets. He hasn't died yet? Could it be related to his bloodline limit? Humph. So what if that is the case? At most, he can only hold out for another minute. Chiyo was somewhat taken aback, but quickly resumed her relentless assault. 1 minute later. Bang! 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 3 additional puppets fell to Shinyu's might. What? Chiyo was bewildered. How is he still standing? Perhaps, as my old rival, Konoha has developed several antidotes specifically for my toxins. It's likely this is having some effect, but that is all it amounts to. No one but me can counteract my poison. 10 minutes later. Bang! 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 Chiyo stared at the solitary puppet remaining beside her, plunging into a deep pit of self-doubt. What in the world is happening? Why, after enduring the relentless assault of dozens of puppets, is this boy not only alive but still full of vigor? These puppets are remarkably resilient. Shinyu shook his hand, unable to suppress a complaint. They were quite rough on the skin. To avoid revealing his full strength, Shinyu relied solely on his armament haki for his strikes. This old woman truly lives up to her cinematic prowess, reigning as the supreme sovereign of the puppetry realm. This secret puppet is of exceptional quality, remarkably sturdy. Haha. Although it requires considerable effort on my part, the task points have increased by over 100. Poisoned? That's a jest. Can Shinyu truly be poisoned? Let us not even mention anything else. With a layer of armament haki alone, not only would he withstand toxic gases, but even if a spider were to bite him, it would likely shatter its fangs. Moreover, there exists the formidable barrier of the tremor fruit. The seemingly faint layer of purple mist is merely a ruse of armament haki, designed to deceive foes. Besides, I possess the divine burning fruit. What formidable poison could withstand such intense heat? I could transform into a fiery entity and incinerate any toxin to oblivion. Chiyo is utterly perplexed. Despite Shinyu clearly being poisoned, why has he not succumbed to its effects? The lad undoubtedly harbors secrets unbeknownst to him. However, in the vast realm of ninjas, the emergence of peculiar occurrences is hardly surprising. Regardless of how bizarre your bloodline limit may be, I remain steadfast in my confidence regarding my poison. Observing his weakened state, it is evident he cannot endure much longer. Though Tsunade is currently engulfed by her inner demons, Chiyo understands that she is far from an ordinary woman. Should Tsunade conquer her inner turmoil and rise to confront her, it would spell trouble. There is no time to delay. I must resort to my trump card to eliminate this brat. Chiyo promptly produced a scroll and, with both hands forming a seal, slammed it onto the ground. Do not pay them any heed. Charge in and eliminate Tsunade. Chiyo bellowed, prompting the sand ninja to unleash a fervent assault. Kakashi and the remaining leaf ninjas suddenly found themselves under immense pressure. Boom. Accompanied by a flurry of white smoke, 10 uniquely designed white-cloaked puppets materialized instantaneously. This was Chiyo's ultimate technique, her signature move. White secret technique, the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Without further ado, Chiyo beckoned with her finger. And the 10 puppets sprang to life. Has she finally unveiled her trump card? Shinyu felt a surge of excitement. This was splendid. The trump card had emerged. Behold, the grandeur of the 10 puppets. It exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. In a past life, this would be akin to a top-tier puppet. The SSR of the puppet realm. The mission points would undoubtedly be plentiful, just as Shinyu eagerly prepared to take action suddenly. The gates of the leaf base swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman with a slightly pale complexion. It was none other than Tsunade. Chiyo. It has been quite some time. To think you would visit me with such an entourage, I am rather flattered, Tsunade said with a faint smile. Clenching her fist as immense strength surged forth. You have actually overcome your hemophobia? Chiyo furrowed her brow, realizing, regrettably, that she had arrived too late. Entangled by this insufferable brat for far too long, what a predicament. If it were only Tsunade, Chiyo would not be overly concerned. But the presence of Chinyu beside her was a significant factor. Despite his current frail appearance, he possessed a power that could not be overlooked. A single punch capable of shattering her puppets. If she were to be ensnared by a formidable opponent, Chinyu might launch a surprise attack. She could scarcely withstand such a threat. Lady Tsunade. The Leaf villagers erupted in jubilant cheers upon seeing Tsunade. One Chinyu, one Tsunade. Two shadow-level powerhouses. Taking on a single Chiyo was without a doubt a foregone conclusion. Time was of the essence. Chiyo's pupils slightly contracted as she gritted her teeth, being a decisive individual. She turned and fled. Retreat. In this war, the Land of Wind has nearly exhausted all its resources. Failure is utterly intolerable, although Chinyu is gravely poisoned. He could succumb to its effects at any moment. Meanwhile, Tsunade appears pale, her combat prowess likely not at its peak. Yet, even under these circumstances, engaging in a 2-on-1 confrontation without a guaranteed victory would be reckless. A strategic retreat is necessary, allowing time for Chinyu's poison to take its toll, thereby preserving a chance for a comeback. However, should the gamble fail, the Land of Wind would be rendered incapable of countering. At the command of Chiyo, the Sand Ninjas, trained to perfection, swiftly retreated. Offense is a requisite, but retreat is of paramount importance for a ninja. Winning means little. The true prowess lies in executing a successful escape when faced with defeat. Don't flee. Stay and play. Your hair is long enough to reach your waist. Shall I strike you down? As Chiyo made her escape, Chinyu was suddenly alarmed. He leaped up, intent on pursuing her. Tsunade, her expression tinged with urgency, grasped Chinyu's arm and whispered, "Do not pursue a desperate foe." Chinyu was momentarily taken aback by her smooth hand gripping him. "I am Shizen," she murmured softly beside him. Chinyu was astonished. This Tsunade was, in fact, a disguise by Shizen. Lady Tsunade was deeply concerned upon learning of your poisoning and, in a state of urgency, managed to regain her composure. She instructed me to deliver an antidote. Are you all right? Shizen hastily examined Chinyu's condition. The poison of Chiyo is notorious in the ninja world. Even a formidable warrior like Chinyu could find himself in dire straits. Rest assured, I am fine. Chinyu replied with a smile, shaking his head. He felt a flicker of gratitude upon realizing that Tsunade had overcome her inner demons for his sake. That minor toxin cannot harm me. That is a relief. Shizen exhaled deeply, then turned to Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi-sensei. A multitude of Konoha ninjas are currently pursuing the fleeing sand ninjas. Lady Tsunade has commanded you to lead the Konoha forces in her stead." Shizen spoke quietly. Her palms clammy with sweat, her complexion pale from fear. After all, she was not Lady Tsunade, and this responsibility weighed heavily upon her. Fortunately, deceit proved effective. As Chiyo had indeed been frightened away, it seems Tsunade has yet to fully conquer her inner turmoil, however. Her ability to calmly delegate tasks suggests she is not far from transformation. Ding. A side quest has been triggered. Lead the Konoha ninjas in repelling the enemy. During this period, the number of enemies defeated by Konoha ninjas will count towards the host's task points. Task reward: 10 levels of advanced conqueror's haki development. Chinyu had intended to continue his pursuit. The 10 tails, Chiyo's trump card, could easily yield 50 task points. Yet suddenly, he heard a notification chime in his mind. Another task had arrived. Most importantly, as long as Konoha ninjas eliminated enemies under his command, all would be credited to him. Is this an influx of several thousand laborers? The system truly understands me. Haha. Regardless, the path to retreat for Chiyo has already been obliterated by her own doing. First, I shall deal with the other sand shinobi before pursuing Chiyo. One must not forsake an entire forest for a solitary tree. Kakashi-sensei, please take a moment to rest. Allow me to handle this matter, for I excel in combat. A joyful smile danced upon Shinyu's face. However, are you certain you are unscathed from the poison? Kakashi paused. Though Chinyu indeed seemed fitting for the task, he had just endured a battle with Chiyo and might be overexerting himself. Kakashi-sensei, worry not. I am perfectly fine. However, I do require your assistance. As Chinyu spoke, he approached Kakashi's side and whispered a few words near his ear. Initially, Kakashi felt no particular concern, but as he listened further, his expression gradually shifted to one of peculiarity. Very well, this is entrusted to me. Upon grasping Chinyu's intention, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Alas. Oh, Sand Shinobi, do you not wish to live peacefully? Why instigate a war when there is no cause? And to make matters worse, you encounter a peculiar individual like Chinyu. You are in for a world of misfortune. However, the two parties are currently in an adversarial stance. Kakashi reflects on this with a sense of resignation, yet he harbors no sympathy and promptly prepares for action. Chinyu, filled with enthusiasm, leaps forward towards the front lines. Even though Chiyo has issued a retreat order, the extensive battlefield, with tens of thousands engaged in relentless combat, renders the command slow to disseminate. After all, the enemy has not sounded the charge. At this moment, both sides at the front have nearly exhausted their chakra, plunging into brutal hand-to-hand combat. The carnage is unimaginable. Every passing second witnesses lives being lost as they arrive at the heart of this tumultuous battlefield. This place is bustling. An excellent arena for expression. Everyone, cease your actions. The people of Konoha, retreat behind me. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly bellowed. His voice amplified by the power of the tremor fruit, resonating like the roar of a tiger or the chant of a dragon, transforming into a formidable sound wave that surged forth in all directions. The tremendous noise momentarily clouded the minds of the Sand Shinobi, causing their movements to falter. Seizing this opportunity, the Konoha forces swiftly withdrew and positioned themselves behind Chinyu. In an instant, a vacuum zone approximately 50 meters wide was established between the two factions. Listen well, my comrades of the sand. The world of ninjas is not merely about combat. It is a realm governed by human emotions and social intricacies. We must prioritize harmony. I speak for your benefit, for you cannot prevail against me. I am merely stating facts, and the evidence stands before you. Behold, that formidable warrior of the sand, Maki, who has previously demonstrated his jutsu before me. Such trivialities are but a scratch. He is merely a minor nuisance. Chinyu shrugged his shoulders and gestured dismissively from his perch in the tree. Who are you calling a nuisance? Maki, standing opposite, was incensed, his frustration palpable. The very essence of his being was igniting with indignation. After all, he was an elite jonin of the sand. How could he be reduced to the status of mere refuse? Though you may be strong, we have numbers. A war of attrition will ultimately wear you down. Hold on. Hold on. Chinyu hastily waved his hands. Let there be no misunderstanding. I am not targeting you. I am referring to all present from the sand as mere trifles. This statement directly employed the fruit ability, enveloping a significant portion of the battlefield. In an instant, the sand ninja were aflame with fervor. What? You insolent brat. Do not be so arrogant. Lord Maki, give the order to attack. I shall personally snap this young one's neck. The sand ninja were on the verge of madness. At this moment, Kakashi arrived at the scene with a 100-man squad, silently infiltrating various parts of the battlefield. Observing that the setup was nearly complete, Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle. In memory of Master Duan Shuei-Lu, your words remain profoundly impactful even in the world of Naruto. The harm is minimal, yet the insult is exceedingly potent. The sand ninjas are about to send me a barrage of rockets. Chapter 70. Who in the world does not recognize you? I advise you not to approach. As the timing seemed ripe, Chinyu added fuel to the fire. We still possess numerous explosive tags, should you advance. You might inadvertently injure yourselves, jeopardizing the harmonious relationship between the sand and leaf ninjas. Nonsense. Maki, infuriated, was the first to step forward in dissent. Do not assume we are unaware. Your resources from Konoha are insufficient. Do you even have explosive tags? If you truly possess them, why did you not utilize them earlier? Chinyu fell into a brief contemplation, his face betraying an awkward expression as if caught in a lie. The shadow of Konoha had emerged. See, I've exposed your ruse. Fear not. Follow me, and let us eliminate that brat." Seeing Xinyu's embarrassment, Maki's confidence surged as he shouted energetically. The Sand Ninjas united in determination, their spirits ignited, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Release. Witnessing the Sand Ninjas falling for his ploy, Xinyu beamed with delight, shouting loudly. Swish, swish, swish. With Xinyu's command, countless shurikens rained down upon the Sand Ninjas. "Is this all you have? Perhaps this is the last of your resources from Konoha?" Maki sneered, deflecting shurikens with his sword. Suddenly, Maki froze, reaching out to grasp a shuriken for a closer inspection. What in the world? Upon this kunai, there exists the emblem of the Land of Wind. Wait. Goodness. Could it be that those who raided the supply depot are from Konoha? Maki was momentarily bewildered, his mind a blank slate. At that moment, the battlefield shifted once again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of kunai, tethered to a slender cord, bore a fluttering piece of paper inscribed with arcane patterns, featuring the emblem of the Land of Wind in the lower right corner. Is that an explosive tag? Indeed, it is an explosive tag. How could they possess so many explosive tags? Hold on. The emblem inscribed upon these explosive tags belongs to our Land of Wind. So many. Has Konoha emptied our warehouses? At this juncture, numerous Sand Ninjas perceived the gravity of the situation. Their expressions morphed with alarm. Retreat now. The foremost individuals sensed the impending danger and sought to withdraw, yet those behind remained oblivious, surging forward with reckless abandon. Boom, boom. Amidst the terrified and despairing gazes of countless Sand Ninjas, the sound of explosions erupted. Fiery conflagrations erupted throughout the jungle, relentless and densely packed. The Sand Ninjas cried out in agony amidst the chaos of the explosions. Meanwhile, the Konoha forces reveled in their success, delighting in the spoils of another's resources. With one thrown, two were claimed. We feel no remorse. Xinyu leisurely perched upon a tree, observing the laborers below as they completed his task points. Every few seconds, he glanced at the rising numbers of his tasks. It soared. Initially a little over 1,000, it surged to over 5,000 in an instant. Soon, it was poised to breach the 6,000 mark. 7,000. 8,000. Just after the numbers surpassed the 8,000 threshold, the rate of increase suddenly slowed significantly. Xinyu glanced up and saw the Sand Ninjas, positioned beyond the explosion zone, fleeing with abandon. Their shoes flew off in their haste. The Konoha forces also recognized the Sand Ninjas' retreat and began to retract the explosive tags, for these items were quite costly. Gradually, the thick smoke dissipated, revealing a vast vacuum in the once dense jungle. Within a span of nearly 500 meters, not a blade of grass remained. It had been utterly flattened by tens of thousands of explosive tags. As for the bodies of the Sand Ninjas, they had long since been reduced to mere fragments. The Konoha forces collectively turned their gazes toward the slender figure standing at the forefront. Their eyes brimmed with fervor and admiration. War begets leaders. Xinyu, who once merely cast a shadow of leadership, had now undeniably become the revered leader in the hearts of the Konoha crowd. At this age, possessing such abilities, this is far more formidable than the likes of White Fang, the Flash, or the legendary Three Ninjas. With sheer determination, it single-handedly turned the tide of battle, allowing the beleaguered Leaf Village to mount an astonishing comeback against seemingly insurmountable odds, with casualties numbering less than a few hundred. It inflicted devastating losses upon nearly 10,000 adversaries, decisively repelling the fierce onslaught of the enemy. Who could possibly accomplish such a feat? Even if the third Hokage were to personally attend, it would likely remain unattainable. It is said that this young man was once the lowest performer in the Ninja Academy. After 10 years of solitary study, he has achieved fame overnight, as he ventures towards the Wind Country, who in the world does not recognize him. Just then, a puff of white smoke appeared beside Xinyu. It was Tsunade. Although her complexion was slightly pale and her body trembled ever so slightly, she had evidently begun to conquer her hemophobia, managing to maintain her composure in the face of war. She intended to offer her support, but upon arrival, she found herself bewildered. Where is everyone? Where have the enemies gone? She gazed at the numerous large craters before her. Kakashi stood beside Tsunade, elucidating the chain of events. Tsunade was momentarily dumbfounded, incredulously turning to Xinyu. You commanded this battle. Indeed. Xinyu nodded, a bashful smile gracing his features, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Well done. Tsunade beamed, patting Xinyu on the shoulder. Gather the troops, assess the casualties, and distribute supplies. While it is unlikely that the Sand Ninja will mount another attack, we must still prepare for any eventuality. At that moment, Shikamaru, one of the new recruits who had followed them to the battlefield, suddenly spoke up. I believe we should send a unit to pursue them, given our significant victory. Failing to follow up would surely raise their suspicions. They will think that Shinyu succumbed to his poison, or that Tsunade is still in a weakened state. Which is why we do not dare to pursue. Perhaps Chiyo will send reinforcements to retaliate, leading to a disastrous confrontation. While we are not afraid, it will still result in losses. Pursuing the enemy not only effectively weakens the Sand Ninja but also demonstrates our resolve, potentially averting future conflict and further minimizing casualties. After all, our village is engaged on multiple fronts, with the Land of Lightning also dispatching troops to the border, and war is imminent. We must conserve resources and recuperate, which would allow us to support them. Of course, our pursuing unit must be led by a formidable warrior. Although the enemy has suffered defeat, they still boast a force of at least 10,000, not to mention Chiyo's presence. Shikamaru, the brains among the newcomers, clearly inherited his father's exceptional intellect. Shikamaru makes a valid point, Tsunade mused, nodding thoughtfully after a brief pause. But who shall we send? It was evident that she could not go herself, as the commander. She must not personally engage until the final battle, and she could not leave the main camp at this time. Kakashi? Although he is an elite jonin, he might not match Chiyo's prowess. Tsunade, I must take on this task, Shinyu declared dramatically, stepping forward with an air of determination. I, Shinyu, am undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade quickly nodded. Despite Shinyu's youth, his capabilities were evident, and he would not suffer significant losses. Truly, he is the first rookie champion in the history of Konoha, an impressive feat indeed. While it had been decided that Shinyu would lead, Tsunade remained somewhat anxious. A pursuit was acceptable, yet caution was imperative. They must not fall into any traps. Although the Sand Ninja had suffered heavy losses, their higher-tier combatants remained largely intact, still posing a threat. Their primary objective was to confuse the enemy, and once achieved, they must return swiftly, avoiding any reckless engagements. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tsunade found herself reiterating her concerns. Be careful. Understood. Shinyu nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Tsunade. I comprehend the risks. The Sand Ninja's upper echelon remains a threat. We cannot venture too deeply alone. It is merely a minor skirmish. As long as we reduce their ranks to a mere handful, we will all be isolated. At that point, both sides will be alone, presenting no threat at all. I, Shinyu, the king of one-on-one battles. His logic seemed flawless. If Tsunade were to discover Chinyu's thoughts at that moment, she would undoubtedly confine him to a secluded chamber within the command center, sealing the entrance with triple layers of seals. Each time, he managed to extract an entirely different interpretation from the tasks assigned to him, one that she could scarcely comprehend. As urgency mounted, Tsunade, despite her misgivings, could not afford to delay. Soon, she selected 10 elite jonin and 100 chunin from the reserve team to serve under Chinyu. Having not participated in the recent battle, they possessed ample energy and chakra reserves. This elaborate arrangement was intended to enhance the realism of their ruse, ensuring that the Sand Ninja remained vigilant and dared not provoke Konoha again. Brothers, let us set forth. Shinyu joyfully accepted the 110 warriors at his command. With a grand flourish, they began their march. Yes, Lord Shinyu. The group followed Shinyu eagerly towards the front lines, having heard the legends surrounding him. Joining this esteemed leader on the battlefield was both safe and a path to glory, having secured a remarkable victory over the Sand Ninja as reserves. Shinyu's reputation had already spread throughout Konoha. Observing the morale of his subordinates soaring, he felt confident in their unity. The spirit of the workers soared high. Labor was the essence of greatness. As Shinyu and his contingent set forth, Tsunade remained busy, assessing casualties, treating the wounded, clearing the battlefield, and fortifying defenses. There was still much work to be done. Tsunade glanced at the chaotic battlefield nearby, her heart still heavy with trepidation. Though she had managed to maintain her composure in the face of such a gruesome scene, her long-standing fear of blood was not so easily overcome. Meanwhile, Chiyo's expression was dark and grim as she led the ninjas of the Wind Country in a hasty retreat, abandoning their previous stronghold. The recent raid was unsuccessful. Tsunade has once again conquered her fear of blood, alongside the formidable and enigmatic Shinyu. The fortunes of Konoha are indeed flourishing. In stark contrast, we find ourselves in disarray. Our supplies have been pilfered. Our initial assault has faltered. Our puppets are nearly depleted. Morale is at a low ebb. If we remain entrenched in our original stronghold, our prospects appear grim. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. One must not judge a hero solely by transient outcomes. As ninjas, we must exercise patience when the time calls for it. We shall retreat. Let us regroup and fortify our strength. We will send a few individuals over the mountains to establish a new supply line. Although the mountainous terrain complicates transportation, it is preferable to having nothing at all. Humph. Tsunade, you shall rue the day. The heavens may have aided you once, but they shall not do so a second time. As our front lines inch closer to the land of wind, your position grows ever more precarious. Once our supplies are replenished, and you struggle to procure even sustenance, defeat will be inevitable. Indeed, as a seasoned veteran, Chiyo's mindset surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Just then, from the distance, a blood-soaked figure with a faint breath sprinted towards us. It was Maki. Maki? What is the situation on the front lines? Have the troops retreated? Chiyo inquired urgently. Maki, momentarily taken aback by the question, wore an oddly pained expression. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and replied, Lady Chiyo, the front has suffered catastrophic losses, with nearly one-third of our forces gone. I understand. Please get to the point, Chiyo said, displaying no visible reaction to the news. As if the loss of so many from the land of wind was akin to the demise of mere ants, causing not a ripple in her composure. Wars are fraught with death. Even her own kin were nearing extinction. The phrase, the success of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives, is no mere jest but a stark reality. I fear Konoha's losses are even greater, Chiyo remarked with a cold smirk. Initially, the land of wind had far outnumbered Konoha. And with so many casualties on our side, Konoha's toll could hardly be less. However, the very next moment, Maki opened his mouth and finally spoke. Their casualties amount to only a few hundred. Nanny. Chiyo's face darkened in shock. How could this be? Did they deploy a Jinchuriki? Not at all, Maki replied, taking a deep breath as he recalled the apocalyptic onslaught. Thankfully, his survival skills were exceptional. Otherwise, he surely would have perished. Maki recounted the entire sequence of events. And upon hearing this, a faint smile of delight crept across Chiyo's lips. Ha ha ha, foolish Konoha. This must be all their explosive tags. To expend so many explosive tags in the first battle, Konoha, despite its wealth, must have a limited stock. To possess such strategic resources yet squander them so recklessly. I am eager to see how they intend to challenge me in the next confrontation. Chiyo lifted her gaze, her murky old eyes gazing towards the heavens. In her mind's eye, a vision of victory began to take shape. However, just as Chiyo was steeped in disdain for Konoha's strategic maneuvers, Maki struggled to speak. The explosive tags they used were ours. Konoha's forces raided our warehouses. Slap. Upon uttering those words, Chiyo felt as though her dreams of victory had instantaneously transformed into a fragile bubble, burst, and gone. The slap in the face arrived with the swiftness of a tornado. What? What did you say? Was it not the Akatsuki's doing? Chiyo, once composed and unflinching even before the might of an army, now widened her eyes in disbelief, nearly shrieking in response. It is indeed true, Lady Chiyo. Maki's hastily interjected. Chiyo's composure shattered. Surely, she was all too familiar with the number of explosive tags possessed by Konoha. Why? Because those were originally items belonging to the land of wind. I personally accounted for them upon their arrival. How could I not be aware? Others might stumble upon their own misfortune. But I was merely idly tossing explosive tags beneath my own feet. The villagers of Sunagakure had tightened their belts, preparing supplies for years, only to have them become a wedding gown for the enemy? And now, they were throwing it back upon their own heads. Chiyo was utterly speechless. The battle-hardened Kunoichi, who had faced countless trials, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow at the tip of her nose. Oh, the anguish. Chapter 72, driven to madness meanwhile, on the other side. Shinyu led his comrades in a fervent pursuit of the army from the land of wind. Tsunade had previously feared Shinyu might struggle to find them and had dispatched 2 skilled reconnaissance ninjas to uncover any traces. However, that now seemed entirely unnecessary. Observing the surrounding jungle, it was evident that the retreating forces of the land of wind, numbering around 20,000, were in utter disarray, exerting every ounce of strength with no regard for concealment. Many dense trees had been trampled bare. It was clear even to an ordinary person standing there. This was primarily due to the fact that the Wind Army had no intention of hiding their tracks. On one hand, their sheer numbers made concealment impossible. On the other, the act of hiding would consume precious time, hampering their retreat. But despite the Sunagakure ninjas' relentless dash, their overwhelming numbers rendered them unable to match the speed of Konoha's elite squad. Soon enough, they were caught up by Chinyu and his team. Lord Chinyu spoke a Jainin adept in Earth Release, capable of sensing enemies through seismic vibrations, standing beside him with a grave tone. At this speed, in another 20 minutes, we shall reach the rear of the enemy's forces. However, the enemy's rear is considerably numerous, numbering at least 1,000. Upon hearing this, all the ninjas from Konoha turned their gazes towards Shinyu. Although the Sunagakure ninjas were currently in a dire state and retreating frantically, their own forces were merely a 100-strong squad. Engaging recklessly would mean confronting over 1,000 enemies, potentially drawing in more foes. And perhaps high-ranking individuals like Chiyo would join the fray. The consequences would be dire. In response, Chinyu wore a subtle yet confident smile, revealing his bright white teeth. Before we set out, I had already devised a perfect countermeasure. Oh, a perfect countermeasure. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes lit up. Truly, Lord Chinyu was unfazed. Having already plotted his course, Lord Chinyu, please tell us your thoughts. The ninjas of Konoha eagerly anticipated the brilliant strategy that Chinyu had conceived. We shall regroup and continue our pursuit, Chinyu declared, gesturing emphatically towards the front. Regroup? Truly, Lord Chinyu, given our limited numbers, consolidating our forces is undoubtedly the best strategy. Although the enemy has the advantage in numbers, as long as we follow stealthily and strike during their moments of rest, we can engage in hit-and-run tactics. The plan was succinct yet effective, as always, from Lord Chinyu. The ninjas of Konoha, following Chinyu's lead, seemed to grasp his intent. Lord Chinyu, we understand you, they exclaimed excitedly, eager to respond. HM? What are you all talking about? Chinyu asked, puzzled. Lord, did you not mean for us to ambush the enemy? A Konoha Jainin queried, confusion evident in his expression. Of course not. Chinyu shook his head. With your deductive abilities, you'd last a mere 5 minutes in Jinhuanjuan. Then your meaning is a chilling premonition swept through the crowd. Had Lord Chinyu truly meant to? Of course, we shall charge directly into battle, he proclaimed. In narrow passages, the brave triumph, regardless of the multitude. I shall press onward. We, the ninjas of Konoha, shall stand steadfast, even if it means falling on the path of valor. Brothers, follow me. Witness my angelic or flash. Let us send them back to the springs. Chinyu raised his fist high, shouting fervently, then leaped forth, charging towards the enemy camp. Lord Chinyu, do not pursue a desperate foe. My lord, let us deliberate. The crowd suddenly grew frantic, witnessing Chinyu's fervor as he dashed headlong into the enemy lines. Although they had found his words invigorating, they were filled with trepidation. But my lord, you possess great strength and fear nothing, yet we are afraid. In narrow passages, numbers prevail. You expect us, a mere 100, to face the thousands of ninjas from the opposing forces. Such an ascent is simply a gift. This is not League of Legends. If the top lane is not provided, it shall be forfeited. However, as Chinyu sprinted further away, the morale of the Leaf Village ninjas began to crumble. What could they do? Lord Chinyu had already charged ahead. Were they to remain behind and merely spectate? Trust in Lord Chinyu. Follow his lead. One of the Jonin clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Military orders are as immovable as mountains, moreover. On the day we became Jonin, we had already prepared ourselves to sacrifice for the village at any moment. Forward. We cannot allow those scoundrels from the Sand Village to underestimate us. The group could only grit their teeth. And just as they were about to catch up to Chinyu, he had already commenced a friendly and cordial exchange with the Sand Ninjas. In the distance, they could see the dense ranks of the Sand Ninja army retreating in a frenzy. Don't go, my friend. That hairstyle is far too extravagant and out of fashion. Allow me to give you a trim. Bang. One Sand Ninja was no more. The sunlight was just right. Shall we chat about life? Bang. Another one fell. Do you still remember the Summer Rain Lotus by Daming Lake? What? You don't know? How can you still be alive without knowing that? Bang. Task point 1. The Leaf Ninjas stood in stunned silence, watching in disbelief. The scene was reminiscent of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, a veritable frenzy of slaughter. Upon seeing Chinyu, the Sand Shinobi were struck with terror, akin to witnessing a deity of death. They failed to mount any effective counterattack and instead fled in a panic. Some even resorted to kicking their own comrades backward, hoping to stall Chinyu momentarily in order to gain a fleeting chance to escape. The Leaf Shinobi, witnessing Chinyu's ferocious rampage, were instantly invigorated and eagerly brandished their weapons, charging into the fray alongside him. You leap too low. Allow me to send you skyward, Chinyu declared, as he tightened his fist and unleashed a powerful blow towards a densely packed cluster of adversaries. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, and in an instant, a squad of dozens vanished. The mission points surged exponentially. Let us go, Pippy Shrimp. Boom. A punch. A swift strike to your chest. Boom. The fist is truly formidable. At this moment, Chiyo was sprinting ahead, but upon hearing a noise behind her, she abruptly turned to discover Chinyu. To her astonishment, he had not succumbed to the poison. The expression on Chiyo's face was as grim as could be. The pursuers had indeed arrived. It was entirely expected that Konoha would take advantage of their victory over the Sand Shinobi and pursue them relentlessly. Although their numbers appeared few at present, the main force was undoubtedly close behind. While she had anticipated the likelihood of pursuers, she had not expected that the leader would be Chinyu. She had thought that her poison, if not lethal, would at least hinder him in some way. Yet now, he appeared as vigorous as ever. This was not the time for battle. If they became entangled for too long, Konoha's army would arrive, and they would likely have no chance of turning the tide. Maki. Chiyo's gaze fell upon Maki. Lady Chiyo. Maki responded. Immediately dispatched several hundred-man squads to hold them back as long as possible. Chiyo suddenly regained her composure and began assigning tasks. Lady Chiyo, Maki declared resolutely, though Chinyu is strong, they number only a little over 100. While we have far more. With the tactic of sheer numbers, we can overwhelm him. This was indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 73. Ninjas do not deceive ninjas. What do you understand? Chiyo said, her brow slightly furrowed, feeling a twinge of sorrow within. No wonder they were unable to compete with Konoha. The old man of the third Hokage had an abundance of talent under his command. Unlike herself, Maki, a high-ranking sand shinobi, could not even see through the local baiting strategy. This was a ploy to lure them in. The 100-man squad led by Chinyu merely aimed to entangle them, slowing their retreat. Konoha's army would likely arrive at any moment. Otherwise, do you think Chinyu would be foolish enough to recklessly charge into the crowd seeking death? Chiyo exclaimed sternly. Maki suddenly realized and hurriedly organized the personnel to hold the rear. Little did Chiyo know that Tsunade had not dispatched a large force. And there was no support behind Chinyu at all. This seasoned warrior, Chiyo, despite her wealth of experience forged through countless battles, finds herself paradoxically ensnared by the very wisdom she possesses. The cunning old fox is finally caught off guard by the bewildering antics of the brash young Chinyu. What a mere impetuous youth he is, his performance far too conspicuous. Such trivial tricks cannot deceive me. To her surprise, the self-assured Chiyo feels a flicker of triumph. Having finally regained a measure of strategic advantage after enduring Chinyu's taunts for so long, what have we uncovered? A wild Chiyo, exceedingly perilous. Approach with caution, lest you be deemed a target and eliminated by the adversary. This is a first-hand report from the Ninja Protection Association. Just then, a sudden exclamation from the rear caught Chiyo's attention, and she turned to meet Chinyu's eyes gleaming with determination. The moving mission point is a treasure trove. Do not flee. Let us engage in 300 rounds of battle with 300 puppets. Chinyu taunted, his action swift and resolute, delivering blows to several of his youthful opponents. Indeed, you seek to ensnare us and buy time. Humph. Spare me your theatrics. Your plot has long been laid bare before me. Chiyo observed Chinyu's blatant provocation, his fervent desire to engage her in combat reinforcing her convictions. Meanwhile, Chinyu stood bewildered. What is happening? What scheme? What nonsensical ramblings are these? Could it be that age has caught up with them, leading to a decline in mental faculties? Although Chiyo understands that the troops left behind to cover their retreat are undoubtedly doomed, there is no other choice. This is the essence of war, sacrificing the vehicle to preserve the commander, a valiant warrior resorting to self-mutilation, to safeguard the majority of their strength. Inevitable sacrifices must be embraced. Soon, a squad that received orders, their faces ashen, turned on their heels, driven by a fatalistic resolve, rushing towards Chinyu and his companions with expressions of utter despair. The other ninjas of Konoha were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? This is evidently an act of holding the rear after the troops have retreated. The ninjas of Konoha exchanged bewildered glances. There are merely over 100 of us. Must you be so cowardly? Those who embrace the certainty of death are clearly among us, are they not? What accounts for the solemn expressions upon your faces? Could it be that this truly embodies the essence of Lord Chinyu's grand design? At long last, we comprehend the intricate stratagem devised by Lord Chinyu. He feigns recklessness while harboring profound cunning. By leading our adversaries to believe we lack audacity, we can indeed act boldly. As a result, their apprehension prevents them from retaliating, thus facilitating our own advances. Lord Chinyu is truly remarkable. Without his existence, the path of endurance would extend infinitely like a long night. The ninjas of Konoha are elated, perceiving the hundreds of warriors behind them as mere moving accolades of victory. In any realm, war signifies sacrifice and heralds the emergence of heroes. Presently, Chinyu stands as that hero. Even if he feasts upon meat while we savor the broth, our fill would be more than enough. Brothers, onward. In the face of adversity, the valiant shall prevail. The crowd raised their weapons in exuberance, their cheers resonating as if invigorated by a surge of energy, charging forward with fervor. Chiyo glanced back, her conviction solidifying. As anticipated, witnessing the unrestrained excitement of the Konoha ninjas revealed their hidden strategies. Humph. This young lad Chinyu remains naive, in the eyes of a seasoned shinobi like myself. His display is rather clumsy. The Konoha ninjas rejoiced at Shinyu's invincible tactics, while Chiyo reveled in her perceived superiority of intellect over him. Yet, Shinyu himself was far from pleased. What on earth, old hack, why are you fleeing? You lead such a multitude against our mere 100 and still run away? Faster than a rabbit, no less. Chiyo, do not retreat. I merely wish to engage in a dialogue representing Konoha regarding the future of peace and development within the shinobi world. A ninja does not deceive another ninja. Allow me to dance upon your grave, playing your favorite tune. Is that too much to ask? Please, return. Shinyu exhausted his verbal jabs. Watching Chiyo's retreating figure with mounting frustration, as she distanced herself, he directed all his vexation towards the hundreds of sand ninjas left behind. Soon, every last one of the enemies was vanquished. The morale among the Konoha troops soared, their spirits buoyed. Initially, they had feared that pursuing a force of tens of thousands alongside Shinyu would spell certain doom. Yet, to their astonishment, the tide turned dramatically. Not only did they defeat numerous foes, but they also seized countless spoils, adorning their waist with the headbands of the sand ninjas. Such an achievement, upon returning, they were sure to be rewarded. Lord Shinyu's foresight is remarkable. Reflecting on our earlier doubts fills us with shame. He was indeed correct, in a narrow encounter. The brave shall triumph. As long as we remain unafraid, our enemies will tremble. Truly, Lord Shinyu's wisdom is unfathomable. The ninjas of Konoha buzzed with excitement as they envisioned 50 years hence. Under the setting sun, as aged figures, they would fondly reminisce, stroking the heads of their descendants while basking in the glow of the evening light. In those days, under Lord Shinyu's command, my grandfather fought valiantly and scathed, repelling a murderous force of thousands while claiming the lives of hundreds. What immense glory! Truly remarkable. These individuals are exuberantly joyful, their beautiful noses nearly bubbling with delight. However, Shinyu is in distress. His task point. He let them escape right before his eyes. Shinyu had just glimpsed the number, 856110000, just over 1,000 more. A mere step away, and yet the enemy fled. My extraordinary dark fruit. Ding. A side quest has been triggered. Pursue Chiyo. Reward. 10 levels of the God tier shock fruit development. At that moment, the familiar notification sound echoed in Shinyu's mind once again. Oh. Shinyu's eyes brightened suddenly. Truly, the system understands me. Shinyu was already prepared to continue the pursuit, and with this new mission from the system, his joy was doubled. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth. If I cannot catch Chiyo, I shall march to the Wind Country stronghold. I refuse to believe that I cannot confront you at your very doorstep. Chapter 74. Do not leap into the abyss, Lord Shinyu. The mission has been successfully completed. Should we withdraw? A cheerful ninja from Konoha inquired, pleased with the flawless execution of the task assigned by Lady Tsunade. This is merely the beginning. We shall continue the chase. Shinyu declared resolutely, employing his observation haki to sense the fleeing direction of the sand ninja. With the system having bestowed a task, how could he possibly relent? Huh? The members of Konoha, upon hearing this, exchanged worried glances. You intend to continue the pursuit? My lord. It is unwise to chase a desperate foe. If they are truly cornered, they may retaliate fiercely. We are but a small force against their countless numbers. After all, their mission was to stage a performance, to pursue the enemy and confuse Chiyo, not to engage in a battle. Presently, a 100-strong team from Konoha was in hot pursuit of a sand ninja army, which was fleeing in disarray, leaving behind hundreds of corpses in their wake. This has already exceeded expectations. Moreover, after the recent fierce battle, although no one from Konoha perished, several sustained minor injuries, and both their stamina and chakra have been depleted. Should the enemy, in a desperate attempt, retaliate, it is likely that the people of Konoha would not even have the opportunity to flee. What? A full-scale counterattack? Such fortune could truly exist? Shinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating their complete retaliation. So, what are we waiting for? Let us pursue them at once. Everyone was taken aback. A fortunate occurrence? How could this be perceived as such? The wisdom of Lord Shinyu is indeed profound and unfathomable. We truly cannot comprehend it. Nonetheless, since we have achieved the remarkable feat of defeating hundreds with a mere 100 warriors, Lord Shinyu's intellect is invincible. Understanding is irrelevant. Execution is paramount. Lord Shinyu's guidance is the beacon of our existence. Following Lord Shinyu, we shall obliterate the heads of the sand ninjas. Have we shaken them off? Chiyo turned back to see an empty expanse behind her, which provided some solace as she gritted her teeth and continued to sprint. Boom. Just as she relaxed slightly, a figure filled with rage, Chiyo, leapt out from behind. Chiyo, do not flee. We truly have no large forces behind us. Why do you act so cowardly? Come out openly for a duel. My purpose here today is to either vanquish all of you or be vanquished by you. Shinyu, with fervor, engaged in combat while loudly proclaiming. He spoke nothing but the unvarnished truth. His intent was solely to provoke the Sand Ninjas into a confrontation. We are but a mere 100. There are no reinforcements behind us. What do you have to fear? Yet, these words took on a different meaning for Chiyo. Do you truly take me for a fool? Still attempting to feign innocence? This insufferable brat flaunts his woeful acting skills, and yet it seems never-ending. Chiyo grits her teeth in frustration. Has it only been a brief delay? Her expression turns icy. She had foreseen the inevitable annihilation of the rearguard's small battalions. However, she did not anticipate such a meager postponement. Maki, dispatch a few more 100-man teams, and ensure that some of them possess formidable strength. They must delay for at least 20 minutes. Otherwise, the forces of Konoha will inevitably catch up with us. Chiyo maintains her composure as she issues the command. Understood. Maki replies with a grave nod, proceeding to arrange the reinforcements. Soon, under Maki's orchestration, 2 or 3 elite jonin, along with several injured chunin, lead a throng of genin. Resembling a suicide squad, charging towards Shinyu and his companions. The rear guard? Again? Shinyu sighs, exasperated by the familiar scene. All I want is to engage in a proper battle with you. Why must it be so difficult? Why are you all so afraid of me? Chiyo, don't run away. I'm not carrying a cannon. What on earth are you so frightened of? Shinyu is genuinely losing his composure, desperately cursing in frustration. Humph. Your acting is far too lackluster, and you think to deceive me? Dream on. Chiyo, brimming with confidence, turns and flees. How should I even express this? I'm at a loss. Shinyu truly wishes to sit down and have an earnest conversation with Chiyo. Come now, tell me, what cunning scheme have I employed? I'm bewildered myself. In the depths of his vexation, Shinyu can only unleash his pent-up fury upon the Sand Ninja's rearguard. It must be said, the group of Sand Shinobi, fully aware of their impending doom in the face of the formidable Shinyu, exhibited no fear whatsoever. They exhausted every possible means to delay their fate by even a mere second. Alas, they were up against the righteous iron fist of the One-Punch Man, Shinyu. In less than a minute, Shinyu vanquished the entire group of adversaries. Master Shinyu, what shall we do now? Inquired a Konoha jonin who approached Shinyu, subsequently raising his gaze towards the 2 towering mountains ahead. They are about to escape into the mountains. The terrain is treacherous, making it difficult to pursue them. Such a trivial matter. Gather around me. Shinyu replied without hesitation, our mission is not yet complete. Charge, charge, charge. We must unite firmly by Master Chinyu's side. Comrades, onward. Are you out of your mind? Are we really pursuing them? Is Konoha truly intent on annihilating the Sand Shinobi at this opportunity? Chiyo's expression darkened considerably. Her mind began to speculate on the number of reinforcements behind Shinyu and the strength they possessed. Such a fervent momentum could very well attract the third Hokage. Having dispatched 2 teams for rearguard actions, their efforts bore no fruit as they were swiftly overwhelmed, resulting in nearly 1,000 casualties. Although they were not the main force, the losses were still grievous. The Land of Wind was already the poorest among the 5 great nations, and nurturing a single ninja was no simple task. After previously losing nearly 10,000, they were already severely weakened. How could they afford to send more to cover the retreat? Moreover, given Shinyu's prowess, no matter how many rearguard troops were dispatched, they would likely only delay the inevitable for a brief moment, merely offering their lives as fodder. A change in strategy was imperative. Maki, Chiyo, a seasoned veteran of numerous wars, quickly devised a plan, instructing each squad to adhere to the retreat strategy, dispersing to escape into the woods and seeking refuge in previously established strongholds within the mountains. Understood. Maki, overwhelmed, immediately set about organizing the retreat. As a well-trained ninja army, they had not only mastered formations for offense but also recognized the necessity of retreat as a crucial discipline. Chiyo and her comrades were not averse to retreating via the main road. The crux of the matter was that Shinyu had obliterated it. Continuing along the main road would be akin to leaping into a pit, a truly deep pit. They had no choice but to take a secondary route, splitting their forces to ascend the mountains, salvaging what they could. Brothers, follow my lead. As they caught sight of the rear of the Sand Shinobi division once more, Shinyu roared with excitement, kill. The Konoha forces surged forward as well. 100 individuals were relentless in their pursuit of a division that numbered in the thousands, driving them to flee in utter disarray. Can one possibly refrain from feeling vexed? Is it conceivable to remain unperturbed? What? We have already penetrated the very heart of the Land of Wind? Humph. Went alongside Lord Shinyu. Not even the entrance to the Wind Shadow's office is spared from our assault. Chapter 75. Do not pursue. We are approaching the Wind Shadow's office. As they finally caught up, Shinyu and his companions were rendered speechless. The Sand Ninja's main force had swiftly disbanded into 10 smaller squads, each starting off in different directions. With their numbers drastically reduced, the pace of each squad increased significantly. Lord Shinyu, how shall we pursue? The gaze of the Leaf Village ninjas fell upon Shinyu. While the enemy could scatter, they were bound to act as a cohesive unit under Shinyu's command. Otherwise, any attempt by others would be futile and tantamount to sacrifice. Understanding this principle, Shinyu paused, contemplating for several moments, before activating his extraordinary observation haki. Suddenly, clarity emerged in his mind. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Let us savor some appetizers before indulging in the main course. After all, we are within the borders of the Land of Wind. Should they dare to flee, I shall block the Wind Shadow's office. Pointing towards the leftmost squad, Shinyu declared. Let us commence a thorough sweep from this side. Let us sweep them away. The Leaf Ninjas responded with fervor, seizing their weapons and charging forth. As they relentlessly pursued, they unknowingly ventured deeper into the Land of Wind. Initially, the scenery was pleasant, dotted with verdant trees. However, as they progressed, the trees gradually thinned. And after traversing several mountains, a scorching wave engulfed them, accompanied by fierce winds laden with relentless sands. Before them lay an endless expanse of desert, the Land of Wind. Located in a remote area, is characterized by its harsh environment. Perpetual gales, extreme heat, and scant rainfall have rendered most of its terrain desert-like. A glance at the Sand Ninja Village reveals structures crafted from sand and stone, resembling isolated beehives, designed to withstand the ravages of wind and sand. Such an inhospitable environment is a veritable nightmare for any nation. Yet, through adversity comes opportunity, the vast deserts and barren lands, coupled with the searing heat and terrifying desert creatures, have established an invisible barrier for the Land of Wind. Though it may be the poorest and seemingly the weakest of nations, few dare to launch an invasion. While the Sand Ninja numbers are limited, the might of nature is boundless. Take, for instance, the Second Ninja World War. The Leaf forces surged forward, nearly obliterating the Land of Wind's crystal points. Yet ultimately, due to excessive non-combat casualties in the desert, they were compelled to retreat. The battles of the ninja world are akin to those of the real world, driven by the quest for resources. However, what resources could one possibly extract from such a desolate land? Sand? Thus, in a twist of fate, the Land of Wind was merely compelled to pay a nominal sum to settle matters. It is precisely because of this unique geographical advantage, combined with the audacity of the barefoot, that the Land of Wind consistently instigates conflict. The oases scattered throughout the desert serve as strongholds for the Wind's ninja forces. These bases are exceedingly clandestine, known only to a select few within the Land of Wind, necessitating a guide to reach them. The omnipresent sands and fierce winds greatly hinder detection efforts. However, this is a challenge for others. Once Shinyu activated his extraordinary observation haki, nothing could escape his perception within a 10-kilometer radius. Soon, he detected an oasis where a small squad of several hundred sand ninja were taking a respite. Enemies detected. Brothers, let us eliminate them. Shinyu excitedly gestured, leading the charge forward. Kill. The Leaf Ninjas, equally exhilarated, followed Shinyu into the fray. Tales of wanderers getting lost in the desert, succumbing to dehydration and starvation, are common, yet none have witnessed a guiding beacon quite like Lord Shinyu. Entering the desert felt as effortless as swimming in water. Could even nature constrain the capabilities of Lord Shinyu? Truly, he is a figure worthy of pursuit. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja were quenching their thirst and recuperating when suddenly they heard the sound of rushing wind. They looked up in shock. Damn it! An ambush. Prepare for battle. Their adversaries were merely 100 strong. Fear not. We outnumber them. Let us annihilate them. How dare such a small force venture into the heart of our Land of Wind? One Sand Ninja, stationed at this base, sneered coldly, rallying his comrades to counterattack. Hands swiftly forming seals. Wind release. 1,000 faces of wind. The combined might of their formidable jutsu surged towards Shinyu and his companions. The desert is vast. Perhaps this was merely a reconnaissance team from the Leaf that stumbled into their territory. Humph. We shall send you back to your home in the Leaf. Not good. It's him. Ah, they've arrived. At that moment, a participant from the front line recognized Shinyu, panic setting in. But it was too late. Seeing the massive wind technique, Shinyu remained unfazed, excitement coursing through him as he charged forward. How dense. This must be a monster spawn point. Boom. Shinyu transformed into a one-punch powerhouse, delivering a single, decisive blow. Crack. The space shattered instantaneously, and countless sand ninja caught in the blast were obliterated. The formidable wind technique dissipated in an instant. The sand ninja were instantly struck with terror, their faces drained of color. Xinyu's nonchalant punch had effectively demolished half of their base. Run! It's that monster from the leaf. Ah, scatter. The sand ninja, devoid of any will to resist, turned and fled. Trying to escape? Xinyu chuckled, seizing the opportunity to test out a fruit ability. Placing one hand on the ground, he intently focused. Invoking the powers of the ice fruit. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a layer of frost enveloped Xinyu's hand, white mist rising. In the blink of an eye, an intense chill surged forward, extending several hundred meters in mere seconds. The entire oasis before Xinyu was encased in ice. Those sand ninja who had only managed to flee a few dozen meters were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. All set. Xinyu clapped his hands lightly. The leaf ninjas were left in awe. Wow, what manner of ninjutsu is this? It is extraordinarily powerful. The bloodline limit awakened by Lord Xinyu is astonishing. Capable of igniting flames, freezing ice, and even shattering space itself. He must surely be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xinyu strides towards a frost-laden building and pushes open the door, which is also encrusted in ice. Inside, the entire space has transformed into a frozen wonderland. There, within, stands a high-ranking ninja, caught in the act of escaping through the rear window, now encased in ice, frozen in an exceptionally bizarre pose. Xinyu approaches, snaps his fingers gently, and the frost slowly melts away from the ice sculpture, restoring its softness. Alas, the man has already succumbed to the chill. Xinyu reaches out and retrieves a map from the man's person, revealing a meticulously detailed depiction of the Land of Wind, marking 228 oases. It clearly delineates their size, location, water sources, and available resources, all written with remarkable clarity. One Leaf Village ninja, upon seeing this, could not suppress his astonishment. My goodness. Such a detailed map of the Land of Wind must be classified information. It is said that they devoted generations to create this map, sacrificing hundreds of ninjas to achieve it. Xinyu muses to himself that this must indeed be a reward for vanquishing foes. He remains silent, scrutinizing the map with great care. This map is presumably the most recent, as numerous outposts near the border are stocked with a considerable amount of supplies, evidently in preparation for war. However, the roads have been ravaged, rendering transport of goods impossible, and Chiyo must urgently retreat. Xinyu adheres to a singular principle. Wherever he goes, not a blade of grass shall thrive. In this expedition to the Land of Wind, I yearn for a bountiful harvest. Chapter 76, quickly retrieved Xinyu. 5 individuals were left behind, for began to meticulously inventory the supplies, while the 5th returned to relay the message, urging Tsunade to dispatch a substantial force for support. Understood. The Leaf Village members nodded in agreement. At this moment, within the Leaf Village stronghold, Tsunade was in the command room, diligently reviewing the detailed casualty reports and material losses from the recent battle. Just then, a Leaf Village jonin rushed in. Lady Tsunade, according to frontline reconnaissance, the Sand Ninja forces have vacated their headquarters and are retreating deeper into the Land of Wind. So they truly are fleeing? Upon receiving this news, Tsunade displayed no surprise. This outcome was anticipated. After suffering a severe defeat in their initial clash, with supplies plundered and their escape routes cut off, Chiyo would undoubtedly lead her team in retreat, traversing the mountains back to their arid homeland, preserving their strength until they could return to their village. Indeed, Tsunade glanced at the clock. 3 hours had elapsed. Where could Xinyu and the others be? They should be returning soon, right? The Leaf Jonin wore an expression of perplexity, scratching his head. Lady Tsunade, along the Sand Ninja's retreat route, we did not encounter Lord Xinyu. However, we stumbled upon nearly 1,000 corpses of Sand Ninjas. What? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, as were Kakashi and the others, who were left in stunned silence. Lady Tsunade, did you not assign only 100 men to Xinyu's squad? Might Guy, looking equally bewildered, inquired. 100 individuals, pursuing a sand force numbering in the tens of thousands, and yet they managed to vanquish over 1,000 enemies. Tsunade, equally astonished, thought to herself, how would I know what transpired? Battles between the Leaf Village and the Sand Ninja occurred regularly, each lasting for months, fraught with casualties on both sides, only ceasing for recuperation. Yet, under Jinyu's leadership, it seemed akin to a leisurely outing. What scheme could that old coot Chiyo be concocting? Furrowing her brow, Tsunade fell into contemplation. Could it be a trap to lure Xinyu in deeper, only to ambush him? Lady Tsunade, it appears there are no ambushes. Our on-site assessments indicate the enemy has been in a hasty retreat. We traced them to the foot of the mountains, where they fragmented into smaller groups and fled, leaving no possibility for ambush. The Leaf Jonin remarked, equally puzzled. Chiyo, a figure from the era of the third Hokage, renowned and feared, the Puppet King, a top-tier entity in the ninja world. How could he, with only 100 men, be pursued across the mountains in a frantic escape? Who would believe such a statement? Yet it is undeniably true. Their minds are consumed by a singular thought. How did Shinyu achieve this? One might wonder if even Lord Hokage himself were to arrive, would Chiyo exhibit such timidity? And what of Shinyu? Where has he vanished? Tsunade inquired hastily. The evidence at the scene suggests that Shinyu has led a battalion of 100 directly through the mountains, charging into the desert of the Land of Wind. Judging by the current trajectory of the traces left behind, it appears he is headed straight for Sunagakure. The corner of the mouth of the Konoha Jonin twitched involuntarily. This formidable individual is truly remarkable. Regardless of the circumstances, he hails from a village. Only Lord Shinyu possesses such skill and audacity. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. I merely instructed him to feign a pursuit and then retreat. How could he have genuinely pursued? Moreover, Chiyo is truly being chased in a frenzied manner. If it weren't for the fact that there is an unyielding enmity between them, Tsunade would genuinely inquire whether the two of them had conspired together to stage this performance against me. I feel as though my mind is insufficiently equipped to comprehend this. Kakashi could not help but pat his forehead. In this conflict, the situation for Konoha village initially appeared dire. However, the presence of Shinyu has turned the tide in an instant. They still feel as though they are caught in a dream. Not only have they seized the enemy's supply depot, but they are now also pursuing them back to their homeland. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. Tsunade mused that even if the enemy were to arrive at their doorstep, she possesses a myriad of strategies to command the troops in repelling them. Yet, she has never encountered a scenario quite like this before. Several high-ranking officials from Konoha found themselves in a state of perplexity. Indeed, what should be our next step? Should we summon Shinyu back? This is undoubtedly the finest choice, yet the crux of the matter lies in the inability to locate individuals. Should we dispatch troops for the search? The expanse of the Wind Country's desert is immensely vast. Although the Leaf Village boasts a population of around 10,000, it is but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the desert. The likelihood of finding anyone is uncertain, and there is a considerable risk of becoming ensnared within the desert's grasp. If the enemy were to catch wind of our movements, they might very well rally their forces for a decisive encirclement. Defeat would be inevitable. Just then, a leaf ninja burst through the door, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and clearly on the verge of dehydration. Is it you? Upon seeing this individual, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang to her feet. What brings you back? Where's Shinyu? Has something gone awry? Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, all is well. In our 100-member squad, only a few sustained minor injuries. The leaf ninja hastily retrieved a scroll from his attire and placed it upon the table. Lady Tsunade, this is a detailed map of the Wind Country that we discovered after assaulting the stronghold. Lord Shinyu has marked it, and we hope you will send people to follow his trail to various strongholds and gather supplies. What? Someone come. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's heart leapt with joy. They had finally found a lead on Shinyu. It was imperative to dispatch someone immediately to locate him. Quickly, bring that young man back. The Wind Country is perilous. We cannot pursue any further. Amidst the swirling sands of the desert, a colossal sandworm raced forward, carrying atop it several grim-faced individuals, Chiyo, Maki, and several high-ranking sand ninjas. The desert, to humans, is akin to a quagmire. Ensnared within it, one finds movement nearly impossible. Yet for the colossal sandworm, traversing this terrain is a trivial matter. Soon, a vast village comes into view, Sunagakure. At last, we have arrived. Moments later, the elder sister is met with a perplexed expression from the aged Itsuki, who is flanked by Kankuro and Temari. Why are you back so soon? He inquires, his brow furrowed. Damn it, we were utterly deceived in this battle. Chiyo's visage darkens as she dismounts from the back of the monstrous creature. What happened, sister? Was it that old rascal, Rakage, who failed to cooperate? Itsuki presses, visibly anxious. The Land of Wind had long since received word of Orochimaru's impending assault on Konoha, preparing for war in advance. The plan was to have Orochimaru's forces succeed, allowing the Land of Wind to march in, with support from the Land of Lightning, leading to Konoha's inevitable defeat. Even if Konoha could not be seized, there would still be opportunities for significant extortion. Yet, unexpectedly, Chiyo returned in disarray after just a few days, even if Orochimaru had faltered. With proper coordination among the other ninja villages, the odds of victory would still exceed 80%. Itsuki could not help but glance at the troops trailing behind Chiyo, his expression going blank. They had nearly emptied their ranks, deploying a full 30,000 soldiers, yet now only a mere 2,000 remained? Fear not. We did not suffer such grievous losses, Chiyo retorted, her voice icy as she flicked her sleeve, her countenance as dark as a stormy sea. Fists clenched tightly. "Curse Konoha's little monster, you shall pay dearly. I will dismantle you piece by piece and fashion you into a puppet." Chiyo was on the verge of madness, incensed by the audacity of Shinyu. As a long-established powerhouse, leading such a vast contingent only to be chased like a frightened rabbit by a mere teenager was an embarrassment too great to bear. Maki recounted the entire saga, and the high-ranking sand ninja within the village wore grave expressions, astonished that this seemingly certain victory had turned into such a debacle. Supplies were pilfered, and nearly 10,000 had perished at the outset. However, they were seasoned veterans of countless battles. Despite the initial heavy losses, it was not a hopeless situation, and there remained a chance for a turnaround. Chapter 77, The Trade War in the Ninja World. Thanks to my sister's timely discovery of Konoha's scheme, we have avoided a catastrophic loss, Aitsuki expressed, unable to contain his relief. It is said that while 1,000 troops are easy to procure, a skilled commander is rare. Only a seasoned strategist like Chiyo, having weathered innumerable conflicts, could so swiftly assess the situation and lead the army in retreat to avert further calamity. Otherwise, if Konoha's reinforcements had caught up, encirclement would have been inevitable, likely leading to total annihilation. The loss of ordinary ninjas is regrettable, yet the Sand Village is currently leaderless. With the 4th Kazekage having just perished and the 5th yet to be chosen, Chiyo stands as the highest authority among the Sand Ninja. Should she fall in this conflict, the repercussions for the entire Land of Wind would be monumental. How desperate was Sarutobi Hiruzen to dispatch an inexperienced youth in such a critical moment, relentlessly pursuing us with glaring weaknesses that I easily discerned? Chiyo scoffed, a hint of disdain in her voice. At the border, I feared them not. Now that we have entered our domain, amidst the vast desert, I wonder how they shall continue their pursuit. Ultimately, they will have no choice but to withdraw. Chiyo's strategy was meticulously crafted. Despite the initial setbacks and apparent losses, her forces had dispersed and concealed themselves, sustaining their foundation. With the Land of Lightning preoccupied with Konoha, they could seize this opportunity to recuperate, replenish their supplies, and prepare a counteroffensive, reaping the rewards of a well-timed intervention. Sister. Aitsuki pondered for a few moments before speaking. Although we possess the desert as a natural barrier, we cannot afford to be complacent with the enemy advancing. Should we not send troops to establish a defensive line? Despite their belief that Konoha's forces would not venture too deeply, war is unpredictable, and every contingency must be prepared for. Establishing a defensive line is no swift endeavor, yet precaution is paramount. Chiyo nodded, then turned her gaze, her aged eyes surveying the swirling sands beyond the village, contemplating before she spoke slowly. Let us dispatch several small units to scout the border and alert the other forces to prepare for battle. Yes. The surrounding ninjas promptly accepted their orders and departed to commence their tasks, determined to return safely to the village. The mood of this group of individuals has become considerably more relaxed. After all, this is the stronghold of the Sand Ninja. The difficulty of defending on home turf is significantly lower than that of attacking as a visitor. Moreover, does Konoha truly dare to send a massive army charging forth? The outcome remains uncertain, especially with several neighboring ninja villages lurking with keen interest. Should their assault on the Wind Country fail, it is entirely plausible that other ninja villages would simultaneously launch an attack on Konoha, exposing its very heart. Konoha cannot afford such a price. Sister, you must be utterly exhausted from your recent endeavors. You should return to rest. I suspect that the Konoha forces may have already retreated. Hiruzen approached with a smile, supporting Chiyo. I am not fatigued, but that wretched brat has been berating me all the way. That kid is fortunate. Let him not cross my path again, or I shall flay him alive and turn him into a puppet. Chiyo clenched her fist, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Do not worry, sister. This great battle will not conclude so easily. There will be ample opportunities ahead. This time, it is solely due to Konoha's supporting troops that he has become so audacious. Next time, he shall not be so fortunate. Hiruzen hurriedly reassured her. After all, they are siblings. This statement resonates deeply with Chiyo. At this moment, within a vast oasis, the once tranquil camp was suddenly shattered by the sound of explosions. Boom. The sound of space fracturing erupted, and the enormous camp was obliterated in an instant. How many has it been now? Shinyu, with an expression of calm indifference, retracted his fist and inquired of the ninja beside him. Lord Shinyu. That makes the 7th. The Konoha ninjas were ecstatic, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Following Shinyu, they had already dismantled 7 Sand Ninja outposts in a fray. As per their usual practice, they proceeded to gather supplies. Yes. The Konoha Jonin quickly nodded, rallying his comrades to collect the materials. Initially, there there was a hint of panic, a touch of fear, as it was impossible not to feel apprehensive, given that only a 100-man squad had ventured deep into the land of wind. However, that trepidation had long since been supplanted by exhilaration. At each outpost, they could amass a significant amount of resources, and Shinyu had instructed them to take as much as they could carry, leaving the remainder neatly packed for the incoming support teams. After all, what better way to profit from war? Although the Land of Wind was impoverished, it was still a nation, and after years of clandestine preparations for this conflict, its resources were not to be underestimated. In the beginning, the Konoha ninjas stuffed their pockets with cash, as it was the most tangible reward. However, they soon realized that the money took up too much space and that high-denomination bills were scarce, mostly consisting of 1,000 Ryo notes. In contrast, the explosive tags and ninja tools were compact and lightweight, not to mention valuable. They could be sold externally or utilized internally. What could be more advantageous? Yet, it wasn't long before the Konoha ninjas found themselves ensnared in a delightful dilemma. They had collected so many explosive tags that their bodies felt burdened, and they had not brought sealing scrolls. Faced with such a bounty, it was impossible for anyone to maintain a tranquil disposition. The ninjas were no exception. The bliss of a delightful quandary. Of course, they had not forgotten who had led them to such fortune. Lord Shinyu. Their sentiments toward him had undergone a remarkable transformation. From initially merely following Tsunade's directives and serving under Shinyu, they had now become utterly devoted. Now, not only would they heed Shinyu's command to gather supplies, but they would also unhesitatingly challenge Chiyo if asked. You few stay back to guard. The rest shall continue with me. Our motto is to strike the Sand Ninja Retirement Home with our fists and kick the Wind Shadow Kindergarten. The Konoha ninjas shouted in unison. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of his comrades, Shinyu mused that their morale was indeed reliable, and he encouraged the Konoha warriors while hastily seizing valuable items. Brothers, remember, there are many ways to conquer a nation. By seizing their abundant supplies, we will induce a scarcity within their borders, compelling them to spend money importing resources from Konoha. We shall then inflate the prices. We will seize them by the throat. What do we call this? This is the Ninja World Trade War. Though carrying so many treasures may be somewhat exhausting, it matters not. We shall endure for the happiness of countless families in Konoha. This is our duty and mission. Let us seize resources, let us gather valuables. We are the heroes of Konoha. Chapter 78. Chiyo. A familiar phrase, a familiar flavor. Lord Shinyu is truly wise. Indeed, a trade war, though not fully understood, appeared quite impressive. Several ninjas, shouldering large sacks filled with explosive tags, earnestly expressed their sentiments. Meanwhile, the support team dispatched by Tsunade had already crossed the mountains and entered the desert. Following Shinyu's example, each member carried a large bundle on their backs, filled entirely with sealing scrolls. With insufficient stock, they directly crafted blank scrolls on site. Kakashi, Guy, and the series of elite jonin had exhausted their chakra and lay in bed, utterly drained, their eyes filled with stars. I thought my chakra would be fully expended in battle. Yet I ended up not casting a single jutsu and instead depleted it crafting sealing scrolls. Shinyu is truly unpredictable. He consistently surprises me. Even the entire war has taken an unusual turn. As for the support team, they had initially proceeded with caution, somewhat anxious. However, after walking for quite a while, they had seen not a single living enemy, only the corpses of the fallen. Soon, they followed the map and entered the first outpost. You have finally arrived. Too slow. For too slow. We have already packed the supplies. You merely need to take them back. The Konoha ninjas left behind to guard were already impatient. Upon seeing their comrades arrive, they hastily tossed out the prepared supplies and sprinted in the direction Shinyu had departed. The group of Konoha ninjas serving as reinforcements were utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Could it be that a great battle has erupted ahead? Are they being summoned for assistance? It doesn't seem likely. The expression of sheer excitement on their faces resembled that of individuals preparing for a grand feast rather than warriors preparing for battle. Seal all supplies with the sealing scrolls and proceed to the next stronghold, commanded Nara Shikamaru in a booming voice. Understood. The group swiftly began to bustle with activity. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching the third colossal oasis, Nara Shikamaru was taken aback by the sight of an immense gold mine. First team, utilized ninjutsu to extract the gold. Second team, seal the gold with the sealing scrolls. Third team, return immediately to summon reinforcements. We lack sufficient personnel and scrolls. Furthermore, if we cannot carry any more, then pack it onto yourselves. Take as much as you can. Upon hearing Nara Shikamaru's directives, the eyes of the Konoha ninjas sparkled with anticipation. They were about to strike it rich. It became clear to them why those few ninjas left behind by Chen Yu were so exuberant and impatient. If it were them, they too would undoubtedly be unable to contain their excitement. Isn't Chen Yu simply remarkable? After years of being ninjas, we have never experienced a moment like this, collecting treasures without engaging in combat, our hands growing weary from the bounty. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, water wave. Stand aside, earth wealth style, 100 explosive tags. Astonishing. Within the expansive gold mine, the sounds of explosions resonate, echoing in succession. Previously, they had handled the explosive tags with utmost care, but now they are flinging them about as if they were worthless. Well, they indeed aren't worth anything compared to gold. The sand ninjas hesitate to destroy the mine, whereas we proceed without a hint of apprehension. In the Sand Ninja Village's Kazekage office, Chiyo occupies the esteemed position of the Kazekage, with the high-ranking officials of the Land of Wind assembled beneath her. Lady Chiyo, a serpent without a head cannot function. During this time of war, the Land of Wind cannot afford to be without a Kazekage. After careful deliberation, we believe that Lady Chiyo should assume the role of the fifth Kazekage, spoke Maki from below. Indeed, only Lady Chiyo can command the respect of all, echoed the officials. No one else is worthy of this position. Yes, yes. The high-ranking sand ninjas nodded in agreement. No, I am too old and unfit to serve as Kazekage. Please reconsider and select a more suitable candidate, Chiyo replied, shaking her head, her expression conveying that her concern lies with the village, not with the pursuit of power. What a jest. Such matters require a delicate balance of invitation and rejection, showcasing one's indifference to fame and fortune, while ultimately being compelled into this position by your insistence. Lord Chiyo, I implore you not to refuse. An eager Sand Jainin stood up hastily. To aspire to be the Kazekage, one must possess both strength and renown. Although the Land of Wind is vast, presently, only you, Lord Chiyo, fulfill both criteria. For the sake of the Land of Wind and our village, I beseech you to shoulder this heavy responsibility. If you can ascend to the position of Kazekage, the Sand Ninja forces shall rally and decisively vanquish the Leaf Village. Lord Chiyo, with your foresight, you have stockpiled abundant resources at various strongholds in anticipation of this very scenario. We still possess a chance to turn the tide. All thanks to you. The senior Sand Ninja officials are not oblivious. They comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Lord Chiyo's words, they were instantly enlightened. One by one, they rose, fervently extolling her virtues, showering her with flattery. Regardless of the world or era, flattery remains perpetually effective. Alas, very well. I shall reluctantly, Lord Chiyo began to rise, speaking slowly, yet before she could finish her sentence, the door to the conference room was abruptly thrust open. A bloodied, pallid San Nin, trembling uncontrollably, exclaimed in terror, Lord Chiyo, something grave has occurred. A jolt of alarm coursed through Chiyo. She felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, and the world around her began to blur. This dialogue feels somewhat familiar. What a nightmare. The consequences have now set in. What is happening? Chiyo gulped nervously, an unusual hint of panic flickering across her otherwise calm visage. She furrowed her brow slightly, her hand instinctively tightening around the edge of the table. Our reconnaissance team has arrived at the first stronghold, only to find it has been seized by Konoha. Supplies have been looted, and everyone has been eliminated. An anxious Nin reported. What? They have pursued us here? Chiyo exclaimed, her shock evident, disbelief etched upon her features. Her concern deepening as her brow knitted further. The higher-ups of Sunagakure were equally bewildered. They had been assured that Konoha would not follow them here. Yet they had indeed pressed forward. Come down. If Konoha dares to take such a risk and engage us in battle, it signifies that the pressure from the Land of Lightning is substantial. They likely intend to inflict severe damage upon us to compel a ceasefire and consolidate their forces for defense against the Land of Lightning. What a delusion. Chiyo soon let out a cold laugh. Let us not forget, we are on the territory of the Land of Wind, where the advantages of time, place, and personnel are decidedly in our favor. This is precisely our opportunity to turn the tide. With a furrowed brow, Chiyo displayed an unwavering demeanor, earning the quiet admiration of the higher-ups of Sunagakure. In such a precarious situation, she remained as calm as water, accurately analyzing the current state of the war. Transforming passivity into initiative, we shall prepare for a comprehensive counterattack. What you say is true, Konoha has brought this upon themselves. They shall surely suffer heavy losses. However, our supplies have been depleted. Fear not. We recently discovered a vast gold mine with an exceptionally high gold content, and we were just preparing for extraction. We can use the gold to procure a large quantity of supplies from other villages. Excellent. I shall immediately notify the other strongholds to prepare. awaiting only your command for a full counterattack. The higher-ups of Sunagakure were filled with fervor, united in purpose. The spirit of battle surged through the air. Just then, another figure burst in, shouting loudly, "Chiyo-sama. This is bad." Chiyo felt her heart tighten. How familiar this scene felt. It seemed to echo a past event. What is it? Chiyo forced herself to suppress her inner turmoil and inquired. "Chiyo-sama, our stronghold has been taken." The sand ninja hurriedly replied. Such a trivial matter, causing such a commotion. What is this nonsense? Chiyo seethed, wishing she could strangle this sand ninja. And with a thundering slap on the table, she expressed her profound dissatisfaction. What a group of inept companions. Whenever challenges arise, they must look to me for guidance. Like a mountain collapsing before them, they remain undeterred. This is what one calls the demeanor of a great general. Do you know? Sand Shinobi was momentarily taken aback. Then couldn't help but praise. Truly worthy of Lord Chiyo. We have just received news, and you already knew. Humph. Just as I, Chiyo, was reveling in my thoughts, I suddenly realized something and froze, hesitantly inquiring. Wasn't the news of the first stronghold being seized transmitted long ago? The first stronghold was also taken? I was referring to the seventh stronghold. Sand Shinobi blinked, stammering in shock. The first stronghold has also fallen. Oh, this is fortuitous. Chiyo quickly regained her composure and was filled with joy. She approached the map hanging on the wall, furrowing her brow in deep contemplation, and then traced a line with her finger. This marks the first stronghold, and this indicates the seventh stronghold, suggesting that the Konoha army is advancing along this route. Along the way, they will only encounter a few minor strongholds, which are inconsequential. The most critical strongholds for us are well hidden, and they cannot possibly discover them. It seems they have strayed off course and are lost. At this rate, they will never reach the Sand Shinobi village. This presents us with a splendid opportunity. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate the movements of the Konoha army. If the information is accurate, promptly send someone to ambush and cut off their retreat. This battle must be won decisively, Chiyo proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing Chiyo's analysis, the Sand Shinobi's spirits soared, their morale invigorated. Truly worthy of Lord Chiyo. Remarkable. What an excellent analysis. Let us celebrate this victory in honor of Lord Chiyo becoming the fifth Kazekage. We shall fight for Lord Chiyo. Defeat the Hokage, seize Konoha. And our Wind Country will be invincible. The mountains of resources and wealth in Konoha beckon to them. A group of high-ranking Sand Shinobi could hardly contain their excitement, eager to celebrate their imminent victory with song and dance. What a splendid scene. At that moment, bang, the door was once again burst open. The door seemed to protest. Do you not have hands? Can't you push it open? I quit. Crack. The door shattered. Lord Chiyo. Just as the Sand Shinobi managed to utter those 4 words, Chiyo impatiently interrupted. Again? Speak up. What calamity has befallen us now? Can you perhaps change your script? Is this routine not tiresome? The forward reconnaissance team has just reported that the enormous gold mine at the third stronghold has already been occupied by Konoha. The Sand Shinobi exclaimed urgently. What? Upon uttering those words, every individual within the room was rendered utterly speechless, including Chiyo, who stood there, wide-eyed and agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be possible? Chiyo murmured to herself, questioning why the Konoha forces were not at the right side outpost number 7, but had instead appeared on the left? Lady Chiyo, this is not good. Before she could fully process the situation, another alarming announcement echoed through the air. The 12th outpost, which housed a vast reserve of supplies, had been seized by Konoha. What? How could they be simultaneously present at both the 3rd and 12th outposts? Chiyo was completely taken aback. She had believed that everything was within her foresight and meticulous planning, yet Konoha had swiftly contradicted her expectations, while the ordinary outposts held little significance. The 3rd outpost was situated in an extremely remote area of the Wind Country. Possessing a recently discovered superlative gold mine, this was the very foundation of Wind Country's audacity to engage in this war. The 12th outpost was their village's secret storage facility, brimming with an immense stockpile of resources rivaling even the largest frontline outpost. It was one of the village's most treasured reserves, concealed deep underground in a highly secretive manner. Can this truly be detected by Konoha? Should they not have advanced along the route they had just assessed? How many individuals has Konoha dispatched? And how many paths have they divided their forces into? It is as if divine troops have descended, suddenly occupying 2 colossal strongholds. How infuriating. Previously, the village hidden in the sand refrained from violent mining of the gold mines to preserve the oasis's environment. They merely excavated a few entrances gradually. Yet Konoha, unconcerned with environmental preservation, could simply obliterate the terrain, employing powerful ninjutsu to eradicate the top layer of soil and commence extraction. It would likely take merely 10 days to half a month to completely deplete the gold mine. Chiyo could no longer endure. She instinctively pressed her hand against her heart. Darkness enveloping her vision as she staggered, on the verge of fainting. Lady Chiyo! Lady Chiyo! The high-ranking officials from the Sand Village were instantly thrown into a state of panic, rushing forward to support her. It's all right. Chiyo managed to catch her breath, slowly opening her eyes. We still have the chance to turn the tide. At that moment, another sand ninja burst in. Chiyo-sama. No, be quiet. A group of high-ranking Sand Village officials glared in shock and shouted. Yet, it was too late. Upon hearing those words, which echoed like a haunting specter, Chiyo fainted instantly. Meanwhile, Chinyu stood atop a sand dune, perplexed, as he blinked at the vast village before him, particularly the iconic sandy cylindrical structures that seemed oddly familiar. Had he seen this place in an anime before? Where could this be? Momentarily at a loss, Chinyu turned to a nearby ninja and inquired. This stronghold is quite substantial. It seems there are many inhabitants, correct? The subordinates fell silent. Could there be few? They ought to consider the significance of this location. Lord Chinyu, this stronghold is the largest in the Land of Wind, for it is the Sand Village. You have led us to the very heart of the Sand Ninja's homeland. The surrounding ninjas bore complex expressions, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Now that you mention it. I do recall, Chinyu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He glanced at the mission point. 9952100000. Just 48 more to go. Along the journey. The initial stronghold still harbored some enemies, yet the subsequent outposts seemed to have received word of our approach and fled in haste. Not a single foe was vanquished. Chinyu, troubled by the lack of adversaries, soon found himself at the lair of the Sand Shinobi, unable to suppress a chuckle. What splendid fortune! Splendid fortune? The Leaf Ninjas were on the verge of tears. Sir, from where do you perceive this splendid fortune? Unlike ordinary outposts, this is their stronghold, not to mention the formidable towering walls that encase it. Breaching them will prove exceedingly arduous. We are merely a decoy squad, feigning pursuit to confound the enemy. How did it come to the siege of the high ground? After assaulting several strongholds, they stumbled upon a grand thoroughfare, which led them here. This thoroughfare must be the frontline supply route constructed by the Land of Wind. Ideally, they should have noticed something amiss earlier. However, in their fervor, having overrun so many strongholds and claimed countless spoils, they were blinded by the thrill of the hunt, eager to discover what treasures awaited at the next location. Little did they realize, they had unwittingly arrived at the very doorstep of their adversaries. Chapter 80, Should One Depart Without Return the Land of Wind? The most desolate and barren of the 5 great ninja villages. Furthermore, due to the continuous reduction in funding for ninja training by the daimyo of the Land of Wind, the number of sand ninjas is limited, and their overall strength is rather feeble. Yet, this does not imply that their homeland is easily plundered. Standing upon the sand dunes, one can distinctly observe that the Sand Ninja Village is nestled within a vast basin, encircled by towering walls. With only a narrow gap at the center of the enclosing wall, a thin line of sky. At this moment, 2 sand ninjas are engaged in casual conversation beside this narrow opening. Despite the ongoing war, they perceive it as a distant concern, completely unrelated to themselves. And the notion of Konoha ninjas launching an attack on their village has never crossed their minds. How absurd. What place is this? The Shine One-Line Sky. It can be deemed a formidable barrier. Countless powerful warriors have faced defeat in this very location. Unless the Leaf Village's inhabitants suddenly sprout wings, they would never dare approach. Just as this conversation unfolds, the corner of my eye catches sight of a 100-man squad boldly marching towards us. Huh? Where did this troop come from? The Sand Ninja Chunin immediately becomes alert, his brow furrowing slightly. Ah, it must be our people. Perhaps they have just completed a mission on the front lines. Wait. Those forehead protectors belong to the Leaf Village. Initially dismissive, another Sand Ninja's demeanor changes drastically as Chinyu and his team approach, revealing them to be a 100-man squad from the Leaf Village. Quick! Sound the alarm! The Leaf is attacking the village. One of them exclaims in shock. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, 2 individuals are instantly transformed into blood mist, exploding in an instant. Chinyu, with an expression of calm, retracts his fist. At this moment, his observation haki is fully activated, revealing that there are only 2 guards at the entrance of the One-Line Sky. Hey, the Sand Ninja Village seems quite confident in its defenses. Such a crucial position has merely 2 sentinels, leading the group to the One-Line Sky. Chinyu gazes down at the vast Sand Ninja Village from a high vantage point. My lord, this is the final defense line of the Sand Ninja Village. The One-Line Sky. Observe this narrow mountain path, which can only accommodate 4 individuals abreast. It is exceedingly constricted. With such a narrow passage, No more individuals can swiftly enter the Sand Ninja Village. Furthermore, consider the surrounding wall, although it appears to be made of ordinary earth and stone. It has been constructed by the Sand Ninja's finest, utilizing the hardest minerals extracted over decades of effort, making it incredibly robust. Should an invader breach the Sand Ninja Village, the Sand Ninjas need only to hold the one-line sky to ensnare them. The invaders have no other route but to break through the one-line sky. It is said that when Lord White Fang led a surprise attack on the Sand Ninja, the Sand Village was already quite vulnerable. Yet Lord White Fang still dared not enter, opting instead to engage in guerrilla tactics outside the village for fear of ambush. It is also rumored that the Rakich's incursion into the Wind Country was halted at the one-line sky. My lord, having pursued them to this point, we have fulfilled our mission. Perhaps we should retreat? They do not wish to cower, but with their 100-man squad, forcing their way into the Sand Ninja Village and then emerging would be exceedingly difficult. Most would likely perish here in vain. It is not worth it. Oh, so this is a place akin to a formidable chasm. No wonder only 2 guards stand watch. Qinyu's gaze sharpens, shaking his head. However, the Sand Ninja has invaded the land of fire, oppressing my brothers. Today I shall make them aware of the might of the leaf. Upon hearing Qinyu's words, the members of the Leaf Village suddenly understand, their eyes filled with admiration as they look at him. Qinyu is wagering his life for the honor of the Leaf. Having led them to vanquish so many foes and seize numerous strongholds, in their hearts, Qinyu has become a deity. Whatever Qinyu commands, they would not hesitate in the slightest. If Qinyu fears not, what do they have to fear? Just as Lord Qinyu proclaims, Leaf Ninjas, to die. But to die on the path of charge. Let our death serve as a deterrent, informing them that we, the Leaf Ninjas, fear not death. Facing 100 foes with unwavering courage. At worst, it is merely a death we embrace. The descendants of the Leaf will remember our names, recalling the battles of today. The Leaf members' spirits soar, evoking a sense of heroic resolve akin to the winds of the easy water, where a valiant warrior departs never to return. My lord, what shall we pursue? A Leaf Jonin asks, heart aflame with fervor. To tread upon the Sand Ninjas, to shatter the Wind Country. Qinyu's expression turns resolute. What if we do not return? Another Leaf Jonin murmurs with determination. Then we shall not go. Qinyu decisively rejects. Not going. Going. The members of the Leaf are already prepared for a grand battle, but Qinyu's words nearly leave them in shock. Just moments ago, they had been steeling themselves for a valiant charge into the one-line sky, and now it is not to be. Lord Qinyu is truly enigmatic. With our meager intellect, we cannot fathom him. As the members of the Leaf grapple with mixed emotions, Qinyu smiles faintly, urging everyone to step back. This squad of 100 has accompanied me for so long, and in the face of the enemy, we have forged bonds of camaraderie through countless battles. Although I fear not, their strength is insufficient. Charging into the fray alongside me would undoubtedly be a futile sacrifice. Even if my capabilities are formidable, blades are blind. And I cannot shield each individual from harm. As someone who yearns for a harmonious conclusion, I cannot allow tragedy to unfold. Thus, let us adopt a different perspective. There are myriad ways to strike at the enemy. We could plunge into battle, yet equally, we could await the enemy's approach. Should we enter? The narrow passage would become a shackle, but if the enemy emerges, that very passage could serve as our advantage. Can it accommodate for individuals simultaneously? This is inappropriate. It remains excessively broad. Qinyu stood at the very center of the narrow passage, forcefully stamping his right foot upon the ground. The power of the tremor fruit was instantly unleashed. Invisible waves radiated outward in all directions. Boom. The earth trembled as if struck by an earthquake. A torrent of sand and soil surged wildly from either side of the narrow passage. It swiftly buried half of the narrow passage, leaving only a slender crevice through which a single person could pass. What was once a pathway wide enough for 4 had suddenly transformed into a narrow path, permitting passage for only 1. At last, it seems nearly complete. Qinyu, with great satisfaction, clapped his hands and nodded. He then placed his hands on his hips, activating the tremor fruit's ability to amplify his voice, and bellowed, Iron Brothers of the Sand Village. I, Qinyu, the champion of one-on-one battles. In order to uphold world peace, I represent the Leaf Village to engage in amicable exchanges with you all. Let us forge friendships through martial prowess. If anyone defeats me, behold, these supplies shall serve as the wager. Upon concluding his declaration, Qinyu retrieved 2 sealing scrolls from beside him and swiftly unsealed them. Instantly, a mountain of resources materialized before them. Chapter 81. In my life, I prioritized martial virtue. The thunderous sound had already captured the attention of numerous sand ninjas. Coupled with Qinyu's voice resonating like rolling thunder, it reverberated throughout the entire sand village, making it clear even to the ordinary citizens within. What on earth is happening? Who is this? Have they lost their mind? blocking the entrance to the sand village? They must have never faced defeat before, throughout the history of the ninja world. How many formidable warriors have returned to defeat when the sand village was at its weakest? Moreover, there are still thousands of ninjas within the village, making it a force to be reckoned with. And they dare to speak of one-on-one challenges? This is the old longevity deity hanging in despair over the length of his life. However, it must be said that there is indeed an abundance of supplies. Wait a moment. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Is that the emblem of the Sand Ninja? Goodness. Could it possibly be our supplies? This is rather excessive, isn't it? What does winning even matter? That thing was originally ours from the Sand Shinobi. It is an enemy of Konoha. The audacity to block the village entrance. To detonate the narrow passage, leaving only a single entry for passage? Humph. What of it? It is merely a 100-man squad. Within the village, there are thousands of ninjas, and one could drown them with but a single drop. Winning supplies? Nonsense. Those resources rightfully belong to us. It is infuriating. How dare those wretched creatures wreak havoc in the Sand Shinobi village? The state of war is already upon us. And the Sand Shinobi village has long been prepared for emergencies. They immediately executed a swift response. Like a tide, the Sand Shinobi swiftly locked onto the enemy. They rushed forth, confronting the Konoha forces from the other side of the narrow passage. The Konoha ninjas, upon witnessing this, were filled with deep admiration. So this is the brilliant strategy of Lord Shinyu. Lord Shinyu directly blocked the entrance and boasted about the supplies of the Sand Shinobi. If the Sand Shinobi do not retaliate, they might as well abandon any hopes of existing in the ninja world. They would be ridiculed beyond measure. However, should the Sand Shinobi dare to counterattack, they would fall into a trap, for the narrow passage can only accommodate one person at a time. We cannot enter, and they cannot exit. Whoever dares to appear on the opposite side must face 100 or even 1,000 adversaries. The Sand Shinobi are currently in a most passive position. Lord Shinyu, with just a few resources and a few simple words, has ignited the fury of the Sand Shinobi. After all, every nation possesses its own dignity. The Sand Shinobi are on the verge of eruption. At this moment, Lord Shinyu was equally exhilarated, for the number of adversaries before him appeared to be at least several hundred. Completing the task should be assured. My divine dark fruit is within reach. Ah, yes, prepare the ninjutsu and kanai. When I give the command, everyone releases them at once. Suddenly recalling something, Shinyu turned back and earnestly instructed, yes. The Konoha ninjas nodded vigorously without hesitation. Leading the Sand Shinobi was an elite jonin, his complexion dark and his speed remarkable. Evidently a master. It is Lord Jiro Miyamoto. With Lord Miyamoto present, this 100-man squad from Konoha is undoubtedly doomed. Splendid. The Sand Shinobi erupted into cheers. Jiro Miyamoto is one of the hidden trump cards of the Sand Shinobi, stationed long-term at the narrow passage and the border of the Sand Shinobi village. A jonin of equal caliber to Maki, possessing formidable strength, he is one of the closest to the level of a Kage in the village. It is said that he has awakened a bloodline limit, granting him immeasurable power. Jiro Miyamoto led the Sand Shinobi forces swiftly to the narrow passage. And through the narrow gap, he spotted Shinyu, sneering coldly. Being able to silently eliminate 2 guarding chunin, you must at least possess jonin-level strength, huh? Konoha is indeed brimming with talent to have such prowess at such a young age. However, this is where it ends. Once I emerge, I'll crush this leading brat. And then you all can rush out, annihilate the Konoha squad, and reclaim the resources. Like a flash of lightning, Jiro Miyamoto swiftly traversed the narrow gap. Without wasting words, he rapidly formed hand seals, then slammed his hands onto the ground. Magnet release, sand iron domain. In the next moment, countless large, spiked projectiles instantly formed in midair, gleaming ominously, and surged towards Shinyu. Magnet release? Shinyu was somewhat astonished. It is indeed magnet release. Having read the original work, Shinyu knew that those capable of using this technique included the One-Tail Shikaku, the 3rd and 4th Kazekage, and the new generation of Sand Shinobi, as well as the Cloud Ninja, Troy, with their bloodline limit. They can manipulate all things containing iron and freely control the iron within the sand. It is somewhat akin to Magneto from Marvel. The technique involves condensing chakra within to convert it into magnetic force to control sand and iron. Both its offensive and defensive capabilities are exponentially amplified. It is incredibly powerful. It is precisely because of this strength that the 3rd Kazekage was dubbed the strongest Kazekage in history. Magnet release is also known as one of the strongest ninjutsu. To think that beyond those mentioned, there exists another individual from the Sand Shinobi village who can wield magnet release. This is indeed a surprise. The Sand Ninja village possesses some remarkable qualities. Amidst his astonishment, Shinyu felt a twinge of curiosity and resolved to investigate the nature of this magnetic escape technique. Cloaked in his formidable armed color hockey, he stood still, unwavering. Bang, bang, bang. In the next heartbeat, countless massive spikes struck Shinyu instantaneously, raising a cloud of dust. Arrogant youth, daring to embarrass himself in the Sand Ninja village at such a level, how dull, merely a single blow. Miyamoto Jiro, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed skyward, a look of desolation on his face. He has been hit. Truly, it is no surprise coming from Lord Miyamoto. This youth is undoubtedly doomed. Kill them. Annihilate them all. The Sand Ninjas, invigorated as if by a stimulant, surged forward with their weapons drawn, eager for battle. What? Miyamoto Jiro's expression shifted dramatically as he opened his mouth to speak. Boom. In an instant, a burst erupted, showering the sky with blood-red fireworks. A figure emerged from the haze. Shinyu slowly retracted his fist. How uninspiring. The force you employed is far inferior to Gaara's. At least Gaara's could be considered a back massage, while yours is merely a scratch. He scoffed with disdain. Truly, my anticipation has been squandered. Witnessing this, the Sand Ninjas, halfway through their charge, were utterly dumbfounded. What? This youth remains unscathed. No. The captain has been annihilated by a single punch. This is impossible. Do not fear. Even if he is strong, chakra and stamina are finite. With our numbers, we shall overwhelm him in a war of attrition. Indeed. Did he not claim he wished to engage in a fair duel? Let us first exhaust him. The Sand Ninja ensemble fluctuated from terror to hope. As one Sand Ninja elite stepped forward with a tragic air, did the terms of your challenge still stand? Of course. In my life, I, Shinyu, place great importance on martial ethics. Shinyu nodded with an air of righteousness. Very well, I shall fight you. The Sand Ninja elite, aware of Shinyu's formidable prowess, had already prepared a forbidden technique in secret. Release. Just as the Sand Ninja prepared to unleash his hidden technique for a surprise attack, Shinyu suddenly bellowed. The Leaf Village members had long since readied an array of ninjutsu, blades, and explosive tags. They hurled them at the Sand Ninja elite with fervor. Bang, bang, pop, ah. The cacophony of explosions and assaults echoed. The Sand Ninja elite simply vanished into thin air. Chapter 82. Double the joy you cannot imagine. As the dust settled, the Sand Ninjas were aflame with fervor. The leading elite trembled as he pointed a quivering finger at Shinyu. You claimed it would be a fair duel? Shinyu, with an expression of nonchalance, turned to the Leaf Village members. Our 100-man squad functions as a unit. When facing thousands or tens of thousands, we fight together. And against one individual, we shall likewise unite. Is that not reasonable? It is indeed reasonable. The Leaf Village members spoke in unison. The Sand Ninja elite, upon hearing this, could not restrain himself from spitting blood in frustration. Then according to your logic, if we are 1,000 strong, we could also act as a unit to confront your 100? No problem. Though the multitude may be great, I shall advance regardless. Shinyu extended his thumb, wearing a smile that suggested he was a teachable child. However, the moment one of you crosses the threshold, we shall regard it as the commencement of the challenge. I shall not adhere to martial ethics to deceive or ambush. The Sand Ninja elite, infuriated, stumbled over his words, spitting blood profusely. The remaining Sand Ninjas behind him fumed with indignation. How outrageous. You proclaim that 1,000 of us may engage simultaneously. Yet, only one can pass through the threshold at a time. Once one steps out, it is deemed the beginning of the challenge. Are you exploiting a loophole? How can we possibly exhaust their chakra and stamina through a war of attrition? And just look at those Leaf Village scoundrels. Goodness. They are brazenly reaching out to seize the supplies of Suna Shinobi.